Kingwon has long known that this blessing card has special effects. After all, she has personally participated in the blessing of some blessing cards and has seen the changes in the blessing cards. But what happened in front of me was incredible. I saw that there was a black line spreading on the blessing card, and at the same time, there was a clicking sound. The blessing card began to crack along the black color, and finally broke into two halves and fell to the ground in front of Kingwon's eyes. Kingwon was a little dumbfounded. She knew what was on the blessing card. Didn't these two agree to grow old together? Deo Kangguo said that if the blessing card is broken, it means that it is absolutely impossible to install the content. In other words, it is impossible for these two to grow old together. The two of them seemed so in love and happy, but why were they like this? Is there anything else in this world that can be believed? The tourists around were all surprised to see the blessing plaque that split in two and fell down. They also saw with their own eyes that the blessing card appeared with black lines, then shattered and fell. This scene was too magical. Yan Hua and Zhao Si also saw this scene. What kind of trick are you playing? Yan Hua frowned. He subconsciously felt that this was a trick played by the Taoist temple. Many liars on the street had similar tricks, making an object break into pieces to scare people. He'd poked one through before. I didn't expect to meet him again now. He wants to see what tricks the other party will play next. The other party should tell him a lot of omens and spend money to perform some kind of ritual to solve it, right? Kingwon came down and after fixing the folding ladder, she subconsciously glanced at Yan Hua again, and then returned to the blessing sign stand. This is a bad warning. With these two people looking so close and happy, one of them must have a problem, and besides, they are acting very well. In this case, even if it is a bad omen, the Taoist priest has given instructions not to take the initiative to explain unless the other party asks. Yan Hua was stunned when he saw Kingwon going back to the stage without saying a word. This was different from what he thought. Why didn't he follow the routine? If the other party didn't come over and tell him something like a bad omen or what to do about it, how could he pay for it? This female Taoist priest is beautiful, but she is not professional. I understand, this is playing hard to get, this is a method of inner control. Yan Hua suddenly smiled, understanding the other party's method. This also made him walk towards the stage, in front of Kingwon again, and asked, Taoist priest, our prayer cards were cracked just now. What does this mean? When Kingwon saw that the other party was asking more questions, she could only explain with a frown, you too, this blessing card is broken, which means that the warning given is that the prayer content you wrote should be impossible to come true. These words made Yan Hua and Zhao Si's expressions change instantly, and even looked angry. Yan Hua was even more angry and said, I wrote about growing old together with my girlfriend. Do you mean we can't grow old together? Kingwon was stunned for a moment when faced with the angry Yan Hua, and could only tell the truth, this is according to the warning rules of the special blessing card. Bang! Yan Hua slapped the table angrily and said, Taoist priest, do you mean that my love for Zhao Si is fake? You can think about it clearly before you talk. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone and said coldly, I have recorded the conversation just now. You can question me about anything, but you cannot question my love for Zhao Si, nor can you talk about our feelings. You can just play tricks on that blessing card, but you shouldn't be joking with our feelings and our vows. Then I won't agree to it, and I will definitely expose you. Similarly, with this recording, I will have a good talk with you King Fengagwen in front of the most powerful lawyer. I have also heard some rumors about your King Fengagwen, but unfortunately I don't believe it by nature. I hope you will use these methods to deal with me, so that I can expose your methods one by one. Yan Hua's sudden rage shocked all the tourists around him, and then they all picked up their mobile phones to take pictures. Is King Fengagwen about to crack down on fakes? There was a good show to watch. Moreover, they were also curious about why the blessing card suddenly appeared black lines, and why it cracked along the black lines. Since we want to crack down on counterfeiting, the reasons must be analyzed, right? Kingwon became a little nervous when faced with the suddenly angry Yan Hua. After all, she has never faced such a situation and is inexperienced. But the atmosphere of the tourists around was all aroused. Haha, it seems that this person is really confident. Isn't it true that King Fengagwen's prayer plaque is what he said? It should be that I don't know how to answer that beautiful female Taoist priest. Tourists all around were talking about it. At this moment, a chanting sound suddenly sounded, and many people realized from this tone that this was the Qing Jing Sutra. After all, this sutra has been spread on the internet, many of them have learned it, and chanting it to themselves has some effect. Now someone is chanting the Quietness Sutra, and this sutra can actually make people around them feel. They obviously feel that their mood has become very calm and their minds are not distracted. Even looking at the excitement and not taking it too seriously quickly faded away. Kingwon naturally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the chanting. This was Taoist Master Guo. Even the angry Yan Hua heard the chanting, and the anger in his heart was quickly extinguished, and he became very calm. He himself was stunned, and the next words he was about to say were stuck in his throat. Those words were not fueled by anger, and they couldn't be shouted out. But under the sound of this chanting, he couldn't even express his anger, which was uncomfortable. He knew it was all due to the sound of chanting sutras. He suddenly turned his head and saw Guo Lin here. Guo Lin naturally kept an eye on the situation here. After all, the blessing card had just been pushed away and others did not know the effect of the blessing card. Moreover, even if the blessing card had a special warning effect, it was not authoritative and others would not recognize it. Maybe they will use this to cause trouble. No, it really happened. Guo Lin came closer and saluted Yan Hua and Zhao Si. I have met two donors. I wonder if you two have any doubts about this blessing card. Guo Lin's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding tourists, and each one of them pointed their mobile phones at this place. Dao Kang Guo has come out, it's wonderful now. I wonder how Daoist Guo will respond. If Taoist Master Guo can't handle it, then it should mean that this blessing card is a scam, right? What's so weird about the scam? Have you ever seen any of those prayer plagues in Taoist temples and temples work? That's true. The rumors here at King Fengguan are so magical that people subconsciously think that the blessing cards are also magical. Therefore, no one thinks it's strange to pay 1,000 yuan apiece. Apart from martial arts, everything else might just be propaganda myth. Everyone knows that it is Taoist Guo who is said to be so miraculous in Qingfeng Temple. Now that he is out, he wants to see how the other party deals with this matter. This incident may explain a lot of things to them. Yan Hua looked at Guo Lin and said coldly, "What do you think? It's just a trick. You should never make fun of my feelings for Zhao Si. No one can question my belief that Yan Hua and Zhao Si will grow old together. I would even die for her. Your prayer card is broken. How dare you use this to question my feelings for Zhao Si?" His voice was extremely resolute, decisive, and deeply confident. Guo Lin also heard this confidence from the other party's mouth. It's just that I don't know if this kind of confidence is just fake. Guo Lin had no way to judge, but it was very simple for him to know whether it was true or false. Because the autonomous evolution of the evolved Bagua disk fragments had already resumed in the morning, it just so happened that the other party had caused this trouble, and it was also sent to their door. Let's use the other party to lay down the magical warning of their Qingfeng Guan blessing card. Since their longevity together was warned by the blessing sign that it was impossible, there must be something wrong. It is impossible for the other party to be disguised by the evolution of the fragments of the Bagua disk. As the restored autonomous evolution was used, the fog appeared in front of Guo Lin again, and in the fog, related evolutionary pictures appeared one after another. As the picture appeared, he was a little surprised, because this Yan Hua could indeed die for Zhao Si next to him. This is a scene that has already happened. He is much younger in the scene. He does indeed love very thoroughly, and his love is stronger than gold. It should be difficult for women nowadays to meet such a good man, rich, in good shape, and devoted to relationships. Following the next scene, his eyes subconsciously looked at Zhao Si. It turns out that the reason why the prayer card cracked was her fault. Daozang Guo, what else do you have to say? Yan Hua looked at Guo Lin with hostility. It was obvious that if Guo Lin dared to question his feelings, he would explode. The fog of evolution in front of Guo Lin's eyes had disappeared, and the evolution was over. He also said, Donor Yan, the prayer card of Qingfeng Temple was blessed with a special prayer sutra. Since it has cracked, it is a warning. You two can't grow old together. Maybe it's not because of you, Donor Yan, or maybe it's because of Donor Zhao. Wow! There was an instant commotion all around. The firm tone of Yan Hua just now definitely made people believe him, and it made them all feel his anger more clearly. Who would have thought that Dao Kangguo would suddenly change direction and direct his words at Zhao Si? This is really... Hearing Guo Lin's words, Yan Hua's face became even colder. Daozang Guo, it seems that some of the rumors about you on the internet are definitely hype. Are you worthy of being called an expert? You said my oath was false, but I'm just angry. Maybe you can fool others externally, or you can fool them. But you shouldn't talk about Zhao Si's feelings for me. That will make me want to kill you. Now I will let people see your true face and let people know what kind of person you are who deceives the world and steals your reputation. While speaking, Yan Hua didn't even need to make a move to see that Zhao Si had already pulled up one of his sleeves and one of his trouser legs. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. One of Zhao Si's arms and legs turned out to be prosthetic limbs. However, this prosthetic limb is really very real. If it weren't for the metal parts at the joints, the fingers and toes wouldn't even look like prosthetic limbs. Such prosthetics must be very expensive, right? Daozang Guo, you shouldn't talk about my relationship with Yan Hua. Zhao Si also looked at Guo Lin with hostility. When she exposed her arms and legs, her face clearly showed a sense of inferiority. No one wants to expose their situation to the public, but her anger towards Daoist Guo forced her to do this. As Yan Hua said, if Taoist Guo questions their relationship, then they will definitely expose each other and let everyone see each other's true face? Yan Hua said even more distressfully, Daozang Guo, do you know what happened to Zhao Si's hands and legs? Her hands and legs were fine originally, and they didn't even have to be like this. But in order to save me, for me, her hands and legs became like this. She was even willing to die for me. For someone like her, do you actually doubt her feelings for me? You are really a complete deceiver. Are you the only one who deserves to be called an expert online? These words were deafening and made everyone feel angry. The tourists around him could not help but empathize with each other, and the way they looked at Guolin seemed to have changed. They are all like this, how can there be problems with their relationship? For a woman who is willing to die for the other person, it is really unreasonable for Dao Kangguo to doubt her feelings. Yeah, I even think it's a bit excessive. It seems that today another master is going to be stripped of his true identity and kicked off the altar. Dao Guo, please give us an explanation. Yes, what you said is indeed a bit excessive and irresponsible. Remarks, special blessing card, write the words of prayer on it with a sincere heart. When hung on the special ancient ginkgo in Qingfeng Temple, it will have special effects, and there is a chance of getting a special warning. This is special. The attribute of the prayer card is sincerity, not piety. As mentioned above, Yanhua's love is sincere, and his desire to grow old together comes from his heart. From the fact that the special merits of ginkgo do not require piety, as long as it can help people with mania and the like, it can provide special merits. We also know that the setting of the ginkgo tree itself is not completely aimed at devout believers. So, don't add me as Penguin and send me private messages to threaten me this or that. Seriously, I've received a lot of blades. The tourists around could see that Yanhua and Zhao Si really loved each other, and the facts proved this. Therefore, they all looked at Taoist Guo, hoping to get the next answer from him. Guolin didn't make too much trouble, but said calmly, "Two donors, everything happens for a reason. It doesn't mean that you will be able to grow old together because of the deep feelings you have for each other. Growing old together is a very sacred word. There are too many hardships faced by lovers. Therefore, it is so enviable to be able to stay together in old age." These words obviously stunned the tourists around. It seems reasonable. Countless couples want to grow old together with each other, but to grow old together does not depend on how deeply they love each other. Even if many people love each other deeply, they will inevitably end up alone because God is not kind to them. Now that Taoist Guo said this, does he have a deep meaning? Yanhua frowned and looked at Guolin. What do you mean? Guolin ignored him, but looked at Zhao Si and asked, Donor Zhao must have just gone to the hospital for a checkup before coming to Qingfeng Mountain, right? These words immediately stunned Yanhua and Zhao Si. How did you know? Yanhua asked almost subconsciously. He did take Zhao Si to the hospital for a checkup a few days ago because she suddenly felt chest tightness, but only he, Zhao Si, and his secretary knew about this matter. How did the other party know? Moreover, the thing he took Zhao Si to check was not in Yushan at all. It was far away from here, and the other party had no way to know about it. For a moment, his heart suddenly became confused and he became inexplicably anxious. Guolin then said, Donor Yan, your call is coming soon. Yanhua subconsciously picked up the phone and stared slightly. The tourists all around looked at the mobile phone in Yanhua's hand with expressions of disbelief. Guo Daozhang's words were taken into account. A call came in from Yanhua's mobile phone right away. Can he then confirm the warning on the prayer card? These two people love each other so deeply, but is there a reason why they can't grow old together? For a moment, everyone became quiet, with magic and expectation in their eyes. The same goes for Qingwan. Her grandmother's former Baoxian temple not only inherited the alchemy method of Ji Hong and his wife, but also the method of fortune-telling. It's just that refining elixirs and fortune-telling have no effect at all. Pills can't cure diseases, and fortune-telling can't predict the future. Now that Guo Daozhang has figured out that this person will be called soon, she is also looking forward to it the most. After all, she knows the Taoist master's ability and has personally experienced the quiet room and the stonewall illusion. Yanhua also became quiet and stayed there with his cell phone. A moment passed, and everyone's heart skipped a beat when their cell phones rang. Yanhua subconsciously looked at his cell phone. It was his secretary calling. A real call came in. He pressed the answer button with a frown, and heard the secretary's anxious voice, Mr. Yan, Ms. Zhao's inspection report has come out. There is a special situation. I didn't dare to neglect, so I called right away. What's going on? Yanhua's voice was a little stagnant, as if he felt something unusual. The secretary hurriedly said, Ms. Zhao's physical examination revealed that there is a problem with her breast condition. It is breast cancer. It may be caused by previous injuries. Moreover, the situation may be very bad. The doctor recommends that she be hospitalized as soon as possible for treatment. How is that possible? She looks normal. Yanhua's expression changed. The secretary didn't know how to explain. This is actually quite normal. Many patients with advanced cancer were still alive and well before they were discovered. Once he was notified of the diagnosis by the hospital, within just a few days, his whole body lost all vitality and he soon collapsed. It was as if this hospital notice was a curse. Yanhua naturally thought of this, so he suddenly looked at Guo Linear. Is that what you mean? The reason why the blessing card was broken and he couldn't grow old together was not because there was something wrong with his relationship with Zhao Si, but because Zhao Si might not have the chance to grow old together with him. So, this blessing card will break into pieces? Moreover, Taoist Guo already knew about this, so he said he was going to call. Is Zhao Si's situation so bad? Husband, what's wrong? Zhao Si noticed something was wrong with Yanhua and asked. No, nothing. Yanhua shook his head hastily. He couldn't let Zhao Si know the news now. He had to ask the doctor first and then know the treatment plan. Thinking about it, he hurriedly said to Zhao Si, let's go back first. The hospital said they need to make up for a checkup. Zhao Si was not a fool. She obviously heard something from the words, and her expression was obviously not right, but she also pretended to be smiling, not wanting Yanhua to worry more. Obviously, both parties consider each other very much. Yanhua also supported Zhao Si and wanted to take her away. Guo Lin also sighed at this time and said, "Two donors, walk slowly." These words made Yanhua stop. There was a little struggle in his eyes, and then he said to Guo Lin, "Deazang Guo, you are an expert." After saying that, he supported Zhao Si and left without looking back. At this time, the tourists around became completely noisy. What did you say on that phone call just now? It seems that the warning on this blessing sign was not wrong. It looked like he knew it. The other party's expression changed, and he even admitted that Deazang Guo was an expert when he left. Anyway, does that mean the warning on the prayer card is correct? Everyone around seemed certain that perhaps the warning of the King Fengagwen prayer card was really effective, or give him a warning on the spot. This is completely different from the prayer cards in other places. Some tourists couldn't help but ask, Taoist Master Guo, do these blessing cards have a warning effect? How can they have a warning effect? Others also asked one after another. Seeing this, Guo Lin also explained, if you are sincere in what you write, you have a chance of getting a warning. With one sentence, he also left Gu Ginkgo. With what Yanhua did just now, that's pretty much it. Naturally, he didn't finish his sentence. After all, for the same 1,000 yuan, it was destined that someone would not be able to get the hint. For example, so-and-so wrote that I will always love so-and-so. Who knew if he was sincere when he wrote this sentence? If he is sincere, he will get a warning. If he was not sincere at all when he wrote this sentence, he would not be able to get a warning. That person can pretend to be sincere, but does the person around him believe that he is sincere, or does he believe that others say he is not sincere? Even if the prayer card does not respond, it means it is not sincere, and no one will believe it. So, let's leave some room for people who are good at lying and acting. So, hello, me, and everyone. After Guo Lin left, the surrounding tourists also turned their attention to the cracked prayer plaque under the ancient ginkgo tree. What's going on with this blessing plaque? A tourist said with surprise. Other tourists also looked at it, also stunned. It seems that this blessing card has completed its mission. You can see that there is no writing on the back and it is empty. The words written by Yanhua and the two just now have completely disappeared. This surprised the tourists even more. It seems that the blessing plaque of King Fengagwen is really different. Many people had this idea. A woman even dragged her best friend to the prayer plaque stand and said to Kingguan, Taoist priest, give me a special blessing plaque. As she spoke, she had already swept up the merit money. Seeing this, Kingguan also handed her a special blessing plaque and took out a pen for her. After she took over the pen, she wrote on the blessing card, Xiao Xian and her husband will grow old together. When the best friend next to me saw this scene, she frowned and said, Xiao, do you still have fantasies about this kind of scumbag? What kind of man would have lipstick marks on his clothes, buy such heavy gifts for other women, and bring a gift for a baby? Maybe someone else has given birth to a baby outside. Xiao Xian didn't seem to hear what her best friend said, but she didn't pay attention at all. Instead, she handed the written prayer card to Kingguan, Taoist priest, I'm sorry to trouble you. Kingguan nodded, took the blessing card, and went to the ancient ginkgo tree to hang the ginkgo tree. But just when she hung the rope on the branch and before it was tied tightly, she saw the blessing card cracked into two halves and fell directly to the ground. Kingguan was shocked. Was it broken so quickly this time? Not even giving her time to tie her up? When Xiao Xian saw this scene, her face suddenly became extremely gloomy. My best friend immediately persuaded him, really? I just say that scumbags like Ma Jun are not worth lingering on. The tourists around also looked at this scene in surprise. Many couples who were originally eager to give it a try have backed away in fear. This happens 2 times in a row, which is a bit scary. Xiao Yu did not say anything. When Qingwan returned, she said again, Taoist priest, please give me another special blessing plaque. As she said that, she had already scanned a blessing card again. Kingguan looked at her doubtfully, but still handed her a special blessing plaque. Xiao Yu took the sign and wrote on it, I hope my husband and sister are not together. Kingguan opened her mouth when she saw this content, wondering what this person meant. It's impossible for you and your husband to grow old together. Don't you want your husband to be with your sister? Wait, something is wrong. The question was a bit too complex for her. Kingwon looked at the blessing sign that Xiao Xian handed over again, and could only take it, and then took it to the ancient ginkgo tree to hang it, but this time it was the same. When the rope was wound around, the blessing sign broke and fell onto the ground. Kingwon was stunned and hurriedly walked down. When she returned to the stage again, she clearly saw that Xiao Xian had a murderous look on her face. Taoist priest, give me another blessing plaque. Xiao Yu said immediately. Her voice was already a bit off, and she even broke down. The money was almost gone, and she had already swept away the 1,000 yuan of merit money. Kingwon could only give the other party a special blessing card. After Xiao Yu took it, she immediately wrote another line on it. I hope my sister's son has nothing to do with Ma Jun. Obviously, she no longer writes her husband, but her real name. My best friend was shocked when she saw this word Xiao. Is this impossible? Your sister often brings Xiao Yang to you. Taoist priest, please excuse me. Xiao Xian handed the blessing card over again. Kingwon no longer knew how to describe her current mood. She felt like she had watched a terrible and complicated family ethics drama. This relationship is complicated and she is a little out of her mind. In the end, she could only take the blessing card and go to the ancient ginkgo. Finally, there was still a snap, and the prayer card shattered. Kingwon was stunned as she stood on the folding ladder. She subconsciously looked at Xiao Ming with sympathy on her face. She didn't know whether she should go down, fearing that she would ask for the blessing sign again and something worse would happen. When her best friend saw the broken prayer card, she angrily pulled Xiao Xing away. Let's go and get the hair for a paternity test. Damn these disgusting guys. Xiao Ming was completely lost and allowed her best friend to pull her away. The tourists around were obviously stunned. Although they didn't know what the woman wrote on the prayer card, it was obviously not simple. Doing a paternity test obviously involves ethical issues. Judging from that person's appearance, it seemed that the warning on the blessing sign was accurate. The tourists around were completely overwhelmed by this, and many people wanted to hang up a special blessing sign. These people are very confident in their feelings or wishes, but many of them don't realize that the expressions of the boyfriends and girlfriends around them have changed and they are trying their best to act. Not long after, a voice of joy sounded. Honey, our prayer cards didn't respond. Haha, that means our prayers will last forever. Similarly, there were also angry voices. Can you explain to me why the prayer card cracked? Guo Lin didn't know what happened next. Yanhua's incident must have been enough to calm those tourists. After these tourists returned, the news spread enough to establish the authority of the blessing plaque. Just when he was about to enter Qingfang Temple, Guo Lin saw Xuanyun coming from the direction of the medicine field, holding something in his hand. Brother, look what this is. Xianyun took the thing and handed it to Guo Lin. It was a handful of tea leaves. Already grown? Guo Lin was surprised. These tea leaves were just planted not long ago. According to the age of the trees, it is impossible for tea leaves to grow at this time. However, due to the previous spiritual energy flushing, these tea trees were affected and sparse buds grew. Xuanyun nodded in surprise. Yes, tea leaves are originally from May to July. I didn't expect that these tea trees can still grow now. As he said that, Xuanyun said in a sullen manner, Senior brother, I didn't even listen to you when I said that the Taoist temple has such good things. Are you keeping it for yourself? Guo Lin was stunned. He didn't pay attention to this at all, okay? Moreover, there are a lot of tea trees, and there must be some tea leaves too. He can't drink them all by himself. Xuanyun said to him mischievously, Brother, the special effect of this tea is so amazing. This should be the spiritual tea or fairy tea in Taoist legends, right? It's no wonder that the masters in Taoist legends like to drink it. It's tea. Guo Lin was stunned when he heard this, and immediately realized that after being washed by spiritual energy, these tea trees might be different. Guo Lin thought about it and immediately asked Xuanyun, Have you drank this tea? You should have experienced the effects, right? Xuanyun immediately said excitedly, Brother, I have experienced it. It is amazing. Not only is it delicious, the tea has a charming aroma. After drinking this tea, it makes it easier for me to understand Taoist scriptures, and even my understanding of Qingfang Fist is easier. Profound. Guo Lin was really surprised when he heard this. This is a bit like the legendary Tao tea. During the Jin dynasty, Taoist tea was popular, and this Taoist tea had an enlightenment effect. Many people from the school even came to ask for Taoist tea to help them understand the school's knowledge. At that time, Taoism also had a special status. Guo Lin thought about it and told Xuanyun, well, since it's time to pick, you also say hello to Xianyang and ask him to bring Huang Bin over to pick all the tea leaves. Tea leaves must be picked when they are young to produce the best quality tea. Otherwise, after the tender stage, the quality of the tea produced will be much worse. Okay, senior brother. Xianyun nodded immediately and walked towards the Taoist temple. He actually wanted to ask his senior brother if the tea leaves could be picked. Guo Lin also walked towards the back of Qingfang Temple. Not far from the medicine field, you can see a lush white crane crown tea tree. Before, these tea trees were just tea saplings. Originally, he wanted to water them with spiritual spring water, so that when they grow, the tea trees can have special effects like those vegetables. Unexpectedly, these tea trees were also affected by the previous spiritual energy flushing, and obviously changed. It's just that he doesn't know the specific effects of this tea, and he can't tell Swan-yun that he doesn't know anything, so he can only come and see it in person. In fact, the relationship between tea and Taoism has been around for a long time. Shening, one of the 3 emperors worshipped by Taoism, was the first person to use tea. In Taoism, in addition to prolonging life, Tao tea is also said to be a health-preserving elixir. Drinking Tao tea for a long time can even prolong life. Unfortunately, there is no Daoka-level tea left. According to the old Taoist priest, only the tea leaves from the Dahongbao mother tree have this qualification. Unfortunately, who can get that kind of tea? There is no way to drink it for a long time. It is probably because of this effect of prolonging life that it has become the exclusive gift of the big shots in the capital. Guo Lin stepped forward and knelt down to inspect the tea trees. White crane crown is also a kind of tea that Taoist legends like to drink among Taoist masters. It is obvious that the tea leaves are growing very well. Moreover, the texture of this tea leaves is somewhat different from ordinary tea leaves, and there is an indescribable feeling in appearance and color. You can just see it and feel it, but you can't describe it in detail. After practicing basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, he has a very clear understanding of some things. Therefore, having this feeling shows that this tea is not simple. A moment later, Xia Qingyang and Huangbin followed Swan-yun and brought several baskets. These baskets were very well sealed and could be used to hold tea leaves. As for the work of welcoming Taoist temples, it is left to the believers who stay there. After all, these believers receive baptism in the quiet room every day and enjoy the illusion of the stone wall. It is normal for them to do small things to help the Taoist temple. Senior brother. Xia Qingyang brought Huangbin closer. He naturally learned from Xianyun that this tea tree had special effects, but there was surprise on his face, because he knew these tea trees. If he remembered correctly, these tea trees were planted not long ago. He saw it with his own eyes and remembered the time. Logically speaking, it is impossible for newly planted tea seedlings to grow tea leaves, but now these tea trees not only grow tea leaves, but the tea leaves also have special effects. I can only say that no one would believe this kind of thing if I told it to others. Therefore, he is also very curious about these tea trees now. You pick all these tea leaves. Guo Lin also ordered the other party, and at the same time he also picked some tea leaves and walked towards the Taoist temple. Naturally, he wanted to see the specific effects of this tea. Xia Qingyang and the others naturally took the basket and started picking tea leaves. Guo Lin returned to the Taoist temple, immediately went to the dressing room, entered the game immediately, and then looked at the tea he brought back. This is a white crane crown that has reached the level of Taoist tea. It is definitely a spiritual tea among teas. It is extremely rare and can be used to make tea. It has many special effects: tea aroma +2, aftertaste +2, learning and cultivation insights +2, extend life +2. Restrictions: using energy to stir-fry daoka according to the special method can preserve the effect. Otherwise, after picking, the efficacy of daoka will weaken as time goes by. When Guo Lin saw the note information, he knew that this was real Taoist tea. He probably also knows the effect Xianyun said, not to mention the tea aroma and aftertaste +2. This is the basic function of tea. Without the aroma of tea and that special aftertaste, who would love to drink tea? The better the tea, the better the aroma and the better the aftertaste. And this +2 learning and practicing comprehension is probably why Swan-yun gained special insights when he learned and practiced Qingfang Fist. This is definitely the Taoist enlightenment tea legendary in the Jin dynasty. Unexpectedly, under the wash of spiritual energy, these white crane crowns would also have such a special effect. I'm afraid that if the Daomen know about this tea, it will cause a sensation. The more powerful attribute is the attribute of longevity +2. This is the Taoist legend that tea is a health-preserving elixir. With this property, there is absolutely no problem in long-term use to prolong life. Then, he wanted to see the effect of the enlightenment attribute of the tea leaves, so he returned to the dressing room, made tea from the tea leaves he brought back and drank it. Not long after he drank the tea, a strange energy poured into his mind, making him instantly clear. Then a magical feeling appeared, as if I had entered a special realm under this clarity. He immediately waved his hand and saw the box on the table next to him open. Then, a slender flying knife was seen floating inside. With practice in the art of sword controlling, the objects he can flexibly manipulate have changed from silver needles to flying knives 2 fingers wide, made of pure aluminum alloy and similar in appearance to Xiao Li's flying knives. As soon as his hand flew away, the flying knives quickly started to rotate around him, like dancing elves, very free and elegant. Guo Lin's eyes lit up immediately. Although he was only proficient in sword controlling, he obviously felt more comfortable with it. He even gained some insights when operating it. the energy consumed in operating the flying knife became less. This effect is very big. Enlightenment tea is really awesome. Whether it was the attribute of longevity or enlightenment, he decided to drink this tea every day from now on. Thinking of the tea leaves from the tea tree, everyone in King Fengagwen couldn't finish drinking them every day. Naturally, the tea leaves must first be picked and then fried. Otherwise, the tea leaves will become old and the quality of the tea will deteriorate. If the tea is not fried in a timely manner using a special frying method, the special effects of the tea will also be weakened. However, he still needs a special tea frying method. He remembered that there seemed to be such a method in Taoist temples. Once upon a time, old Taoist priests tried to fry ordinary tea leaves, but they had no effect at all. Come to think of it, it's strange that tea leaves of Daoka level can't be roasted without energy. But it's different now. Not only does he have a special way to make tea, but there is also energy in the danchan, so this way of making tea will be useful. Then, Guolin immediately went to the scripture storage room, entered the space of the secret realm of the universe, searched among the Taoist scriptures, and soon found a Taoist miscellaneous scripture. It didn't take long for him to find out how to make special tea. It took Xia Qingyang and the others half a day to finally pick the tea leaves. Guolin also directly asked them to bring tea into the kitchen. After that, he began to fry the tea leaves according to the special Taoist tea frying method. Special Tao tea frying does not require the use of energy all the time, it only needs to be used in the final step. It seems to have the same effect as the previous refining of the false appearance pill. They all use energy for final closure. But think about it, one is to prevent the effect from weakening, and the other is to prevent the efficacy of the medicine from disappearing. The methods are similar and normal. But even so, tea consumes a lot of energy, so the key is not to fry too much at one time. One serving of frying will make more than 10 bubbles. At this speed, there is no way to finish frying even if the energy is exhausted. As the tea leaves were roasted, a strong smell of tea began to float out of the kitchen. The attribute of tea fragrance +2 is not weaker than the attribute of aura refined rice and alluring rice fragrance +2. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyan immediately closed their eyes and twitched the tips of their noses to enjoy. Soon, the tea leaves also drifted outside the kitchen. The live-in believers Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang also smelled it. Is this tea? It smells really good, a believer said in surprise. Yes. Wang Xiang nodded and said, the fragrance of this tea is better than the tea I have drunk that cost more than 100,000 yuan per caddy. I drank Dahongbao worth 300,000 yuan per caddy. Lin Ziyan said at this time, my dad got a little bit of it from somewhere. Just for the aroma of tea, Dahongbao is incomparable to this. These words made Wang Yang and other believers look at him with surprise on their faces. Is there such good tea in King Fengagwen? In the kitchen, Guo Lin quickly prepared a portion of tea. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyan also came over immediately, obviously attracted by the fragrance of tea. However, the two of them knew that what was even more magical about this tea was its special effect. Guo Lin put the fried tea leaves aside and picked up new tea leaves again and put them into the pot. Senior brother, we can also help. There is a pot next to it. Seeing this, Xuanyun asked eagerly. Xia Qingyang next to him also nodded. Guo Lin's eyes lit up when he looked at the two of them. Their dantians also had some energy, so they should be able to make some, right? Therefore, he also gave the two people the special method of making tea, especially where energy is needed. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun were naturally eager to try, they both wanted to learn such extraordinary skills. But when a portion of the energy was finished frying, the two of them were dumbfounded. The energy in their danchan had finished frying a portion of tea leaves, and then was exhausted. This left them speechless. But when they saw Guolin frying one portion after another of tea leaves, until 10, 20, or even 30 portions were still being fried, their eyes widened and they stood aside blankly. Brother, how much energy does this have? Time flies. As expected, Guolin exhausted all the energy in his body and was unable to fry all the enlightenment tea. To roast all these enlightenment teas, it would take 3 or 4 days. Therefore, after the energy was exhausted, he could only go back to the closet to restore energy. For the next 3 or 4 days, Guolin was completely immersed in the kitchen, frying the enlightenment tea wholeheartedly. But in the past 3 or 4 days, the topics of ancient ginkgo, prayer cards, and the Taoist priest King Fengagwen have spread quickly on the internet, and have quickly become hot topics. Just as Guolin thought, in such a short period of time, King Guan's traffic exceeded those of Dao Sec's top female internet celebrities. She is better than those female internet celebrities, not to mention the clothes of Lin Yuru and Zhao Linger. Naturally, the news about the special blessing plaque also spread quickly, and I don't know how many tourists came here just for this blessing plaque. Because the bug effect of the King Fengagwen blessing card has been spread, Guolin woke up early and saw relevant news, shocked. A couple secretly went to Qingfeng Temple to hang up their prayer plagues, but both of their prayer plagues were shattered. The meeting between the two parties directly turned into a martial arts performance. Guolin felt that the title was a bit difficult to understand. The boyfriend's prayer sign was broken, and his girlfriend's prayer sign was also broken. So whose fault is this? But when he saw the next hot topic, he was stunned. My sister went to do a paternity test for her son and her husband, and then directly chose to die together with her at home. Guo Lin was even more dumbfounded when he saw the news. Are the emotions in today's society so complicated? He actually thought of his own prayer card. If used well, this kind of thing should be completely avoidable. This will also allow many scumbag men and scumbag women to hide, it will allow many honest people to avoid having green grass on their heads, and it will also prevent many innocent boys and girls from being violated. This is definitely a great merit. After browsing the news for a while, a wish reminder sounded in his mind, and it must have started with Chen Xiang. He also dressed and left the closet. After eating in the morning, he returned to the dressing room again and used the basic qi refining method of 9 heaven Xian Jing to absorb the spiritual energy and refined rice spiritual energy. This time, he also made a cup of enlightenment tea. After drinking it, he entered that magical state of clarity again. In this state, he obviously felt that he had absorbed more spiritual energy from the refined rice today. This was because he had some insights and the consumption of the absorption process was reduced. If this is accumulated over a long period of time, the effect will be immeasurable, especially in the future. If spiritual energy appears in Qingfeng Temple, the spiritual energy absorbed through practice should be more, right? Therefore, drinking this tea is equivalent to adding a buff that increases experience. Guo Lin arrived at the main hall again and saw that Xia Qingyang, Xuanyun, and Huangbin had already started praying for some blessing cards. In the past 3 or 4 days, more and more tourists have come for the blessing plagues. The special blessing plagues at Qingfeng Temple have also been severely consumed. The previous 1,000 yuan has long been used up. Therefore, Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun must also pray for new special blessing cards. It's just a pity that those prayer cards are consumed and the warnings for tourists to set off are basically that the prayer cards are broken, and there are no good warnings until now. I don't know if this is caused by people's hearts or by society. While Guo Lin was thinking about it, he suddenly found that the fragment of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck was triggered, and a cool feeling poured into his mind. Then the evolutionary fog appeared, allowing him to see some evolution pictures. This is not an autonomous trigger, but the effect of a random trigger by Fulinx NZ. The fusion of the two fragments has added the function of independent perception, and the function of random triggering has not disappeared. Interesting. Guo Lin walked out of the Taoist temple with a smile and saw Pao and Li Menjiao coming up. I never expected that the relationship between these two people would be so pure and firm. Moreover, the final success of Pao, which allowed the county leaders to receive him in person, was actually related to Qingfeng Temple. As the sun gradually rises, more and more tourists visit Qingfeng Temple. The weather in August is the hottest time before autumn, and most tourists basically get up early in the morning to play. These tourists come to Qingfeng Temple, and many of them rush to the ancient ginkgo for the special blessing plagues. When Pao and Li Menjiao arrived at Qingfeng Temple, they went directly to the ancient ginkgo tree. In the past 2 days, they have been paying attention to the ancient ginkgo and blessing plagues. When they arrived here, they were eager to try it, but also a little scared. Do you really want to hang one? Don't we trust each other? Let's go! The two held hands and went to the stage where King Wan was sitting, and heard the excited conversation of 3 girls next to them. Husband, I knew you loved me. Liang, our prayer cards are not broken. Zhao Peng, the prayer card is not broken, our relationship will last forever. The 3 boys were obviously relieved and looked at each other. It turns out that this blessing card can still be deceived. Just now the female Taoist priest said that sincerely writing prayers can trigger a warning, so if they rush to write, not letting their girlfriends write, and write insincerely, then there won't be a warning, right? From now on, you can keep the red flags at home and continue having fun outside. Taoist master, here's a special blessing plaque. After Pao swept 1,000 merits, he got a blessing plaque from King Wan. After that, he and Li Menjiao wrote a prayer for a lifetime of love. Taoist priest, please excuse me. Li Menjiao politely handed the blessing card to King Wan. King Wan took the blessing plagues from the 2 of them and hung them on the ancient ginkgo tree as usual. This time, she hung the blessing plagues and saw that the prayer words written on the blessing plagues changed. I saw that the handwriting started to change color. But it's not the black color that the blessing plaque will break into, but a golden yellow, which is the same color as the ancient ginkgo viewing season. The words of prayer soon turned completely golden, and they were still spreading to the entire prayer card. Naturally, the concerned tourists saw this scene and were shocked. Is there such a change to the blessing card? How is this going? Just after this moment, the blessing card had completely turned into a golden color like the ancient ginkgo, and it was very conspicuous hanging on the branch. Obviously, this is the first time in so many days that the blessing card has been in such a situation. After King Wan came down, Li Menjiao hurriedly asked, Taoist priest, what kind of warning is this? King Wan looked at her and said, Donor, you are very happy, and your relationship is enviable. She didn't explain too much, but everyone could understand the meaning of her words. She looked at Apao happily and held his hand tightly. The next moment, 3 questioning voices rang out from the side. Husband, why don't our prayer cards look like this? Don't you love me? Liang, it turns out you are not sincere to me at all. Zhao Peng, you bastard. The 3 boys were immediately dumbfounded and felt like crying without tears. There was one more thing they wanted to say about MMP. Not far away, Guo Lin was also watching all this. During these times, the prayer signs hung by tourists do not have good warnings. This is a very bad phenomenon. Now at least it shows that etiquette and music are not broken, sincerity and beautiful things are always there. Taoist Master Guo. Apao and Li Menjao saw Guo Lin outside the Taoist temple and respectfully bowed to him. Both of them expressed their sincere respect for Taoist Guo. Only after personal experience did I know how powerful the Taoist master was. Hello, 2 benefactors. Guo Lin responded with a smile. The 2 of them followed Guo Lin into the Taoist temple. They first offered incense and prayed 3 times, contributing 6 points of wish power. After that, he went to the quiet room, received baptism 3 times, and contributed another 6 points of willpower. As old believers of Qingfeng Guan, they are all very familiar with this process. This is their blessing. After the 2 came out of the quiet room, they also went to the reception room and met Guo Linier. The Taoist priest is boiling water. Apao came forward and said, Taoist Master Guo, do you want to make tea? He now makes tea, and is naturally interested in it. Yes. Guo Lin invited with a smile, 2 donors, sit down. Thank you, Taoist priest. Apao also took Li Menjao to sit down and said, Taoist priest, your tea table is a bit poor. I will have 2 better tea tables delivered tomorrow. The donors spent money. Guo Lin did not refuse. After all, Apao is different from other believers. The other party's father supported him, and he accepted it. In the support relationship, he was 1 step closer than ordinary believers and Taoist priests. It's just a tea table, it's not a big deal. Then, he also asked Apao donor, how is your recent business going? Apao sighed, hey, it's not bad, but it's difficult to develop and grow. Although our Yushan is a major tea growing county, and there are many large and small tea factories, the quality of tea is generally low grade, and we can only make tea, low-end tea. But because there are many large and small factories, the market is chaotic, and it is impossible to gain a reputation unless we can get some high-quality tea seeds to grow. At this moment, the pot of water also boiled. Guo Lin took 2 cups and gave them to Apao and Li Menjao. Then he brushed the cups with his hands in front of them, and saw that there were some more tea leaves in the cups. This move immediately stunned Apao and Li Menjao. The Taoist priest had nothing in his hand just now. For Guo Lin, it was easy to do this with the magic bag. Then, he took the boiling water and poured it into 2 teacups, soaking the tea leaves completely in it. As some steam rises, an incredible aroma of tea wafts out. Apao also came back to his senses and asked in surprise, Taoist priest, what kind of tea is this? It actually has such a fragrance? Li Menjao was also intoxicated by the smell of the tea. This was the first time she knew that tea could be so fragrant. The smell alone also told her that this tea was extraordinary. Guo Lin smiled and said, drink. Apao nodded and immediately picked up the teacup and started drinking. Li Menjao did the same. After a cup of tea, the 2 of them had incredible expressions on their faces. Not only the endless aftertaste of tea, but also the feeling of suddenly entering a state of clarity in the brain. We all know that tea can refresh ourselves, but the refreshing effect is too terrible, right? Or even, is this feeling just refreshing? It seems there's more to it than that. Taoist priest, what kind of tea is this? It's so amazing. Apao was sure that this kind of tea would not have such an effect even with top-grade tea leaves. This is tea grown by us at King Fengguan, Guo Lin said with a smile. When Apao heard this, he hurriedly asked, Taoist master, can this tea be cultivated? If this tea is cultivated, it will be absolutely amazing. I am afraid it can sweep the tea market. Guo Lin explained with a smile, cultivation is possible, but the tea leaves will not have the effect of this tea after cultivation. It will be greatly reduced. Naturally, the effect of the tea aroma and the aftertaste will not change. These are naturally the information triggered by the evolutionary Bagua disc. This is normal. Enlightenment tea has this effect because it is washed by spiritual energy. If it is transplanted and cultivated, without the spiritual energy washing step, the effect will definitely deteriorate and weaken. In particular, the attributes of learning, practicing +2, and longevity +2 are basically gone. In the evolutionary information, the attributes of tea fragrance +2 and aftertaste +2 are still retained. Apao's eyes lit up when he heard his words, Taoist master, even if you only have this tea aroma and aftertaste, you can definitely dominate the tea market. With this quality, there is no problem in ranking among the top teas. If you use Taoist temple, if you put this tea and Taoist legends together, it can give this tea a kind of heritage, right? The more he talked, the brighter A Pao's eyes became. Then he thought of something and hurriedly said to Guo Lin, Taoist master, can't Taoist temples start cooperation in merit industries? Just like the flower garden on the mountainside, how about I cooperate with the Taoist temple and I will provide the funds? The Taoist temple produces tea tree species and creates a merit industry for the Taoist temple? If we cultivate and promote this tea, we can also create a tea brand of Qingfeng tea. Guo Lin laughed when he heard this. The future of the evolution of the Bagua disc fragments will not be wrong. Ah Pao will succeed. King Fengagwan will also become the biggest beneficiary of Qingfeng tea. Therefore, he also said to A Pao, you should talk to Xian Yang about the specific matters. Xie Qingyang had been in business before, so he was familiar with this aspect, so it was natural for him to leave all matters related to the Taoist temple's merit industry to him. Okay, Taoist Guo. A Pao showed excitement when he saw Guo Lin agreed. After greeting Guo Lin, he hurried to find Xie Qingyang. Guo Lin picked up his mobile phone and played Leisure Shushan again, but unfortunately, he didn't gain anything until noon. However, A Pao had already discussed the matter of Qingfeng tea with Xie Qingyang, and the two parties had signed a contract. After Qingfeng Temple, there will be another meritorious industry of Qingfeng tea. In the afternoon, A Pao brought the plan, which was obviously very resolute. The plan is not complicated. It basically involves contracting land, hiring people, and if tea saplings are cultivated, the tea trees in King Fengagwan will also need to be cut. Guo Lin only looked at these things briefly, and after understanding them, he handed them all over to Xie Qingyang. After that, he also went to the shady place behind the building where the toilet was located, where he could see a lot of incense. These are naturally the phantom incense he made before, and now they have reached the stage of yin incense. After about a week of using the yin fragrance, you can use the magic fragrance beads to transform these magic fragrances. At this time, Huang Bin's report was heard in the yard in front. Taoist priest, there are tourists in the main hall who swept their merits and gained good fortune. When Guo Lin heard this, he walked into the courtyard and asked, what did the tourists get? That tourist got a Taoist sign. Huang Bin immediately explained. He naturally knew the Taoist sign. The Qingfeng temple can already be sold for 500,000 yuan. There are many luxury cars parked there at the bottom of the mountain, and there are signs waiting for the road signs in front of the luxury cars. It's just a pity that no tourist has been lucky enough to get such a thing. Moreover, other Taoist temples have been learning to introduce similar Taoist and Buddhist amulets, but it is a pity that these people are copying cats and tigers and only making fun of them. Yeah. Guo Lin nodded and walked towards the main hall. There was already a tourist waiting in the main hall, and he was seen rubbing his hands together, his face full of nervousness and unconcealable excitement. He didn't expect that he was just bored and came to King Fengagwan to try the blessing cards and see if his new girlfriend was sincere to him. There is nothing I can do, this girlfriend loves to play, goes out drinking every day, and plays very late. The blessing card was not cracked, which meant that she was sincere to him. This was definitely good news, so he came to thank Shangxiang, who knew that after scanning the QR code to donate the merit money, he actually received a message saying that he had received the blessing card, Feng Shui, blessing. This made him dumbfounded with surprise. Before coming to Qingfengguan, he had naturally read relevant information and knew about the Qingfengguan Taoist plaque, which was equivalent to 500,000 yuan. There are always luxury cars parked at the foot of the mountain to collect road signs, but no one has ever obtained this road sign. He didn't expect that he would get it like this. He didn't think about Tao cards at all before coming. After a moment, he saw Taoist Guo from Qingfeng Temple enter the main hall. Deist Master Guo, hello, my name is Wei Shile. Wei Shile greeted nervously. He knew that this Taoist Master Guo was not only good at martial arts, but he also seemed to be proven to be able to tell fortunes a few days ago. Alms giver Wei, hello. Guo Lin returned the greeting and asked, I wonder what kind of blessing the Taoist card you received is. Wei Shile did not dare to hesitate and immediately handed the obtained information to Guo Lin. Feng Shui Taoist tablet. Guo Lin read the information and took some action. In front of Wei Shile, he took out a deep and heavy Taoist tablet from the magic bag and handed it to him. Donor Wei, with this for a Tao card, you can ask Xuan Yun from our Taoist temple to take a look at Feng Shui at any time. Naturally, you can also handle the Tao card yourself. Thank you, Taoist priest. Thank you, Taoist priest. Wei Shile looked at Guo Lin with a shocked face. He saw with his own eyes that this Taoist card was conjured out of thin air by the Taoist priest. Then, he took the sign with joy. The sign seemed to be made of wood, but after he took it, he found that the wood was surprisingly heavy, as if it were a piece of iron. But it is indeed made of wood. What kind of wood is so heavy? He wouldn't know that this was just carved by Guo Lin out of ordinary wood, and he just input energy into it to transform it. Others couldn't imitate it even if they wanted to. Thank you, Taoist Master, thank you, Taoist Master. Wei Shile then bowed out to Guo Lin respectfully and thanked him, full of sincerity. Just kidding, the other party just delivered something worth 500,000 yuan to his hands. Anyone can be sincere. Some people may just call him Dad. Soon, Wei Shile appeared outside the Taoist temple. As soon as he came out of the Taoist temple, he could no longer contain his excitement, jumped up excitedly, and even shouted. This made the tourists around him look at him in confusion. Neuropathy. Screaming in public is unqualified. Wei Shile didn't hear this. He had already rushed down the mountain. He wanted to exchange this card for money immediately. After all, Feng Shui was of no use to him. Therefore, asking that Taoist priest Xuanyan to read Feng Shui is definitely a fool. Of course it's 500,000. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain covered in sweat, he went directly to the luxury cars and shouted, I have a blessing sign, who wants to buy it? Almost at this shout, I saw drivers rushing out of those luxury cars one after another. The tourists and vendors all around also looked over instantly. Tao's sign. Not far away, a man with a goatee heard this and immediately took out his mobile phone to make a call. Qingfeng Guan saw a Taoist sign. This thing may be an opportunity to settle the past. Get that Taoist card, even if the price is doubled. A message came out immediately on the phone, a group's account cannot be passed easily, but be careful, the guy in King Fengguan is too evil. As soon as Wei Shile shouted the words, all the drivers who were sent by the boss to guard Qingfeng Mountain gathered around. Brother, did you really get the road sign? A driver asked immediately. Everyone knows that if you donate merit money to Qingfeng Temple and scan the merit code, you have a chance of getting a Taoist card, but the chance is too low, and each person can only scan it once a day. Even now, no one has obtained Tao cards. Drivers like them also go up the mountain once a day, donate some merit, scan the code, and if they are lucky enough to get a road sign, they can directly make the boss's money. Unfortunately, nothing has been found now. There are so many tourists going up to Qingfeng Temple every day, but no one is lucky enough to get the Qingfeng Temple Taoist plaque. Wei Shile did not hesitate, took out the Taoist tablet and said, this is it, the King Fengguan Feng Shui Taoist tablet. The moment he saw the sign, another driver immediately said, brother, my boss wants this express sign, and 500,000 yuan will be transferred to you immediately. How dare you give it away for only 500,000 yuan? My boss will accept 550,000 yuan. Another driver immediately shouted. His boss gave him a quota of 600,000. As long as the Qingfeng Guandao sign appeared, he would directly increase the price to grab it. Before, everyone discussed 500,000, but we didn't see the Tao sign, so we just stabilized the others first. As long as he buys it for 550,000, the remaining 50,000 is his. He just needs to report to his boss that he bought it with 600,000. The driver who made the first bid became angry. How can you increase the price? The bosses have negotiated 500,000, and whoever buys it first will get it. 650,000. But another driver shouted again, and he looked at the angry driver jokingly. Are both this man and his boss fools? 650,000 can be won. But just as the driver was thinking about it, another voice sounded, 1 million. Everyone looked towards the voice. It was a man with a goatee. He walked directly in front of Wei Shile and introduced, Sir, I am Lin Bao. I have great sincerity in buying this card. After saying that, he saw that there was another driver who seemed to want to make a quotation, and he immediately shouted to the driver, 1.5 million. So, shut up, I want this card. These words are very domineering. He also looked down on a group of drivers. The boss just gave them orders, and the other party's price authority was not high. Moreover, this is also a Feng Shui card. When looking at Feng Shui, people in Qingfengguan always have to go where they say they should, right? Then there is a lot of room for action. This card is even more inevitable. The price of 1.5 million really surprised the tourists and vendors around. The previous price of 500,000 to acquire Dao Pei was astonishing, but now it has tripled. 2 million. A voice suddenly appeared again. Goat-bearded Lin Bao was stunned. He looked around and saw a middle-aged fat man walking over with a smile. There were many bodyguards behind him. He came over and laughed and said, I didn't expect that. I wanted to go to Qingfeng Temple to seek help from Taoist Master Xuanyun. Once we get here, there will be people selling this card, then it will be easy. When Lin Bao saw Cheng Yaojin coming out of nowhere, he frowned and quickly bid 2.5 million. The middle-aged fat man mocked the next moment, haha, 2.5 million? At this price, what the hell is 2.50? I'll pay 5 million to compare the money, right? Let's see how much money you have compared with our Fujian Chamber of Commerce. As soon as these words came out, many people around him were in an uproar, and even Lin Bao's face became solemn, and gradually became ugly again. Because the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is famous, it is the Chamber of Commerce where rich people gather in Fujian City. How could he possibly surpass the Fujian Chamber of Commerce if he was richer and richer? Seeing that the other party had already shouted 5 million, he could only remain silent. The middle-aged fat man had already arrived in front of Wei Shile and said with a smile, This gentleman, my name is Zheng Nan. I am willing to spend 5 million to buy your Taoist cards. We can trade now. Ah, good. Wei Shiao almost went crazy with excitement. He didn't know if he was favored by the goddess of luck today. He originally thought that 500,000 yuan was an unexpected gain, but who knew that in the end, he got a grand prize of 5 million yuan. When he took out the Taoist cards, he felt his hand shaking. Similarly, the surrounding tourists and vendors all looked at this scene with envy. This is 5 million. Zheng Nan took the sign and asked someone to confirm it, then asked Wei Shiao for a bank number, and then called to give instructions. It is not easy to transfer 5 million yuan. The bank's review will take a lot of time. But if it were him, with the Fujian Chamber of Commerce present, Wei Shiao received the transfer information in less than 2 minutes. Zheng Nan didn't miss a penny. He knew that what happened at the foot of the mountain would definitely be known to the Taoist priests of Qingfeng Temple, so he had to do enough in this regard to represent their respect for Qingfeng Temple. Otherwise, if he buys this Taoist card, the Taoist priest will be unhappy and say that he did not get it and cannot replace it with others. Wouldn't that be very painful? This time, he was ordered by the president to invite Taoist Xuanyun back. They all know that Taoist Master Xuanyun is the former Master Qinglin and Taoist Master Qingyun, because they really have something to ask about Feng Shui. More than 10 years ago, the Chamber of Commerce asked Taoist priest Qingyun to go to the Zhen * building to check the Feng Shui and make arrangements. Over the years, everyone knows how great this influence has been. There were several major typhoons that were about to enter Fujian City. When they were almost approaching Fujian City, they were suddenly affected by some force, and then suddenly transferred to the plaster country. Everyone thinks this is the reason for Zhen * Lu. If it were once, then it was a coincidence, but it happened more than once. But starting from 2 years ago, a bronze mirror originally arranged by Taoist Master Qingyun fell from the town * building and broke into pieces. Although an identical mirror was hung behind the Chamber of Commerce, it was obvious that the Feng Shui pattern of the town * building seemed to have failed. Fujian City has experienced several typhoons in recent years. You can imagine how much impact a typhoon has on the entire Fujian City. Simply speaking, many underground parking garages in residential areas have been flooded, and every household's car has become soaked in water. This shows the seriousness of the situation. There is also water accumulation in the streets, which cannot be recovered for a long time after the typhoon, and the seaside, ports, and seas are even more affected. Fujian City is affected, and the business circle of Fujian City is naturally affected. The recent typhoons have been one after another. Typhoon number 10 Molara has now taken its embryonic form, and the Meteorological Bureau's prediction is that this typhoon may come to Fujian City. The impact was absolutely huge. Therefore, the president and committee members of the Chamber of Commerce sent him over and must respectfully invite Taoist Master Xuanyun back. After Zheng Nan got the Qingfeng Guandao plaque, he rushed towards Qingfeng Mountain without hesitation. Tourists around him followed him one after another. They were very curious about what the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple wanted from this man who spent 5 million to buy the Taoist sign of Qingfeng Temple. The man with the goatee followed suit. Being interfered by people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, they could only give up what they had thought before and see if there were any opportunities later. For a time, Zheng Nan was followed by a lot of people. Naturally, some people have uploaded the video online. They bought a road sign for 5 million. Naturally, such an amazing thing must be shared with everyone. It can be seen that this news will definitely hit the internet soon. After all, King Fengagwen has been very popular in the past 2 days, and buying a Taoist plaque for 5 million is really amazing. This is a lottery jackpot. Besides, the chance of winning the lottery prize should be lower than that of King Fengagwen, right? King Fengagwen, Guo Lin had returned to the office, took the mobile phone to control the game character, accepted a task, and hung up to complete it automatically. I just took on some tasks, but after completing them, I gained nothing. Now I can only hang up and take a look. When I walked out of the closet again, I saw Xia Qingyang arriving and reported, "Brother, someone just spent 5 million to buy that Taoist plaque." 5 million? Real or fake? Guo Lin was a little surprised. Could it be that some rich man knew that special elm coins could cure gastric cancer? That's not right. That Tao card is a Feng Shui card, not a Tao card. Xian Yun can only use it to see the Feng Shui. Is it possible that there is another rich man who is particularly superstitious about Feng Shui and wants to ask Xuanyun to take action? This is possible. After all, Xuanyun's 2 vests, Master Qinglin and Taoist priest King Yun, were very famous. Are you sure? Guo Lin asked. Xia Qingyang nodded and said it was said by a staying believer. A believer he knew happened to see this scene at the foot of the mountain. He also filmed it and sent it to a believer group. It was bought by a man named Zheng Nan from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. It's already heading up the mountain. It looks like it's time to use the Taoist sign. Guo Lin opened his mouth when he heard the confirmed news, and finally said, "Then prepare, go, and greet the other party." After all, the other party should receive him now that he has the Taoist card, and Xian Yun must take action to solve this lucky fate. Moreover, the other party's spending of these 5 million is also to enhance the reputation of our Qingfeng Temple. When you receive him, bring him to the main hall to see me. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded, and then went out to the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. He soon saw the crowd coming up the mountain. It was Zhang Nan and his party. Xia Qingyang had seen Zhang Nan from the Believer's video, and immediately said, Donor Zhang, please follow me. Zhang Nan was surprised now, and followed Xia Qingyang and said, Taoist Master, your Qingfeng Temple is really powerful. You actually knew that I was coming. You also knew my name and were waiting for me. Xia Qingyang said awkwardly, Donor Zhang, the video of you spending 5 million to buy Dao cards has been circulated, and we have seen it. Ha. When Zhang Nan heard this, she realized that she had flattered the wrong person, and said with the same embarrassment, the internet era is developing so fast. Entering the main hall, Zhang Nan also saw Guo Lin. He immediately said respectfully to Guo Lin, I've met Taoist Master Guo. He knew how powerful the Taoist priest Xuanyun was, and the fact that Taoist priest Guo was able to impress the Taoist priest Xuanyun meant that this Taoist priest was even more powerful. How could he dare to make a mistake? Guo Lin also saluted the other party, Donor Zhang, since you spent 5 million and came to Qingfeng Temple again, do you want to use this card? Zhang Nan did not hesitate and said immediately, Taoist Guo, we would like to ask Taoist Xuanyun to go to Fujian City to help us with Feng Shui. Hearing this, all the tourists following around were surprised. This person actually spent 5 million to ask a Taoist priest from King Fengiguan to do Feng Shui? Is reading Feng Shui so profitable? Lin Bao also heard this, and his eyes lit up again. In this case, would the Fujian Chamber of Commerce want to invite that Xian Yun to Fujian City? This seems to be an opportunity, and it's a good opportunity. Although the Fujian Chamber of Commerce ruined their plan, it also created an opportunity for them. As long as one falls into their hands, they should be able to attract the second one, and then everything will be easy. Guo Lin nodded. Seeing that the tourists were too crowded, he also invited Zhang Nan to the reception room, and then called Xian Yun. Xuan Yun also came soon and knew the reason. When he came in and saw Zhang Nan, he bowed, Donor Zhang, I wonder what Feng Shui you want me to help you with. Zhang Nan said without hesitation, Taoist Master Xuan Yun, do you still remember the Feng Shui of the Zhen Asterisk Tower that you helped us arrange 10 years ago? The Feng Shui of the Zhen Asterisk Tower that you arranged has helped us withstand many typhoons. We have always thank you very much. What? Xian Yun was dumbfounded. It seemed that I recalled some past events. It seemed that I was stuck in Fujian City for a special reason, and I had to reluctantly arrange some Feng Shui on that upstairs. But he swore that his was just simple Feng Shui. He was not sure whether it would be effective, let alone block any typhoon. How could he be regarded as a god? So, after setting up the Feng Shui, he changed into Master Kinglin's vest and left. Xuanyun never expected that more than 10 years later, those people from Fujian City would come to visit him again. I had no choice at first. I owed a favor and was stuck, so I had to go to the townhouse to arrange Feng Shui. But now looking at the Tao card in Zhang Nan's hand, it seems that he has been blocked again. The opponent has their Qingfeng Guan Feng Shui Tao card, so he has to take action. 2 years ago, Taoist Master Xian Yun, a bronze mirror you hung on the town hall fell and broke. Although the Chamber of Commerce ordered someone to hang up an identical mirror again, the Feng Shui seems to be useless. In the past 2 years, Fujian the city is in a bit of a bad situation under the typhoon, so please ask Taoist Master Xuanyun to take action. Zhang Nan said, and handed the Taoist card in his hand to Xuanyun with great respect. In this case, Xuanyun had no choice at all. If he hadn't entered the Qingfeng Temple, he could have escaped with his vest, but now that he had joined the Qingfeng Temple, he would have no place to escape after being blocked. Moreover, this Taoist sign was set up by his senior brother and represented the reputation of King Fengiguan, so he could only accept the Taoist sign in embarrassment. Thank you, Taoist Master Xuanyun. Zhang Nan's face was naturally filled with joy. Xuanyun was unable to respond. He could only pretend that he had something to prepare, so he called Huang Bin and ordered, take almsgiver Zhang out to offer incense. Yes, Taoist Master Xuanyun. Huang Bin nodded, saluted Zhang Nan, and led him out of the reception room. Xia Qingyang obviously saw Xuanyun's condition and asked, Xuanyun, is there something wrong with the Feng Shui that the other party asked you to see? Xian Yun nodded and sighed, I know some Feng Shui, but how can I withstand the typhoon? I'm not a god. This is a bit of a joke. Xia Qingyang smiled and said, they seem to be very sure that it is due to your Feng Shui. Xian Yun said helplessly, I did go to the town building to arrange Feng Shui, but I only remember that it was just an ordinary Feng Shui arrangement. I couldn't be sure whether it had any effect, so I don't know what these 10 why do they really think they can withstand typhoons during the year. It's okay to ask me to arrange ordinary Feng Shui. Some patterns and layouts, with scientific explanations can really have a good impact on people and the environment. But if you ask me to arrange Feng Shui to resist typhoons, it's really a joke. But don't worry, two senior brothers. Since the other party has obtained the Tao card, I will go over and do my best to arrange the Feng Shui. Maybe the typhoon may not actually enter Fujian City. After all, the Weather Bureau's forecasts seem to be often inaccurate. Even if a typhoon does come, I admit that my feng shui skills are limited, so that people don't have to mythologize about my feng shui skills. With that said, Swan Yun left the reception room. Since you want to look at feng shui, you naturally need to prepare some things. Guo Lin and Xia Qingyang looked at each other and looked at each other. Junior brother Swan Yun seemed to have been overly obsessed with myths in the past. Medical knowledge said that he could easily cure cancer, and feng shui now even believed that he could withstand typhoons. I'm afraid only true gods can use this method, right? Brother, what should we do now? Xia Qingyang asked. Let it go. Guo Lin could only say this. If not, let him arrange feng shui to block typhoons? He doesn't have the ability to do this either. However, one thing he is better than Swan Yun is that he has plugins. There may be related methods in the casual Shushan game. After all, whether it is Shushan swordsman or fairy sword and fairy, feng shui and other things are just small things and cannot be put on the stage. For example, there is the Feng Shui Bureau of King Huainan Cemetery and the Tianxi sect that specializes in feng shui. The same is true in Shushan swordsman. The secular way is related to feng shui, and some outer disciples of sects use feng shui arrangements to make money. There are even some evil sects that use feng shui patterns to find cemeteries to cultivate evil corpses or zombies for the purpose of control. Thinking about it, he also left the reception room, went to the dressing room, and then checked the task board. There are many tasks on the task board every day, including main tasks and side tasks. Every time the game character goes to a new city or town, or even in the wild, new side tasks may be triggered. After all, casual games are mainly about tasks, and they can also be completed automatically by hanging up. There is no need to PK like other games to fight monsters. And there are indeed a lot of things about feng shui, including side missions of removing corpses and visiting tombs. After all, the game characters have just left the novice stage. The most tasks that can be received at this stage are this type of tasks. Guo Lin also immediately controlled the game character and began to take on such tasks. Maybe there would be some feng shui gains? It's a pity that nothing was gained until late at night. Early the next morning, Guo Lin got up and checked the news. As he expected, the news that people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce spent 5 million to buy Qingfeng Dao brand spread completely in one night. Moreover, this thing has become a big hit. In the past, some people still questioned the 1000 yuan prayer card, but no one really questioned it this time because Zhang Nan's information can be found on Baidu. There is no way that this kind of person is just showing off under the banner of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. So, are the Taoist plagues of King Fengagwan so valuable now? Before, everyone thought that the 500,000 yuan received by the rich was an exaggeration. Who would have thought that it would increase by 10 times in the blink of an eye? This news has made many Taoist temples and temples red-eyed. Why? Everyone is a Taoist temple and they have all launched Taoist cards. Why? Everyone is a member of Taoism, so why is it that no one pays attention to the Buddhist amulets they introduce? Guo Lin left the waiting room. Xie Qingyang had already brought Chenxiang with him, but Xian Yun did not go to Fujian City with Zhang Nan immediately. It had been a long time since he had arranged a large-scale feng shui arrangement, so he delayed preparations for 2 days and planned to brush up on his feng shui knowledge. The more important thing is that this time, on behalf of Qing Fengguan, I must go all out to see if any of the feng shui I have learned is effective. Guo Lin didn't say much. It was just right to delay for 2 days. Maybe by completing all the side tasks related to feng shui, he might be able to get feng shui props. 1 day has passed. 2 days have passed. Then nothing was found. Guo Lin was a little numb, and when his face turned dark, it was always so dark. Therefore, Swan Yun procrastinated for 2 days to go through all the feng shui knowledge he had learned. He did not procrastinate any further and left Qingfeng Temple with Zhang Nan. Your account XXXX, income 1 million.00. Guo Lin looked at the income from the Merit Money WeChat account and had to sigh with emotion. Zhang Nan's attitude was completely sufficient. Not only did he spend 5 million to buy Taoist plagues to give King Fengagwan a huge face, but he also donated 1 million in merit money before leaving. Guo Lin didn't have much time to sigh when he saw Apao coming again. This time, Apao's father Linishan came with him, and he also brought a lot of tools. Taoist Master Guo. When the father and son saw Guo Lin, they bowed respectfully. Are the 2 donors here for the tea tree? Guo Lin asked with a smile. The merit industry contract for tea has been signed, and Apao has contracted the land in the shortest possible time, mainly because the 2 gentlemen in the county were very concerned about this matter. They knew that this industry was related to Qingfeng Temple. Especially when they saw the 3 words Qingfeng tea, they took the initiative to understand the situation with Apao, and later even made the tea in person. Call. No matter what the tea in King Fengagwan is like, Chen Li and Sun Xian obviously know one thing, that is, if this Apao can impress Taoist Guo, that explains everything. They knew that a Taoist master like Guo Deazang would not be able to easily respond to such a thing. If you agree, then there is no problem. Linishan immediately said, Taoist master, we are here just to cut and cultivate tea tree species, but before that, we first burn incense. He did not refuse after knowing his son's decision. Although his son would be working for King Fengagwan, for him, this was definitely a good thing. There is a master like Deazang Guo in Qingfeng Temple, and his son is blessed with good fortune. Donor please. Guo Lin nodded and welcomed the father and son in. After Linishan and Apao finished offering incense, they went to the quiet room to receive baptism before heading to the location of the tea tree together. Linishan had never drunk the tea from King Fengagwan, but he knew how great the tea was from his son, so he came here in person instead of pretending to be someone else. When he arrived at the tea tree, he also squatted in front of a tea tree, looked at the remaining tea leaves on it, picked one piece and put it into his mouth. In just a moment, the expression on his face was wonderful. This tea. As a person who has been involved in tea for decades, he immediately understood what this tea represented, and immediately told Apao's son, you must not tell others about this tea tree before the product is released. Dad, I know it's kept secret. Apao nodded immediately. When the father and son started cutting the tea trees, Guo Lin also returned to the office, logged into Leisure Shushan again, and controlled the game character to take on the task of Feng Shui. Anyway, Xian Yun has just set out. As long as he doesn't start to arrange Feng Shui and gets the relevant props, he can use them. Just give Xian Yun a call and give him an excuse to delay. Unfortunately, even when the sun went down, there was still no harvest. Just as he was about to put down his phone, Guo Lin saw a mission that interested him, exploring the Feng Shui of Beigong Mountain. Beigong Mountain is very famous in Kixia Game 4, which also involves the story of the 8 immortals of Huainan. In the plot of Kixia 4, the Beast-Skin Boy and his partners solved a huge Feng Shui scam here. The final victim of the scam was naturally the King of Huainan. To be precise, this King of Huainan is the kind of person who happily helps others count their money after being sold. Guo Lin clicked on the task and checked it out. This seems to be the mission issued by a Feng Shui master. I saw a sword fairy flying out of the Beigong Mountain, so I went inside to explore and found a large tomb. The Feng Shui pattern was revealed everywhere in this tomb, which was very magical. Young hero, are you willing to protect me when I enter the tomb? Are you exploring Feng Shui patterns in China? I will repay you. Guo Lin saw this and clicked accept out of curiosity. He wanted to see if some of the tombs of the Huainan King were the same as those in Kixia 4. You must know that the plot of the Huainan King's tomb in Beigong Mountain is still impressive, especially the Red Apiao. It's just a pity that the game's plot of King Huainan's exploration of Feng Shui has turned into a series of maze explorations. This serial maze exploration is somewhat similar to the serial material collection task. Guo Lin also spent some time to complete this task. Just when he was about to click to submit the task, Xian Yun called, brother, I have followed Zhang Nan and the others to the Zhen Asterisk building for on-the-spot investigation. After finishing the Feng Shui arrangement, we will go back. Guo Lin was helpless when he received the call. Xuan Yun has already started, so there is no need for him to rush to do this kind of Feng Shui task. After hanging up the phone, he clicked and submitted the task of exploring the Feng Shui of Beigong Mountain. Congratulations on completing the mission of exploring Beigong Mountain Feng Shui and obtaining a special Kongyuan Feng Shui stone. Guo Lin couldn't help but be stunned. How about playing with him? How many Feng Shui tasks have you taken on in the past 2 days? Nothing has been gained. Now that Xuan Yun has arrived in Fujian City and is on his way to the Zhen Asterisk Tower, a reward is suddenly given to him? However, after getting the items, Guo Lin did not hesitate and directly controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence, and he also returned to the dormitory. After closing the door, a thought entered the game, and then I saw the properties of the Feng Shui stone. This is a special Kongyuan Feng Shui stone from the Huainan King's tomb in Beigong Mountain. It does not seem to have a special Feng Shui effect in the construction of the Huainan King's tomb. Because it is blank and has not been used in any Feng Shui formations, it can also be used in any traditional or natural Feng Shui formations, and then draws the surrounding Feng Shui to provide energy. As long as energy is input into it and the Feng Shui runes on it are activated, Feng Shui can be activated. Stone. Guo Lin saw the note information and knew the function of this Feng Shui stone. The general meaning is that this Feng Shui stone can be used in any Feng Shui formation. Kongyuan probably means that Guo is not used in any Feng Shui. Otherwise, the Feng Shui stone will contaminate the Feng Shui source and cannot be used in other Feng Shui formations. And this Kongyuan Feng Shui stone means that it can be used in any Feng Shui formation. Guo Lin doesn't know how to arrange Feng Shui formations. Qingfeng Temple has this aspect of inheritance, but it is a pity that it has been lost when it comes to the old Taoist priests, let alone him. However, the note on this Feng Shui stone seems to say that it does not necessarily need to be considered as a Feng Shui formation. Natural Feng Shui formations can also use this Feng Shui stone. Natural formations refer to naturally occurring Feng Shui formations. As the saying goes, feng shui guarantees the bottom line. Many emperors like to build their cemeteries in such natural feng shui formations. Naturally, some natural feng shui formations do not naturally produce feng shui effects, and feng shui masters need to find them to stimulate the effects of these formations. One of the best ways for feng shui masters to stimulate this natural feng shui formation is feng shui stones. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to change the terrain, or make up for the lack of formation, and plant various plants in a large area. Guo Lin was a little eager to try it. He didn't know if Qing Feng Guan had a feng shui formation. After all, he felt that Qing Feng Guan's feng shui was good. Thinking of this, Guo Lin put the feng shui stone into his magic bag, quit the game, and tried around Qingfeng Temple. Unfortunately, he could not activate the feng shui stone. Obviously, even if Qingfeng Temple has good feng shui, it has not reached the level of feng shui formation. Otherwise, this mountain would have been discovered by ancient dignitaries and turned into a cemetery. Then there is no Qingfeng Temple on this mountain now. There should be cemeteries everywhere. It seems that we have to see if this feng shui stone can help Xian Yun. Thinking about it, he also took out his mobile phone and made a call to Xian Yun. But after waiting for a long time, no one answered. Are you already looking at feng shui? Guo Lin waited for a while and called again, but for half a day, there was still no answer. So busy? Guo Lin did not continue to call, but waited for a moment before continuing to make another call. This time the phone was answered again, and a voice came from the other side. Hello. It wasn't Xian Yun's voice. Who are you? Guo Lin frowned. Guo Lin frowned, but there was no sound from the other side. Snap! Hang up the phone. His frown deepened. Not Xuan Yun. Guo Lin continued to call, but this time he turned off the phone directly. Something is definitely wrong. Guo Lin went directly to the main hall and found Xia Qingyang, who was taking Lin Ziyan and the others to be baptized in the quiet room. Senior brother, what happened? Xia Qingyang asked in confusion. Guo Lin frowned and said, Xian Yun couldn't be contacted. Someone else answered his call and then turned off his phone. How could this happen? Xia Qingyang frowned and quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed Xian Yun's number. Although he respected his senior brother in Qingfeng Temple, his relationship with Xuan Yun was more like close friends. They were the same age, had the same encounters in seeking the path, and both joined Qingfeng Temple. It was a bit late to meet each other. But when the number was broadcast, he also frowned. Brother, if the phone is really turned off, will it run out of power? Guo Lin shook his head and said, I believe that someone turned off the phone. After all, someone else answered the phone before. Naturally, it is not ruled out that the battery is out. Contact that Zheng Nan. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded and immediately went out and took out the Taoist Temple travel guide. This travel record is to protect Taoist Temple members. Generally, Taoist Temple members will record where they go, what they do, and who they go with. This can prevent people from Taoist temples from having accidents when going out, or from being missing and unable to find them. This time Xuan Yun followed Zheng Nan to Fujian City. Not only were these recorded, but Zheng Nan's contact information and ID number were also recorded. In this case, if something happens to Xuan Yun, he can find Zheng Nan directly. After Xia Qingyang brought the travel record to Guo Lin, he directly dialed Zheng Nan's number. The call was quickly connected, and Zheng Nan's voice came over. Hello, Tiantong Shengzhen Zheng Nan. Hello, almsgiver Zheng, I am Xian Yang from Qingfeng Temple. Xia Qingyang introduced himself. Fujian City. In an office, Zheng Nan was making tea with her friends. When she heard the sound, she immediately stood up and said respectfully, it turns out to be Taoist Master Xian Yang. I wonder what the chief's orders are. No wonder, when he went to Qingfeng Temple, he not only invited Taoist Master Xuan Yun, but also learned about Qingfeng Temple. Not only is that Taoist priest Guo powerful, but Taoist priest Xian Yang is also an expert. At such a young age, he could kill a world black boxing champion with one blow. How terrifying is this? It's just that he doesn't understand why this person called him suddenly. The friends next to him also looked at Zheng Nan subconsciously. After all, they also knew that Zheng Nan had invited the Taoist priest Xuan Yun to come over and arrange the feng shui for the Zhen Asterisk building. Many people in the Fujian Chamber of Commerce have heard of this legend. In the past, when typhoons were approaching Fujian City, they suddenly turned around and went to other places. Others were confused and didn't know what happened. However, there were rumors in their Chamber of Commerce that it was because of the feng shui of Zhen Asterisk Tower. Later, it was also because a bronze mirror in the feng shui tower fell and broke, and the feng shui was broken. In the past 2 years, Fujian City has been affected by typhoons. Therefore, this time, the president asked Zheng Nan to personally invite Taoist Master Xuan Yun over. Most people have no access to these things, and they are only circulated on a small scale within the Chamber of Commerce. Xian Yang immediately said, Donor Zheng, we can't contact junior brother Xuan Yun. It seems that someone else answered his call. I wonder what happened. How could this happen? Zhang Nan was startled and immediately said, Taoist Master Xuanyun went to see the Zhen Asterisk building. There is a special person to receive him. I will ask you questions right away. Sorry for the trouble, Xian Yang said. After Zhang Nan hung up the phone, she didn't dare to neglect and made another call. The other person was the person who specially received Taoist Master Xian Yun. He has checked too many things about Qingfeng Temple, especially that Taoist priest Guo. It is said that he used a few talismans to let a family with strong power and financial resources directly go in and use the sewing machine. Although this is a rumor and has not been confirmed, it is groundless. Moreover, the rumor is also spread among a small group of wealthy people, so it should not be false. This Taoist priest Xuanyun was brought out by him from Qingfeng Temple. If something goes wrong that makes Taoist Guo unhappy, it wouldn't be too bad if the other party gives him a try. The call was connected quickly, and he immediately asked the other party, Old Zhao, where is Taoist Master Xuanyun? Are you with him? The voice of Lao Zhao from the opposite side came, Mr. Zhang, Taoist Master Xuanyun has returned to the hotel. He said that he wanted to study the specific feng shui pattern of the Zhen Asterisk building, and then decide how to arrange it. Is he in the hotel now? Zhang Nan asked immediately. Yes, Lao Zhao replied immediately. Zhang Nan hung up the phone and immediately said to her friend, sorry, I have to go out first. The friend next to him also nodded, and he could tell from Zhang Nan's words that something happened. Zhang Nan also went straight to the hotel. The hotel was arranged by him. The Huntu Hotel was also the hotel of the president of the Chamber of Commerce. But when he arrived outside the main suite of the hotel where Master Xuanyun lived, he rang the doorbell more than 10 times in a row, but found that there was no response at all. This made his heart skip a beat. Something could really happen, right? Even if Taoist Xuanyun didn't hear it, they also arranged 2 special receptionists to serve as assistants to Taoist Xuanyun, naturally to protect Taoist Xuanyun. There was no way they hadn't heard it. Zhang Nan didn't dare to hesitate and immediately called the hotel manager. Mr. Zhang. The manager knew Zhang Nan and greeted him respectfully. Hurry up and open the door. Zhang Nan immediately ordered. Okay, Mr. Zhang. The manager nodded immediately and asked someone to bring the master key. After a while, the door to the presidential suite opened. Zhang Nan entered the room, his expression suddenly changed, and he saw 2 people lying on the ground. Weren't they the ones they arranged? Problem occurs. He rushed inside and searched inside, but did not see Taoist Master Xuanyun at all. What the hell happened? Zhang Nan immediately stepped forward to check on the 2 people, but they fainted. He immediately stepped forward to wake them up. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Zhang Nan looked ugly and asked quickly, what's going on with you? And where is Taoist Master Xuanyun? The 2 of them were obviously confused and shook their heads hastily, not knowing what was going on. Damn it, waste. Zhang Nan scolded, and quickly took out his mobile phone and made a call. President Wu, it's bad, Taoist priest Xuanyun is missing. Not long after, a middle-aged man appeared, followed by a dark group of people. King Fengedwen, Guo Lingyi and Xia Qingyang had been waiting for news about Zhang Nan, but as time passed, no news came at all. This also made the 2 frown even deeper. Senior brother, something might really have happened. Xia Qingyang has experienced everything and will not be naive to have illusions at this time, but he didn't know why Xuanyun was targeted and who the other party was. At this moment, Xia Qingyang's cell phone rang, and the number was Zhang Nan's. He immediately pressed the speakerphone to answer, and Zhang Nan's urgent voice came over. Taoist Master Xianyang, I'm very sorry, Taoist Xuanyun disappeared in the hotel. We arranged a 5-star hotel for Taoist Master Xuanyun, and also arranged 2 assistants, but the 2 assistants were immediately knocked unconscious. They didn't even know what happened. They only knew that they smelled something before they fainted. Smells like smoke. Our president also personally checked the hotel's surveillance. There was a period of time when the surveillance footage was no longer available. Moreover, no one at the hotel noticed anything unusual. We used a special relationship to invite people from the city's criminal police team to investigate, but nothing was gained. This was a premeditated thing, but we still don't know why the other party took Taoist Xuanyun away. Got it. Xia Qingyang looked at Guo Linear. Tell him that I will go to Fujian City. Guo Lin said and walked directly outside the Taoist temple. Being able to get Xuanyun out of a 5-star hotel silently and with people around him is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Moreover, with such deliberate efforts to get Xuanyun away, he even speculated whether it might be the secret power of the Taoist section. After all, King Fengedwen has not offended anyone recently. Of course, it is also possible that it is someone whom Xuanyun has offended before, but if it is just the rich people that Xuanyun has contacted before, it is impossible for him to have this ability, right? It's a pity that the opportunity to evolve independently from the fragments of the 8 diagrams disc has not been restored, otherwise the reason will be known after evolving. However, by activating the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xian Jing to sense, this time the opportunity for independent evolution is almost restored. After getting off Qingfeng Mountain, Guo Lin went directly to the train station and bought the fastest ticket to Fujian City. Along the way, Guo Lin's face was a little gloomy. He simply took out Leisure Shushan and started playing. He didn't gain anything along the way, which made him feel even worse. After getting off the train and heading out to the station, a dark group of people surrounded him. The leader was none other than Zhang Nan. When he saw him, he said respectfully, "Master Guo, the car has been arranged for you." As he spoke, he even swallowed his saliva. Facing this Taoist Guo, he was really under tremendous pressure. After all, those rumors show that this Taoist priest Guo is very scary. At this time, a middle-aged man also walked up. Zhang Nan also immediately introduced Deazang Guo. "This is President Wu of our Fujian Chamber of Commerce." Deazang Guo, "I'm very sorry. This kind of thing happened in my place. Don't worry, I will definitely give an explanation to King Fengagwen. If you have any questions, please feel free to tell our Chamber of Commerce." President Wu's tone was also very polite, because he knew how powerful Taoist Master Xuanyun was. More than 10 years ago, when Taoist Master Xianyun arranged the Feng Shui, he was also with the old president, and he personally experienced the magical things where typhoons suddenly changed their course when approaching Fujian City. But Taoist Master Xuanyun is so powerful, yet he is impressed by him and treats him with such respect, which undoubtedly does not mean that he is so powerful. More importantly, he has better information than Zhang Nan. Not only does he know that the family was sent to use a sewing machine with a few talismans by Deist Guo, but he also knows that Deist Guo actually cured the stomach cancer of a rich man's daughter. Therefore, even if he is the president of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, a stamp of his feet in Fujian City can make Fujian City shake 3 times, but he still has to treat this Taoist priest with a humble attitude. No one wants to offend a strange person like Deazang Guo. "President Wu, you're welcome." Guo Lin also bowed in return. The other party was polite and put down his attitude, and he naturally returned the gesture. President Wu also invited Guo Lin, "Director Guo, let's arrange for you to go to the hotel first. People from our Chamber of Commerce have already tried their best to find Director Xuanyun, and the police have also asked people to help. I will be notified as soon as possible if there is any news." "Yeah," Guo Lin nodded. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place in Fujian City. Following President Wu and the others outside, they saw a row of motorcades lined up on the street, with men in suits standing in front of each car. This formation attracted many people to watch, which was obviously President Wu's arrangement. President Wu invited Guo Lin to get into a luxury car. As soon as he got in, Guo Lin's eyes lit up. The chance of evolving the Bagua disc fragments has been restored. He also immediately took advantage of this opportunity to evolve independently. In an instant, a thick fog of evolution appeared in front of him. He also immediately started to talk about Xuanyun. Then, one picture after another appeared in front of his eyes. Just a moment later, his brows gradually relaxed. "This old guy. It turns out that he is still very old." President Wu and Deputy Chairman Zhang Nin looked at Guo Lin in confusion when they heard this, not understanding what Director Guo meant. Soon, the fog of evolution in front of Guo Lin's eyes completely dissipated, and a smile appeared on his face, with a hint of murderous intent. "Just hope Xian Yun is fine. However, some people are really haunted and eager to die." Chairman Wu saw all the changes in Guo Lin's expression and subconsciously asked, "Dao Zhang Guo. President Wu, go to Dali Jiachen." Guo Lin ordered with a smile. Chairman Wu was confused. Dali Jiachen was a shopping mall building with a large second-hand market. What was Deist Guo going there to do? However, he immediately ordered the driver to go to Dalajia City. When he arrived at the parking lot, he got out of the car immediately and walked straight towards the elevator. President Wu looked at this scene with confusion and hurriedly followed. Guo Lin entered the elevator and went straight to a store selling second-hand mobile phones. "Taoist?" The store owner glanced at Guo Lin doubtfully and asked, "Want to buy a mobile phone? Or?" Guo Lin looked at the other party with a smile. "Mr. Wang, you should have picked up a mobile phone on Fufei Road. That is my junior brother's mobile phone. Please return it." Yes, it was this person who answered the phone before and then turned off the phone. Obviously, the person selling the second-hand mobile phone had no intention of returning the phone. Wang Yu suddenly looked at Guo Lin in astonishment, quite dumbfounded. He picked up a mobile phone there because he sold second-hand mobile phones and the mobile phones were easy to dispose of, so he really didn't want to return them. But he never thought that someone would come to him directly. The key was a young Taoist priest, but this Taoist priest looked familiar. "Taoist priest, did you admit the wrong person?" "I didn't pick up the phone," Wang Yu said hurriedly. Naturally, he couldn't admit it, because he himself has some unofficial mobile phones. Who knows if the other party is digging a hole for him? Guo Lin frowned slightly when he heard this. Human heart. He originally thought about paying for it, but at this moment, President Wu and Zhang Nan also came over with people. Behind them were big men in suits. They immediately surrounded the store and looked at Wang Yu eagerly. Wang Yu was frightened when he saw this scene, and some movie plots suddenly appeared in his mind. Someone picked up a mobile phone, but there was a secret hidden in the mobile phone, and then he was found by a murderous organization. When Wang Yu thought of this, he was so frightened that he opened a drawer and hurriedly took out a mobile phone and put it in front of Guo Linear. He even turned pale and said, "I haven't read anything on this phone, and I haven't had time to crack the password yet." Guo Lin took the phone and walked out without saying a word. President Wu and Zhang Nan were surprised. They understood that the cell phone should have been lost by Taoist priest Xuan Yun. But how did Guo Daozhang know that it was this person who picked it up and find it accurately? From the look of the boss, it was obvious that he didn't want to admit it. It was impossible for him to tell Dao Kang Guo. Sure enough, this person has abilities that are difficult for them to understand. The boss breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Guo Lin and his party leaving, but he was still worried. He immediately saw the store closed and left. Then he made a hurried phone call. "Honey, I seem to be in trouble. I have to leave Fujian City immediately and hide for a while. You must take care of yourself." Guo Lin had already left Dali Jiachen with President Wu. The convoy on the street and the majestic scene attracted the attention of many people. In the darkness, several people were already staring at this place, and their eyes were on Guo Linear. One person said directly to the goatee man next to him, "Lin Bao, you are really right." Lin Bao said with a smile, "So, the old Taoist priest doesn't have anything to say. Now the rightful master has arrived, but this man's force value is very high. We have to make a careful calculation." After getting on the bus, Chairman Wu wanted to ask Daozhang Guo how he knew that the boss had picked up the mobile phone. He thought about many possibilities, but these possibilities were all denied by him, because Dao Kang Guo was in Yushan before and was not here in Fujian City at all. Even if Yushan asked their Chamber of Commerce to find the phone, even if they could find it, they wouldn't be able to immediately know who checked the phone. But no matter how curious he was, he couldn't ask. It was very rude. Therefore, he could only ask Daozhang Guo, "What about us now?" Guo Lin also said, "Go to Xinhua Community." Chairman Wu still didn't know what this man was going to do in Xinhua Community, but he immediately ordered the driver to do it. The driver immediately turned around and headed for Xinhua Community. Other vehicles brought by President Wu also followed suit and drove away. Secretly, Lin Bao led others to watch this scene. "Lin Bao, when are we going to take action?" asked someone next to him. "Now is not the time." Lin Bao shook his head. "People from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce are here, and there are too many people from the other side. We must find opportunities." To be honest, the power behind them is very covetous of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. After all, they have a lot of money and power. Moreover, wandering gods are popular here in Fujian City, and hundreds of gods, large and small, are worshipped. It stands to reason that this is easy to control. But on the contrary, they are very exclusive. Even the wandering gods are clan-based, regional-based, and business guild-based. Every time they believe in gods and go on a spiritual tour, they have their own dedicated person in charge. For example, in a clan, there are clan elders who specialize in presiding over sacrifices. The wandering gods are responsible for the efforts of specially trained clan members, so there is no need for outside suanmen to participate, and they cannot participate. To them, all Taoist priests and monks are lies, and their own inheritance is better than these. In addition, the Fujian Chamber of Commerce has too much energy, and he does not want to cause trouble. If the plan of the master and a few Huang Lao can succeed, then the Fujian Chamber of Commerce will be nothing. However, if Qingfeng Guan can be solved, the plan should be able to go a step further. The Huang elders have already guessed that Qingfeng Guan really has a heritage. Maybe the Taoist sect has a real inheritance in Qingfeng Temple, but the entire Taoist sect, even the Buddhist sect, has actually lost its inheritance. This is why there has never been any supernatural power on either side. It's just that Daozhang Guo is a bit evil, and he needs some support to deal with the other party. As long as he can deal with Daozhang Guo and other people in Qingfeng Temple, then they will have no problem controlling Qingfeng Temple. Thinking about it, Lin Bao made a phone call and went out. As soon as the phone call came through, a voice came from the other party. "Lin Bao, how are you handling things over there? I've already lured the man from King Fengguan to Fujian City. I need manpower." Lin Bao directly stated his request. Many old factions in the Taoist sect will cultivate some special force, especially the one they inherited. They used to rely on the special force they cultivated to guide the common people, and finally set off huge waves, and finally almost overthrew a dynasty. Moreover, even without this inheritance, among Taoist sects, many Taoist factions were landlords in ancient times, and they also had some lending businesses. If you have a lending business, you will naturally have the power to collect debts. It's just that in modern society, the law does not allow some Taoist things. On the contrary, Taoism has become purer, but the inherited things are. Everyone who understands understands. However, it doesn't matter if they do it secretly, right? After all, doing big things requires money. If you have money, you can naturally support many capable people. Okay, I will transfer some people from Fujian City to you. Another voice came from the other side. Lin Bao immediately laughed when he heard this. Then I'll trouble President Li. When the matter is resolved, King Fengagwen will have to trouble President Li later. With President Li in the Taoist Association, many things will indeed be easier to handle. Let's settle the matter first. Chairman Li's voice came again, and then he hung up the phone. Not long after, Guo Lin and President Wu arrived outside the Xinhua community. Xinhua community is an old community. The facilities are old and the functions are not perfect, but the greening of this community is very good. The tall banyan tree in the community alone is very eye-catching. The car was blocked by a security guard when it was about to go in. However, as soon as Zhang Nan came forward, the security guard no longer dared to block it. The car stopped in the community, and Guo Lin walked straight towards the banyan tree in the middle of the community. President Wu was even more confused. Could it be that Taoist Guo is coming to this community to find Taoist Xuan Yun? In the dark, Lin Bao had followed him a long time ago and appeared in an alley not far from Xinhua community. You can see that more people have gathered around him, all of them are strong men. Is it possible that the old Taoist priest Xuan Yun is really still inside? Lin Bao said with a frown. A person next to him immediately said, it's impossible. Our people searched it all over the place and even went door to door to ask. There's no such thing at all. Lin Bao nodded when he heard this. Indeed, he had looked for them all. He really didn't expect that Xian Yun would be so cunning, that even Li Xiang couldn't deal with him and let him escape. Guo Lin took people to the banyan tree. You can see many old people dancing in the square under the banyan tree. These old people are very eye-catching. To be honest, these old people are really weird. As soon as they get on the bus, their legs become weak, and they lose strength after standing up. But when they danced in the square, they came alive. In weather like this, when the sun was still out, they were able to dance. It would be impossible for a young person to have such physical strength. Xian Yun, I'm here. Guo Lin shouted to the group of square dancing ladies. This scene stunned President Wu and Zhang Nan. What? Xuan Yun is among these square dancing ants? They hurriedly tried their best to find the voice of Taoist Xuan Yun, but except for the ant, there was no sign of Taoist Xuan Yun at all. But at this moment, Taoist Master Xuan Yun's voice sounded, brother, you are finally here, I am here. Then, under the incredible gazes of President Wu and others, an ant ran out. The ant ran forward and bowed respectfully to Guo Linear. President Wu and Zhang Nan just looked at this person dumbfounded. Taoist priest Xuan Yun? I saw the ant took off the hood on her head, which turned out to be a wig, then ran to the side, took a bottle of mineral water, and poured it on her face. After a while, makeup was put on his face. Although his face was ugly, it was indeed Xian Yun's appearance. President Wu and Zhang Nan looked at this scene in surprise. Taoist priest Xuan Yun's makeup skills are also amazing. Guo Lin also laughed. If it weren't for the evolution results, he would definitely not be able to find it by himself. Therefore, ginger is still spicy when old. Xian Yun has been able to practice hard for decades and travel to various places without getting hurt. He is not only capable of driving a vest, but also has many abilities. Zhang Nan asked anxiously, Taoist Master Xuan Yun, what happened? When Xian Yun heard this, he cursed, are you asking me? You can smell the fragrance just after taking a shower. I don't know where the bastard came from, using this method to deal with an old man like me. Fortunately, I'm an old man who has practiced martial arts, so the fragrance didn't completely fascinate me, and I even rushed out. Okay, there's nothing to be angry about. I want to help you get revenge. Guo Lin said with a smile and went straight outside Xinhua community to look for him. This scene made President Wu and Zhang Nan look at each other even more. Does Mr. Guo even know the murderer behind this? Moreover, look at this posture, the other party is nearby? This is incredible. Even if the police handle the case, they can't be so fast, right? The other party seems to have appeared and knows everything. For a moment, President Wu and Zhang Nan felt that this Taoist Guo was really full of mystery. When Guo Lin walked out of Xinhua community, Lin Bao and others saw Xian Yun behind him. Damn it, he's still in this community. Lin Bao frowned suddenly. Could it be that he wanted to insult us in this way? A person next to him asked, after all, we have been looking for so long and still haven't found anyone. Lin Bao glared at the man, not wanting to answer the question. Instead, he stared in the direction of Guo Lin. Anyway, this Taoist Guo has been attracted. We will find a way to greet him later. Why is he facing him? Are we here? Lin Bao was suddenly stunned. The people around him were also stunned. After Dao Kang Guo, came out of the community, he seemed to be walking towards them, keeping his eyes on this place. Were they exposed? At that moment, Lin Bao saw Taoist Guo looking towards him. The two people's eyes just looked at each other. Oops. Lin Bao's expression changed. They were really exposed. But how is it possible? When the other party came to Fujian City, they had been hiding in secret and did not show up at all. Besides, how does the other party know that people like him are in this alley? Just kidding. Guo Lin did see Lin Bao, just like in Evolution. The same neighborhood. In the Evolution, the other party will also go to that alley to spy on him. So, he understands everything. Damn it. Lin Bao frowned and cursed angrily. He knew the abilities of Taoist Guo. That kind of blue stone would break if he slapped it. Who dared to slap it, let alone people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce? There is no advantage at all in this case. However, they were not in too much of a hurry. They were still separated by a street. The streets on both sides were 8 meters wide, and there was a railing in the middle. Cars coming and going had to go around the overpass a few hundred meters away. Otherwise, if you run off the road, you will 100% be hit by a passing car. That's even better. Therefore, it is impossible for the other party to catch up with them. At this time, a person next to President Wu also noticed something strange about Guo Lin, and looked along and discovered Lin Bao and others. He shouted hurriedly, "Those people." Obviously, President Wu also has capable people around him. President Wu waved his hand directly when he saw this. Most of the people around him had already rushed out. How could Guo Lin let those people escape as they wished? He rushed directly to the street at an extremely fast speed. Because of the lightness and force-relieving properties of the cloth shoes under his feet, coupled with his physical fitness, the speed was terrifyingly fast. President Wu was instantly surpassed by him. Each of these people looked at Guo Lin's back in shock. Immediately afterwards, they stood there in shock with their eyes wide open. What did they see? The Taoist priest did not rush toward the overpass next to him, but rushed straight out of the street without stopping, ignoring the passing vehicles. He suddenly jumped over the cars on the street and landed on the railing in the middle of the street like flying. The drivers of the passing vehicles only felt a black shadow flying above their heads. Many were startled and stopped their cars. The driver behind him could clearly see a figure flying up the street to the railing in the center of the street. He stood on tiptoe, jumped up again, and flew towards the other end of the street 8 meters away. Qinggong? Is this a joke? Bump! There was the sound of a vehicle collision. The streets were in chaos for a while. This scene even shocked President Wu and Zhang Nan behind him. Is this Taoist Guo still a human being? He quickly ordered, "Take care of the scene, do a good job, and don't cause trouble to Daozang Guo." "Okay, President," Zhang Nan said immediately. Almost at the same time, Guo Lin had landed firmly on the other side of the street and looked coldly at Lin Bao and the others. Fuck! Lin Bao suddenly turned pale, and he and the people around him turned around and ran away in fear. The forces behind them had investigated a lot of information about Daozang Guo, but they did not tell them that Daozang Guo could fly. Humph! How could Guo Lin let these people escape? He quickly chased into the alley, and then saw a flying knife being summoned from the magic bag with a wave of his hand, and it floated directly around him under the sword control skill. With another wave of his hand, the flying knife flew out quickly, so fast that no shadow could be seen. Immediately afterwards, a series of miserable howls began to be heard. The person running at the end only felt severe pain in his legs, and his hamstrings were broken. He could no longer use his strength and rolled forward directly, followed closely by the second, third. The moment Lin Bao heard the sound, he hurriedly looked back to see what was going on. At that moment, he also felt severe pain in his legs. He couldn't use any strength at all and rolled out with the same scream. On the wall. When he saw the scene behind him, there was no trace of blood on his face, and all the people he brought had rolled to the ground. Moreover, what he saw was a flying knife flying and jumping next to Taoist Guo like an elf. With a wave of his hand, the flying knife disappeared instantly. Lin Bao's eyes widened in shock. This guy is not human at all. Damn it! The power behind them has no information at all, and they actually want to rob the other party of King Fengagwen. Guo Lin looked at this scene coldly without any mercy. It was impossible for these people to reattach the hamstrings that he had destroyed. In ancient times, there was a Taoist priest who went down the mountain with a sword to kill people, but he just went down the mountain to kill a few people. Moreover, he believed that the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would handle the follow-up matters well. In a moment, President Wu's people arrived with the sound of footsteps. When they looked at the scene inside, they all looked at Guo Lin in awe. There are many people on the other side, but how much time does it take? Did this Taoist priest get rid of all the people? Being able to do that thing silently in the hotel, these people are definitely not simple, and it also shows that this Taoist priest is terrifying. Guo Lin walked towards Lin Bao. Naturally, he wanted to take something from him. It's not over yet. President Wu, Zhang Nan, and Xian Yun also arrived at the alley quickly. As for the two ends of the alley, people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce were already blocking it. No one would come in to disturb them for the time being. There are even President Wu's people taking action on the streets, mainly to help Daoist Guo deal with the aftermath. The commotion Daoist Guo made just now was really big. At least the driving recorders of those cars need to be fixed first, as well as the street cameras. President Wu didn't know if Deist Guo cared about this. Anyway, it was always right to deal with it first to avoid trouble. Just to be on the safe side, I'll find someone to shoot a hanging video here when the time comes. As for the alley, no one saw it, and now it was stopped by people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce and put up a maintenance sign. Entering the alley, only Xian Yun was not surprised. After all, they, King Fengiguan, are cultivators of immortality, so it is normal for senior brother to have any means. President Wu and Zhang Nan were inevitably shocked. They could clearly see that the legs of the people wailing in the alley were stained with blood, and even blood was pouring out. President Wu was not a man without discernment, so he could naturally tell that those people's hamstrings had been severed. This method is amazing. You know, he didn't have much time to come from the other side of the street, but Deazang Guo destroyed all these people, and they were still in the same place. Let's put it on another person. If these people stand still, if you ask someone to cut off their hamstrings, it's impossible for them to be so neat and tidy, right? Thinking about it, Deazang Guo was empty-handed, so what could cause such a clean wound? How terrible would it be if this wound was on the neck? As you walked, your neck started to bleed, and you didn't even know who had killed you. Thinking about it, President was swallowed and spit. This kind of person is too scary. He also hurriedly told Zhang Nan, didn't we call the police before? Let's do it later and send them in to stomp on the cardboard boxes. Remember, they were destroyed by people from our Chamber of Commerce on the grounds that they wanted to kidnap members of the Chamber of Commerce. Okay, President Wu. Zhang Nan nodded. His company's strength is not very strong in Ning City, but it is not difficult for him to do this. After all, the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is behind him. Guo Lin has also walked up to Lin Bao. Under his gaze, Lin Bao's face was filled with fear. If he had known that the person in front of him was so terrifying, he would definitely not have come, and would have even advised the power behind him not to provoke him. Why would ordinary people like them risk death by provoking such cultivators? The other party's terrifying methods, those flying knives that disappeared out of thin air, are they cultivators of immortality? It turns out that the legend of Taoist immortals is not necessarily false. Guo Lin squatted down, looked at Lin Bao, reached out to fumble with him, and then took the other person's mobile phone. Lin Bao didn't dare to move during this process. After Guo Lin took the phone, he saw the call history on it. When he saw the first number, he sneered. This number is exactly that President Li. He actually naively reported the previous two people to Chairman Li. Who knew they were all in the same group? But who would have thought that the power behind Dao sect would penetrate so deeply? If I didn't know it this time through evolution, I might be tricked by this guy in the future. Prepare a car for me. Guo Lin said to President Wu at this time. Okay, Taoist Guo. President Wu immediately asked someone to make arrangements if he hesitated. After Guo Lin got in the car, Xian Yun also got in the car. President Wu left Zhang Nan to deal with the aftermath and followed him. Deazang Guo, where are you going now? The driver asked quickly. Go to the Fujian Taoist Association. Guo Lin said directly. President Li probably came directly to Yushan to take charge of the operation to ensure that Lin Bao's operation would go smoothly, right? The driver did not dare to waste time and immediately started the car and arrived at the Taoist Association heading to Fujian City. As the formal provincial capital center, Fujian City has a very large Taoist association. After all, there are more than 500 recorded Taoist priests alone. The location is in an ancient building in the city center. After Guo Lin arrived here, he got off the car and walked to the foot of a big tree, where he could just see the entrance of the Taoist Association. At this time, a meeting had just concluded in the Taoist Association. Mainly because Chairman Li is here, the people below naturally want him to guide their work. President Li naturally dealt with the matter. The purpose of his coming here was to cooperate with Lin Bao. After all, it has been so long since he joined, but what those Huang Lao said has not come true at all. Not to mention attracting any dignitaries, Lian Dao sect has very little power. If we want to achieve what Huang Lao said, we don't know how long it will take. Moreover, the longer he joined, the more some things seemed too far away to him. Even if he was pushed into this position, he knew how much money he had amassed by controlling the money-making channels behind his back, but modern society is really different from ancient times. The dignitaries in modern society are completely different from those in ancient times. They are not so easy to fool, and they will not even bother to look at them. How did people in the past fool those dignitaries? It is nothing more than manifestation. Just create supernatural events and then attract dignitaries. Many emperors were also attracted by this method. But it's really not possible in modern times. It's not like those Huang Lao have never done this kind of method before, they even did it twice, but what's the result? It didn't attract dignitaries, but it attracted people who entered the science column group to decipher the secrets. Then it became fun. What they deliberately created became the ratings of other people's programs. What kind of manifestation? Fake? They were all decrypted clearly. Therefore, if you want to achieve your goal, relying on this method will not work at all. But the appearance of King Fengagwen really gave them hope. He has researched that the Qingfeng Temple is definitely a real inheritance, the Lingquan Jar, the Qingjing Sutra, the Dust-Washing Sutra, the prayer card, and the rumored talisman. There is something magical about these things. These are not available in the entire Taoist sect, but Qingfeng Guan has them. Therefore, there must be something special about Qingfeng Temple, and he even suspected that there was something else that had not yet been discovered. It's just that King Fengagwen is really wasting its resources. It has so many advantages, and it has developed like that now. If they are allowed to come, Qingfeng Temple can definitely be developed into a Taoist Holy Land in a short period of time, so their plan is not impossible to go further. Before he could view Qingfeng in high definition, he had to first figure out the identities of those Huang Lao behind the power. By the time President Li thought about it and walked out of the door, then picked up his cell phone and planned to call Lin Bao to ask about the situation over there. But when he picked up the phone, he saw that the ringtone rang first, and the number was Lin Bao's. He answered immediately and said inward, "Lin Bao, how is the matter?" "President Li, I really didn't expect that." The voice on the other end of the phone stunned President Li. It was not Lin Bao. This sound, it's that Taoist priest Guo. Just when he thought of this, President Li was suddenly stunned. The person standing under the tree outside was not Taoist Guo. Snap! President Li's cell phone dropped to the ground in shock. This Taoist priest Guo actually appeared here. Moreover, Lin Bao's mobile phone fell into the hands of the other party. It is obvious what the situation was. Guo Lin held the phone and shook it towards President Li with a smile. Then he saw the phone disappear in his hand, and what appeared again was a stack of talismans. It's a bad luck charm. As the bad luck charm appeared out of thin air in Guo Lin's hand, President Wu and President Li who followed were shocked. After all, they had all heard about Taoist Guo using talismans to teach people. Now that I see the means of conjuring talismans out of thin air, the rumors are undoubtedly true. It's just that their moods are completely different. President Wu's heart beat faster and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this talisman was not used against him. This Taoist priest Guo came to Fujian City, and he did his best. I think he left a good impression, and maybe there will be a chance to form a good relationship in the future. In order to invite Taoist Master Xuan Yun, he also researched Taoist affairs. In ancient times, why did so many wealthy businessmen like to support those well-known Taoist priests, or donate merit to the Taoist temples where those Taoist priests were located? Don't you just want to seek good luck? When President Li saw the extra stack of talismans in Guo Lin's hand, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he ran inside in fear. Guo Lin snorted coldly and activated 5 bad luck charms. The next moment, the game prompt also appeared, 5 cards were superimposed, the probability was triggered, the bad luck charm effect was upgraded, and President Li's future and freedom were naturally gone soon. Therefore, when Guo Lin saw Chairman Li escaping, he did not chase him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the car. President Wu hurriedly followed and asked, "Deist Master Guo, what's next?" "Click to the hotel and get some sleep." Guo Lin naturally said this for Xuan Yun. After all, he was old. He had been targeted in the past 2 days and had not slept well. Let him have a good rest now. As for himself, the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing was not practiced in vain. President Wu did not dare to hesitate, and immediately took out his mobile phone to make arrangements, and then personally sent Guo Lin to the Grand Hotel under his name, which was still the presidential suite. Guo Lin and Xian Yun shared a room each. Xian Yun arrived at the hotel, took a shower, and then fell asleep. Senior brother arrived and he slept peacefully. Guo Lin also asked President Wu to leave, and at the same time said, "President Wu, we will discuss the Feng Shui matter of Zhen Tower tomorrow." After all, it was the other party who paid a price to obtain the Taoist cards, and he would not lose the reputation of King Fengagwen. He believed that this was what the other party cared about the most. "Then I won't disturb Deazang Guo for now. I will help Deazang Guo tomorrow." President Wu was not a man without discernment, so he also left with others. Guo Lin also took a shower and was not tired, but there was dust on his body and there was a strange smell from running all the way. After washing up, he picked up the game and played casual Shushan for a while, but unfortunately he didn't gain anything. Afterwards, Guo Lin also put away his mobile phone and recalled what happened this time in his mind. He thought of Lin Bao and President Li. Obviously, the power hidden in the Dao sect had deep tentacles, and he didn't know how important President Li was in it. The other party will definitely be unlucky under the bad luck charm, but I don't know if it will involve the power hidden in the Taoist door. Thinking about it, he logged into the computer in the hotel suite, opened a relevant department, and wrote an anonymous report letter. After all, this is a modern society, and Taoism is also subject to the control of state departments. He doesn't know the power hidden in the Taoist sect, but when something happens to President Li, I believe the relevant departments will be happy to help him investigate, and then the other party will be in real trouble. In today's society, faced with bulging pipes, these people cannot make waves. Just when Guo Lin submitted the anonymous report, Chairman Li had already appeared at the Fujian railway station. Naturally, he wanted to leave Fujian City immediately. Lin Bao and the others were actually solved by Deazang Guo. He was afraid that Deazang Guo would come to him. Although he didn't know that Deazang Guo had clearly seen him, why didn't he catch up with him? But that's a good thing. Moreover, it seemed that the other party did not have time to cast the talisman on himself. He had investigated it, and the talisman would definitely bring bad luck, especially after learning about it from Shushan. There was no doubt about it. Lin Su was so unlucky that he didn't even have the ability to escape just because the Taoist master cast the talisman. Chu Xian is still unlucky after returning. He's not in trouble now, which means he's fine. But just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly found that his arms were being held by someone. Who are you? Chairman Li was surprised. But he saw another person appear in front of him, took out an ID and said in front of him, Li Jingxiu, organized a gang to kidnap the president of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Ah! President Li was stunned. These people had found the wrong person. When did he want to kidnap the president of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce? He has no enmity with the other party, and he doesn't even know who the other party is. This is unjust. Before he could defend himself, the collector on the opposite side received another message and sneered, Li Jingxiu, Lin Bao remember, right? He made another ridiculous accusation of organizing money-making. Ah, Li Jingxiu was no longer confused this time. Lin Bao actually fell into the hands of the police, and the other party actually revealed that he was making money. He knew the seriousness of this matter, he was finished. Thinking of this, he hurried over to government, I want to report it, I want to be punished in meritorious service. Guo Lin didn't know this. He continued to play leisure Shushan and continued to get nothing until late at night. The second day. When Guo Lin got up, Xuan Yun had already woken up and brought him breakfast. After washing up and eating breakfast, he also took out his mobile phone and checked the news. As soon as he clicked on it, a piece of news attracted his attention. The news was naturally about President Li, who became a criminal who organized a kidnapping. The target of the kidnapping was President Wu. Under the operation of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, the crime was proven. This was also the remedy for Chairman Wu. Naturally, this case of Chairman Li was not only that, he was taken away by the relevant departments. Seeing this, he went to the Taoist Association's official website to check. It was impossible that such a big matter would go unnoticed. But when I opened the web page, I saw a very lively post. Last night, people from various Taoist temples were taken away by relevant departments. What on earth happened? Obviously, these 5 bad luck charms are not in vain. On the official website, it is obvious that many people from Taoist sects are confused and puzzled, but I believe that the relevant departments will announce the results soon. Guo Lin also quit and continued to watch the news. Immediately, another piece of local news attracted his attention. Typhoon Mora is approaching Fujian City, and the arrival time is expected to be no more than 3 days. It is now accompanied by strong winds and heavy rainfall. Citizens, please be prepared for protection. Guo Lin stood up when he saw the news and walked to the window. Sure enough, he saw that it was raining heavily outside early in the morning and there was a very strong wind, which was blowing the trees on the roadside and shaking their branches and leaves. Just the prelude to the arrival of the typhoon has already caused a lot of noise. Xian Yun walked to Guo Lin and said awkwardly, brother, at my age, I am asked to protect myself from the typhoon. I am afraid that I will be blown away before the typhoon arrives. Xian Yun looked at the wind and rain outside with a look of embarrassment on his face. Now he finally knew how tiring fame can be. Guo Lin smiled and said, Xuan Yun, we are also cultivators after all. We can create feng shui and block the typhoon. I believe you can do it. Xuan Yun hurriedly showed off his body and said with a bitter face, senior brother, you will really be blown away. Is his statement obvious enough? I mean, senior brother, now that you are here, is there anything you can do? There is a way to save junior brother's small body. Guo Lin joked, don't worry, I won't blow it away. I'll give you a stone when the time comes. There is that feng shui stone in the magic bag. Let's see if it can be used in that town building. According to the information he checked online, the Minchi town building itself is actually a metaphysical building. I heard that the entire town building is surrounded by a natural feng shui formation, so it was built here. Moreover, this building was first built during the Hongbu period, and an expert was involved in the guidance, and that person was Lu Bowen. It's just that this town building has been repaired and rebuilt many times. The most famous time was when 2 warlords fought and bombarded each other. If the information is true, then the location of the Zhen Asterisk Tower is a feng shui formation, and feng shui stones can be used. In this case, the matter of Kuai Dao Pavilion will be over, and the reputation of Qingfeng Temple will be even higher. It was just a promise to use this feng shui stone to solve the Tao card, but it was a bit fussy. However, what Yuji obtained will definitely be obtained again in the future, and maybe he will also be able to get a way to make feng shui stones in the future. So, it doesn't matter, what matters is that you keep your word. Xian Yun looked at his senior brother who was already sitting there and starting to eat breakfast, with a look of bitterness on his face. A rock? There was a picture in his mind. A typhoon was coming. He was on the tower with a stone tied to his back, and it was messy in the wind. President Wu was very knowledgeable about human life. He did not come to see them in the morning. Instead, he sent someone to take them to the nearby Chamber of Commerce industry. The arrangements are also very thorough and thoughtful, and you can't fault it at all. At noon, the man sent by President Wu said respectfully, 2 Taoist priests, the president will entertain the 2 Taoist priests at Yuanfu restaurant at noon. Guo Lin nodded. When he was looking at the information related to Zhen Asterisk Tower, he had seen information about Yuanfu restaurant. Although it is just a restaurant, this restaurant is obviously famous because it is located not far from the Zhen Asterisk Tower. Rumor has it that this restaurant is not open to the public. There are 2 of the most famous chefs in Fujian City. Only a few qualified people can go there. But no one knows what the conditions are. They only know that this is the property of a mysterious boss. Soon, the car stopped in a parking lot. Yuanfu building is not too big, but the restaurant has a very large parking lot. Under normal circumstances, the Urban Construction Bureau would not approve this kind of preparation. If it is approved, it means that the applicant is definitely very powerful. The people sent by President Wu respectfully ushered Guolin in and said, 2 Taoist priests, the Yuanfu Tower is not open for business today. The president said that the Chamber of Commerce will specially receive these 2 Taoist priests today. Obviously, this Yuanfu restaurant is either owned by President Wu or owned by the Chamber of Commerce. Presumably, the conditions for entry are also members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. When Guo Lin and Xian Yun entered Yuanfu building, they saw a row of very beautiful waiters inside. They not only had beautiful faces, but also had good figures. But it is different from the welcome guests in restaurants and hotels outside. It does not give people a charming and tacky feeling of welcome. These are also welcoming guests, but they all have their own temperament. They are polite and have a ladylike feeling, which makes people feel very comfortable. Yuanfu Tower has 5 floors, and the top floor has the best view. When Guolin came up, he saw President Wu, 3 old men, 4 middle-aged men, and Zhang Nan whom he met yesterday. However, there was a young man standing in front of a wide window with a drawing board, looking at the sea view outside and the tower that was visible to the eye. Apparently, he was painting. When Guo Lin and Xuanyun came in, President Wu respectfully led people to greet him. Datis Guo, Taoist Xuanyun, how are you 2 resting? President Wu is too polite. Guo Lin said with a smile. President Wu also immediately introduced, Master Guo, let me introduce to you, these are the vice presidents of our Fujian Chamber of Commerce. After listening to President Wu's introduction, Guo Lin roughly knew the identities of these people. Anyway, they were the most powerful bosses of the Chamber of Commerce. It can be said that if these people are put together, if something happens, the big guys in Fujian City will be nervous. President Wu only allowed a few people to come today, because in his opinion, no one else was qualified to appear in front of Deist Guo, at least not on this occasion today. Those from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce also hurriedly and respectfully came to Guo Lin to greet him. Meet Taoist Master Guo. Taoist Master Guo, I'll leave it to Taoist Master to control the building this time. Yes, please, Taoist Priest. These people were naturally respectful to Guo Lin. After all, he had heard about what happened yesterday from President Wu. This person's methods are really terrible. Perhaps, the other party is what ordinary people often call an immortal. He seems to have no omissions and has an ability that is incomprehensible. Especially the matter of the Taoist priest flying across the street. Although the external influence was eliminated by their Chamber of Commerce, a few people within them still saw it. That is simply not something that humans can do. There were also those who were sent in by their Chamber of Commerce, but they were all destroyed by this Dao Kang Guo with his bare hands, empty-handed. According to the results of the examination at the hospital, the wounds on these people were very neat, and their positions were not much different. It can be said that the wounds were neat and tidy. Naturally, their people tortured those people in private, and the answers they got were even more surprising. All I know is that Taoist Guo seemed to have summoned a flying knife with a wave of his hand, and then the flying knife disappeared again with a wave of his hand. That kind of scene is amazing when you think about it. At this time, President Wu also shouted to the young man who was painting, Chenfei, haven't you met Taoist Guo yet? The young man's mind seemed to be focused on that painting. When he heard the shout, he turned around, glanced at Guo Lin, and yelled mechanically, I've seen Dao Kang Guo. After he finished speaking, he turned back mechanically and looked back at his painting, as if he was immersed in it. When President Wu saw it, he immediately became embarrassed and apologized to Guo Lin. Master Guo, I'm very sorry. My son likes to draw all day long. Obviously, this attitude of the young man is very rude, and Chairman Wu is also afraid that his son will make Taoist Guo unhappy. It's okay. Guo Lin shook his head, and instead walked towards Chairman Wu's son and looked at his paintings. He knew what President Wu's son was facing because he had experienced it before. When the old Taoist priest taught him the skills necessary for a Taoist priest, such as writing and painting, he learned them seriously. There were no requirements for these skills at the beginning, and they all depended on familiarity. If practice makes perfect, you can develop good painting skills. This is the case for most painting art students. Most of them will become painters after graduation. No matter how proficient the skill is, the upper limit is there. But some talented people are different. They have different inspirations and creative ideas. Even if they draw the same thing, these people can draw a different feeling and give people a visual impact. This kind of person can be a painter for a while. If you want to go to the next level, you have to have your own style, but to form your own style, you need deeper talent and understanding. Without understanding, there is no way to form your own special style. But once you have your own special style, coupled with your own creativity and inspiration, you will become a great painter. It is simple to say, but difficult to do. Therefore, there are only those people who are truly great painters at home and abroad. President Wu's son is in this state now. In other words, it can also be said that he is enlightening. There are thousands of Tao, and it does not just refer to the Tao of cultivation. There is the Tao of calligraphy, there is the Tao of painting, there is the Tao of swordsmanship. Once you understand painting, it will become your own style, and that will be the posture of a great painter. Guo Lin remembers that he seemed to have gone through this stage when he was 14 years old, including calligraphy. However, he had a high level of understanding and quickly overcame this obstacle. Therefore, he went to college and easily won the award. The painting is good, but I'm starting to get impatient. Guo Lin looked at the painting and said with a smile. This time, Wu Qinfei looked at Guo Lin in surprise. The Taoist priest also knows how to draw. Do you mind lending me your pen? Guo Lin asked with a smile. Wu Qinfei didn't know why, but when he heard this, he subconsciously handed the pen in his hand to Guo Lin. Guo Lin also stepped forward, took another piece of paper on the drawing board, and then started drawing on it. Wu Qinfei painted a seascape, focusing on the townhouse. He also painted the same thing. Wu Qinfei was watching from the side. He knew that his old man was going to entertain the Taoist priest today, and he was almost kicked out for painting here. But as the Taoist priest painted, he was surprised. The Taoist priest's painting skills were very high, even taller than his teacher, extremely tall. It's really shocking that a young Taoist priest has such high painting skills. But while Guo Lin was drawing, suddenly the fragment of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck shook, and then, a foggy evolution scene appeared in front of his eyes. The waves are rough. The wind howls. Overturned fishing boats and hit the coast, making people afraid to approach. Figures coming and going doing some hard work. A building rises from the ground. The waves are calm. The wind stopped. That building stands alone. Guo Lin was surprised and kept drawing with his hands. What he was drawing was not what he was drawing now. Later, President Wu was relieved at this time, and even looked forward to it. The situation in front of him was obviously that Director Guo wanted to guide his son. He and the people from the Chamber of Commerce also came forward to check, and then they were all surprised. They didn't understand painting, but it didn't affect their appreciation of the painting. They could clearly see that Guo Daokang's painting skills were very high, as if the whole painting came alive. The key is the opponent's speed. He can draw very fast. Can a good picture be drawn so fast? Soon, they saw a sea-suppressing tower appearing in Daokang Guo's painting. The town building is indescribable, as if a real town building has been moved into it. Moreover, the town tower seemed to have an unspeakable force, seeming to be suppressing everything. This feeling is hard to describe, but everyone can see the proud independence in it. This. Wu Qinfei looked at the painting with wide eyes. The old man was rich and could see all the famous paintings, even those by the masters. But compared with the Taoist priest's paintings, those paintings seemed to be nothing. Incredible. Xianyun subconsciously stepped forward and murmured to himself as he looked at the painting painted by his senior brother. This is not a painting building. This is obviously a feng shui painting. It is about feng shui. He looked at it carefully. The feng shui in the painting was so amazing. The senior brother was indeed a senior brother, but he still couldn't bear to let him be blown away by the wind, so he helped him in this way. In fact, Guo Lin himself was surprised when he looked at the painting in front of him. He seemed to have misunderstood the past and present in painting. This is how painting the past connects the present. What he painted was the Zhen Tower during the Hongbu period. After a while, Guo Lin came back to his senses and looked at Wu Qinfei, who was shocked by the painting with a smile. How is it? Do you want to understand? Want to realize it? Wu Qinfei came back to his senses after hearing this, and subconsciously bent down to salute. Please teach me, Taoist priest. In his current situation, the teacher has no way to teach him. He can only let him realize it on his own, but he can't realize it. Just now, when he saw the painting of the Taoist priest in front of him, he was really shocked. The artistic conception and magic of that painting may not be possible by those masters. Seeing this, President Wu also respectfully asked Guo Lin, Master Guo, if possible, please teach my unworthy son, and I will definitely give you a generous thank you gift. He asked sincerely. Because this son really doesn't like the intrigues in business and loves art and painting, he really hopes that he will achieve something in this area. Naturally, the premise is that he also has a son who has excellent talent in business. Apart from lack of experience, he is already better than his master in many areas. Therefore, this is a good way to avoid brotherly strife. There is no need to thank the teacher. Guo Lin shook his head and said, after all, it is a very simple matter and it doesn't take much time. Ah! Wu Chunfei was obviously stunned when he heard this. Very simple thing? How much time won't it take? How can it be? If it were so easy, would there only be a few truly great painters? Had he not seen the Taoist priest draw that painting, he would have thought that the other party was teasing him. Guo Lin looked at President Wu. I need a pot of boiling water and a teacup. To be honest, it's just enlightenment. It's very difficult for others and they don't know how to teach it at all. For him, even if he doesn't know how to teach, there is still enlightenment tea. After a cup of tea, what else do you need to teach? Just let him realize it on his own. If 1 cup of tea is not enough, have 2 cups of tea. Chairman Wu had no idea what this Taoist Guo was going to do when he asked for boiling water and a water cup. Did he want to drink water? But after Guo Deazang gave the order, he immediately called the waiter and ordered the waiter to bring boiled water in cups. In a moment, a pot of boiling water and a cup were placed on the table. Director Guo, the things are here, President Wu said. Guo Lin nodded and walked to the table. At this moment, President Wu, people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Nan, and Wu Chunfei all looked at Guo Lin, not daring to blink. They knew what Dao Kang Guo was definitely going to do. Guo Lin stretched out his hand, brushed it over the teacup, and took out some enlightenment tea leaves from the magic bag and put them into the cup. These tea leaves were created? A person from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but exclaimed. Wu Chunfei also opened his mouth subconsciously. What did he see? Dao Kang Guo swept his palm, and there were more tea leaves on the empty cup. He knew very well that Taoist Master Guo did not have tea in his hands, and the Taoist robe he wore was not long-sleeved, so there was no place to hide anything. President Wu thought of something. After all, the people from the Chamber of Commerce tortured those people and knew that Director Guo could summon flying knives at will and make those flying knives disappear out of thin air. These are all magical means. Therefore, the method in front of me must be the same. Guo Lin then picked up the boiling water and poured it into the cup. With the rising steam, a strong aroma of tea instantly spread around. Everyone was intoxicated when they smelled the fragrance of tea. Even bosses like President Wu, who have drank all kinds of good tea, seemed to experience this tea aroma for the first time. None of the good teas they have drunk can compare with it. Good faith, this cup of tea is for you. Guo Lin smiled and made an invitation gesture to Wu Chunfei. Wu Chunfei finally came to his senses. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he immediately picked up the cup of tea and drank it. Just by smelling the tea, he knew it was good tea. When he drank it, the aftertaste really surprised him. He could be sure that none of the fine teas his father collected could compare to this tea. As soon as this thought came to his mind, his eyes suddenly widened with horror. He only felt that at that moment, there seemed to be a kind of coldness in his mind, and he was in an excellent state, and then he entered a state of emptiness. This state is very wonderful and incredible. In the past, he could not understand, or even struggle with the problems in painting. In this state, he was able to think clearly and understand them clearly. Without hesitation, he immediately picked up the pen, took out a piece of paper, and started drawing quickly. This time, his state was obviously different. The colors he paints seem to have a certain meaning in them. This kind of meaning is difficult to explain, but as long as one has enough discernment, one can completely see the difference. It's like drawing a flag fluttering in the wind. Without meaning, it's just a picture constructed by lines. It's as monotonous as boiled water. But with meaning, it's different. When you look at the flag, you can even tell that it's a flag. After passing by the iron horse, the flag fluttering seemed to be a firm belief. This is also necessary to become a truly great painter. But this is something that 99% of painters, big and small, cannot overcome in their lifetime. People like President Wu can naturally see this. Wu Chunfei couldn't understand this before. Now he has enlightened. The reason turned out to be just a cup of tea. When Wu Chunfei finished a painting, he stared at it blankly, his face full of excitement. After this painting, his painting technique will be completely different. Then, he looked at Guo Lin, knelt down directly, and then gave Guo Lin a sincere salute. He is an artistic person and a sensitive person. He didn't feel that there was any shame in kneeling down to salute, but he was grateful. After all, in ancient times, this kind of grace for imparting vocations and skills was worthy of kneeling and worshipping, even if the way of imparting knowledge and skills is just a cup of tea. After Wu Chunfei got up, President Wu immediately stepped forward and said with a happy face, "Thank you, DS Director Guo, for your guidance." "You're welcome, just do it casually." Guo Lin waved his hand, and it was indeed just casual, because looking at Wu Qinfei's state just now, he thought that he had experienced such a state before. At that time, the old Taoist priest would still be there, and he would teach patiently. But it seems that those memory images are becoming more and more blurred. If I don't specifically recall it, it seems that the appearance of the old Taoist priest is also a bit blurry. It was precisely because of this that when he looked at Wu Qinfei, he took action. Anyway, he was willing, and it was just the price of a cup of tea. President Wu then invited Guo Lin and Xian Yun to sit down and had a sumptuous lunch prepared. Moreover, he was very attentive and eliminated all foods that were taboo to some Taoists. Guo Lin also had to admit that Yuan Fula was really great given its reputation, and the food was very delicious. If you insist on evaluation, with the chef's cooking skills and the blessing of various ingredients, it is already much more delicious than the +1 vegetables watered by Qingfeng Guanling spring water. Naturally, if you give Yuan Fula the +1 vegetables to cook, they will definitely be able to make the vegetables more delicious. After the meal, President Wu finally couldn't help but said, "To Taoist priests, this time the feng shui of Zhen Lu is entrusted to you. The typhoon has had a great impact on Fujian City. This time, Mora has formed. If it approaches Fujian City, it will definitely cause a huge disaster." When Xuanyun heard this, he looked at his senior brother and breathed a sigh of relief when Guo Lin nodded. It seems that the senior brother is very relieved of himself, but also, the senior brother has already drawn the feng shui diagram, something that is legendary in the feng shui profession, so if he can't make anything, then he will be a bit ashamed of the senior brother. Thinking of this, he also spoke confidently, "Since President Wu and your Chamber of Commerce have obtained a Taoist plaque, we will naturally do our best to do this. Before that, we still have to visit the Zhen building." When President Wu heard this, his face suddenly showed joy. "That's great, 2 Taoist priests, please." Xian Yun immediately said, "President Wu, don't worry, I want to bring the feng shui map drawn by my senior brother first." With that said, he walked to the drawing board and pulled out the painting Guo Lin had just painted. This once again stunned President Wu and others. Just now they thought that Dao Kang Guo was just guiding Wu Qinfei, but who knew it wasn't the case? While Taoist Guo was instructing Wu Qinfei, what he painted was actually a feng shui painting? They didn't understand what feng shui painting was, but seeing how solemn Taoist Master Xuanyun was, it was obviously not simple. This is probably an expert, right? Guo Lin looked at Xuanyun in astonishment. Did this guy misunderstand something? When did the paintings he painted become feng shui pictures again? He just painted according to the evolving picture. Could it be that the scene of the construction of the town building in the picture and the changes in the scene are related to feng shui? After a while, President Wu also began to lead the way. Yuanfu Tower is not far from the Zhen Tower. Because of the approaching typhoon, it has been raining continuously and the wind has become stronger and stronger. Getting out of the car and entering the Zhen Tower is a test. President Wu almost lost his balance. After entering the town building, Guo Lin also looked at President Wu and others and said, "Everyone, please wait here. Just send one person to follow me upstairs. When using feng shui stones, do not let too many people around. Feng shui stones can pull the surrounding feng shui formations, but similarly, people themselves have a special magnetic field, which is either consistent with the feng shui of the place or repelled by the feng shui at this time, which will have an impact. His strength is not enough, and if there is too much of this kind of influence, he is afraid that he will be affected if he uses the feng shui stone. Yes, it is easy to solve this town tower. Since this is a place where feng shui formations gather, and the town tower was originally built to withstand strong winds and tsunamis, then just use feng shui stones to solve it violently." The people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce didn't ask much about why only one person could go up. They didn't understand feng shui. Since the 2 Taoist priests said this, it must have deep meaning. President Wu naturally did his part and followed Guo Lin and Xian Yun to the top floor. In the feng shui situation of the Zhen building, the feng shui must be arranged on the top floor, which is 21 meters above the ground. And 21 meters represents peace and tranquility in feng shui. In the evolution picture, the waves are furious and the wind is howling, but because of the construction of this building, the waves condensed and the wind calmed down, which is not exactly in line with this number. But Guo Lin was a little confused. If what was shown in the evolution picture was true, it meant that there was still a very powerful feng shui technique in ancient times. If this is the case, why is it almost completely cut off now? If feng shui is so powerful, what about other things? Obviously, the inheritance has been completely cut off, and it is completely invisible in the real society. Awesome, awesome, the feng shui lines in this feng shui painting are in perfect one-to-one correspondence. When Xian Yun reached the top floor, he took the painting drawn by Guo Lin and looking around, and saying in surprise, he can be sure that his senior brother's feng shui attainments are definitely higher than his own. Guo Lin was confused when he heard Xian Yun's praise. To be honest, he didn't understand feng shui at all, let alone feng shui lines. Two Taoist priests, how do you arrange this feng shui? How can our Chamber of Commerce help? President Wu followed the two and asked immediately. Guolin didn't speak, walked to the center, and then looked at the magic bag, only to see a feng shui stone floating in it. As soon as he thought about it, the feng shui stone appeared in front of Guolin, and it happened to be in the center of the building. President Wu and Xian Yun were stunned by this sudden appearance of a stone. Wu Hui opened his mouth to say something, but it was clear that he didn't know what to say. He really wanted to know how many things Deazang Guo could summon out of thin air. The other party would definitely use the legendary mustard seed and sumi technique. When Xian Yun thought about the direct conversation in the hotel, he looked at Guolin blankly. Brother, you won't let me tie this stone, right? What? Guolin was stunned for a moment when he was asked, and then he said to Xuan Yun, let's see what this is and if you can recognize it. Xuan Yun stepped forward suspiciously and looked into the feng shui stone. In just a moment, his eyes widened and he exclaimed, Feng shui stone, senior brother, is this the legendary feng shui stone? Xuan Yun was in disbelief. He looked at Guolin and wanted to ask for proof. He had studied feng shui, so naturally he had read ancient feng shui books, and had read descriptions of feng shui stones from them. According to rumors, there are 3 very powerful feng shui masters who can make feng shui stones. Among them is Yuan Tiangang, who wrote the pushback diagram. There is also a secret rumor that feng shui stones can break the veins of dragons. It's just that these have never been confirmed by anyone. Even those who study feng shui cannot confirm it. They have been lost at all. We can only see some information and knowledge in ancient feng shui books, but cannot actually see or verify it. Yes, this is the feng shui stone. Guolin nodded, and while speaking, he placed his palm on the feng shui stone, and then used the Jushin Xianjing basic qi refining method according to a special technique to mobilize the energy in the body and input into the feng shui stone. President Wu has been listening to the conversation between the two with curiosity. He also doesn't understand what the feng shui stone is, but from the words of Taoist Xuan Yun, we can know that this thing looks very magical. At this moment, he was shocked to find that something seemed to be affected, and the entire townhouse seemed to be shaking. He could even clearly see some fine dust beating on the ground. What happened? As Guolin activated the feng shui stone, his face was filled with joy, because the entire area around the town building actually turned out to be a feng shui formation. This feng shui stone can be used here. He could even see the feng shui runes on the feng shui stone being activated, becoming translucent and emitting spiritual light, and began to guide the feng shui formation. Ordinary people like Chairman Wu can't see this kind of aura, but Xuan Yun can see it very clearly. Is this the feng shui stone formation mentioned in the ancient feng shui books? As expected, the senior brother's feng shui skills were infinitely better than his own. Not only could he make feng shui stones, but he also knew the methods in ancient feng shui books. Amazing! But at the next moment, Guolin's face suddenly showed a look of shock, and the feng shui runes on the feng shui stone dimmed instantly, and everything returned to normal. How is this going? Guolin's brows suddenly wrinkled. As the feng shui stone quieted down, Guolin frowned tightly. Feng shui stones can be activated, which shows that there is indeed a natural feng shui formation around the town asterisk building, and the feng shui stones have even led to this feng shui formation. In other words, the sudden change of course of those typhoons in the past may have something to do with this town asterisk building. If so, the man from the Hongbu period might really be as capable as the legend says. It's a pity that this skill has not been passed down at all, and now feng shui is basically discontinued. Guolin looked at the feng shui stone. He had just activated it, but a partition suddenly appeared, and he could no longer continue. Deazang Guo, has this been done? President Wu thought of the scene just now and asked subconsciously. Guolin shook his head and said, there is something wrong with the feng shui formation around the town building. Deazang Guo, what's the problem? President Wu asked hurriedly. The people in their Chamber of Commerce naturally knew that there was something wrong with the feng shui, so they went to Qingfeng Temple to invite Taoist Master Xuan Yun. Guolin didn't know what was wrong. He didn't know anything about feng shui. Therefore, he also looked at Xuan Yun and ordered as a matter of course, Xuan Yun, now is also the time to test your feng shui ability. See if you can find out the problem. Okay, senior brother. Xian Yun nodded immediately after hearing this, then walked to a window and looked around seriously. Looking at the surrounding sea here, the sea in the distance is indeed somewhat majestic, but this feng shui does not matter. In fact, his feng shui is not advanced. In modern society, if he can pass on a little bit, he is actually very good. If he really looks at this kind of feng shui formation problem, his ability is limited. However, he also knew that since his senior brother ordered him to do this, it must be reasonable. Thinking about it, he patted his head and took out the painting that his senior brother had just painted. All the senior brothers gave him feng shui drawings. He immediately checked the feng shui map, and then compared it with the shape and potential around the town building in reality. Suddenly, he hurriedly looked at the waterline on the feng shui map, and then looked at a place in the distance, where was a construction site where buildings had been erected. I found the reason. Xian Yun immediately said excitedly, but there is some trouble. What's the trouble? President Wu said hurriedly, as long as we can get this feng shui formation right, our Chamber of Commerce will do our best to solve the problem. Xian Yun immediately pointed to the construction site and said, that construction site broke the watershed of this feng shui formation. Ah, that new community. President Wu was stunned for a moment, and walked downstairs with a complicated expression on his face. After a while, he brought Zheng Nan and others from the Chamber of Commerce up. President Wu, what is going on now? Yeah, you called us up here probably because of feng shui, right? That's right, President Wu, just tell me if anything happens. As soon as these people came up, they asked Chairman Wu one after another. Chairman Wu pointed to the construction site in the distance and said, the reason why the feng shui of the town building was destroyed has been found. It is the community where it was built. Ah, how is that possible? A person from the Chamber of Commerce shouted hurriedly, it's far away from the Zhen Asterisk Tower. Are you two Taoist priests wrong? Xuanyun explained patiently, this Zhen Asterisk Tower is not a simple feng shui, but a feng shui formation. This feng shui formation is made up of a large terrain and mountains and vegetation. The Zhen Asterisk Tower is just the center, and the entire surrounding area radiates. The ground, shape, and everything else constitute the dividing line and form the formation. Now one of the areas has been directly destroyed, and the feng shui line has been cut off. Feng shui has naturally lost its effect. Therefore, if you want to restore the feng shui situation, you must solve the problems in that community. Having said this, he sighed and looked at President Wu and the others. This really left him powerless. Because he doesn't understand how to change the formation. But if he doesn't understand how to change the situation, the community's problems will have to be solved, and he has no choice. But at this time, President Wu and the others all looked at the member of the Chamber of Commerce. For a moment, the member of the Chamber of Commerce also looked embarrassed. From bidding to preparation to construction, our company has invested more than 3 billion in the development of this community in the past 2 years. You can't let me bear it alone, right? Guo Lin and Xian Yun were shocked when they heard this, feeling that this new community belongs to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. However, Guo Lin did not speak, but watched the scene quietly. The other party took out the Tao card. He did not mind using this feng shui stone to solve the feng shui problem of the Zhen Asterisk building. After all, if we can really block the typhoon, this kind of thing is not for a single person, nor for the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. It will benefit the people of the entire Fujian city, and even many places along the coast. After all, even if the typhoon comes towards Fujian city, the cities surrounding Fujian city will still be affected. Therefore, he doesn't mind using this feng shui stone for this kind of thing. But now it seems that the choice is no longer in his hands. Whether he can use this feng shui stone depends on how the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce solve it. More than 3 billion is not a small amount of money. It is still an investment. If the profits earned in the future are added up, the cost will definitely be far more than 3 billion. Given the nature of a businessman, no one should be willing to pay this price. President Wu and others were obviously silent. It was not until a moment later that he said to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce person, it really doesn't make sense for Zhang Jin to bear the burden alone. Let's do this. Each of us will share the burden equally, and then we will share it with the Chamber of Commerce. From the joint industry, share more profits with Zhang Jin. Chairman Wu's words made other people nod. They were all the most powerful people in the Chamber of Commerce, which was actually a decision. I have no objection to that. Zhang Jin nodded, and then said to Guo Lin and Xian Yun, two Taoist priests, what should we do with the community? Even if it is torn down, there will be no problem. Guo Lin was a little surprised when he heard this. Maybe he now knows why the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is so big and famous. The people in this Chamber of Commerce are obviously somewhat different from those profit-seeking businessmen. When Xuanyun heard this, he also said, not only must the community be demolished, but also the watershed must be restored. In addition, after the feng shui situation is restored, bamboo must be planted in that area. Bamboo plays an important role in feng shui. The Lord protects against the calm wind. Zhang Jin did not hesitate when he heard this and dialed a number directly. It was the engineering director of his group, who happened to be in charge of the construction of the new community. As soon as the phone call came through, he immediately said, Inward Director Hu, I have a task for you. Immediately mobilize the engineering team to level the entire community for me. I want the result today. President Wu also took out his mobile phone and made a call. Xiaofu, help me buy bamboos that can be transplanted and survive. In the construction site not far from the town building, Hui was wearing a safety helmet and inspecting the construction site in the rain. This land was finally obtained by their group. The construction of this sea-viewing community, after being sold, can bring great benefits to the entire group. Moreover, since the work was suspended at this time, he came over in the rain and could see many problems on the construction site that he could not usually see. When he received a call from his boss, he immediately answered it, but the order from his boss made him dumbfounded. Is it crazy to bulldoze all the buildings in the community? He felt that the boss had given the wrong order, so he immediately called back. As soon as the call came through, he said inward, Director John, what you just ordered. Jong Jin said directly, that's right, that's what I mean. Take action now. What about the shareholders? Who he obviously wanted to ask, but Jong Jin interrupted him directly, this is something I should be concerned about, not you. Who he was stunned, but it was indeed the case. He didn't need to say anything about the boss's affairs. He could only ask for a few contractors. The contractors arrived at the construction site in the rain and asked, Mr. Cheng, what are your orders? Mr. Cheng, my project over there is about to be completed. Hui looked at these people and gave an order directly, everyone, I will give you an order now. I will bulldoze all the current buildings in this community. No matter what method is used, it must be done by me before tomorrow. We will sign the contract immediately and stamp it with our group seal. Contractor 1. Contractor 2. The contractors were all dumbfounded. He thought there was something wrong with the construction of this community, but who knew that they were actually asked to bulldoze the buildings in this community? This is obviously not something a group can do. He even wondered if Director Cheng had lost his mind and gone crazy. But if there is a signed contract and the seal of the group, they don't care. With these formalities and contracts, if something goes wrong, it's none of their business, and there are huge benefits to be planned. Hui didn't hesitate and called directly to ask someone from the company to prepare the contract and send it over. Not long after, various types of construction demolition trucks came in, along with special demolition tools. It may take a lot of time to build a house, but it is very simple to bulldoze a house and calculate the losses. But obviously, Jong Jin's move made all the real estate developers in Fujian City dumbfounded. You must know that they fought fiercely for this land at the beginning, and Jong Jin also paid a price to get the land. Now that the construction of this community has begun, it is about to be bulldozed again. Especially after the explosions sounded one after another, everyone was sure of this and began to wonder if Jong Jin had gone crazy with a fever. The second day, Guo Lin and Xuanyun woke up from the hotel again. Guo Lin looked at the game prompts for the Harvest of Wishes. Apparently Xia Qingyang had already led someone to make morning incense. Xia Qingyang was in charge of King Fengagwen, so he felt relieved. The weather is obviously a bit cold today. The typhoon is coming soon and the temperature has begun to cool down. Looking out from the window, you can see that the shops on both sides of the street are basically closed. With strong winds and heavy rain, no one wants to go out and be tortured. The store employees took sandbags or water baffles and started to set up in front of the store. This is also our experience during typhoons. In the past 2 years, whenever a typhoon arrives, it will inevitably be accompanied by heavy rain and then water accumulation. Many shops that were not noticed at first were flooded and suffered heavy losses. Later, I gained experience and prepared sandbags and water shields when the heavy rain came. If severe water accumulation occurs, there is nothing you can do but consider yourself unlucky. In this weather, Guo Lin and Xuanyun did not go out and could only wait for the Fujian Chamber of Commerce to sort out the situation in that community. But what he didn't expect was that at noon, President Wu led someone to the door. Deazang Guo, all the buildings on that construction site have been bulldozed. Jong Jin reported immediately as soon as they met. So fast? Guo Lin was surprised. Chairman Wu immediately said, if the money is enough, it will be done quickly. Guo Lin sighed, this speed should be the real speed of infrastructure construction in China, right? With enough money, you can really see anything at any speed. I can build a hospital for you in 10 days. In this case, let's go to the Zhen Asterisk building again. It seems that the typhoon should be coming soon. Guo Lin saw that the other party had already solved the problem and didn't want to waste time. He planned to use the Feng Shui stone. After the matter is settled, go back to King Fengagwen. The Meteorological Bureau predicts that the typhoon may enter the waters of Fujian City in the evening. Chairman Wu also added. That's why he brought people over early in the morning to invite the 2 Taoist priests from Qingfeng Temple. President Wu, the Meteorological Bureau's forecasts are often inaccurate. Guo Lin said with a smile and walked out of the hotel. Chairman Wu obviously understood what Director Guo meant, and he smiled and followed up, what Director Guo said is right. The Meteorological Bureau should become more professional. The group of people arrived at the town building again. Similarly, only President Wu followed Guo Lin to the top floor of the town building, while the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce were on the first floor. Arriving at the top floor of the Zhen Asterisk building, Guo Lin also summoned the Feng Shui stone again and placed it in the center. Then, he activated the energy in his body again, inputting energy into the Feng Shui stone, and activated the Feng Shui patterns on the Feng Shui stone. For a moment, the Feng Shui pattern became translucent and emitted spiritual light again. The surrounding Feng Shui formation was once again pulled, and the feeling of shock appeared again. President Wu once again saw dust vibrating on the floor. And this kind of vibration quickly spread towards the entire town building. Because this time, there was no problem with the Feng Shui stone. While the Feng Shui formation was being pulled, the entire town building was also affected by the formation. In one layer. Zhang Jin waited anxiously. This time it all depends on the two Taoist priests of King Fengguan. If they still can't handle it, our losses this time will be in vain. Yes, the price this time is not small. Hope everything goes well. How is this going? Suddenly, there was a cry of exclamation. Zhang Jin and Zhang Nan were shocked. They felt the whole town building shaking. They could clearly see the dust falling from the surrounding walls and the dust on the ground beating. Are these two Taoist priests arranging Feng Shui? Zhang Jin was full of surprise. The next moment, he inadvertently looked outside the gate, and the pounding rain also appeared in an incredible scene at that moment. The falling rainwater seemed to be pulled by some force. It suddenly stopped and floated motionless. This rain. Zhang Jin suddenly pointed outside the door blankly. At this time, it was raining heavily, and the raindrops suddenly disappeared. All the raindrops outside stopped and floated off the ground in increasing numbers. This scene is too shocking. I'm afraid you can only see this scene in those fairy tale movies, right? As Zhang Jin pointed out, Zhang Nan and the others also looked outside, and then their eyes widened in unison. They knew how powerful Taoist Guo was, and they also guessed that the Feng Shui he created to control the building would definitely cause some noise, but the noise was too shocking. The top floor of the town building. President Wu also looked at the dense raindrops floating outside the window in horror. He stretched out his hand and could even easily catch the floating raindrops in his hand. This is the Feng Shui formation being pulled. Xian Yun immediately looked at his senior brother and the Feng Shui stone. On the Feng Shui stone, the aura that ordinary people couldn't see became more and more powerful. At this time, Guo Lin also entered a very mysterious state through the Feng Shui stone. In this state, he could clearly see the Feng Shui formation pulled by the Feng Shui stone. They were outlines of Feng Shui lines. After being activated, they seemed to have a special kind of energy attached to them, which was rapidly spreading to the area covered by the surrounding formations with the town building as the center. As it spread, one could see that the crazy rainstorm suddenly stopped and floated in midair. After that, even the howling wind stopped. A very shocking spectacle formed under this area, and it spread very quickly. Even under the violent wind and rain, there was no one on the street, but many people still saw this scene. Chen Qing is a hardworking 996. He feels that he should be grateful to the typhoon for allowing him to have a good rest for a few days. Although he will definitely have to volunteer to make up work on the weekends, at least he has time to spend time with his girlfriend these days. Stay together and do things you love. Honey, come and see, it's incredible outside. Came the girlfriend's shocked voice. Chen Qing was confused and went to the balcony to get a clothes hanger. What was all the fuss about? He walked towards the balcony, but when he looked outside, everyone was dumbfounded. I saw that all the raindrops floating in the sky were floating in the air and did not fall downwards. Are you kidding me? Chen Qing thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes. It's broad daylight. Did I discuss it too much with my girlfriend last night? When he opened his eyes again, he saw the dense raindrops still floating in the air. Not an illusion. Newton lifted the coffin. Chen Qing exclaimed. In this situation, it's strange that Newton's coffin board can't be held down, and it even feels like the worldview has been impacted. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone to take a picture of the scene in front of him, but the moment he took out his mobile phone, the dense raindrops fell down instantly. The surrounding area returned to normal instantly. That's right, it's back to normal. The rain had stopped completely, the wind had stopped completely, and the sun was shining through the clouds. Fuck! Chen Qing cursed angrily, but was completely missed. Town * building. People from the Chamber of Commerce, such as Zhang Nan and Zhang Jin, had already arrived outside the building, stretching out their hands to catch the sunlight falling down. Is this solved? The two Taoist priests at King Fengguan are really powerful. Not just in this area, but in almost the entire Fujian city area, countless citizens found that the heavy rain outside had stopped, the strong winds had stopped, and there was even sunshine. It was as if a storm suddenly passed and the sky cleared up after the rain. This made many people couldn't help but take to the streets, and many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures of the sky everywhere. Because after the violent storm, rainbows appeared in the sky. But more people are confused and noisy. Are you kidding? Didn't the Meteorological Bureau say that Typhoon Mora will arrive in Fujian today? The sun is out, where's the typhoon we promised? The typhoon is gone? Is the Meteorological Bureau letting us off the hook again? Obviously, this is a reversal that even TV dramas would not dare to do. But they didn't know that the Meteorological Bureau was already in chaos. Because Typhoon Mora is about to enter Fujian City, they have been continuously monitoring the situation of Mora using satellites. Everyone knows how much disaster a typhoon can bring to a city. Moreover, at the level of Mora, not only Fujian City will be affected by the disaster, but surrounding cities will also be damaged. What's more serious is that if this typhoon also triggers a tsunami, it will be a double disaster. In coastal cities, all this can happen. But suddenly, they monitored the sudden and incredible changes in Typhoon Mola. The person in charge of the surveillance was shocked and quickly reported to the leader. Relevant leaders from the Meteorological Bureau also arrived in front of the monitoring instruments immediately. One of the big leaders asked directly, "What's going on? What changes have occurred in Mora?" A monitor immediately reported to leader, "The Mola is splitting, and the wind is fusion." In other words, this Mola will soon become two, and the power will be as powerful as previously predicted. How could this happen? The leader was suddenly shocked. Another detector reported to leader, "There seems to be a special energy impacting Mora before, and then such a change occurred. We don't know the specific situation. After that, our satellites will not be able to detect that energy." The leader's face was solemn. The Weather Bureau had never encountered such a situation before. This suddenly turned into two typhoons of this sublevel, and they didn't know how to explain it. You must know that the Weather Bureau sometimes makes mistakes in its forecasts, which is often questioned, but those are really due to irresistible factors. But today this is bad. How to explain that Typhoon Mora became two? The above question asked another question: why it was not detected. How to answer it? Under normal circumstances, even if a typhoon fissions, it will take time, but Mora split into two, the speed is too fast, it is completely unreasonable. What can we do? The leader looked helpless. At this moment, a tester suddenly shouted in surprise, "What happened? It's incredible." The leader immediately looked over and asked, "What happened again?" The inspector said in a daze, "The two Typhoon Mora seem to have suddenly hit something, and then, the route seemed to start to deviate." This made several other inspectors look at it seriously, and then they were all shocked. It seems true. It has started to deviate. This route will not go to Fujian City. The testers also looked in disbelief. Did the typhoon start to hit Fujian City again and leave? This isn't the first time. 2 years ago, several typhoons changed direction just as they were approaching Fujian City. Anyway, it's incredible. I encountered this situation again today. Quickly detect new trends. We must know which coastal city the two Moras will go to. The leader hurriedly ordered. The two typhoons Mora cannot be explained, and now their latest destinations must be detected. But as time went by, both the leaders and others in the Meteorological Bureau gradually showed signs of consternation. The two typhoons Mora changed their direction, but the direction was getting more and more skewed. The destination started from Fujian City, and then rotated clockwise. By the evening, it had deviated 130 degrees. In other words, they originally came to their country, but now they have turned around and exposed their buttocks to the country, and are getting further and further away from the country. The leaders were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At the same time, people in countless countries around the world were staring at Typhoon Mora. Especially some countries with evil intentions, they are eager to suffer disasters in their country, and have been waiting for Mora to wreak havoc and watch the show. Therefore, their meteorology also observed the appearance of two Typhoon Mora. I don't know how many people wanted to watch the show even more, and even posted mocking posts on social platforms. But similarly, they also quickly detected the two Mora typhoons that suddenly turned a corner, and they were all dumbfounded, with very confused faces. Meteorological departments in various countries even immediately invited meteorological experts to analyze and want to know what was going on. Undoubtedly, no expert can understand why, and it is completely inconsistent with scientific principles. How could this typhoon suddenly split and change direction? Moreover, this change in direction is completely out of the normal movement pattern of typhoons. It is like two balls hitting the wall and then rebounding irregularly. But as time went by, people from all over the world were even more dumbfounded, because under the two typhoons Mora, two unlucky guys appeared. Domestic Meteorological Service. The leaders never left after receiving the report, and even started eating in front of the monitor like everyone else. But as time passed, all of them opened their mouths in a daze. Reporting to the leader, the two Moras have stopped drifting and are moving forward on a stable route. The two predicted destinations of Typhoon Mora are a certain stick country and a plaster country. The predicted arrival time of the two Moras is 17:30 and 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. There was a moment of silence before the entire monitoring process when the final results came out. These two Moras knew targets. After that, there was a burst of laughter. Nice job. Ha ha ha, I suddenly want to laugh. Another person couldn't help but said, hold it back, and pay attention to the impact. The leader said quickly with a serious face, but as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He could only say awkwardly, sorry, I couldn't hold it back. Everyone around looked at each other, and then they couldn't help it, and they all laughed knowingly. The laughter made the staff outside who didn't know the situation puzzled, and they all looked in the direction of the monitoring room. At the same time, In the Gen Asterisk building, President Wu looked at the sunshine outside the building with a happy face. Director Guo was indeed like a fairy. He went out and said, the violent storm in Fujian City stopped as soon as Deist Guo waved his hand, and the strong wind dissipated. No one should believe it, right? Only a few of them are lucky enough to know this magical inside story. Moreover, from the magical scene just now and the clear sky now after the rain, it is not necessary to think about it. It is over and the feng shui of the Gen Asterisk building has been restored. He now wants to know what happened to Typhoon Namora. After all, if the feng shui of the Gen Asterisk Lu is restored, Typhoon Namora will not disappear, right? At this time, Guo Lin and Xian Yun both looked at the feng shui stone, and their eyes were all attracted. Apparently neither of them expected that the feng shui stone would undergo such a change. It's really unexpected. It is true that the typhoon took a turn and headed to the Big Stick country and the Plaster country. I just wrote the two things that happened together. There is no need to specifically add me to denounce me for this. Why are you excited? There is still time for the Chinese Valentine's Day. Scold me, are you single? The feng shui formation was completely stimulated. The feng shui patterns on the feng shui stones also shine with the brightest aura, but unfortunately this aura cannot be seen by ordinary people. But Guo Lin and Xuan Yun could see it clearly, and the feng shui patterns on the feng shui stone had also undergone incredible changes. They spread outward like tree roots, expanding along the ground on the top floor of the town building, in a short period of time, and saw that the feng shui patterns had spread all over the ground. Is this what Yuan Tiangang said in the miscellaneous notes on Tuabei 2? Xian Yun had a knowledgeable expression on his face. Guo Lin didn't know what acupoints were for rooting, but through the induction of the feng shui stone before, he also knew that the feng shui stone should be integrated with the entire feng shui formation around it. Footsteps sounded. It was Zheng Nan and Zhang Jin who were from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce who all came forward when they saw that the problem was solved. Naturally, they saw the feng shui stone again. They had seen this stone before when they were called to discuss matters in that community, but this stone disappeared again with a wave of Guo Daokang's hand. They were curious and knowledgeable enough not to ask any more questions. President Wu, now that the feng shui of this Gen Asterisk building has been resolved, and the Tao sign issue has been resolved, we will go back to Qingfeng Temple tomorrow. Guo Lin said and went downstairs with Xuan Yun prepared. Seeing this, President Wu hurriedly asked, Master Guo, is this feng shui stone? Guo Lin smiled and explained, this feng shui stone has been integrated with the feng shui formation. It exists only for the feng shui of the Gen Asterisk Tower to be useful. From now on, it belongs to the Gen Asterisk Tower. President Wu hurriedly asked, Master Guo, if someone touches this feng shui stone or steals it, will it affect the feng shui formation again? Guo Lin shook his head and said, this feng shui stone has taken root and integrated with the surrounding feng shui formation. No one can move this feng shui stone, nor can it be stolen, unless they can remove the entire town asterisk building and the entire surrounding area. Steal it, naturally, if someone can destroy the feng shui stone, then the feng shui formation will naturally be destroyed again. President Wu and other people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce were all stunned when they heard this. Can it still be like this? A stone is only as wide as a millstone and half a meter high. It should be able to be moved by two people, but it can barely be moved by one person, right? Is it true that no one can steal it? They were still thinking about asking something, but Guo Lin and Xian Yun had already gone downstairs. President Wu also immediately ordered Zheng Nan, hurry up and make arrangements for Deist Guo and Xuan Yun. A special car will take Deist Guo back to Yushan tomorrow. Okay, President. Zheng Nan nodded naturally and followed downstairs. President Wu and others all looked at the feng shui stone curiously. Is what Guo Daozang said a bit exaggerated? One person still asked with a hint of doubt. He was not very sure about this question, because Daozang Guo had shown such miraculous abilities, and he probably believed in Daozang Guo's words in his heart. But such inquiries are human instinct. Since Daozang Guo said so, it must not be false. President Wu personally walked towards the feng shui stone, intending to try it himself. Although he is a little older, he exercises every day and his strength is no worse than that of some young adults. Under normal circumstances, he is still very confident in moving such a stone. Thinking of this, he also hugged the feng shui stone and tried to move it, but found that the feng shui stone was as solid as a rock and motionless. President Wu was convinced and even more shocked. He called the two strongest bodyguards and asked them to move the feng shui stone. The two bodyguards naturally obeyed the instructions and moved the feng shui stone in their arms, but even though they tried their best, they found that the feng shui stone did not move at all. The two bodyguards looked at the feng shui stone in confusion. President, we can't move. Yes, is this stone connected to the floor? But obviously, everyone can see that there is a gap between the feng shui stone and the ground, and it is impossible to connect them hand to hand. It seems that what Guo Daozang said is true. Zhang Jin was shocked but also full of emotion. The others also nodded numbly. This feng shui stone has obviously received inexplicable power, which makes it so magical. After that, our Chamber of Commerce will go to negotiate with relevant departments to buy this town building. President Wu thought of something at this time and immediately said, although this town building requires an appointment to come up, it is still of a tourist nature. It would be bad if someone destroys this feng shui stone. Others naturally agreed with this. Indeed. If anyone knows that there is such a stone in the town asterisk building, I am afraid it will be exposed on the internet soon, and countless people will come here, and it will attract countless people with ulterior motives. This is not a good thing. Then buying this townhouse is the best choice. This decision can be considered settled. Naturally, the money will be provided by the Chamber of Commerce. Although they each have their own industries, the Chamber of Commerce also has some joint industries, which are also strong. After making the decision, President Wu also held a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce before returning home. As soon as he returned home, he immediately made a call to find out more about Typhoon Namora. The feng shui of the Zhen asterisk building was done, and the typhoon problem was solved, but he was not at ease because he was not sure about the outcome of Typhoon Mora. Moreover, he called directly to a leader of the Fujian Meteorological Bureau. As soon as the phone call came through, the leader's laughter also came through. President Wu, how can a busy person like you have time to call me? President Wu immediately said, Bureau Forestry, I want to ask you about Typhoon Mora. The Forest Bureau laughed when he heard this. President Wu, so that's what happened. Let me tell you some good news. Typhoon Mora has no impact on us. The specific Fujian channel will broadcast the news soon. When you arrive, you can see it. This can be considered a sellout. President Wu did not continue to ask questions. After hanging up the phone, he turned on the TV and tuned to the Fujian channel to check the news. Soon, relevant weather news was broadcast on the Fujian channel. This was an interruption. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to directly insert the broadcast like this, but today is different. It must be inserted, mainly to tell the people of Fujian City the latest information about Typhoon Mora. During this time, people were a little nervous due to Typhoon Mora, especially those people near the seaside. The news break was also very direct, directly broadcasting the content. Typhoon Mora's original route was through the coastal Fujian area. Not long ago, when it approached the waters of the Fujian area, it suddenly changed direction, and its route has changed direction. And it has split into two Mora, heading towards the Big Stick Country and the Plaster Country. I hope the two places will be well protected. President Wu was immediately shocked when he saw the news. Typhoon Mora is not just one, but split into two? The key point is that these two people actually changed directions when they were approaching the sea area of Min City. Now they are going to the Big Stick Country and the Plaster Country? This is incredible. He looked at the time in the news. Wasn't it after the director of the corridor solved the feng shui of the Zhen asterisk building? Others didn't know what was going on, but he knew it, and it was all because of Dao Kangguo. It seems that the feng shui of the asterisk building is still there, so there is no need to worry about another typhoon coming in the future. Chairman Wu also took out his mobile phone and called up a WeChat group, which was the Fujian Chamber of Commerce Committee members group. The members in it were also those who accompanied Dao Zhangguo today. Have you all seen the news? President Wu sent a message directly inside. I saw it. It's incredible. What news? What are you talking about? Obviously, some of these people have watched the news, and some have not. President Wu Kli explained, it's about Typhoon Mora. Typhoon Mora has not disappeared, but it has also affected the country. This is great. A member who didn't watch the news said immediately, Dao Zhangguo is still very powerful. If he hadn't perfected the feng shui, I would not have been able to avoid this Mora in Fujian City. This statement was naturally approved by others, who all knew whose credit it was. President Wu added at this time, although this time we invited Taoist Priest Guo and the others with Taoist cards, and Taoist Priest Guo didn't say anything, we can't be ignorant, and we still have to make some gestures. This statement obviously made others agree. Zhang Jin immediately said, that's true, but how you express it is very important. Just donate money directly. I'm afraid it will be too tacky. Qingfeng Temple shouldn't be short of money, right? Look at those rich people who spend 500,000 yuan to buy Taoist cards. King Fengguan didn't pay any attention to it. But yes, just 500,000 yuan to buy a chance for Taoist Master King Fengguan to take action is too wishful thinking. These words made other people nod, thinking about what to give. Suddenly, one person said, the Taoist sect talks about wealth and land. All we can give is wealth. If there is no way to do anything about wealth, then it is the land. Otherwise, our Chamber of Commerce can just send Qingfengguan a mountain, which not only expresses our respect and sincerity, a mountain is also solemn and meaningful. In ancient times, many rich people would donate the title deeds of mountains, forests, or fields to Taoist temples. Chairman Wu nodded when he saw this, and sent another message, that's it, let the people from the Chamber of Commerce investigate the situation of King Fengguan and see how to give away this mountain, and if you want to give it away, give away too. It's a good thing in pairs. Anyway, in a county like Shushan, it doesn't cost much to buy the mountain, and it can also show our respect. Obviously, this argument has been settled. As the news from Fujian City was broadcast, not only the people in Fujian City were surprised, but the news also became a sensation when it reached the internet. People on the internet have actually been paying attention to the movements of Typhoon Mora. After all, it is a good tradition in China that one place is suffering and everyone is praying for blessings. Therefore, Mora's approach to Fujian City also worries everyone, and everyone is paying attention to this matter. But when the latest news came out, Mora split and moved to 2 other places. It really shocked everyone who paid attention to the matter, and it quickly became a sensation on the internet. We can't pretend anymore. Everyone knows we know how to control wind. Disasters do not distinguish between nationalities. I wish all the people in the plaster country are safe. High school students, prevailing westerly plus East Asian monsoon plus high pressure cyclone. College student, someone cast a spell. Let me tell you a secret. There is a town building in Fujian City. It was built under the supervision of the great god Hungvyuboan. It can control the whole world and bless the people along the coast. I heard that there is a very smelly toilet in the plaster country. Please help me blow it out. Mora, Typhoon Mora, here I come. Domestic emperor fighting experts, get out. Typhoon Mora, okay. It can be said that the internet is extremely lively, but only President Wu of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce knows that someone has really cast a spell. There were also a few people who saw the raindrops suspended in mid-air. Most people were too late to take photos of the scene. Because it was too short, it was too late for them to recover from the shock. Naturally, someone happened to take a photo of it and posted it online, wanting to prove that someone in their Fujian city actually cast the spell. But obviously, the video did not prove anything until the evening, but was ridiculed. Haha, the special effects are really good, but it's a pity that they are too frivolous. Why don't you use the 5 cents for special effects? I originally believed that someone was casting a spell, but now that you are using it, I don't believe it. It's a bit technical to take advantage of the popularity. Don't spend 50 cents on special effects. Are you crazy to take advantage of the traffic? This made the person who posted the video almost vomit blood. What the hell are they all? If you show the real thing, you won't believe it. No wonder the truth is only in the hands of a few people. Guo Lin didn't know this. He and Xuanyun went back to King Fengedwen early the next morning. Zhang Nan personally escorted them with a luxury car. It was faster than taking a train and saved a lot of trouble. After spending some time, Guo Lin and Xuanyun were also sent to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain by Zhang Nan. When the two got out of the car, they saw that half of the luxury cars owned by the rich were missing, and the remaining people still had signs saying "By Dobeo." It's just that the purchase price above has an extra 0. After the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce purchased Daopei for 5 million, they had to increase the price, otherwise they had no doubt that the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would still pay this price to buy it next time. Therefore, some rich people naturally gave up or felt that it was not worth it. Zhang Nan got out of the car and respectfully escorted Guo Lin and the two up the mountain. When they arrived at King Fengedwen, he received a call from President Wu. President Wu, okay, 2 mountains, I go to Yushan County immediately to do it. After Zhang Nan received President Wu's order, he immediately went down to Qingfeng Mountain, and then took out his mobile phone to make a call. If he wants to help President Wu get things done, he must first contact someone from Yushan. If he were to come to us on his own, it would be a question of whether they would believe it or not, and it would take time to wait for them to review it, which would be very embarrassing. Therefore, he could only call the officials in Fujian City and ask them to help convey it. Government departments in various places have internal contact numbers, so it is easy for them to communicate. Yushan. In an office in the county, Sun Xian was watching the news. Reading the news is also one of their essential homework. Many policies and directional issues sometimes need to be learned from the news. This is really strange. Sun County saw the news about Fujian City. Typhoon Mora, which was about to reach Fujian City, suddenly diverted to 2 other places. This is indeed the hottest news today. He also saw that many people in the news made very mysterious comments. For example, there is a town asterisk building in Fujian City. For example, someone was casting a spell, and because someone was casting a spell, the typhoon suddenly turned. This made him think of Daozang Guo. It seems that the other party went to Fujian City because of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. This is the news that Chen Li got from visiting Taoist Guo at Qingfeng Temple yesterday. Is it possible that the typhoon's turn has something to do with Daokang Guo? If it was really a man-made spell, he could only think of Daozang Guo, otherwise it would be too much of a coincidence. But there is no way to prove this. Moreover, is it too exaggerated to say that Daokang Guo can affect the direction of typhoons? Although Daozang Guo knows some mysterious methods, the news said that even they are magical methods. Just as Sun County was thinking about it, Chen Li hurried to his office and asked as soon as he came into Sun County, are you calling me here so urgently because of the traffic accident at Qingfeng Mountain yesterday? Qingfeng Temple has become really popular recently, especially after ancient Ginkgo launched the Blessing Plaque project, which caused an explosion of tourists. Too many people came for the blessing plagues. This also caused traffic problems. The original road was no longer enough for 2 cars to cross. In addition, one driver's special blessing sign broke and he was absent-minded, and then collided with another car. Fortunately, the person is okay. But this traffic problem has emerged and needs to be solved. It's not even a holiday yet. During the holidays, not only the blessing plagues, but also the ancient trees, fireflies, and the shocking scene of the whole place filled with gentle breeze in the morning, as long as they promote it in the city, the tourists will definitely be busy, and I am afraid that the cars will be jammed and unable to move. Road construction is inevitable. Sun Xian said, the traffic into Qingfeng Mountain must be solved. You can go to other departments to coordinate and build a new road into Qingfeng Mountain, and strive to complete it before the National Day tourist peak period. Okay, Sun County. Chen Li nodded immediately. Sun Xian continued, the second thing is that the progress of the wild botanical garden is too slow. Can you give Ms. Zhao and the others a break? Chen Li smiled and nodded, I will do it. He was also helpless about this matter. The wild botanical garden project has become a meritorious industry of King Fengagwen, and the main reason is to ask Mr. Guo to give this project a little love. Sure enough, after the contract was signed, the fireflies that were originally only within the scope of Qingfeng Mountain also entered all parts of Qingfeng Mountain. Even the dense mist that originally only covered the top of Qingfeng Mountain began to disperse throughout Qingfeng Mountain. Looking at it in the morning, it's very spectacular. You must know that famous mountains like Huangshan do not have such spectacular scenes. Therefore, the county naturally wants to open the Wild Botanical Garden project as soon as possible, but the 3 Ms. Zhao are focused on stability. They have always said that they cannot make any mistakes or disappoint Director Guo, so the progress is very slow. This made the county very anxious. Sun Xian said again, the last thing is to think about whether you can pick up the wool of King Fengagwen again. Chen Li immediately showed a sly smile. He understood the meaning. The King Fengagwen wool is really comfortable now. Yushan is pursuing a tourism plus strategy and has built scenic spots one after another. There are now 5 4A projects. However, in order to support these, Yushan owes a large amount of money. The key is that these scenic spots have a slow recovery rate, and no matter how much they are promoted, they cannot become as popular as those well-known scenic spots. Even 3 of the 4A scenic spots have begun to decline. After all, there are too many scenic spots of the same type promoted online, and the homogeneity is serious. But Qingfeng Temple is different. Not only is its popularity getting higher and higher, but it also costs them almost nothing. They are almost riding on the popularity of Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, the more you rub, the happier you will be. The economic consumption generated by the tourists attracted by Qingfeng Temple belongs to Yushan. They could imagine that after the Wild Botanical Garden project was given to King Fengagwen, with those fireflies flying into the mountains and plains, and those wonders covered by the mist, the entire project would become very different, and it could be said to have been upgraded to several levels. They also planned to remind the 3 Ms. Zhao whether mountain excursions or camping projects were open in the mountains. Therefore, they naturally thought about what other projects they could give to King Fengagwen. But this is also difficult. They have also studied Dao Kang Guo's temper. It has nothing to do with King Fengagwen. If he just sends a project casually, the other party will not accept it. This time, the Wild Botanical Garden project was probably reluctantly accepted because Qingfeng Guan was in Qingfeng Mountain. When the 2 of them were thinking about it, they saw a secretary hurried in and reported, 2 leaders, someone from the Fujian City Investment Promotion Office called and said that someone from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce has arrived in Yushan and wants to meet. As soon as I see you. Sun County was stunned by these words and asked hurriedly, when? He naturally knows about the Fujian Chamber of Commerce and how powerful it is in Fujian City. If the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can leak some funds to invest in Yushan, it will benefit Yushan a lot. The secretary quickly took out a number and said, the other party didn't tell me, he just asked for one number, I'll leave you Sun County's number. Really? Sun Xian asked hurriedly. He knew very well that if he could get the Fujian Investment Promotion Office to help make a call, and the Investment Promotion Office was willing to help, then the person coming would definitely not be a small fish or shrimp, and he would definitely have some say in the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, this may be the father of the funder. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang, and it was an unknown number. Sun Xian hurriedly pressed answer and tried to ask, I am Sun Yuan of Yushan. Excuse me, who are you? A voice came from the other side, hello, Sun County. I am Zhang Nan from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. I have a business deal that I want to negotiate with Yushan. Fund owner dad, business negotiation? Sun Xian thought about it and hurriedly said inward, Mr. Zhang, I wonder what business you want to discuss and when will you be free? If you are in Yushan, I can ask my secretary to pick you up. Zhang Nan's voice came again, I'm just outside the county government. Hearing this, Sun County stood up subconsciously, I will pick up Mr. Zhang personally. No wonder he is like this. After all, as a county town, it is too important to attract investment, especially at the critical moment of the Tourism Plus project, not to mention that in Fujian province, no city in Fujian * Chamber of Commerce can care less. Sun County also quickly met Zhang Nan and welcomed him into his office. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Nan spoke first. Sun County, let me make a story short. Our Fujian Chamber of Commerce wants to purchase 2 mountains from Shushan. Donate the property rights to Qingfeng Temple, and also ask Sun County to help check the relevant information, and it is best to be connected to Qingfeng Mountain. Sun County is established. The two of them were stunned when they heard Zhang Nan's words. They had guessed what kind of business this person came to discuss and what project they had their eyes on, but they never imagined that the other person wanted to buy 2 mountains and give them to King Fengagwen. Does the other party know how much 2 mountains cost? Even in their small county town, even if it was a barren mountain, it would take a terrifying amount of money to buy 1, let alone 2. Is the Fujian Chamber of Commerce so heroic? The key is why the Fujian Chamber of Commerce bought 2 mountains to give to King Fengagwen. What kind of debt is this? Sun County suddenly froze, and the news he had just watched rang out. People on the internet said that Typhoon Mora turned around because someone cast a spell. Dao Kangguo happened to be in Fujian City, and he went there because of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Now the Fujian Chamber of Commerce wants to buy 2 more mountains to give to King Fengagwen. If what is said on the internet is true, then the reason why the Fujian Chamber of Commerce does this is understandable. Thinking of this, Sun Xian tentatively said, sending Qingfeng to watch the 2 mountains is enough to thank Dao Guo for solving the typhoon problem. Zhang Nan was stunned when he heard this and said in surprise, Sun County, it turns out you also know about this. Is this really the case? Sun Xian couldn't help but exclaimed. Zhang Nan looked at Sun County and felt like fuck. You just met him and you lied to him. Have you lost any trust between people? Seeing this, Sun County hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, don't mind. I will help you make some suggestions. It is best to give 2 mountains to Qingfeng Temple. Let me tell you, we are very familiar with Qingfeng Temple and can definitely give you the best solution. Good suggestion. Really? Zhang Nan looked at Sun County this time with distrust in his eyes. King Fengagwen. As soon as Guolin came back, Xia Qingyang hurried to him, brother, you are finally back. If you don't come back, we will all be exhausted. Xian Yang, you are exaggerating. Guo Lin said jokingly. Although there have been many tourists recently, in the final analysis, only Xuanyun is missing. He usually doesn't do chores. In addition, you can ask Lin Ziyan and other live-in believers to do some things, so they won't be exhausted. Xia Qingyang immediately explained, brother, are you exaggerating? Do you know how fast the special blessing cards are consumed now? We have no time to pray. The special blessing cards that Huang Bin, Qingwan and I made for blessing were all used up almost as soon as they were taken out. Now the tourists not only use the blessing cards to identify their feelings, but some also use the blessing cards to find things, and some even use them to pray for blessings. If you use the card to speculate in stocks, those tourists can think of any evil ways to use it. Guo Lin was shocked when he heard Xia Qinjiang's words. Can special blessing cards be used to speculate in stocks? Is this too exaggerated? But think about it, the special effect of the blessing card is really possible. Then spread your mind like this, the role of special blessing cards is immeasurable. Therefore, it is no wonder that this special prayer is not enough. But if it's not enough, it's not enough. There's no need to force a certain quantity. Moreover, once you become famous, less is not always better. Looking at Xia Qinjiang's bitter face, Guo Lin also said, after tomorrow, we will limit the special blessing cards. Only 20 will be provided every day, and there will be no more than 1. As for how to get special blessing cards, just scan the code, get them randomly, set the number, and see who gets lucky. Then let's find a reason to say that this special blessing card requires a long time of praying and chanting. The previous ones are just pre-stored. It's fair to scan the merit code and rely on good luck. Xia Qingyang immediately nodded in agreement, and this is only right. The more useful something is, the less it should be taught lightly. In this way, the status of King Fengagwen can be further improved, and they don't have to work so hard. While the two were discussing, they saw the designer Ma Tao hurried in. Ma Donor. When Guo Lin saw the other party, he smiled and said hello. This designer has taken root in King Fengagwen during this period, and he has worked hard to supervise the projects of King Fengagwen. Coupled with the piety of his contribution, he is definitely an excellent believer. When Ma Tao saw Guo Lin, he came forward with a face full of joy. Deazang Guo, I have reported the progress of the project to you. There is good news. The 3 towers to be built tomorrow will be capped at the end, and a capping ceremony will be held then. Really? Guo Lin's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the news. Ma Tao was talking about the Juling Pagoda. After he obtained the design drawings of the Juling Pagoda, he told Ma Tao to build the Juling Pagoda first. Moreover, the 3 Juling Pagodas were also built at the same time. He has been waiting for the completion of the construction of these 3 spirit gathering towers, which is related to the aura of Qingfeng Temple. Now the spirit gathering tower is finally going to be built. For Guo Lin, this is absolutely great news. Therefore, he was looking forward to the topping ceremony very much, and immediately ordered Xie Qingyang to prepare a special altar for the topping ceremony. And that night, Guo Lin also fell asleep in anticipation. Even if he played leisure Shushan for one day, he didn't gain anything, and it didn't put him in a bad mood at all. The next day, after having breakfast and absorbing the spiritual energy, he arrived at the 3 spirit gathering towers. An altar had been arranged in front of each spirit gathering tower, and naturally there were construction workers who had received the notice. When the time comes, he, Xie Qingyang, and Xian Yun will each be responsible for an altar. The ceiling altar was decorated by Xie Qingyang and Xuan Yun, and it was the Tianxi Grand Platform. Most of the people who perform capping ceremonies report to the mountain god that their home is settled on your land. Now it is recorded. If you shake your head over the mountains and the ground, it will not affect this place. The Tianxi Grand Platform is different. Just like the pretentious ceremony Guo Lin performed at Feng Yuan Temple before, it can also be called the Imperial God Platform. What it means is that I, Qingfeng Guan, tell you, the mountain god, that this spirit gathering platform was built by me, Qingfeng Guan, and you should keep an eye on it. Therefore, Xie Qingyang and Xuan Yun were very serious about setting up the altar, and even felt a sense of pride. After all, other Taoist temples are all about praying to gods. They are the gods. To use an internet term, they are all different. Huang Bin and Qingguan, the 2 in turn Taoist disciples, were also surprised. In the Taoist Academy, they had learned about this kind of capping ceremony, but they were all about praying to the gods, and they really didn't know that they could still give orders to the gods. This also let them know that Qingfeng Temple is completely different from the Taoist temple they knew before. Thinking of all the miraculous things that the Taoist priest has, it seems that there is nothing strange about him. The time for the ceremony was fixed. When the time came, Guo Lin, Xie Qingyang, and Xuan Yun also started the ceremony at the same time. Guo Lin didn't do anything to show off his holiness this time. After all, there were no outsiders, just some workers, so there was no need to make a big show of showing off. What's more, when Guo Lin and the other 3 were performing the ceremony, the workers were already preparing. They had to cooperate well and cap the ceiling at the end of the ceremony. The capping ceremony was not too long and ended quickly. At the same time, the workers who had been prepared for a long time also started the final capping. The capping of a tower also doesn't take long. The capping was completed very quickly, and the 3 spirit gathering pagodas with unique shapes and styles were completely built. At that moment, Guo Lin received a series of prompts from the game system. Congratulations on completing the construction of a spiritual gathering tower, incomplete. Congratulations to you for completing the construction of a spiritual gathering tower, incomplete. Congratulations on completing the construction of a spiritual gathering tower, incomplete. There were 3 consecutive game prompts, but Guo Lin frowned. Because after the construction of the spirit gathering tower was completed, it turned out to be incomplete, which was wrong. Guo Lin quickly looked around. Nothing has changed. Something is wrong. After the spirit gathering tower is completed, shouldn't spiritual energy appear? He hurriedly walked into the spirit gathering tower in front of him. The spirit gathering tower had 6 floors, with stairs going up on each floor and surrounded by a circle of railings. There were no unusual changes inside. He hurriedly looked at the sex station information. The spirit gathering tower was completed and corresponding information should appear. Sure enough, when you open the sex station, there is already information about 3 spirit gathering towers. Juling Tower, incomplete, x3. 1. You can form a spirit gathering array to build a building that gathers spiritual energy. However, it lacks the spirit gathering runes and cannot be activated temporarily. Please try again after upgrading the sex station. 2. You can form a 3-talent spirit gathering formation to gather spiritual energy. The prerequisite is that there are spiritual veins that can provide spiritual energy. The spiritual veins cannot be detected temporarily, nor can the conditions for condensing spiritual veins be detected. Please try again after the sex station has enough influence area. Guo Lin was a little dumbfounded when he saw the information about this sex location. He asked Ma Tao to hurriedly build 3 spirit gathering towers at a total cost of more than 2 million in merit money, in order to allow Qingfeng Guan to see aura after the completion of the spirit gathering towers. In this case, he can also use the emergence of the spiritual energy to break through in one fell swoop and successfully build the foundation. Who knew that after the spirit gathering tower was completed, there would still be these 2 restrictions before it could be used? But thinking about it in a flash, he sighed. 2. He used ordinary materials to build the spirit gathering tower. What building that can gather spiritual energy would be made of ordinary materials? There is currently no spirit gathering talisman mark, which is a pit dug by the game system. However, the game system has also prompted you to upgrade the sect station and check it later. In other words, after the sect station is upgraded, can it help burn the spirit gathering runes on the spirit gathering tower? At that time, can this spirit gathering tower be used? If this problem can be achieved after upgrading the sect station, then the other requirement will be a bit troublesome. Even if the spirit gathering tower completes the spirit gathering array, it still needs spiritual veins. Obviously, the game system cannot detect that Qingfeng Temple has spiritual veins. The only good news is that the spiritual veins can be condensed, but the conditions for the spiritual veins to condense are obviously not met. In other words, is it still wishful thinking that you want Qingfeng Guan to have aura now, and you still need to continue to work hard? Gan. No matter how good his mood was, Guolin still wanted to curse. Fortunately, these two restrictions are not impossible to achieve. Guolin immediately looked at the wishing information from the sect station. Required to upgrade willing power 8,000, already have 1,713 willing power. There are still more than 6,000 requirements left to upgrade. We must find a way to gain more willpower. Otherwise, relying solely on Xia Qingyang and the others to pray every day and do baptism in a quiet room, they would only reach level 318, and it would take 20 days to upgrade again. 20 days is not too long, to be honest. But if we are eager to make the spirit gathering tower work, these 20 days will seem a bit long. Therefore, it would be perfect if a large amount of vow power could be increased in one wave like the previous sutra transmission meeting. Guolin walked out of the Juling Tower again, and his mind started to spin. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun quickly arrived in front of Guolinier. Senior brother, are these 3 towers open to tourists? Xia Qingyang asked. He didn't know the functions of these 3 towers, but senior brother specifically asked Ma Donor to build these 3 towers. There must be a purpose, right? When Guolin heard this, he hurriedly said, these 3 towers are not open to tourists, and warning signs must be put up to prevent tourists from approaching. What a joke, some tourists now have no quality at all. If the Juling Pagoda is destroyed, it's not known when it will be rebuilt. This will be a trap. He felt unsafe and hurriedly called Ma Tao, Taoist Master Guo. Ma Tao came closer and saluted Guolin respectfully, and then reported, Taoist Master Guo, the construction of the Juling Pagoda has been completed. I will fully supervise the construction of the mountain temple. This mountain temple is a project donated by the county, and it is also the earliest project. It has not been built yet, and it cannot be explained to the county. Therefore, this mountain temple should be built first. Guolin nodded first, and then immediately ordered, Donor Ma, but before that, I need your help to build a wall around these 3 towers to prevent tourists from entering. Okay, Taoist Guo. Ma Tao didn't know Taoist Guo's purpose, but he just obeyed the Taoist's instructions. Guolin was relieved and told Xia Qingyang, the tower has been built. How much payment will be made? You can explain to the good believer in the construction here. Yes, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded in agreement. After giving instructions, Guolin went back to his room, and then began to think about ways to quickly increase his willpower. After thinking about it for a whole afternoon, he only came up with one solution, which was to hold a large-scale Taoist ceremony. But this Dharma conference cannot be held casually. Taoist rules must be followed and careful consideration is required. In the afternoon, Guolin came out of the dressing room, and Xia Qingyang hurriedly approached him. Brother, the county police sent us a notice. Guolin asked, police in the county? What's going on? Xia Qingyang explained, brother, it seems that something happened to a touring acrobatic troupe in Yushan. A monkey untied the shackles of the animals. The animals ran around, and one monkey ran into the mountains. What does this have to do with us? Guolin asked doubtfully. As the name suggests, the touring acrobatic troupe is just a few vehicles pulling some animals. When they arrive at a crowded place, they set up a simple performance stage for the animals to perform. There are many acrobatic troupes of this kind in the country, and most of them are acrobatic troupes that have no business and rely on wandering tours to make money, or the acrobatic park simply closes down, and they are forced to take the animals on wandering tours. In other words, something happened to such a wandering acrobatic troupe when they arrived in Yushan. Was it because monkeys were unchaining other animals? This is obviously a bit of a joke. Monkeys are smart, but does this kind of thing make you look down on a monkey? There must have been a mistake on the part of the acrobatic troupe, and a monkey took the blame. This poor monkey, if found under such circumstances, might be rewarded with a peanut. Xia Qingyang explained, brother, aren't there a lot of believers and pilgrims that our Qingfeng Temple has welcomed during these times? The acrobatic troupe wanted to perform at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, and then something happened. So, that monkey ran into Qingfeng Mountain? Guolin opened his mouth in shock. Senior brother is smart, Xia Qingyang said with a smile. Guolin sighed and ordered, put up some signs to remind tourists not to approach monkeys if they see them, so as not to get hurt. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang got the order and went to do it. Guo Lin went to the main hall and saw that Xuan Yun came in with 3 people, and he was familiar with all 3 of them. Aren't they Sun and Chen from the county, and Zheng Nan from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce? How did these 3 come together? Dea Zhang Guo. Zheng Nan immediately came to Guo Lin respectfully. Dea Zhang Guo. Sun Xian and Chen Li also had an even more indescribable respect. After all, it was Deist Guo who lured Typhoon Namora from Zheng Nan. They were all shocked. They knew how powerful this Taoist master Guo was before, but they never thought that he would be so powerful. It was simply terrifying. Guo Lin greeted the 3 of them and said, "2 gentlemen, almsgiver Zheng, we are here together, but what's the matter?" Sun Xian immediately nodded and said, "Dea Zhang Guo, Mr. Zheng actually has something big going on here. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce wants to buy the 2 mountains behind Qingfeng Mountain and donate them to Qingfeng Temple. Therefore, I accompanied Mr. Zheng up here." Guo Lin looked at Zheng Nan in surprise. This was really beyond his imagination. 2 mountains, this donation is really heavy. Regardless of whether it is Taoist temple or Buddhist temple, facing this kind of donation, they will happily accept it, and then treat the Fujian Chamber of Commerce as a guest, right? If the Fujian Chamber of Commerce has this idea, they will be disappointed in King Fengagwen. Moreover, if the 2 mountains are taken over, it will not be a good thing if the consequences are too big. He does not want to be set up by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, he said calmly, "Donor Zheng, you will not be rewarded for your merits. This donation is too heavy. Qingfeng Temple cannot afford such merit." These words made both Sun Xian and Chen Li a little anxious. For them, this is a good opportunity to take a closer look. These 2 mountains were purchased through the Fujian Chamber of Commerce and can be given to King Fengagwen openly. By then, the 2 mountains will definitely become different, right? Maybe something mysterious will happen again, and it will definitely be good for Yu Chang. Who knew that Dao Kang Guo actually refused? Sure enough, Taoist Guo and Qingfeng Temple are completely different from other Taoist temples. Moreover, the other party deflected the typhoon. How many people were allowed to avoid disaster? Is this called receiving no reward for no merit? Hearing this, Zheng Nan hurriedly said, "Dea Zhang Guo, this is really the intention of our Fujian Chamber of Commerce. I am simply grateful and have no other requirements. Please give us a chance to express your feelings, otherwise, our entire Fujian Chamber of Commerce will not be able to feel at ease. Moreover, as evidenced by Sun County and Mr. Chen, we are simply grateful for the donation and will not have any follow-up requirements. Please rest assured, Dea Zhang Guo." When Sun County heard this, he also took the opportunity to echo Master Guo, "The reputation of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is still very good." Chen Li also said, "Yes, Dao Kang Guo might as well give the Fujian Chamber of Commerce a chance." Guo Lin frowned and looked at the 3 of them. Obviously, these 3 are smart and have seen through what he is thinking and know what he is worried about. Moreover, the other party's attitude makes him unable to refuse. Because in the sex location information, regarding spiritual veins, there is a requirement that the affected area needs to be large enough before proceeding to the next step. Therefore, it is impossible for him not to think about these 2 mountains. Whether he can accept these 2 mountains or not, he really has to think about whether what Zheng Nan said is coping or sincerity, whether it can represent the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, although others are not sure. This may be difficult for others to understand, but it doesn't seem to be impossible for him to determine. He glanced at the fragment of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck. A chance for autonomous evolution has been restored, and you will know it by using it. Thinking about it, he also directly performed the deduction. The fog of evolution appeared in front of him again, and as he thought, an evolution picture appeared. Gradually, the corners of his mouth also smiled. There is no reason why the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can become so big, at least in the process of evolution. As Zheng Nan said, this is sincere gratitude and will not disturb King Fengagwen with this donation. I didn't expect that the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would buy the Zhen Asterisk building and strictly protect the Zhen Asterisk building. For the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, the value of these 2 mountains is far less than the value of the Feng Shui stone. Therefore, President Wu and others are really uneasy, so they asked Zheng Nan to donate. Then, Guo Lin thought of something. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the evolution picture changed, and then, he couldn't help but show surprise on his face. Condensing spiritual veins. 3 mountains, 3 spiritual gathering towers. What a coincidence. The fog of evolution in front of Guo Lin's eyes disappeared, but he already knew it in his heart, and he had a better impression of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Deazang Guo, please give our Fujian Chamber of Commerce a chance to feel at ease. Zheng Nan prayed again with a sincere face. Guo Lin did not refuse this time. Instead, he shouted inside, "Xian Yang." Xia Qingyang came over in a moment, followed by Huang Bin. "Senior brother." Xia Qingyang saluted. Guo Lin directly ordered Xian Yang, "The Fujian Chamber of Commerce is going to donate 2 mountains to Qingfeng Temple. You are responsible for the affairs of the Taoist Temple. You and Mr. Zheng will hand it over." These words immediately made Zhang Nan look happy. Thank you, Master Guo, for making it possible. Sun Xian and Chen Li also showed joy. Daozang Guo accepted those 2 mountains, which means that there may be some mysterious changes in these 2 mountains. What's more important is that Mr. Zhang Nan promised that as long as Dao Kang Guo accepts the donations from the 2 mountains, he will invest in building a playground and a hotel nearby. This is also a rare investment for Yushan. Xia Qingyang was not too surprised by the news. After all, he already knew what happened in Min City from Xianyun. If it were him, if he were the person in charge of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, he would probably do the same thing. But Huang Bin was completely shocked. 2 mountains? It's incredible. When he was at the Taoist Academy, he learned about a lot of Taoist news, including about merit donations. Some powerful Taoist temples might receive millions of merit donations at a time, but it is really unheard of for someone to donate 2 mountains at once. This further illustrates the power of King Fengagwen. Otherwise, it is the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, and the other party is definitely not a fool. He was even more grateful that he was lucky enough to stay in Qingfeng Temple as a trainee Taoist disciple. He felt that he should also urge his elder brother to send the money quickly. He promised the great god Sanking to build the Sanking Temple. If my brother keeps doing this, he will be forced to return to secular life and go back to fight for the family property. Then he will seize the family property and get the money to come back to Qingfeng Temple and become a Taoist disciple. After Xia Qingyang welcomed Zhang Nan to the reception room, Huang Bin also took out his mobile phone and opened a Taoist college student group and saw complaints in it. Hey, if I had known better, I wouldn't have been so anxious. I'm bored to death at this broken Taoist temple in the countryside. Similarly, the Taoist temple in this small town is going crazy. When Huang Bin saw these complaints, he immediately said, the internship at King Fengagwen is good. There are many beautiful tourists, which is very eye-catching. As soon as these words came out, the group suddenly became quiet. Taoist Student 1, Taoist Student 2. Obviously, the students in the Dao College group were speechless. They naturally knew that Huang Bin, to use an internet term, was the last person on the crane. Every time the Taoist Academy takes an assessment, the other party comes in last. They also knew about King Fengagwen. They didn't know how many people had applied for King Fengagwen before, and everyone was guessing who would enter King Fengagwen for internship. Everyone felt that Chu Xian was the most likely candidate, so seeing Chu Xian as a strong competitor, many people did not choose King Fengagwen. Who knew that it would be Huang Bin who finally entered King Fengagwen as an intern? It was really unfair. Especially since Qingfeng Temple is very popular recently, they also know about the blessing cards. This also made many people regret it. If they had known that Huang Bin would also be selected, they would have applied for King Fengagwen. They are better than Huang Bin after all, right? People in the group obviously didn't want to pay attention to Huang Bin, and someone else said, I heard that Jinyu Mountain has received another million-level donation. Who is interning there? Is the news true? Someone immediately said, I was an intern at Jinyu Mountain. It's true. A rich man donated it to thank Tianxi Dingxiu. I witnessed the donation ceremony with my own eyes. Another person said, hey, that's awesome. It's really enviable to be an intern in a place like this. Yes, envious. Only in Taoist holy places can such level of merit appear. King Fengagwen received donations from 2 mountains of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Huang Bin sent another very inappropriate message. Then, the entire WeChat group went silent. 2 mountains? Real or fake? After a brief silence, the entire WeChat group was in chaos, exclaiming, shocked, and in disbelief. After that, people in the group started to ask at Huang Bin one after another, wanting to know whether it was true or not, and even want to find out the specific news. Seeing this, Huang Bin put away his phone with a smile, and couldn't help but feel proud on his face. This is King Fengagwen. Even if he is just a Taoist trainee, he is still honored. Come on, strive to become a true Taoist disciple of Qingfeng Temple. Time flies. In the waiting room, while Guolin was playing the game Casual Shu Mountain, Xia Qingyang had already brought a stack of documents to Guolin's brother. These are the donation documents related to those 2 mountains. Guolin nodded, took the 2 documents and read them. The 2 mountains donated by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce are on the left and right of Qingfeng Mountain, guarding it like 2 left and right guards. Below the mountainside of the 2 mountains, there is actually a part that is connected. In the south, we pay attention to mountains, which are mountains that are linked together to form a community. This kind of mountain is also very common in Yushan. This is the case for several mountains behind King Fengagwen. Now 2 of them belong to King Fengagwen. Moreover, these 2 mountains are actually larger than Qingfeng Mountain in area. The area of Qingfeng Mountain is 34 square kilometers. The 2 mountains are 41.5 square kilometers and 39 square kilometers respectively. Guolin briefly read the donation document, and after confirming that it was valid, he took Xia Qingyang into the scripture storage room, and then walked into the first-floor scripture storage building that did not exist in the outside world. This level of the Sutra Collection building is the secret realm of Qiankan. No one in the outside world will know the existence of this place except themselves. Guo Lin put the donation document on the bookshelf. At this moment, the game system prompt appeared in his mind again. Congratulations to you, the area of influence of the sex station has increased to 114.5 square kilometers. Guo Lin also laughed when he saw this. Once the system recognizes it, it completely proves that there is no problem with the donation. Immediately afterwards, Guo Lin hurriedly looked at the information about the sex location in his mind, because one condition had changed regarding the information about the Juling Pagoda. Juling Tower, incomplete, X3. 1. You can form a spirit gathering array to build a building that gathers spiritual energy. However, it lacks the spirit gathering runes and cannot be activated for the time being. Please try again after upgrading the sex station. 2. The 3 talent spirit gathering formation can be formed to gather spiritual energy. The prerequisite is that there are spiritual veins that can provide spiritual energy. The spiritual veins cannot be detected temporarily. The area affected by the detected sex station exceeds 100 square kilometers, which meets the minimum requirements for condensing level 1 spiritual veins. Whether to try to condense. This is what Guo Lin was waiting for. The evolution picture is indeed not deceiving. This is also the biggest reason why he chose to accept the donation from 2 mountains. Where he hesitated, he directly chose to try to condense. These 2 conditions must be completed for the spirit gathering tower to function. Otherwise, there will be no spiritual veins and no spiritual energy to gather in the spirit gathering tower. But at the next moment, another game prompt appeared. Sorry, the spiritual veins cannot be condensed at the moment. You need to use the power of the 7 sages to condense the spiritual veins. Gan! Guo Lin's mentality really exploded now. This game system is one link after another, endless. At first, he thought that it would be enough to build the spirit gathering tower. Who knew that there would be 2 conditions before the spirit gathering tower was built? Now that a condition has been reached, who knew that there is a mandatory requirement to collect all the plants of the 7 sages and use the power of the 7 sages? Isn't this a joke? But what can be done? The system is the largest. When the 7 virtuous people were there before, he was not anxious. He just showed off and collected them when he had the opportunity, just like the elm tree. I just didn't expect that these 7 sage plants would now become the key to gathering spiritual energy in the spirit gathering tower. Now for the sake of spiritual energy, the achievements of these 7 sages must be achieved no matter what. Moreover, collecting the 7 sages can be used as a pretext, and now he has a good target. Xian Yang, has Donor Zheng from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce left? Guo Lin turned around and asked. Xia Qingyang immediately explained, brother, after all, Donor Zheng sent 2 mountains. I invited him to stay and conduct charity. I also want to apply with you to pray for rice blessings to be given to Mr. Zheng. To be honest, the 2 mountains are indeed amazing, that's why he made such a decision. Well, you did a good job, as you should. Guo Lin nodded in agreement, which was just right. He also happened to be discussing the 7 Xian plant with Zhang Nan. Time passed, the sun gradually set in the west, and in the evening, Xiao, the wild boar king, came in from outside, with 7 auspicious treasures mixed together on his back. They were all attracted back by the scent of Reiki polished rice. The rice fragrance has spread. When Zhang Nan smelled the tempting rice fragrance, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she swallowed subconsciously. He learned a lot about Qingfeng Temple and knew immediately that this should be 50,000 servings of blessing rice. It seems that this rice is very rare, even if it costs 50,000 yuan, it is difficult to buy it. And this rice, the aroma of this rice alone was incredible. When he smelled it, he could feel the uncontrollable secretion of saliva. What delicious food has he not eaten? But this has never happened before. Almsgiver Zheng, please come with me to have a meal. Xia Qingyang also personally invited Zhang Nan to the internal charity hall and presented the blessing rice. This was the first time Zhang Nan had eaten the blessing rice from Qingfeng Temple, but this time he was completely shocked that there was such rice in the world. The shock of King Fengagwen made him completely numb. Thinking of Taoist Guo, it seems that there is nothing strange about Qingfeng Temple. Guo Lin also said appropriately, Donor Zheng, I am very grateful to you for the 2 mountains donated by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. I have one more thing that I would like to ask the Fujian Chamber of Commerce for help. Please convey it to me. This should be the first time he has done this, but for the sake of the 7 sages, there is nothing he can do. For the sake of spiritual energy and not being shabby. If he were left to search on his own, it would take him years and months to find 4 more ancient trees. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce is different. The other party's energy and financial resources can quickly help him find it. Zhang Nan immediately beamed with joy when he heard Guo Lin's words, Taoist Master Guo, please tell me. In the words of their president Wu, they are not afraid to help Deist Guo do things now, but they are afraid that Deist Guo will not give them a chance. After all, who wouldn't want to enhance our friendship with such an expert who knows the inside story? Guo Lin also went straight to the topic and said, I would like to ask the Fujian Chamber of Commerce to help find 4 kinds of 7 ancient trees, that is, cypress, maple, holly, and plum. These 4 kinds of ancient trees, as long as the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can find one for each, they can all be exchanged for a Tao card. Really? Zhang Nan stood up excitedly. After the Feng Shui stone incident, their Fujian Chamber of Commerce naturally wanted to maintain a friendly relationship with Diazang Guo. Now looking for ancient trees may be an opportunity to leave a good impression, not to mention there are road signs. Of course. Guo Lin nodded. Dao Zhang Guo, I can handle this matter on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Nan responded immediately. Just kidding, this matter should not be settled. President Wu might be so angry that he would take off his shoes and fuck him. Guo Lin also smiled when he received the reply. In this case, I believe that the 7 sages' achievement will be achieved soon, and then he can try to condense the spiritual veins. By then, the level of the sex station should also be improved, and the aura should be stable by then. Zhang Nan did not stay overnight. After eating the blessing rice, he hurried down the mountain and then sent the news of collecting ancient trees back to the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, that night, the entire Fujian Chamber of Commerce was in action, asking around about the 4 kinds of ancient trees, which puzzled everyone in Fujian City. I don't understand what the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is doing in such a big way. After it gets dark, the King Fengagwan area begins to be illuminated by the fluorescence of fireflies, making it look like a dream. Guo Lin returned to the dressing room and looked at a pile of incense placed in a shady corner. These are the fantasy incense he made before. I don't know how well they were dried in the dark. According to the time, they should have been completed in the dark. He immediately took one and then sat down to the side. He also cares very much about these phantom fragrances. After all, this incense allowed him to see the old Taoist priest again and see his voice and smile clearly. Thinking about it, he also looked at the magic bag and took out the magic fragrance bead inside. As soon as the magic fragrance bead was in his hand, he urged the energy in his body to input it. In an instant, he saw special runes lighting up on the magic fragrance bead. This rune pattern was a little different from what he had seen before. It exuded a dreamlike spiritual light that easily made people get addicted to it. Almost at the same time that Guo Lin activated the magic fragrance bead, the magic fragrance bead he took out began to tremble, and then was pulled by the magic fragrance bead's aura and floated in front of the fantasy fragrance bead. This means the drying step is complete. Not just this one, almost as soon as he thought of it, the dark fantasy incense placed in the corner was also drawn by the aura of the fantasy fragrance bead and floated around the fantasy fragrance bead. As Guo Lin continued to operate, he saw that the aura emitted by the fantasy fragrance bead began to quickly integrate into the fantasy fragrance. On top of the magic fragrance, runes began to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guo Lin's face also showed joy. I have been waiting for this fantasy fragrance for so long and it is finally finished. Finally, when the spiritual light began to completely integrate into the phantom incense, complete and unique runes were condensed on it. When these runes were stimulated, the effect of the phantom incense would be fully exerted. At that moment, Guo Lin flicked his hands and put all the magic fragrance beads and the transformed fantasy fragrances into the magic bag. There was still one in his hand. After inserting it into the incense burner, he couldn't wait to light it. The next moment, the talisman on the phantom incense was triggered, and the spiritual light lit up very strangely. At the same time, there was a curl of smoke and a strange fragrance. Guo Lin looked at the phantom fragrance rune pattern and smelled the fragrance. Almost at the same time, his vision suddenly went dark and he lost consciousness. But the amazing thing is that his eyes are still open. Qingfeng Mountain is still sunny, but without the attribute blessing of the game system, it looks very dilapidated. There were leftover leaves all over the ground, making it a hassle to clean up. The sound of sweeping was heard, and Guo Lin looked over and saw an old Taoist priest sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom. Old Taoist priest. Guo Lin couldn't help shouting in surprise. Xian Lin, how many times have I told you to call me master? The old Taoist priest shook his head helplessly. Okay, master. Guo Lin responded. Even though he knew that the old Taoist priest was not real, he still couldn't help but step forward and give him a hug. But at the moment of hugging him, he was incredible. The old Taoist priest is very real, and his body temperature, skin, and touch seemed to be real. He could even see the shock on the old Taoist priest's aged face. If he didn't know what was going on before him, he would have thought that he had been reborn through time travel. Everything before my eyes seemed real. It can only be said that Huanxiang is so powerful that he actually built such a fantasy world through his memory. The old Taoist priest was obviously really surprised. After all, this brat never called him master. Why did you change your temper today? This isn't right. Old Taoist priest, it's great to see you again. I miss you so much. Guo Lin cried with joy, and the old Taoist priest's appearance became increasingly blurry. The old Taoist priest in front of me is so clear. You brat, you talked nonsense so early in the morning. Are you sick? The old Taoist priest asked doubtfully. Guo Lin immediately said, "Old Taoist, I told you that I met an immortal. The immortal taught me his magic, and I will show you the skill of wielding a sword." In order to shock the old Taoist priest, he even raised his hand and deliberately shouted, "Sword." The old Taoist priests have been seeking Taoism all their lives, but they are not as lucky as Xuanyun and Xianyang, and they will regret it all their lives. In this illusion, he wanted to fulfill the wish of the old Taoist priest. But when he had an idea and planned to take out the wooden sword from the magic bag to use the sword control technique, he found that there was no movement. There is no wooden sword, no sword-wielding skills, and no magic bag at the waist. Obviously, there was no such thing in his memory. The old Taoist priest looked at Guo Lin with embarrassment. "Where is the sword?" "It's in your hand, old Taoist priest, can't you see it?" Guo Lin felt even more embarrassed, even a little embarrassed in front of the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest looked at the empty palm and silently hit Guo Lin on the head. Guo Lin took over the broom from the old Taoist priest. The feeling was very real. He even felt tired when he helped sweep up the fallen leaves. It seems that even his practice of basic qi refining method of Nine Heavens Mysterious Sutra is gone. The old Taoist priest had already walked inside. Guo Lin didn't know the time of this illusion, so he walked into the main hall and saw the Taoist calendar on it. When he saw the time, he frowned. This time is the day when Yufei and those from the Buddhist Association come to debate. What a coincidence. Thinking of this, Guo Lin walked towards the entrance of Qingfeng Temple. In reality, King Fengagwen has become very different. What we see now is the original King Fengagwen scenery, and it really feels like a world away. Then, he walked down the mountain. Almost not long after, he saw a group of people walking up from the bottom of the mountain. Even looking at them from a distance, I knew they were Yui's people. He remembered that those people in Yufei invited many believers to have a greater influence, just to see the old Taoist priest's embarrassment. But now in his memory illusion, could he still let the old Taoist priest be bullied by a guy who had already gone in and stepped on a sewing machine? Guo Lin thought about it, then took a stone and walked straight towards Yufei and his party. It didn't take long for the two parties to meet. Yufei also saw Guo Lin, and obviously recognized his identity, and said with a smile, "This is not the little benefactor of Qingfeng Temple." In fact, he hated the people of Qingfeng Temple to death. Even if he was the wild child in front of him, he still had to disguise himself in front of the invited believers. It's as hypocritical as ever, no matter where it is. Guo Lin snorted coldly, rushed forward with the stone, and breathed on Yi Hui's head. Yufei suddenly howled miserably, and his head was filled with blood. This made those who were traveling with him anxious, and they all came to greet Guo Lin. How can this little Taoist hurt people? Catch him quickly. The old Taoist priest at Qingfeng Temple is so scared that he actually instigated a child to do such a thing. Guo Lin was a little surprised when he saw the monks from Fengyuan Temple surrounding him. It stands to reason that this illusion was constructed based on his memory and should follow a fixed plot. But looking at the scene in front of me, it is not completely rigid. It seems that there are many possibilities. Guo Lin was not polite. He picked up the stone in his hand and threw it at the practicing monks who were rushing towards them. In the illusion of his own memory, he smashed all these people to death, and these people brought their own fault. At that moment, several more wailing monks lay on the ground, and no one else dared to step forward. "Get off the mountain now and get out." Guo Lin looked at the group of people who dared not approach and shouted coldly. The masters invited by Yui all looked at Guo Lin angrily. The people of King Fengagwen are so ignorant of martial ethics? Guo Lin ignored these people and walked straight up the mountain. He looked back from time to time and found that Yufei and the others had already gone down the mountain and did not continue to come up. This is really amazing. Something suddenly occurred to him. With the effect of this phantom incense, if there are enough of them, they can be lit one after another, even if it doesn't make people really feel that they are reborn. But think about it, this fantasy incense also has special usage restrictions. When you use it, you will know that it is just an illusion. Guo Lin quickly returned to King Fengagwen, but was surprised to find that the old Taoist priest was making wine. After putting the wine into several special wine jars, when he saw him coming back, he said, "Xianlin, this is a medicinal wine specially prepared for you. It uses the only precious medicine handed down from our Qingfeng Temple. It will take 2 years before it can be opened for drinking. It should be helpful to your martial arts training by then, and I will bury this medicinal wine in a corner of the wine cellar." Guo Lin was stunned when he saw this. He had almost forgotten about it. It had been too long, and the memory was completely buried in the depths of his mind, without even an impression. He remembered that when Yufei invited people to come to Qingfeng Temple to debate, the old Taoist priest had indeed made some wine. Guo Lin followed the old Taoist priest into the wine cellar, looked at where he buried the wine, and remembered it in his mind. After that, Guo Lin chatted a lot with the old Taoist priest until he saw a look of astonishment in the old Taoist priest's eyes. He raised his hand and saw that his body had begun to twist. Then everything around him began to distort. When Guo Lin came back to his senses, his vision had changed back to the scene in the closet, and he could see that the phantom incense on the incense burner had burned out. It seems that the burning of the illusory incense is over, and this illusion is also over. But this illusion really surprised him. It was so real. It was so amazing to re-experience the memory of his past in such a real way. If there are people and things that you really don't want to forget, or you can't remember clearly, using this phantom incense will definitely make you clear again. Especially if you forget something or something and really can't remember it at all, even if you have amnesia, after going through such a real illusion, you can remember everything. The effect of this magical fragrance is really amazing. As soon as the thought occurred, Guolin had a handful of fantasy incense in his hand, and then he entered the game. This is a special kind of fantasy incense. As long as it is ignited within the sex residents with a pious heart, it can make the person ignited fall into an indistinguishable real illusion, and create the scene that they most want to know or care about in their memory. After looking at the fantasy incense sticks, almost everyone had the same remark information. In other words, all of these fantasy incense beads had been transformed by the fantasy incense beads. Afterwards, you can take some of this stuff out and put it into the program that scans the merit code. This thing can not only add to the style of King Fengagwen, but maybe it can also help some people. What's more, he can basically make this thing in batches now. For the two most important materials, you can find Huangshan pine for the wood from the previous year, and there are also medicinal and fragrant materials in the medicine fields. Thinking about it, Guolin quit the game, then took the digging tools and hurried to the wine cellar. The wine brewed by the old Taoist priest has been forgotten for so long, and it is time to dig it out. When he arrived at the corner where the old Taoist priest buried the wine, Guolin used his digging tool to dig out the emergency area and saw several jars of wine buried by the old Taoist priest. After so many years, these wine jars have traces of time, and the seals are covered with thick soil. Guolin didn't know what kind of wine the old Taoist priest was making, but this was what the old Taoist priest deeply wanted. He quickly put several jars of wine into the magic bag, and then returned to the closet. An idea entered the game, and he took out a jar of wine from the magic bag. He also saw the notes on the wine. This is a special medicinal wine. Taking some of it will have the effect of strengthening the body. It is of great benefit to those who are new to martial arts. It has an excellent effect of increasing the physical fitness of ordinary people. Restrictions: it has no effect on practitioners who have successfully broken the pulse. Comes with secret ingredients: beizi, huanhuai, white ginseng. The better the quality of the medicinal materials, the shorter the brewing time and the stronger the effect. Guolin was really moved when he saw it. The old Taoist priest actually left such a good thing for him. In the past, the old Taoist priest had made medicinal wine to assist martial arts training, but it had never been effective. He always thought that the old Taoist priest had given up. It turned out that this was the medicinal wine made from the medicinal materials at the bottom of the box. But this also made him dumbfounded, because this medicinal wine can only help refine the body, and has no effect on people who have successfully broken their pulses. If the pulse is broken successfully, the physical constitution is already very terrifying. From the notes, we also know that this medicinal wine is only effective for those who practice martial arts, such as Xia Qingyang and Suan Yun. Although this medicinal wine cannot increase the energy in their bodies, it can still increase their physical fitness. And Huang Bin and Qingwan, although they are just in-turn Taoist disciples, they can't just exploit other people's labor force, right? Afterwards, we can ask Suan Yun and the others to teach them Baguazhang and the like. With this kind of medicinal wine, they can at least make some achievements in national martial arts, right? In the future, if a new Taoist trainee comes in, the same method can be used. In this way, even if the trainee Taoist disciple does not become a real Taoist disciple, he will still have the national martial arts with him when he leaves Qingfeng Temple. After all, he can be regarded as an outer disciple, so he can't have no abilities at all, right? Think about it: if there are international boxing champions who want to ask for advice in the future, he, Xia Qingyang, and Suan Yun will not need to take action. A trainee Taoist disciple can use national martial arts to knock people down, which is also very powerful. It just so happens that there is a method for making this medicinal wine in this note. Moreover, the quality of the medicinal materials is better and the shorter the brewing time is. It just so happens that the medicinal materials grown in the medicinal fields are of extremely high quality. Guolin tried to take a sip of the wine. The wine was not a good wine, but full of medicinal flavor. He could feel that after drinking the medicinal wine, there was a warm current flowing through his body and integrating into his body. Unfortunately, it did not help his physique at all. Putting the wine in his hand back into the magic bag, Guolin also quit the game. Just as he picked up the phone, he heard Xia Qinjiang's voice outside the lobby. "Senior brother, are you in there?" Guolin walked out of the dressing room and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Qingyang bowed respectfully and asked, "Brother, special blessing cards are no longer available at the ginkgo tree. Now tourists are asking how to get special blessing cards. The place where you scan the merit code has added special blessing cards." Guolin smiled and said, "Well, I'll add the special blessing cards right away, and I'll also add a fantasy fragrance." "Fantasy fragrance?" Xia Qingyang asked doubtfully, "What is this? How should we describe the effect to believers?" Guo Lin turned his palm, and there was a fantasy incense in his palm and handed it to Xie Qingyang. This is the fantasy incense. As for the effect, you will know when you go back and light it. After saying that, Guo Lin also left the closet and walked straight out of the Taoist temple. He was going to Xia cave. He hadn't seen the old Taoist priest for a long time. Xie Qingyang was stunned when he held the phantom incense in his hand. From the appearance, there seemed to be no difference between this incense and ordinary incense. But when he took a closer look, he found that there were not two obvious symbols on the phantom incense pattern. Moreover, the incense that the senior brother brought out was not simple. Why did he go back to the room and light the incense? Almost at that moment, his eyes widened in shock. The runes on the incense suddenly lit up brightly at the same time. As a scent wafted, he remained motionless, staring at the location of the phantom scent. At this time, Xie Qingyang found himself in an alley, and saw a man wearing Taoist robes whispering to him, "Look at this Taoist scripture, the true scripture in the Taoist temple. I have spent so much energy. It only cost 5,000 yuan to steal." Xie Qingyang looked at the familiar scene in front of him in astonishment. He subconsciously grabbed the sutra and turned to the last page. Printed by Dongxi Printing Factory, the words selling for 5 yuan per copy are extremely clear. The Taoist priest was immediately embarrassed. He didn't even want the Taoist scriptures and walked away in despair. Xie Qingyang was even more embarrassed because he was even able to fall for such deceptions at that time. This was his first time seeking Taoism. He spent 5,000 yuan and was deceived by a fake Taoist priest using a printed Taoist scripture for 5 yuan. The real scene before him was something that had happened in his memory. Xie Qingyang suddenly opened his mouth in shock. Is this the effect of phantom fragrance? It's incredible. Guo Lin came to Shiyabi again. As a place where ancestors' souls and ashes are stored, whether it is for psychological reasons or not, it seems very bleak. The foundation of the 7-star tower not far away has been laid. After the construction of the 7-star tower is completed, the ancestors' spiritual tablets and ashes in the stone cliff can be moved in. Guo Lin entered the stone cliff cave and heard a horse cry inside. Several lucky treasures are jumping around inside. When they saw Guo Lin arriving, they all made horse sounds. Taoist priest. Taoist priest. They immediately surrounded Guo Lin. Guo Lin took out some spiritual energy rice from the magic bag and sprinkled it aside. He saw them jumping over and enjoying the spiritual energy rice again. Then, Guo Lin also walked to the old Taoist priest's memorial tablet, took out several wineglasses, an incense candle, and yellow paper from the magic bag and placed them on it. As a cultivator, he naturally placed these things in his magic bag. Then, with another thought, he took out a jar of wine that he had just dug out, placed it on the cup, and lit the incense candle. Since it was not a special day, he did not perform any special ceremony, so he burned paper for the old Taoist priest and then said, "Old Taoist priest, the wine you brewed has been dug out. You can try it yourself. In addition, I also want to tell you a good news. In the future, we at King Fengedwen can easily brew this kind of wine. We have a medicinal field where we can grow it. The medicinal materials are delivered quickly and with good quality, unlike your time when you couldn't find any old medicine. Moreover, now our Qingfeng temple has become famous. There are many believers every day. Unlike when you were here, you can't see a single ghost. Besides, Qingfeng temple now covers an area of 3 mountains. It's not like when you were here, it was almost dilapidated and was about to be demolished. Old Taoist priest, do you suddenly feel that you are not as powerful as me? Are you still a little angry? Come up and hit me when you are angry." Guo Lin said and suddenly sighed. It would be great if the old Taoist priest could really get angry and hit him, but there is no such thing as that. He could only sigh and sit here in Xia cave for a while before leaving. Returning to Qingfeng temple, Xie Qingyang ran over with a face full of shock. "Senior brother, this illusion is so shocking. It's such an illusion that people can't tell the truth from the false." He didn't know how to describe his feelings. In that real world, he couldn't tell the difference between real and fake, and it would even hurt if he hit himself. He even tried various methods to wake up, but he couldn't wake up at all. If the incense hadn't burned out later, he would have doubted that all this reality was his dream. This impact is too great. Guo Lin smiled and said to Xie Qingyang, "Go and call Xuanyun to my office. I have something to tell you." "Okay, senior brother." Xie Qingyang nodded immediately. Not long after Guo Lin returned to the dressing room, Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun came. He also took out a pot of wine from the magic bag, then filled 2 cups respectively, and said to the 2 of them, "You guys have a taste of this wine, and then practice Qingfeng fist." Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun doubtfully picked up 2 glasses of wine, drank them all in one gulp, and then started practicing Qingfeng fist. For a moment, both of them were surprised. "Senior brother, this wine seems to be able to assist in martial arts training," Xuanyun said. "It can't increase energy, but it seems that practicing martial arts and physical training has an effect." Xie Qingyang practiced deeper, so he felt the effect of this medicinal wine. Guo Lin also nodded and said, yes, this is a medicinal wine that assists in martial arts training. Now it also has a bodybuilding effect on you. Xian Yun, I will give you the secret recipe of this medicinal wine later. Then you can use the medicinal materials in the medicinal field to brew more. If the medicinal materials are not available in the medicinal field, you can find seeds and plant them. The medicinal field has the attribute of increasing the growth rate of medicinal materials, which can grow quickly. Moreover, the medicinal field also has the attribute of increasing the quality of medicinal materials. The planted medicinal materials require a short time to brew the medicinal wine. Soon, King Fengedwen will be able to realize the freedom of this medicinal wine. Okay, senior brother. Xian Yun nodded immediately, with a happy look on his face. This is where you can learn a lot again. Guo Lin told Xia Qingyang again, although Huang Bin and Qingguan have not entered the Taoist sect, they are still practicing Taoist disciples, but they cannot teach others nothing when they are in Qingfeng Temple. It's not appropriate to teach the secret method of Qingfeng Guan. Let's see if we can teach them the Bagua you learned before, and then give them this medicine and wine to practice together. They can also make some achievements in national martial arts, and they won't be inferior to our Qingfeng. I didn't learn anything from observing the internship. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded. There is no problem with this. Besides, it is indeed inappropriate to teach secret techniques. They only learned Qingfeng Fist after they started, and they have only learned how to make the calming talisman now. How can they teach these to people who have not yet started? But when people are practicing in King Fengedwen, they really can't teach nothing. It is best to teach them the Bagua they learned before. The key is to combine it with medicinal wine, which is also effective. After giving the instructions, Guo Lin also had an idea and took out 2 jars of medicinal wine from the magic bag and handed them to Xia Qingyang. These 2 jars of medicinal wine can be used for 3 or 4 people for a long time. After all, a small sip each time is enough. Xia Qingyang is no longer surprised by his senior brother's method of conjuring things out of thin air. After all, it is not surprising that his senior brother can use any method. He also put away the 2 jars of medicinal wine very solemnly. After lunch, Xia Qingyang also found Huang Bin and Qingguan and said, you two come with me. Yes, Taoist priest. Okay, Taoist priest. The 2 nodded and immediately followed Xia Qingyang to the backyard. The 2 of them were a little confused. After all, Taoist master Xianyang seemed to be very solemn today. After the 3 of them entered the courtyard, Xianyang also said to them, Huang Bin, Qingguan, although you have not started, you have also practiced in Qingfeng Temple for some time. During this time, you have also been diligent, so I should also teach you something. Something. Xia Qinjiang's words immediately made Huang Bin and Qingguan look happy. During these internships, both of them knew the magic of Qingfeng Temple, and they saw many wonderful situations. Even the Taoist master Xianyang in front of him can easily defeat the international boxing champion. They also keep thinking about when they will have the opportunity to learn something. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. Xia Qingyang also started to use Bagua and said at the same time, you haven't started yet, so I can only teach you the most basic things, which is Bagua. After a while, Xia Qingyang performed a set of Bagua once, and then began to teach the 2 people one move after another. After learning those moves, Qingguan said doubtfully, Taoist master Xianyang, this Bagua seems to be found in many places in Taoist sects. Is it different in King Feng's view? Because she remembered that her grandmother had taught Bagua at Baoxiangwan before, but even if it was a true teaching, Bagua seemed to be no different from the mainland products worn outside. She even learned a little bit when she was a child. But in front of Xia Qingyang, she naturally didn't dare to ask clearly if this Bagua was the same as the one outside. Doesn't that mean that this Bagua has no effect? Xia Qingyang was old, and he used to be a master of the business world. How could he not understand her words? He smiled and said, of course, it is impossible to achieve any effect by practicing Bagua alone. It must be combined with this medicinal wine. This medicinal wine is also the secret recipe of our Qingfeng Temple, and this kind of wine is only available in our Qingfeng Temple. While he was talking, he had already picked up a bottle of wine on the table next to him and filled 2 glasses. Huang Bin and Qingguan's eyes lit up when they saw this. Is it because of this? They didn't have too much doubt, because there was a saying that martial arts training in ancient times required auxiliary medicinal materials, and even rich people would often take medicinal baths to temper their bodies. Most people can't even practice martial arts. Therefore, it is not strange to practice national martial arts with medicinal wine. Is this why the national martial arts outside is useless and is even passed down as a dance technique? Qingfeng Guanxianyang, an old Taoist priest, can easily defeat an international boxing champion in seconds? You 2 drink this glass of wine, and then try practicing this Bagua. Xia Qingyang also handed the 2 glasses of wine to the 2 of them. Huang Bin and Qingguan took the wine, drank it down without hesitation, and then practiced Bagua again. This time, they clearly felt the difference. While practicing Bagua, he clearly felt a warm feeling everywhere on his body, and it seemed that a strange energy was quickly integrated into their bodies. This is a scene that did not occur when practicing Bagwazang just now. In other words, this medicinal wine is really effective. After practicing Bagwazang once, the two stopped, bowed respectfully to Xie Qingyang, and said in unison, "Thank you, Taoist Master Xianyang, for your guidance." Xie Qingyang also nodded and said, "The effect of a glass of medicinal wine will not be exhausted so quickly. Go back and practice more Bagwazang." "Yes, Taoist priest." Huang Bin and Huang Bin also nodded hurriedly, and then walked out of the backyard. Xie Qingyang also put away the medicinal wine. King Fengagwen, a place in the front yard. Wang Yang and several other believers looked at Lin Ziyan playing with a flower pot in confusion. After they entered Qingfeng Temple, they saw that he was like this every day, as if he had planted something important in that flower pot. But even now, they haven't seen anything sprouting in the flower pot. They all wondered if Lin Ziyan planted air in the flower pot. Otherwise, if something was actually planted, it would have sprouted long ago after such a long time. Today, I saw Lin Ziyan digging up the soil in the flower pot, as if looking for something. Wang Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Fellow deist Lin, what exactly did you plant in this flower pot?" Lin Ziyan didn't hide anything. "Pray for the seeds of rice." "Prayer rice seeds? Is there such a thing?" Wang Xiang was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Isn't the blessing rice obtained by praying for blessings from a Taoist master and blessing it with the power of wish?" Naturally, they know about blessing rice at Qingfeng Temple, and the fragrance of rice that floats every day makes them craving for it. But they only knew that the blessing rice came from Taoist Guo and the others to pray for blessings. They really didn't know that this thing had seeds. Lin Ziyan nodded and said, "As long as these blessing rice seeds are blessed, they can be planted and then the blessing rice can be obtained." Before, Taoist Master Guo said that you have to pray for blessings before the plant can germinate, otherwise it would be impossible to germinate after planting. I didn't believe it at the time, so I took one and tried to plant it. But who knew that these blessing rice seeds really need special blessings before they can be planted? All my hard work has been wasted for so long. Obviously, Lin Ziyan couldn't possibly know that this was Guo Lin's deception. Without spiritual energy, it would be impossible to plant these refined rice seeds. But these words surprised people like Wang Yang, not because of the blessing rice seeds, but because Taoist Lin actually doubted Taoist Master Guo's words. "Fellow Taoist Lin, since Taoist Master Guo said this, it must be true." "Yes, why don't you believe what Mr. Guo said?" "Hey, fellow deist Lin, you are really..." Lin Ziyan was also embarrassed. At this moment, he found the blessing rice seed and immediately rinsed it with water. Then he was surprised again, this kind of seed. Wang Yang and others also looked at it and saw that after cleaning, it was still plump and shiny. How could this happen? If the seeds have been in the ground for a long time, they will rot if they cannot germinate. Indeed, there are acidic and alkaline substances in the land, which can affect seeds. What's weird? This is a blessing rice seed. Thinking about the magic of blessing rice, how can it be the same as ordinary seeds? Lin Ziyan and others nodded in unison, becoming more and more curious about the blessing rice seeds. At this moment, they saw Huang Bin coming in from outside, and then found an open space to practice martial arts. This made them all gather around him curiously. Several of them are devout believers in Taoism, and they have been in contact with Taoism for a long time, so many people can see the Taoism. "This seems to be Bagwazang," Wang Yang said in surprise. "Did you see it?" asked a devout believer. Wang Xiang nodded, "Because I once practiced and donated 500,000 yuan to learn it in a Taoist temple, but it was of no use after half a year. Later, I asked someone to test the Taoist priest who taught Bagwazang. That Taoist priest I was beaten into a pig head, and then I stopped practicing. It is indeed Bagwazang." Another devout believer also said, "The first few postures of the Bagwazang practiced by this in turn Taoist priest are exactly the same as those I once learned. I also practiced it for several months before I found out that it was useless at all. Mainly the Taoist priest who taught me also had a conflict with someone and was pushed to the ground and beaten by an ordinary person. I was quite disappointed." Lin Ziyan didn't understand this, and said with some confusion, "Then why is this in turn Taoist priest still practicing Bagwazang?" He always felt that in King Fengagwen, even if it was the same thing, it would be completely different. Huang Bin practiced Bagwazang once, and after hearing about Lin Ziyan and others, he smiled and said, "Everyone, here at Qingfeng Temple, even if they are both Bagwazang, the teachings taught by the Taoist master are definitely different from those outside." These words directly stimulated Lin Ziyan's soul, and he walked decisively towards Guo Lin's office. Lin Ziyan soon met Guo Lin outside the waiting room, but when he saw Guo Lin, he didn't know what to say. When he heard Huang Bin's words just now, he knew that the Bagwazang he practiced was definitely different from what Wang Yang and those people said. King Fengagwen's Bagwazang is definitely a real national martial art. If you practice it successfully, you should be able to become the international boxing champion in seconds like Taoist Master Xianyang, right? Therefore, he subconsciously wanted to see Taoist Master Guo. As a Taoist believer, he naturally wanted to learn something real, but when he met Daozang Guo, he didn't know how to speak. After all, King Fengagwen's martial arts is what you want to learn? That's absolutely impossible. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Dao Kang Guo rejected this request rashly? Donor Lin, are you okay? Guo Lin looked at Lin Ziyan doubtfully, but your girlfriend's training is effective. Ah, no. Lin Ziyan shook his head, not knowing how to get back, and suddenly handed the blessing rice seeds to Guo Lin in a hurry, changing the subject and said, Dao Zhang Guo, I'm here to return this blessing rice seeds. After all this time, it still hasn't sprouted. Guo Lin took the seeds and then remembered that he had gotten a bag of spiritual energy rice seeds before. This spiritual energy refined rice seed needs to be planted in an environment with spiritual energy. Now there is no way to plant it in King Fengagwen without spiritual energy. In order to pave the way for planting spiritual energy rice in the future, he made up a lie. Therefore, it is strange that Lin Ziyan's seed can germinate. When he took the aura refined rice seeds, he found that Lin Ziyan was hesitant to speak. What was obviously going on? Seeing this, he also asked Lin Ziyan, is there anything else you can do? No. Lin Ziyan still didn't know how to speak and hurriedly waved his hands. Okay, I'm leaving. Guo Lin said and was about to leave, but as soon as he lifted his steps, Lin Ziyan plopped down on his knees. Although Guo Lin guessed that something was wrong with Lin Ziyan, he looked at Lin Ziyan with confusion at this time. Donor Lin, why are you doing this? Lin Ziyan now revealed his purpose. Taoist Master Guo, I want to learn the Taoist national martial arts of King Fengagwen, such as Bagwazang. When Guo Lin heard this, he probably guessed the reason. The most likely reason was that Xie Qingyang had already taught Huang Bin and Kingguan Bagwazang, and the other party saw it. But think about it, Lin Ziyan is also a devout believer and can now supply 6 points of wish power every day. If you stay in Qingfeng Guan all the time, you will have a lot of will power over time. Moreover, if the number of such devout believers is large enough, the amount of aspiration that can be accumulated every day is absolutely objective. You should also think carefully about the wishful thinking. After all, the upgrade requirement for willing force is now 8,000. It will cost 16,000 to upgrade again. Therefore, all the exterior doors that I thought about before can be considered. After all, there are many disciples in those Suanmen holy places. For example, Wu Mountain has more than 300 Taoist priests, and Shaolin Temple has more than 2,000 monks. The 3 people plus 2 in turn Taoist disciples in Qingfeng Temple were really shabby to the extreme. If it were to be on the Taoist sect alone, as the influence increased, even if the 7-star tower, the Mountain Temple, and the Hall of Merit were built, Qingfeng Temple would need to add more Taoist disciples, and they alone would not be able to be busy at all. What's more, there are 2 more mountains. If various Taoist buildings appear in the future, more Taoist disciples will be needed. This is not only something that believers will donate, but even the game system may reward it. So, it would be fine if you build an exterior door. From now on, the Taoist temple's schedule and various chores, as well as things like receiving tourists, can be left to the outer door. The outer sect can only teach some superficial things, such as Bagwazang and medicinal wine. Like Xie Qingyang and Suan Yun, they are the inner sect. They can learn Qingfeng Fist, eat spiritual energy refined rice, and when they are strong enough, they can learn calming charms and so on. Naturally, when he obtains more advanced cultivation techniques in the future, it is not impossible to teach Xie Qingyang and Suan Yun this basic qi refining method of 9 heaven Xian Jing. After thinking about it, Guo Lin understood and asked, Donor Lin, you should have heard that the Tao should not be taught lightly. Things like Qingfeng Temple are not easily taught. You have to pay some price if you want to learn. When Lin Ziyan heard that it was possible to learn, he immediately said, Daozang Guo, no matter what the cost, I am willing to pay. Just as Guo Lin was about to answer, he saw Wang Xiang and other borrowed believers hurried in and knelt behind Lin Ziyan. After seeing Lin Ziyan coming here just now, they had the same thought, so they hurriedly followed him. Why did you hesitate when you heard Guo Lin's words? Kneel down directly. They are all devout believers in Taoism. When they heard that they had the opportunity to learn the true skills of Taoism, they did not hesitate. Guo Lin just looked at these people. To be honest, these people are all devout believers in the Taoist sect. They all have a piety level of 3, so they are excellent candidates for the outer section. However, even for the outer sect, it is impossible to accept everyone, and conditions are absolutely required. A piety level of 3 or above is definitely the first requirement. The second is that, just like the intern Taoist disciples, they must stay in the Taoist temple, accept the control and restrictions of the Taoist temple, and provide willing power to the sect's residents every day. Guo Lin also said to Lin Ziyan and others, everyone, Qingfeng Temple has inheritance regulations, and the knowledge within the sect is not passed on to outsiders. Although Qingfeng Temple does not easily recruit Taoist disciples, if you have firm beliefs, you can become a Taoist like Huang Bin and Kingguan. Trainee Taoist disciples are subject to the control and testing of the Taoist temple, and are not allowed to leave the Taoist temple without instructions from the Taoist section. These words made Lin Ziyan and others stunned for a moment. Several people visibly sighed, because they all had families and would definitely not be able to meet this requirement. Only Wang Yang said decisively, Taoist master, I can do whatever you say. I am willing to become a Taoist trainee in the Taoist temple and accept the discipline and test of the Taoist temple. Lin Ziyan asked, Taoist master Guo, if you become a Taoist in turn, can you still marry and have children? Guo Lin answered this question decisively, of course it can. What a joke, he himself is still thinking about finding a Taoist companion. When Lin Ziyan heard this, he hurriedly said, I am willing too. After that, 2 more devout believers responded and expressed their acceptance. Guo Lin did not force anyone else, but said to Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang, the believers who had agreed, follow me. People like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang hurriedly followed, with joy on their faces. Guo Lin led a few people to find Xia Qingyang and directly ordered, Xianyang, go get a roster for the outer sect of Qingfang Temple, and then log Huangbin, Qingguan, and the rest of them into the outer sect roster. For Taoist trainee Taoist disciples must also register as morning and evening practitioners after registering, and then they will be taught Bagwazang like Huangbin and Qingguan. When he officially enters the door, there will be entrance wonders, which he needs to take charge of. For an outer door like this, he can just leave it to Xia Qingyang. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded immediately. After all, he is the descendant of Qingfeng Guanxian, second only to his senior brother. He naturally hopes that Qingfeng Guan can develop and prosper. Therefore, he has been very dedicated to the recent affairs of Qingfeng Guan's merit industry. Once he had enough merit money and now had the area of 2 more mountains, he felt that he could build other buildings in Daemun. There is no reason why Qingfeng Temple should be worse than those Taoist holy places, right? However, whether a Taoist temple is prosperous or not, people are also very important. Now apart from him, senior brother and Xuanyun, Qingfeng Temple also has interns Huangbin and Qingguan. With 2 tool men, there was no way to fully arrange the chores. Therefore, it would be best if devout believers like Lin Ziyan and Wang Xiang should also become in turn Taoist disciples of Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, it is really wonderful for senior brother to have such an outer sect roster. Thinking of this, he immediately asked Lin Ziyan and others to follow him to the main hall. When he saw Xianyun in the main hall, he also asked him to help build an altar. Even if he is an outer disciple, he still feels that there needs to be some ceremony to be more solemn. After Guo Lin handed over the matter to Xia Qingyang, he also returned to the office and began to think about the large-scale Taoist ceremony. Now he wanted to quickly increase his willpower, and this was the only way. The most basic part of the Taoist Dharma assembly is the festival rituals of various gods. However, not every Taoist temple can hold the festival rituals of various gods at will. There must be gods enshrined in the Taoist temple. After all, the statues of the gods enshrined will need to be carried out for parade. Guo Lin also immediately took out the Taoist calendar and looked it up. It was the end of August and the Taoist sect could hold rituals such as the Queen Mother's Christmas, but the Qingfeng Temple did not enshrine it. This is not enshrined on the Christmas day of the Zhongyuan Daiguan Emperor. On the day of Dala, this one is not worshipped either. The lay ancestor of the West does not worship this Christmas either. Emperor Dongguo's Christmas, this man is the founder of the Quanzhen sect. On the day when Emperor Zaiwei of Zhongtian descends into dust, this can be done. He is one of the emperors under the 3 pure ones and is also the god enshrined in Qingfeng Temple. Emperor Zaiwei is one of the 4 emperors of Taoism, second only to the Jade Emperor in status, and is also a god worshipped by the Taoist sect of Taoism. The day when Emperor Zaiwei descends into the mortal world is when the emperor will come to earth to bless believers, and it will be in a few days. This can be done. Thinking of this, he wanted to call Xia Qingyang to give instructions, but thinking about it, Xia Qingyang was already busy with a lot of things, and he couldn't catch a single sheep. Therefore, he also chose to call Xuanyun. Senior brother, what are your orders? Xuanyun also bowed respectfully when he arrived. Guo Lin directly ordered Xianyun, Emperor Zaiwei will descend in a few days. Please prepare and inform the believers. It is best to post notices to let more people arrive. We at Qingfeng Temple rarely engage in such rituals. Since we do it this time, we must do it in a grand manner. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is grand or not. The most important thing is to attract people to come. The more believers the better, so as to harvest the power of vows. He didn't point this out clearly, but he believed that Xianyun understood. How could it be grand when there weren't many people? What he wants to think about now is how to show his holiness when the time comes. Senior brother, I'll do it right away. Xuanyun also responded immediately. After Xuanyun left, Guo Lin also picked up his mobile phone and played casual Shushan. After logging into the game, he saw a particularly interesting mission. Zhou Qingyun appears as a saint. Probably the plot is that Zhou Qingyun arrived in a town and discovered an evil Taoist sect. The people were deceived and refused to listen, so they fought poison with poison in an attempt to show off their saints. Now someone needs to inform the people in Juxiang and 8 places. Guo Lin was a little surprised when he saw this mission. Wasn't this extremely relevant to the Dharma conference he was going to hold at Qingfeng Temple? Wouldn't it be great if we could give him a tool to manifest the saint? His Qingfeng Temple was about to hold a Dharma conference. But this can only be thought about. How can there be such a good thing? The game system can't be this good. After all, the game system is not his father. With this thought, he immediately controlled the game character to start the mission. This is an errand and the simplest kind of task. After spending some time, Guolin also controlled the game character to complete the errand task. After submitting the task, a prompt popped up. When he saw the prompt, he immediately cursed, "Gan, system really wants to be his father?" After getting the prompt from the game system, Guolin controlled the game character to return to the novice's residence, and then an idea entered the game. As expected, there was an extra scroll on the table in the novice's residence. Jo King-yoon is one of the 3 heroes and 2 clouds. In the original work, she is graceful in figure, heroic in appearance, calm and agile in character, hates evil as much as she hates it, and is committed to the affairs of the world. At least she is a fair and just woman who likes to do justice. Among Jo King-yoon's cultivation methods is Tai Chi Xian Qing Dao, which can condense pure chi if practiced successfully. It is definitely a very suitable method for manifesting the saint. After all, the pure chi can be condensed and cast down, and it can be turned into sweet rain. Ordinary people's common diseases can be easily cured, and it can even benefit people's bodies, making them immune to all diseases for a period of time. Therefore, Guolin was a little surprised when he saw the rewards given by the game. This is a manifestation scroll of Jo King-yoon. After a manifestation, she found that this was the best and fastest way to convince the people. Therefore, she fell in love with this method of manifestation. When she had time, he will make a sacred scroll and seal the relevant spells in it. Special effects: eliminate common diseases +3, physical relaxation +3, mental state soothing +3, invulnerability to all diseases +1, exclusive piety increased to 2 under scroll effect. Seeing this scroll, he felt for the first time that the system was really considerate. He was about to hold a Dharma ceremony on the day when Emperor Zongji Zaiwei came to dust, and he was thinking about how to show his holiness. At first, he thought of using sword control or the power of the sect, Qingfeng Sule, both of which could cause a huge sensation. But now that I have the sacred scroll, I don't need sword control and Qingfeng Sule at all. In other words, the gentle breeze can be used as a prelude, and then this sacred scroll will be thrown out. These attributes are really used specifically for manifestation. Just getting rid of common diseases by +3 is awesome. What kind of fever or cold can't be cured directly once the scroll is used? Not to mention the +3 physical relaxation and the +3 mental relaxation. Under the effect of the holy manifestation scroll, doesn't the body need to be restored to its best condition? There is also immunity to all diseases +1, which should mean that you will not get sick for a period of time. These can all be said to be blessings from Emperor Zongji Zaiwei. It's awesome just thinking about it. This is because Guolin is not strong enough. He doesn't even have the foundation to build a foundation. Otherwise, he would just do it by himself. Naturally, the last and most awesome attribute, piety +2. In other words, regardless of whether the person under this holy manifestation effect had piety before, under this holy manifestation effect, the piety degree is directly increased to 2. In other words, no matter how many people come at that time, they will become believers with a piety level of 2 after the manifestation. In this case, just by offering incense and praying twice, each person can provide 3 wishes. If the person is baptized in a quiet room, it will be 6 wishes. Unfortunately, the quiet room is too small, so it may not be possible for everyone to go to the quiet room for baptism. The key is that this piety increase is exclusive piety, that is to say, they are believers, but they will only be believers of Qingfeng Temple, not Taoism believers. Think about it, if this was in ancient times, if he was going to rebel and lure hundreds of thousands of troops to attack, then after this scroll, these hundreds of thousands of troops would become devout believers and immediately become own people. This attribute of increasing piety is absolutely awesome. Therefore, with this confidence, he felt that the promotion of the Zongji Emperor Zaiwei Dharma ceremony could be more magical. This will also attract more people. Thinking about it, Guolin also left the closet, found Xuanyun, and asked, "How is the promotion of Emperor Zongji Zaiwei's dust falling day going?" Xuanyun nodded and explained, "I have contacted an advertising studio through a benefactor in the believer group, and I have given the party the slogan of the puja and the portrait of Emperor Zongji Zaiwei." Guolin took the slogan and read it. The Taoist Qingfeng ceremony, the Zongji Zaiwei Emperor comes, the Dharma assembly and the dojo are auspicious, and the door is filled with purple energy. This is typical Taoist Dharma promotion. It's just average, nothing too exciting. Seeing this, Guolin frowned and said, "Xuanyun, this slogan is too formal. Our Qingfeng temple is different from other Taoist temples in the Taoist sect, so there is no need to use such a formal slogan. Senior brother, what slogan should we use?" Xuanyun nodded in agreement. After all, he also believed that their Qingfeng temple was different from other Taoist sections. or other Taoist temples are simply not worthy of comparison with their Qingfeng temple. Among the current Taoist sects, which Taoist temple can compare with their Qingfeng temple? Guo Lin said directly, when the Zongji Zaiwei emperor comes down, he will naturally bless believers. With the blessing, any common illness can be cured immediately. Xian Yun was obviously shocked when he heard this. To be honest, people in the Taoist sect are very cautious in publicity now. After all, people nowadays are receiving more and more education, and they all have their own opinions on Taoist matters. If they promote psychological comfort and spiritual sustenance, no one will find fault. But if you want to publicize the treatment of diseases, it's different. Maybe someone will take advantage of it and start a fight with you. Therefore, Taoist propaganda basically does not dare to use this kind of publicity stunt. After all, many people in Taoist sects know that in fact, any Dharma meetings and blessings have no such effect. Xian Yun thought about it again, but wanted to slap himself on the head. What are you thinking about? Can the Dharma assembly at King Fengedwen be the same as other places in Taoism? And, the most important thing is, what the senior brother said means that the disease can really be cured on the day of the Dharma conference. In other words, Emperor Zongji Zaiwei might really have arrived that day. Otherwise, how could senior brother be so confident? Oh my god? Xian Yun exclaimed inwardly. After Guo Lin left, he quickly pulled up a WeChat account and re-edited the promotional slogan. This is the WeChat account of that advertising company, and he also asked the other party to change the latest slogan. Yushin. Millennium Production is a studio that integrates many functions such as wedding banquet hosting, advertising undertaking, on-site decoration, etc. Lin Xian is the scheduler of the studio, that is, the person who handles all aspects of scheduling from advertising to assignments. He can also be called his other identity, Director Lin, one of the shareholders of the studio. He checked today's tasks. The studio's business has been very good recently, and it has received a lot of advertisements. However, seeing King Fengedwen's printing request made him shake his head. To be honest, King Fengedwen's commission is not considered a list, because it only prints some promotional pictures, so the profit can be said to be zero. However, it was introduced by a friend and he couldn't refuse. He didn't even know when that friend became a believer in Taoism, but when he thought about the magical rumors coming out of Qingfeng Temple, it was strange. The sudden appearance of fireflies alone was incredible. He has been to Qingfeng Mountain before, and he can be sure that there are absolutely no fireflies there. After all, Qingfeng Mountain is close to the county seat. In this environment, fireflies have long since disappeared. Also, the fog in Qingfeng Mountain suddenly seemed abnormal. There isn't really any magical reason for this, it shouldn't be possible. Lin Xian was thinking about it when his WeChat account vibrated. When he opened it, he saw a message from an account with the note, Taoist Master of Qingfeng Temple, good believer, please change the slogan of our Qingfeng Temple Dharma Conference. Okay, Taoist priest. Lin Xian replied, then looked at the slogan but was stunned. The Emperor Zongji Zaiwei descended into the dust. Can he still bless and cure diseases? King Fengedwen still dares to use such a slogan? It's a bit incredible. As soon as this slogan came out, I am afraid that many commentators and bloggers on the internet who would do anything for traffic would directly flood King Fengedwen with their saliva. However, if the customer had a request, he naturally had to comply with the customer's request and sent the slogan to the staff who specialized in printing. The employee was surprised when he saw this propaganda and said to the colleague next to him, this Qingfeng Temple is interesting. It has been scientific and civilized for a long time, and it also promotes blessings and cures diseases. Another employee said, that's Qingfeng Temple, maybe it's possible. Someone else responded, it shouldn't be possible, right? Really, with so many Taoist temples in the country, is it necessary for hospitals to exist? These employees began to argue, but they did not dare to stop the movements of their hands, controlling the machine to print advertising pictures. Time is lost. As night falls, the wind is a bit strong today, and it will soon start to rain heavily. King Fengedwen Li is much quieter today. Only Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang were the remaining believers, and the rest had left during the day. Not everyone, like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang, can accept the two requirements to become an intern Taoist disciple of Qingfeng Temple. However, Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang can no longer be regarded as borrowing from the system. They have been included in the roster of the outer sect, and are now assigned to work under Xian Yun and Xia Qingyang respectively. From now on, they can arrange chores for these people openly, and Xuan Yun and Xia Qingyang can also relax. After a night of wind and rain, the air seemed much crisper the next day. After refining and absorbing the spiritual energy from the refined rice in the dressing room, as expected, he came out of the dressing room and returned to the main hall to see Xia Qingyang, Huang Bin and Lin Ziyan walking in from the outside carrying baskets of elm coins. Apparently yesterday's wind and rain caused all these ordinary elm coins to fall. After these elm coins were brought in, Xia Qingyang also ordered, dry these elm coins first, and then if the sun comes out, take these elm coins and dry them in the sun. Okay, Taoist priest. Lin Ziyan and others also responded in unison. Senior brother. When Xie Qingyang saw Guo Lin, he immediately saluted. Guo Lin saw the elm coins and asked Xianyang, "You should have collected a lot of elm coins before, right? How much is the specific amount?" Xie Qingyang explained, "The old elm tree is too big, and the number of elm coins falling every day is very objective. During this time, more than 10 bags have been dried." Guo Lin nodded when he heard this and said, "Well, in this case, you can add this elm money to the merit scan code, and the probability can be higher. This can be considered a surprise for believers. After all, the effect of ordinary elm money is also very good. It has the properties of clearing away heat and detoxifying +2, diluting water and reducing swelling +2, and strengthening the spleen +2. People with bad spleen and stomach can drink 2 cups of brewing tea, which is good for the spleen and stomach." Thinking about it, Guo Lin also took his mobile phone and started operating it in the background, joining Yukian. At this moment, Huang Bin trotted over and reported, "Taoist Master Guo, the benefactor Zhang from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is here again. He also brought someone with him and said he wanted to see you in person. Taoist priest Xuan Yun is entertaining you." Guo Lin knew it was Zhang Nan, but he didn't know why he was here. Because the two parties had a good relationship, Guo Lin also went to the main hall to meet Zhang Nan, and it was President Wu who came with him. This person actually came in person. Judging from his appearance, he must have something important to do. Taoist Master Guo. President Wu and the two immediately saluted respectfully when they saw Guo Lin. They did not dare to show any slightness. After all, they both knew how powerful this Taoist Guo was, not to mention that they wanted to ask for help from each other this time. The crisis that Fujian City is about to face can only be solved by this Taoist priest. Otherwise, the people will be really helpless. Guo Lin also returned a gift to the two of them. "Donor Wu, I'm a poor Taoist. I wonder what the reason is for the benefactor to come to Qingfeng Temple in person." He knew very well that a businessman like President Wu would not come to Qingfeng Temple in person unless he had something important to do. President Wu did not hide anything, and went straight to the point. "Master Guo, this time we in Fujian City are indeed asking for a Taoist priest. Our Fujian Chamber of Commerce also knows that requesting Qingfeng Temple requires Taoist plagues. Didn't our Chamber of Commerce undertake the task of acquiring 4-7 plants? What about the ancient tree? As long as our Chamber of Commerce finds 4 ancient trees, we can get 4 Taoist plagues from King Fengagwen. Our Chamber of Commerce hopes to use 4 Taoist plagues in advance, and we only ask King Fengagwen for one thing. We will definitely get 4 ancient trees of 7 sages. We tried our best to find it, and now we have some information." Guo Lin was also a little surprised when he heard this. "I wonder what President Wu wants." He promised that as long as the Fujian Chamber of Commerce found an ancient tree of 7 sages, he would give it a road sign. I didn't expect that the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would use 4 Tao cards to ask them for something, so this matter was obviously not simple. Chairman Wu did not hide anything and said, "Dao Zhang Guo, you should have read the news in the past 2 days. The plaster country discharged wastewater into the sea. It will only take 240 days to spread around us, and it will reach Fujian in 300 days. City. In the past 2 days, the seafood market has been completely affected. There are even profiteers leading the salt price. More importantly, our Chamber of Commerce sent people to test the quality of the seawater there. The situation is very bad. If that substance spreads to our side, under the long-term impact, various substances will cause genetic damage and mutation of organisms, not only to marine fish, but also to humans. So, our Chamber of Commerce would like to ask King Fengagwen to take action to see if we can start with Feng Shui to solve this problem and prevent those substances from entering the Fujian area." Guo Lin felt numb when he heard this request. Did the other party really regard him as a god? When Guo Lin heard Chairman Wu's request, he probably knew what it meant to be burdened by fame. After this group of Fujian Chamber of Commerce solved the problem of town building, did the other party regard him as a god? To be honest, the reason why the Feng Shui of Zhen Asterisk Tower is successful is because of the Feng Shui formation there and the Feng Shui stones. He can't solve it on his own. What President Wu is talking about now is many times more difficult than the matter of town building. If this kind of thing could be solved using Feng Shui methods, he wouldn't mind taking action. But the key point was that he didn't know Feng Shui at all. He really had no solution at all. Guo Lin subconsciously wanted to reject President Wu, but in the blink of an eye, it would take another 300 days for the pollutants to spread to the Fujian area. During this process, maybe the system will give you something, and then there will be a solution? Thinking of this, he did not refuse immediately. Instead, he started to make nonsense. "President Wu, this kind of thing cannot be solved by ordinary Feng Shui. With my current ability, I am afraid there is no way. However, in 300 days, if my ability can make great progress during this period, there may be a chance to try to solve this problem." He just made it up casually. No one else knows about it anyway, so he can just say whatever he wants. When President Wu heard what Guo Lin said, he prayed more sincerely. "Master Guo, when the time comes, I'll leave it to you. Even if Daozang Guo has no solution now, they can only pray that Daozang Guo will have a breakthrough one day and find a way to solve this problem. Moreover, in 300 days, he also prayed that Dao Kang Guo's ability would make a great breakthrough. While the two were talking, they heard a pilgrim offering incense in the main hall scan the merit code and say in surprise, Taoist priest, I seem to have won a lottery, 1 elm coin. What is this elm coin? Guo Lin looked over in surprise. Unexpectedly, just after putting the elm money into the merit scanning code, someone would actually receive blessings. However, the probability of obtaining this elm money is not low. After all, the old elm tree was indeed very tall. There were too many elm coins on the tree. Even if they fell to the ground, the number was beyond imagination. Xie Qingyang took out a portion of about 10 pieces of elm money from it and explained, Donor, after drinking this elm money tea, it can clear away heat and detoxify, diuretic and reduce swelling, and can also strengthen the spleen and stomach. Moreover, the effect is very good. If your spleen and stomach are not good, this thing will definitely help. Really or not? The pilgrim said with surprise on his face, my stomach is not good, I keep getting acidic, so I would like to make some to drink. Taoist priest, can I borrow some hot water? Xie Qingyang smiled and handed the elm money to the other party and said, of course there is no problem. He didn't find it strange that the pilgrim who had received Yu Qian had a bad stomach. After all, the official inspection report is that 94% of adults in modern society have experienced gastric discomfort, such as indigestion, stomach fullness, acid reflux, heartburn, stomach pain, etc., and 73% of adults have been diagnosed with stomach and digestive tract diseases. Diseases, such as chronic gastritis, Helicobacter pylori infection, gastric ulcer, duodenal ulcer, etc. It can almost be said that 9 out of 10 people suffer from stomach problems. It's just that most people don't know that they have stomach problems. Some stomach problems are not felt at ordinary times and only make people uncomfortable when they occur. Fortunately, my senior brother had people build a wall around the elm money tree, otherwise the elm money tree would have been bullied by this effect alone. After all, this is an era when old people steal melons from other people's fields and have to pay for it. Who told you that your melons were too good to seduce the old man? Xie Qingyang also ordered Huang Bin to take the pilgrims to the boiled water supply place. In places like Taoist temples, which cannot be supplied by others, boiled water is definitely available. When President Wu saw this, he turned to Guo Lin and said, Master Guo, I have one more thing to ask for, please grant it. President Wu, please tell me. Guo Lin frowned slightly, feeling quite unhappy. Is the other party trying too hard? One thing happened after another. President Wu seemed to realize that Guo Lin was a little dissatisfied, and said awkwardly, Master Taoist, actually I also have stomach problems. I injured myself at the wine table when I was young for business. I see. Guo Lin knew what Chairman Wu meant, so this request was harmless. After all, the Fujian Chamber of Commerce donated 2 mountains, so it would be okay to give them some privileges. Guo Lin also summoned Xie Qingyang and ordered Xianyang, prepare some elm money for President Wu. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang nodded, walked inside, took out some elm money and handed it to President Wu. Taoist master, I want to borrow some boiling water too. President Wu saw the elm coins handed over to Zhang Nan and took out a bucketful of water. Donor please. Xie Qingyang also nodded and walked inside to welcome President Wu. When President Wu followed Xie Qingyang inside, he saw that the pilgrim had come forward with a face full of joy. Taoist priest, the elm money you have in Qingfeng Temple is so amazing. I have a bad stomach acid after drinking this elm money. The tea makes my stomach feel warm and comfortable, which is much better than the medicines prescribed by the hospital. When President Wu heard this, he immediately stepped forward with the elm money and started soaking it. After a while, as the elm money went down, he felt a warm current, which was very comfortable. His stomach problem was actually not serious, but the only difference between him and ordinary people was that he used expensive special medicines from the hospital, which ordinary people could not use. This special medicine can soothe his stomach and prevent him from feeling uncomfortable. But King Fengedwen soaked the elm money in water and drank it. The comfortable feeling was far better than that kind of special medicine. The things in King Fengedwen are indeed not simple. After the pilgrim drank the water soaked in hot elm money, he also said goodbye and left. As he walked out, he did not forget to take out a mobile phone and send a message to a group of classmates. Old classmates, today I discovered something that is very good for the stomach is Yukian. Once you soak it in water and drink it, your stomach will feel very comfortable. He just wanted to share this. They graduated from the computer science department, and their jobs after graduation were basically sedentary. This also led to a high probability of them suffering from stomach problems. Almost everyone has some stomach problems at one time or another. Therefore, each other also has ways to harm and protect the stomach. As soon as the pilgrim message was sent out, someone in the group responded. It was a photo of a young man standing under a big tree. There is another sentence under the photo. Are you talking about this elm money? I can eat this elm money, but it won't have much effect. Others also spoke out. Yukian has some effect, but it's not strong. It's much different from the medicine in the hospital. It must be a psychological effect, right? I thought I discovered something amazing. It's a waste of expression. I thought it was something. I'd used Yukian before, but it really didn't have any big effect. The pilgrim was dumbfounded when he saw these contents. No one believed him. The key is that the people who expressed their opinions had indeed used Yukian. But obviously, these people have no effect, but the Yukian he drank just now does have an effect, and the effect is particularly strong. Then, he realized that it was King Fengagwen's elm money that had the effect. Qingfeng Temple is indeed as extraordinary as the rumors outside said. After thinking about it, he also smiled and left with the remaining elm money. This was a huge harvest. If the stomach disease is too uncomfortable in the future, you can take it out and drink it. President Wu was filled with emotion after feeling the effect of Yukian. Making friends with King Fengagwen should be the most correct choice made by their Fujian Chamber of Commerce. After all, the elm money King Fengagwen took out had such a special effect. Thinking about Dao Kang Guo's ability, I really have to say that Zheng Nan spending 5 million to snatch the Dao card was the most successful business he had ever done in his life. Moreover, the Taoist priest just gave him a lot of money, which was an unexpected gain from this trip. You can't buy this kind of good stuff outside. President Wu later informed Guo Lin respectfully and planned to leave. But before he could walk out of the Taoist temple, he saw Taoist Master Xuanyan hurried in with a roll of something. Senior brother, the promotional pictures for the Zongji Zaiwei Emperor's Dust-Falling Dharma Conference have been prepared. Zongji Zaiwei Emperor's Dust-Falling Ceremony? President Wu was attracted immediately. To be honest, he has never participated in any Taoist Dharma assembly. The only similar festival he has participated in is the Yushan Dharma Assembly in Fujian Province. The scene of Wandering God is indeed spectacular. But that's all. For so many years, Yushan has not seen any special magic happen, but someone behind the scenes has begun to control it, and wants to use Yushan as a cultural tourism industry to make profits. This also caused the Wandering God to gradually lose its mystery and become a tool for making money. Therefore, now he has basically no interest in this Wandering God. King Fengagwen is different. It is full of mystery and magic. He is also a miraculous eyewitness. If it were told that Typhoon Mora changed its direction to the plaster country because of the feng shui created by a Taoist priest, no one would believe it, right? Maybe there is a group of people who will refute him with various scientific expertise and then turn him into a superstitious businessman. After all, this is the norm. Now that he heard about this Zongji Zaiwei Great Emperor's Dust Dharma ceremony, he immediately became interested. At this time, Guo Lin also looked at the promotional picture of the Zongji Zaiwei Emperor's Dust Falling Puja that Xuanyan took out. The effect was indeed good. It showed the core meaning of the puja that Zongji Zaiwei the Great came to the mortal world to give blessings and could cure common diseases. Out. Guo Lin also ordered Xian Yun, go and post these promotional pictures. Post one outside the Taoist temple. Hasn't the mountain gate been built? Post it too. You can take care of the rest. Okay, senior brother. Xian Yun nodded and left the Taoist temple with a promotional picture. He posted a promotional picture directly on the sign outside the Taoist temple, and then went straight down the mountain. President Wu took Zheng Nan to the posted promotional picture, and saw the image of the immortal Zaiwei Emperor. The slogan for the puja underneath the statue of Emperor Zaiwei completely attracted their attention. Zheng Nan said in surprise, President, it is said that Emperor Zongji Zaiwei will bless him and he can cure common diseases. Is this true? This is Qingfeng Temple. President Wu said subconsciously, Deus Director Guo can even handle a typhoon. He didn't finish his words, but Zheng Nan understood. In other words, magical things might really happen at the Qingfeng Temple Dharma Assembly. Maybe my old stomach problem can be cured. President Wu immediately became excited. The cure mentioned in the propaganda is not a treatment. Cure and treatment do not mean the same thing. Then Zheng Nan also subconsciously became happy. Rich people of his age have a problem, that is, if there are too many warblers around them, but they don't have an iron kidney, problems will easily arise. As for him, he has a little problem now, just a little problem. Then by participating in this Dharma conference, can this little problem be solved? Thinking about it, he immediately started looking forward to it. The Dharma conference will be held in a few days, and we will come again then. President Wu made the decision immediately. Okay, I will arrange it. Zheng Nan nodded immediately. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain has already changed drastically. Fengyuan Temple has been completely transformed into the King Fengagwen tourist service area. All the signs about the Buddhist temple inside have been removed and then decorated with Taoist things. After a while, this service center will be available for use. An area at the base of the original mountain has also been widened and constructed. During the previous construction work, the construction team developed the area at the foot of the mountain. There are already 2 areas dedicated to setting up stalls. Except for those who set up stalls at the beginning, everyone who comes later needs to spend money to register and apply. The foot of the mountain has truly become a market. At least the consumption power will not be lower than that of several markets in Yushan. There are a lot of people in several markets in Yushan, but their spending power cannot be compared with that of people traveling. Humans are very strange animals. They can usually save a lot of money when staying close to home, but once they go out for a trip, they will have the urge to spend a little money no matter what. In this state, I would readily buy things that I would normally be reluctant to spend money on. Therefore, the consumption in scenic spots can be so high. Next to the market is the parking lot. Several luxury cars are still parked there, and there is a sign for the purchase of King Fengguan for 5 million yuan. This also attracts tourists who come, but it is a pity that since the last sign, I have not seen anyone get the sign again. Apart from this market, the most eye-catching thing is naturally the newly built mountain gate of King Fengguan. In a short period of time, a fully carved mountain gate was transported directly by the construction team and erected at the entrance. This is an antique building made of whole stones, and it has also become the passage to Qingfeng Temple. The whole building is an antique steel building with 6 columns and 5 holes, with a height of 11.9 meters and a width of 21.6 meters. The middle door is 6.6 meters high, 4 meters, 5 or 4 meters wide. It is the main channel. The 3 characters Qingfeng Mountain are engraved on the forehead. The gate talismans and cirrus cloud patterns are carved on the railings and eaves and rafters, which are very impressive. Knowledgeable people all know that the Taoist temple gate must be erected within the scope of the Taoist temple, so this means that the entire Qingfeng Mountain now falls within the scope of the Qingfeng Temple. In this regard alone, Qingfeng Temple seems to be the same as several well-known holy places in Dao sect. Xuan Yun came down the mountain with a promotional picture of the Dharma conference. When he arrived at the mountain gate, he started working on the blank space at the mountain gate and pasted the promotional picture of the Dharma conference. This scene naturally attracted the surrounding tourists, and then they all gathered around curiously and saw the content on the promotional picture. Emperor Zaiwei comes to bless you? Cure a disease? Obviously, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. More and more tourists are gathering in front of the Qingfeng Guanshen gate. Is it true? It can also cure diseases? Qingfeng Temple really dares to promote it. Qingfeng Temple should be somewhat magical. Some people spent 5 million to buy Taoist cards before. Rich people shouldn't be stupid, right? That only means that the other party is a profiteer. Please give me psychological comfort. Such people are disgusting. To be honest, if it's just a matter of promoting the magic of tourism, it's a bit exaggerated to treat diseases. So what else does a hospital do? There were also discussions. Most people came here for tourism and did not believe this at all, thinking it was excessive publicity. Some tourists who came for the blessing plagues no longer believe it. Before, they advertised how magical and powerful the blessing cards were, but now they came and found that the special blessing cards actually depended on good fortune. It was so mysterious that they didn't see anyone get the blessing card during that half day. Therefore, the previous ones were all hype. Otherwise, they don't believe that Qingfeng Guanhui would not be willing to earn 1,000 yuan for a special blessing plaque? There is only one possibility, that is, what is advertised online is false. Now the Qingfeng Temple even advertises that the Dharma will be blessed by Emperor Zaiwei from the dust, and it can also cure diseases. It is too exaggerated. Just when everyone was talking about it, 2 people had already squeezed in, and they also saw the promotional picture. After seeing the above content, the 2 of them walked aside mysteriously and started discussing in a low voice. Do you think we should expose this Qingfeng view when the time comes? Look at our final investigation results. Moreover, this matter must be decided by the leader of the column. The 2 of them talked and went to a small vendor to buy a lot of water. For 2 people, 2 bottles of water are actually enough. Buying so many is obviously for others. They entered a car with water, and then drove to a secret place in Qingfeng Mountain before stopping. They could see that there were fortification signs blocking the surroundings, and there were people wearing work clothes blocking the way outside. It seemed to be a construction site inside, but as the 2 people entered, they could see several tents standing there. There are various types of equipment under the tent, and some signs can be seen from them. Enter the science column group. Obviously, this is the person who was once very popular in Into Science column. Entering Science is an official media column with a political responsibility, which is to use scientific methods to solve various mysteries and eliminate superstitions for the public. The sages and mysteries that had been a hot topic among Taoists and folk were all deciphered one by the scientists they led. This time, their target is naturally Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, in order to prevent the other party from reacting, they came in stealth and investigated secretly. Leader, the water is here. The 2 made a report and began to share water with the people around them. Everyone, please hurry up and get the results as soon as possible. It depends on whether the program can be restarted. The leader immediately ordered after receiving a bottle of water. When the program Approaching Science came out, the ratings were very high, and it was almost the finale of the program. However, with the completion of the decryption of some sacred and mysterious events in the past, their column has not been very popular in recent years, and it was even suspended before, because the above suddenly realized that they had turned into a comedy show. Take a look at their later shows and you'll know why. Just like the tough-talking brother Kai Shui, the ice that the villagers lick every day is airplane excrement. The old man's balls turned blue, and he sought medical help to remove them, but in the end he found out that the color of his pants had faded. The portrait of the old lady would make her cry. After filming 8 episodes, it was finally discovered that the portrait was too close to the humidifier. There was a little boy in the village who suddenly became like a zombie. He couldn't walk but could only jump. He went into science and filmed 3 episodes. In the end, the little boy said that he just didn't want to pretend to be in school, and the entire column team was numb in the end. As an official column, it's definitely not funny, so it's normal to stop broadcasting. This time it is obviously for unknown reasons. Approaching science is about to restart, and the anomaly in King Fengguan is what they need to fight for a turnaround. When the two of them finished the water, they heard a clicking sound. When they looked, they saw an imitation Qing Fengguan prayer plaque suddenly shattered. A middle-aged man wearing glasses next to him said, sure enough, as if adding cold and heating, when the wood molecules reach the extreme deformation, they will crack with just a slight electric shock. The special blessing plaque in Qingfeng Temple has black lines when it cracks. Electricity contacts the high-voltage pulse pattern of the wooden sign. Another person said, the problem of the discoloration of wood through the interaction of special pigments and air has been clearly understood before. In addition, the reason why the wood automatically breaks into pieces has basically simulated the situation of the King Fengguan blessing plaque. The leader next to him said, now let's take a look at Dr. Liu's investigation. The most eye-catching thing about Qingfeng Temple recently is the appearance of fireflies and the magical fog. The appearance of fireflies is surprising, but this kind of insect has always existed, but now there are suddenly more of them. This kind of thing can be done to a certain extent by some scientific departments, but it only catalyzes the reproduction and growth rate of insects. As long as you are willing to spend money, this kind of thing is not easy. It's just that the money is not a small amount, and the price is high. But think about the Fujian Chamber of Commerce spending 5 million to buy some road signs to build momentum. Then it is not a problem for the Fujian Chamber of Commerce to spend this money. Before, the purchase of luxury cars was just a gimmick. For the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, it can be arranged easily. So, is it the Fujian Chamber of Commerce that wants to create a special diamond scenic spot? This is possible, but we just don't know how the other party wants to make profits from it. He couldn't understand this, but since these businessmen did this, there must be a reason, and they definitely couldn't understand the tricks they used to make money. At the same time, somewhere in Qingfeng Mountain, a group of people were doing some testing with several instruments. A green light suddenly lit up on one person's instrument, and he immediately reported, Dr. Liu, the test results are almost there, and they are almost as you expected. Others also reported one after another. Dr. Liu, the results are out. Dr. Liu, it is indeed caused by a certain element in the Earth's crust. Dr. Liu is an old man and a senior geographical and environmental scientist. He has been doing scientific experiments all his life. Naturally, he does not believe in any nonsense. Therefore, after learning about the various magics of Qingfeng Temple, especially the abnormal fog, he became interested and wanted to explore it. He also knew that the fog in Qingfeng Temple was abnormal, but he believed that there was definitely a scientific reason, not some magical reason. Moreover, he had already made some guesses before he came. Anyone who studies the geographical environment will remember that the bear in the north once had a project to dig through the Earth's crust. Scientists at the time studied the presence of some elements in the Earth's crust that were not found on the surface of the Earth. These elements are called the third largest free element and are numbered 1 to 24. These elements accumulate in the Earth's crust and will not be released at all, unless there are special changes in the Earth's crust. This has been confirmed by various countries and has done relevant research. Some scientists even tried to pull these free elements out of the Earth's crust, but unfortunately there was no way to succeed. Now they are testing the various element information in Qingfeng Mountain, and sure enough, there is an element that is almost similar to the number 15 in the third largest free element. The green lights on those instruments prove it. In other words, the reason why Qingfeng Mountain has such a foggy change is because of the appearance of this element. This element will atomize when the temperature reaches a certain level in a special environment. Moreover, this element has the potential to trigger genetic changes in certain types of insects in previous studies in various countries. This may be the reason for the fireflies in Qingfeng Mountain now. This is also the reason why the fireflies in Qingfeng Mountain will die if caught outside, because there is no such element. He also asked people to investigate, because there were indeed several earthquakes in the south this year. Although they were not high earthquakes, they should have caused some changes in the Earth's crust, allowing this third largest free element to be drawn out. This kind of thing has happened all over the Earth, and it has also caused changes in some local animals and plants. Many of these plants have now become unique products of some companies, and there are even 2 types of flower plants that have become popular all over the world. These companies are undoubtedly the lucky ones. Obviously, King Fengagwen is such a lucky person. Thinking about the participation of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, it is obvious that we have learned something. After all, this is not too difficult for the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Dr. Liu came to a conclusion, checked various additional test data, and then took out his phone and dialed the leader of the column, Old Su. We have basically come to the conclusion that the third largest category of free elements, Fujian *, the Chamber of Commerce should be involved, otherwise, King Fengagwen itself cannot do this kind of publicity. The leader immediately laughed when he heard this. Great, this time we have to fight a turnaround. However, there is a Fujian Chamber of Commerce in King Fengagwen. We can't use too strong words when the time comes. We have to give the other party face and pray for blessings. It's no longer about the cards, this should be a tool for the other party to make money. Dr. Liu nodded and said, we will only talk about decryption then. Don't mention the Fujian Chamber of Commerce too much, otherwise it will be very troublesome to be targeted by them. After saying that, he also asked people to start packing up the instruments, but he heard a member say angrily, smelly monkey, throw things at me. Others looked and saw a monkey jumping up a tree. Ignore it and let's go out, Dr. Liu ordered. Not long after, Dr. Liu and the people from the column team gathered together. After confirming all the testing data, the leader of the column team became excited. King Fengagwen has been very popular recently, with a lot of traffic. Their program can be seen by countless people immediately. For those who want to restart the program, this program can completely turn them around. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The tourists were completely excited, and the content advertised on the mountain gate was completely spread. At the same time, many people also took pictures of the content and uploaded it to the internet, which also caused the internet to boil. King Fengagwen has become very popular recently, and the traffic is also very large. Therefore, the King Fengagwen Dharma Conference attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as it was uploaded. No one would believe that the Zongji Emperor Zaiwei descended into the dust. There really are gods, but society is still in such chaos now? Didn't a thunder sink an island? What's more, how can Qingfeng Temple be promoted? Saying it can cure diseases? This is a bit of a joke. Many people have a scene in their minds of burning the ashes of the talisman and putting it into a water cup, and they can't help but feel cold. Only a few believers like Qin Hong and Lu Feng believe this is true, and have even begun to prepare to go to Qingfeng Temple. As a true believer in Qingfeng Guan, this kind of thing must never happen. With the original popularity and traffic of Qingfeng Guan, as time goes by, the popularity of Qingfeng Guan Dharma Conference on the internet is getting higher and higher. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among some institutions, such as medical institutions, and the Medical Association directly posted a post, which also gained popularity. Everyone must believe in scientific medical treatment, and don't be superstitious and harm yourself. There are even many examples below this post. A villager took fake medicine prescribed by a Taoist priest and died 3 days later. A child's grandfather and grandmother were superstitious and died. Last year, a depressed teenager died on the spot after drinking talisman water. The examples cited by the Medical Association are all examples of people who believed that superstition could cure diseases and ended up losing their lives. Everyone can see that they are against Qingfeng Guan. This has aroused the support of many netizens who did not believe this at first. No way, it's already 2023, does anyone still believe this? If I get sick, I will definitely go to the hospital. Haha, Taoist Master Guo has finally fallen into the trap of being a cliché. What an expert. Bah! Hey, why do you want to spread the word about gods and gods when you have some fame? If Taoist Guo doesn't spread these superstitions, but teaches national martial arts, he will become a grandmaster. I support the person upstairs. It's a pity that Dao Kang Guo is here, but I plan to go take a look and expose him on the spot. Haha, I want to go too. Let's join in the fun, take me with you. After Xianyun followed his senior brother's instructions, he has been paying attention to the promotion of this Dharma conference, and soon saw the post of this medical association. He saw it in the believer group, and a believer posted this post. There's something wrong with this medical association. Xianyun wanted to complain. This medical association just had nothing to do. They were the ones who caused trouble in the first place. He had to work so hard to take the TCM certification exam, and he didn't know how many capable old TCM doctors were. This delays and breaks the inheritance. He also hurriedly found Guo Lin to report the matter. Brother, this medical association is obviously targeting us. Do we want to respond? Why are you responding? Guo Lin saw that post and also saw many people coming to King Fengagwen to debunk his comments. Come and expose him, the more you come, the better. When the time comes, they will all become exclusive believers. The medical association sent him a hot topic and should be thanked. Thinking of this, he said solemnly, Xianyun, let's expand the picture a little bit. Not everyone can get such things as good fortune. If you doubt us not coming after watching a news video, that means there is no good fortune. And those who come after watching the video, whether they want to expose us or for other reasons, are a blessing to come. Swan-yoon was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then suddenly realized, brother, I understand. Guo-lin was also stunned. Real or fake? He just said a few words casually, and now he is enlightened? Seeing Swan-yoon go out, he could only watch a few videos again with emotion. When a preview video came out, he was a little dumbfounded. Approaching science starts a mysterious journey again, taking you closer to Qingfeng Temple. What's going on? Guo-linear. Guo-lin's face was full of astonishment. He had seen the news about the Taoist sect's sage revelation incident in the past, which was solved by approaching the science column, but he didn't expect that his King Fengagwen would also be targeted. This entry into science has obviously been investigated secretly, but he really doubted that if the science column really found something, would the other party dare to broadcast it? With the popularity caused by the Qingfengguan Dharma Conference and the Medical Association, the notice released by the science column also immediately attracted the attention of many people. It can be said that the popularity of this matter reached an extreme level in an instant. After all, everyone knows what kind of show entering science is. Did you go into science and come out again? Haha, I didn't expect that I would do great things silently when I entered science. King Fengagwen holds a Dharma conference and promotes it like this. It seems like it will be a good show again this time. All of a sudden, everyone was looking forward to the broadcast of entering science. Dr. Lu and the leaders of the science section naturally saw the craze on the internet, and they were all happy. As long as the show becomes popular, it can have a beautiful turnaround. When the time comes, there will definitely be no shortage of advertisements for the program, and they will have the money to continue producing the next program, and they will also be able to gain a lot of benefits themselves. Old Sue, congratulations, you will be alive if you approach the science column. Dr. Lu smiled and congratulated Director Su, the column leader beside him. Director Su also said with a smile on his face, Dr. Lu, we are all happy that the column team has received the advertisement, and your funding will not be low. Time flies. The science section soon started broadcasting, and the traffic at the beginning of the broadcast made Director Su and Dr. Lu beam with joy. This time the popularity was high enough that it jumped onto the list from the beginning and became the #1 variety show. This is definitely a huge opening. King Fengagwen, Guo-lin, Xianyun, and Xia Qingyang also watched the program when they entered the science section. Hello everyone, this is the Enter Science column. I am very happy to meet you again after a long time. The purpose of our column is to lead you to explore those mysterious events from a scientific perspective. Today we will lead you to explore Qingfeng Mountain. Following the host's words, a picture appeared in the video, and that picture was Qingfeng Mountain. There was a picture of Qingfeng Mountain shrouded in mist during the day, and there was also a fantasy scene of Qingfeng Mountain with fireflies flying at night. The host's voice sounded again, Qingfeng Mountain and Qingfeng Temple should be one of the hottest topics on the internet. The special fog and the dreamy fireflies are all said to be caused by some mysterious power. Even now Qingfeng Temple is holding a Dharma conference. It is said that the Zongji Zaiwei Emperor descends from the dust and can bless people and cure diseases. But is it so magical? Is this true or false? Come with us to explore the truth. As the host finished speaking, the program video switched to the scene of the column team preparing and then setting off. One of them, Dr. Lu, came forward. He was an expert on geographical environment and the person in charge of this exploration. The next scene also shows Professor Liu's abilities and the exploration process. From the video, we can see how powerful Professor Liu is. Professor Liu spent most of the time investigating, until he finally came to the conclusion. Everyone now understands that the reason for the foggy situation in Qingfeng Mountain and those fireflies is actually because several earthquakes affected the Earth's crust, and the third major category of hidden element number 15 overflowed. Because the characteristics of this element lead to abnormal fog conditions, and this element has a special genetic influence and stimulating effect on fireflies, the fireflies in Qingfeng Mountain have an abnormal recovery. According to the next situation, this fog will not only spread to Qingfeng Mountain, but also to the two nearby mountains. As for the specific spread range, it depends on the degree of the overflowing elements, but you can rest assured that this element is not harmful to the human body. Harm. Along with these words, a two-dimensional diagram also appeared in the video, which was a schematic diagram of the third major category of hidden element number 15 spreading outward from Qingfeng Mountain. This also made everyone understand what was going on, and totally reasonable. No wonder there was an abnormal situation at the top of Qingfeng Mountain from the beginning. It turned out that this was the overflow outlet, and then it spread to the entire mountain. The voice of the host has sounded again, now things are clear. The special situation of Qingfeng Mountain has nothing to do with anything special and magical. It is all the result of scientific geographical changes. Everyone must have rational beliefs and believe in science. Naturally, apart from this, Qingfeng Mountain has benefited from the influence of this special element. It is definitely a good tourist destination now, and it may become a tourist attraction in the future. If you want to travel, you can choose Qingfeng Mountain. The show ends here. In Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin was filled with astonishment after watching the show. After going into science and investigating secretly, you came to such a conclusion? He thought the other party might find something out of the investigation. However, the other party's theory of the Earth's crust and special elements turned out to be exactly what they said, especially the special element diffusion map. After Qingfeng Mountain, the two mountains that continued to spread were exactly the two mountains donated by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Mountain. It was really a coincidence that his mother met his father. If he didn't know very clearly what this dense air and the immortal incarnation were about, he would have believed the scientific research results. Then, he also took a look at what the online audience thought of it. At this time, the viewers who saw this episode of the program online were already in an uproar. Haha, I know you have to believe in science. Daozang Guo's recent propaganda is too much. Let's just say that if you go into science, you will know whether it is there or not. Everyone must believe in science. The truth is out, but I want to attend the Qingfeng Temple Dharma ceremony to see if they are embarrassed. Qingfeng Temple should cancel the Dharma conference now, right? It would be shameless not to cancel it. I would like to go to the scene to see the embarrassing scene. Naturally, it is not that no one still believes in Qingfeng Guan. Many believers still believe in Qingfeng Guan after personal experience. Some people expressed the miraculous power of the Qing Jing Sutra and the sound of tree names. Unfortunately, this voice is very weak under this torrent. Some people even said that the sound of the tree name is music. Many purely natural music can also make people feel happy, but the effect is not as strong as this. This has nothing to do with magic or anything. More people said that the Jing Jing Sutra is just a gimmick. They have learned it by themselves, and it has no effect. They will not think about whether they have learned it wrong, just like they can't learn it with a piece of music score. They will only feel that they have learned it wrong. Smart, not fooled. Naturally, some people say that there is some music that can hypnotize, and the authors are also ordinary people. From ancient times to the present, people will only see what they want to see when looking at something, and then find various evidences to prove their opinions. As long as the general trend is like this, they will not think too much about whether it is correct or not. Therefore, on the internet that's why so many people are easily led. Guo Lin was a little emotional when he saw the comments from netizens. The authoritativeness of a column like Approaching Science is really high. This program alone has guided everyone's understanding. This can only be blamed on the other party's conclusion being too coincidental. Moreover, he suddenly had a strange feeling that the dense aura in Qingfeng Temple was caused by the aura of wood produced by the special attributes of the immortal incarnation. Now, according to the test in the science column, the air of wood is similar to one of the third major hidden elements, that is, element number 15, which leads to this coincidence. And could number 15 be the chi of wood? According to the description, this special element only exists in the Earth's crust and cannot be guided or utilized unless something is done to the Earth's crust. But who dares to do this? What kind of power can do something to the Earth's crust? That kind of power will also cause devastating disasters to mankind. It's nothing more than use. This is why countries give up. But this is fascinating. I just don't know if this special element is a coincidence. However, looking at the comments from netizens, he didn't care. After all, many people planned to come to the Qingfeng Dharma conference and wanted to see if they were embarrassed. Isn't this great? There will be many people coming by then. As long as people come, everything can be done by improving the exclusive piety plus 2 attribute. The layout needs to be bigger, right? Enter the science column group. Dr. Lu was already smiling. Lao Su, congratulations, the program is a great success, but I don't know if the Fujian Chamber of Commerce will have any objections. After all, Qingfeng Mountain was promoted by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. For this reason the other party also secretly acquired the property rights of 2 mountains to King Fengguan. Director Su said with a smile, "We have been very generous, and we will not fail to mention the blessing cards." At the end, we also made it clear that Qingfeng Temple is a good place to travel to Jedi in a state like this. This is also a disguised form of publicity. People from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce must also know what it means. We will send another email to their president to clarify this point and just contact them. Yeah, Dr. Lu nodded. This is indeed the case, otherwise they would have spent time deciphering the fragmentation and discoloration of the blessing cards. They no longer broadcast these. Director Su did not hesitate and immediately arranged for someone to send an email to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. The other side. President Wu also watched this episode of Entering Science in an office in Fujian City. Naturally, Zhang Nan was also there. He personally came to remind President Wu of this program, otherwise President Wu would not have paid attention to what was going on online because he was so busy. After watching this show, both of them had a look of astonishment on their faces. Do you want to believe in science? Although the investigation in this episode of Into Science is very detailed and reasonable, and it seems that the basic answer should be this, they don't believe it at all. After all, they had seen with their own eyes the magic of Feng Shui and Zhen Lu, and had personally experienced the redirection of Typhoon Namora due to the influence of Feng Shui formations. This is simply not something science can explain. Is there anyone who has the ability and is close to science to come to Zhen Lu to explain this Feng Shui formation with scientific reasons? If he really let them crack it, he doubted these people would doubt science. Zhang Nan said in surprise, "President, we all know the magic of Qingfeng Temple. This result should not have happened. Could it be that Deist Guo used some means to deliberately let these people discover this? It's possible. Anyway, those who get into science have solved their loneliness." President Wu smiled, with a hint of ridicule in his words. After all, people who approach science columns should be feeling complacent by now, right? At this time, a secretary of President Wu knocked on the door and came in to report, "Chairman, there is an email forwarded from the Chamber of Commerce, saying it was sent to you by the science column team." Approaching the science column team? President Wu was stunned, and subconsciously looked at Zhang Nan. What's going on? They have nothing to do with the science column group, right? Why did the other party send him an email so smoothly? However, he had just watched a program about people getting into science, and he was a little curious, so he sat in front of the computer and opened the email and started reading. After a moment, he joked, "Is Director Su joking about getting into science?" Zhang Nan asked curiously, "President, what does this email say?" Chairman Wu explained playfully, "When I came into the science column group, I thought that Guo Deazang's Qingfeng view was led by our Chamber of Commerce behind the scenes. Therefore, they did not want to offend us after doing this program, so they sent us an email to explain. The key is whether the other party can show its friendly attitude towards our Chamber of Commerce by playing the Qingfeng Temple prayer placard and promoting Qingfeng Mountain as a tourist attraction." Zhang Nan was dumbfounded. When he walked into the science column group, did he go to the wrong temple to worship the wrong god, and made a big mistake? Chairman Wu couldn't help but smile and asked Zhang Nan, "Tell me, what would happen if this person who entered the science column team was allowed to attend Deist Guo's Dharma conference?" Zhang Nan was stunned for a moment, then said in astonishment, "I'm afraid they will be numb by then." Interesting. Chairman was suddenly smiled and ordered to his secretary, "Go and talk to the Chamber of Commerce. Reply an email to the people who come into the science column group and tell them that our Chamber of Commerce invites them to attend the Dharma conference at King Fengagwan." "Okay, Chairman." The secretary nodded and immediately went out to deal with it. Not long after, when approaching the science column group, Director Su also received an email from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, and he immediately called Dr. Lu. "Director Su, what's the matter?" Dr. Lu asked immediately when he arrived. Director Su said with a smile, "The Fujian Chamber of Commerce sent us an email, inviting us to attend the King Fengagwan Dharma conference. It seems that the other party has also accepted our friendly attitude." Dr. Lu said with a smile, "That's good. Otherwise, if the Fujian Chamber of Commerce has objections, it will be troublesome for us. So, we have to go there this time. After all, we have decrypted someone else's layout and we have to give them face." Director Su nodded and said, "Then give the other party a face and let's go there." The two made a decision and arranged to book a flight. Soon, the day for the Dharma ceremony of Emperor Zaiwei in Qingfeng Temple came. Director Su and Dr. Lu arranged for the column team to explore and find new decryption targets. They also boarded a plane to Mingxi, and then drove to Yushan. When the two of them arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, they found that there were quite a lot of tourists here today, and it felt like a huge crowd. They were obviously all here for the Zongji Emperor Zaiwei's dust-falling Dharma ceremony. There have been related discussions all around. "I didn't expect that Qingfeng Guan would dare to hold a Dharma conference even though his face was swollen. Aren't we just here to continue slapping people in the face? I'm catching a cold. When the time comes, I'll just throw the snot on the wall of Qingfeng Temple to see if they dare to promote blessings and cure diseases." Quality, just watch the excitement. Deist Master Guo is not embarrassed. We enjoy watching the excitement. Obviously, as science programs are broadcast closer, the internet has basically reached the same tune. Qingfeng Temple was lucky enough to encounter an earthquake that affected the Earth's crust, causing the special elements to overflow and create the special wonder of Qingfeng Mountain. King Fengagwan originally wanted to use this to create some myths and legends, but who knew that when they encountered the restart of the science column and decrypted it all at once, they were severely slapped in the face. Now these people are basically here to watch the fun. Director Su and Dr. Lu smiled at this, which also shows their influence in entering the first battle of science. This is a good thing. The two of them thought about it and walked towards Qingfeng Temple. After participating in the Zongji Emperor Zaiwei's dust-falling ceremony, they felt that they should give the Fujian Chamber of Commerce a suggestion to make good use of this unique situation to develop tourism in the future, and don't touch those gods and immortals. After all, they have been cracked out. It would be embarrassing to touch those again. Qingfeng Mountain. The flow of people going up the mountain was surging, and the sound of chirping trees was playing on the mountain path. But obviously, the sound of the chirping trees seemed to have failed, and it did not make the surging people feel any peace. It's strange. I can obviously feel calm when I listen to the sound of the trees at home. Me too. I thought this song could make me feel peaceful before, but now at least I don't feel that way anymore. I have been listening to the sound of the trees, but it has no effect. I just need to have a firm belief in my heart. At this time, a voice sounded, "This gentleman is right. Music has the effect of cultivating sentiments." The sound of the trees is also music, but the sound of the trees has been over-publicized on the internet, giving people a psychological effect. The publicity hints that it has special effects. Dr. Liu heard the discussion next to him and couldn't help but explain, and then said, "It's like when a person is hungry, food that usually doesn't taste good will taste good. As long as the publicity and hints are in place, it will be good for a person. It can have a great effect." This statement was recognized by the people around him. Dr. Liu also smiled and continued to go up the mountain with Director Su. When they arrived at King Fengagwen, Director Su called Chairman Wu. King Fengagwen in the guest room. Chairman Wu has already taken Zhang Nan to make tea on a tea table. The tea is naturally the top quality tea they brought themselves. They came here last night because of this Dharma conference. In the reception room, people like Qin Hong and Lu Feng were also there. However, they have been paying attention to the situation outside the Taoist temple and are a little anxious. There were too many people here today, and they all seem to come to see the excitement of the Qingfeng Dharma conference. They are all devout believers. They know the magic of Qingfeng Temple, but they know the inside story. They think the scientific program is a bit nonsense. Why didn't they talk about the spiritual spring vat? But think about it, the spiritual spring tank requires piety to enjoy the effect, but how many people can be pious? Even the sound of the trees recorded and played outside Qingfengguan seemed to have no effect, but when they entered the reception room and played it on their mobile phones, it had an effect again. It should be that there are too many people outside and they are too cynical, which affects the essence of the music. At this moment, President Wu's cell phone rang. When he showed the number to Zhang Nan, the two of them laughed. It was the person who walked into the science column. President Wu also got up and walked out with Zhang Nan and answered the phone. In the closet. Different from the anxiety of believers like Qin Hong and Lu Feng, he was playing leisure Shushan and controlled the game character to take on several missions, but there was no gain. He paid no attention to the commotion outside the Taoist temple. It doesn't matter whether the person who comes is a believer or whether he is full of malicious intentions. Putting away his phone and checking the time, he also took out a scroll from his magic bag. It was Zhou Qingyun's Holy Manifestation Scroll. The attributes of eliminating common diseases +3, physical relaxation +3, mental relaxation +3, immunity from all diseases +1, and exclusive piety increased to 2 under the scroll effect will change everything. He is now afraid that not enough people will come to see him and enjoy the fun. I looked at the time and saw that the puja was about to begin. However, he did not plan to host today's Dharma gathering himself, but asked Xia Qingyang to come up, because it was too obvious to take out the sacred scroll. The most important thing is that using this scroll requires constant input of energy, so he cannot perform rituals. Since it is a Dharma assembly ceremony, it must be danced beautifully and without losing Taoist etiquette. Then someone needs to cooperate and perform the ritual dance in front of you. Xia Qingyang is undoubtedly the best candidate, and he can just hide behind and secretly use the Holy Manifestation Scroll. A moment later, Xia Qingyang also came, wearing a special ritual robe. According to the orthodox Taoist rules, there is no way for him to wear this kind of Taoist robe. But if it is really a Taoist practice, which Taoist temple in the Taoist sect can compare with Qingfeng Temple? Therefore, Guo Lin also took out the robe and asked Xia Qingyang to put it on. Senior brother, the Dharma conference is about to begin. I'll go then. Xia Qingyang came to report. Yeah, Guo Lin also nodded. At this time, outside the Taoist temple, Director Su and Dr. Liu also saw Chairman Wu and Zhang Nan coming out. When Director Su saw President Wu, he smiled and said, "President Wu, we have been friends with each other for a long time. I have to admire the ability of your Fujian Chamber of Commerce. I should have noticed that the third major category of special elements is overflowing here, so, look, after winning here, I even bothered to get the property rights of 2 mountains." According to Dr. Liu's calculations, the range that the third major type of elements can diffuse is currently only within the range of these 3 mountains. President Wu was stunned when he heard this. He knows more than the other person. Dr. Liu obviously detected some energy and thought it was that element, but he knew very well that the Chamber of Commerce donated 2 mountains. He was afraid that Dao Kangguo cast some magic to make the energy appear in those 2 mountains. Otherwise, those 2 mountains should remain as usual. Thinking about it, he looked at Director Su with a smile and asked, "Director Su, why are you so sure that Qingfeng Temple is related to our Chamber of Commerce? If I tell you that Qingfeng Temple has nothing to do with our Chamber of Commerce, will you be embarrassed?" Director Su smiled and said, "Then why, President Wu, do you have to worry about the property rights of these 2 mountains?" President Wu was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say that he wanted to repay the feng shui of the Zhen Tower, but think about it, he was afraid that people like him would try to crack the Zhen Tower again, which would destroy the feng shui stone. Who can I talk to for explanation? He believed that the other party could do such a thing. Director Su smiled when he saw President Wu's look. President Wu, there is no need to be like this. Many people will probably see this. It's better to be more open and above board. However, don't get involved in some godly things. With unique conditions, we can develop tourism with peace of mind. President Wu shook his head and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This person seems to really not believe in the mystery of King Fengagwen. Director Su continued. President Wu, look at it, many people tried the spiritual spring tank you promoted just now, and it had no effect at all. Also, you previously promoted the sound of trees singing online, and it was also played around. It has no effect. There is actually a lot of music on the internet. As long as the psychological suggestion is well promoted, it will actually have some effect and can make people feel happy. I have listened to the sound of chirping trees before. It has a calming effect, but it is not as magical as what is advertised on the internet. In today's scientific and civilized society, this is a publicity bubble that will burst as soon as it is rubbed. President Wu asked rhetorically, what about the Qingjing Sutra? Many people in the Taoist sect say it is very magical. What about the Taoist people now? Director Su asked, why is it that when our program comes out, no Taoist people come out to speak out, and no Taoist people prove that the Qingjing Sutra is effective? This is because when you were promoting, they didn't mind getting some traffic before, but now something happened, they know the truth and falsehood, and they don't dare to take the lead. Look at how many people online said they have studied the Qingjing Sutra or not. Effect? President Wu was surprised by the other party for a moment. He can naturally explain that if ordinary people are given ordinary music scores, most people will definitely not be able to learn them or learn them accurately, let alone the Qingjing Sutra. It may be in the Taoist sect's interest to remain silent. After all, fellow sects don't want to see Qingfeng Temple's reputation get too high, especially now that many people on the internet are comparing Qingfeng Temple to well-known holy places. But what surprised him was that Mingming Qingfeng Temple had a lot of magic. Why do these magical things always seem to find explanations in the other party? Moreover, it can still be explained? If he hadn't personally experienced the Zhen Lu and Typhoon incidents, he would have been convinced that he had encountered a very powerful and clever Taoist scam. Maybe he now knows why Taoist blessings are not available to everyone. Wasn't there someone who could completely lose the country by riding a flying dragon? Now that these blessings are placed in front of the other party is stepping away. He also said cracking, which is really funny. In the words of the Taoist priest, the man in front of him had no sign of good fortune at all. While the two were talking, they heard some noise coming from the front, and saw a Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple walking out and walking towards the altar that had been arranged long ago. It was Xia Qingyang. He was also a little surprised when he saw the people gathered in front of the Taoist temple. The open space and the forest were crowded, and there were probably thousands of people. With so many people, many of them were already taking pictures of the altar with their mobile phones, and some even started live broadcasts, all to gain traffic. The topic of King Fengagwen is indeed very high now. Anyone who can come here to join in the fun has inquired and knows what this altar is used for. It is said that the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple will perform a dance ceremony on this altar to communicate with Emperor Zaiwei and ask the emperor to bless him. Of course, now everyone knows this is false. But no one thought that at this time, Qingfeng Temple would continue. In a company in Shanghai, Xia Chong also watched a live broadcast with his secretary. It was a live broadcast of a popular internet celebrity in Qingfeng Watch. He has also watched the live broadcast of Qingfeng Temple these days, and is naturally very concerned about this matter, because his old father is at Qingfeng Temple. But when he saw the Taoist priest who was going to communicate with Emperor Zongji Zaiwei on the altar to perform the dance, he was stunned. The secretary watched the live broadcast and opened his mouth wide. Isn't this the old chairman? Isn't this nonsense? Xia Chong couldn't help but complain. He knew about his father, and it was because Qingfeng Temple was so mysterious that the old man entered Qingfeng Temple. But no matter how mysterious it is, can the old man be able to communicate with what Zongji Zaiwei Emperor is not capable of? Xia Chong only felt a little ridiculous, but King Fengagwen really had something magical, which could be seen from the fact that his old man could knock out the international boxing champion with one blow. He knew how much the old man weighed. How could he have such great ability? But he could get it in just a short time by going to King Fengagwen. Moreover, he understood the old man's character. If he really didn't have something, the old man would not go to the altar. Looking at the live video, the old man has already started dancing with a whisk in his hand, and his posture is quite elegant. Is it possible that the old man can really collude with Emperor Zongji Zaiwei? Thinking of this, Xia Chong asked his secretary, you think, if I hand over the company to my son now and then retire, there should be no problem, right? Ha! The secretary suddenly said dumbfounded, Chairman, Mr. Xia is only in junior high school. Hey! Xia Chong couldn't help but sigh. When he was about to continue watching the live broadcast, he found that the screen went black. In front of Qing Fengguan, at the same time, someone also exclaimed, "What's going on? My phone can't take the picture. Mine too, turned into snowflakes. How is this going?" Obviously, at that moment, the mobile phone screens in the hands of people gathered in front of Qingfeng Temple who were taking pictures with their mobile phones or running live broadcasts turned black at the same time and appeared like snowflakes. At the same time, there were gusts of wind blowing around everyone. The wind didn't seem right either. President Wu and Director Su also looked at that scene in surprise. Zheng Nan took out her mobile phone, turned on the camera, and said in surprise, "I can't take pictures anymore, it's like a snowflake." President Wu took out his cell phone and looked at it. He was a little surprised. At the same time, he looked at Director Su and said, "Director Su, look at what's going on." Director Su smiled and said, "President Wu, there are actually many ways to make this situation happen when the mobile phone fails. With the capabilities of your Chamber of Commerce, there should be many ways." President Wu laughed a little angrily. Now this guy is talking about everything in their Chamber of Commerce. He asked funnily, "What about the wind?" Director Su smiled and said, "Is there anything strange about the wind? It's common knowledge that the top of the mountain is windy. There's something wrong with the wind." Dr. Lu suddenly said, "The wind has no direction. It seems to appear in place and is everywhere. Moreover, this wind makes people feel unusually comfortable." Director Su was also stunned. This wind seemed to be real. How come? At the entrance of Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin also looked outside with a happy face. He had already activated the sex power. The breeze is coming slowly. He didn't expect that this power could also affect electronic equipment. Moreover, there are so many people outside. Looking around, once they have two exclusive piety and then finish the incense, the sex station will definitely be upgraded. Thinking about it, he also took out the Holy Manifestation Scroll, and the next step was the main course. Guo Lin used the Holy Manifestation Scroll at the next moment and input energy into the scroll. He saw the runes on the scroll instantly light up and turned into a bright car. Then he saw a spiritual light in the scroll rushing into the sky, and then he saw it in the sky. Rune patterns quickly condensed in an area. But obviously, everyone around him is not practicing, and no one can see this aura. Xia Qingyang was different. He couldn't see the spiritual light rising into the sky, but he could feel the terrifying energy gathering in the sky. He knew that his senior brother had cast a spell to communicate with the emperor. He immediately shouted, "There are believers today, please pray to Emperor Zaiwei to bless you." Everyone smiled jokingly. Isn't the purpose of their coming here just to watch a show right now? I didn't expect that even at this time, the people of King Fengguan would still want to continue singing this show. But just as they were thinking this, a trace of rain and dew fell quickly from the sky. Everyone thought it was going to rain, but when the dense rain fell on them, everyone was stunned, with an incredible look on their faces. How could it be? Director Su looked at the raindrops falling on his arms and seemed to have discovered something incredible. Not only Director Su, but also Dr. Lu looked at the raindrops falling on his arms with a confused expression. What happens when ordinary raindrops fall on your arm? Either it slides away directly, or it wets the skin. But what did they see? The raindrops fell on their arms and melted like snow. This is not the right description, or their arms quickly absorbed the raindrops like soil. As the raindrops fell more and more, the situation became more and more obvious. The raindrops left behind were absorbed cleanly in an instant, without even a trace of water stains. This is simply not right. On a rainy day, as more and more raindrops fall, their arms should get wetter and wetter. This is not normal rain. President Wu stretched out his hand and felt the abnormality of the rain. "President, could this be the legendary rain and dew?" Zheng Nan had some guesses. After all, today is the dust-falling ceremony of Emperor Zongji Zaiwei. If it is the blessing of Emperor Zaiwei, President Wu also thought of this, and both of them looked up at the sky. Inexplicably, they felt like there was something really up there. When Director Su and Blogger Lu saw the two of them, they felt something was wrong more and more. In the Taoist temple, Guo Lin continued to input energy into the sacred scroll, and finally fully activated the scroll. At that moment, the runes condensed by the spiritual light in the sky spread even more. At the next moment, the misty raindrops became denser again, and seemed to have the tendency to turn into heavy rain. This also caused the tourists to riot. Why is it raining heavily at this time? Fortunately, I brought an umbrella. I also brought an umbrella. Just now, some people called me stupid. Now I don't know who will become stupid because of the rain. I also brought an umbrella. In an instant, many people held up umbrellas, or sun umbrellas. They had to bring them because the sun was too strong. Now that it is raining heavily, they can only take them out for use. This is undoubtedly very hate-attracting. Zhang Changlong looked fiercely at the loving couple embroidered next to him. Fortunately, most of the people like him were soaking in the rain without umbrellas, so he felt a little more balanced. He immediately looked for a place to hide from the rain, but suddenly looked at the rain falling on him in shock. Such a heavy rain should make people wet all over in an instant. But what he saw now was that the falling rain was quickly absorbed by his skin after touching it. There's something wrong with the rain. Jiang Changlong shouted with shock on his face. The rain was absorbed directly when it fell on the body, and the body seemed to become very comfortable. Obviously, this is the physical relaxation plus 3 attribute taking effect. Not only him, but the people next to him also exclaimed, "I feel it too. Yeah, this rain is incredible. Maybe it's not rain." The couple holding an umbrella looked at this scene mockingly. "You people think we will believe it? Boyfriend. That's right, treat us as fools. It's good to have an umbrella. Girlfriend." The two of them looked at Jiang Changlong and the others as if they were watching a play. Jiang Changlong and the people around him had no time to pay attention to the couple at this time, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Not only did they become very relaxed physically, but also mentally. That is the attribute of mental soothing plus 3. 2 plus 3 attributes work at the same time, and the effect can be imagined. Moreover, gradually, they were shocked to find that a warm current appeared in their bodies. This warm current was flowing inside their bodies, as if it was repairing the damage in their bodies. John Long felt it most obviously because he had broken his arm, so his hand would often feel numb and stuffy. But he felt the warm current converge towards his arm, and then stopped at his broken arm. He seemed to feel that his fractured area was being nourished by the warm current, and the feeling of stuffiness and numbness was quickly disappearing. This simply shocked him. The person next to him was also about to run to hide from the rain, but suddenly stopped unexpectedly. He had a cold today and his nose was blocked. The King Fengagwan Dharma Conference can cure all kinds of diseases. If you don't go out on a rainy day, the disease may become more serious, and a severe cold will not be cured by then. But at that moment, he was stunned. He also found that the raindrops falling on his body were quickly absorbed by his skin. Then, his body became relaxed and his mind felt comfortable. A warm current rushed into the tip of his nose, allowing him to breathe instantly. The uncomfortable feeling of a cold also quickly disappeared. "This isn't rain, it's amazing." The man also shouted with shock on his face. More and more people around discovered this situation, and screams of exclamation were heard one after another. They all looked at the rain in disbelief and felt the magical effect of the rain. In this case, a thought emerged uncontrollably in their minds. "Bless you. This is a blessing from Emperor Zongji Zaiwei." After all, this is the site of Emperor Zaiwei's ceremony. Before, they came to Qingfeng Temple with the intention of questioning the trial, but now they discovered a terrible fact. Perhaps, there was really a blessing from Emperor Zaiwei. They experienced it themselves. The more they thought about it, their hearts trembled, fear appeared in their eyes, and then, this fear turned into piety. Moreover, this devotion is getting stronger and stronger. Many people holding umbrellas subconsciously took down their umbrellas when they saw the appearance of the people around them, and then threw them away. This was not rain at all. Of course, there is still an umbrella standing. For example, the couple next to Jiang Changlong still held umbrellas, and their expression still showed a kind of disdain. These people are really crazy. Those with umbrellas are also not firm in their hearts. We don't want to follow the crowd and be led by others. At this time, Su Bin and Dr. Lu were also completely dumbfounded. In the increasingly heavy rain, the two of them were experiencing the most incredible thing in their lives, and their worldview was also experiencing the most incredible impact. They no longer know how to describe the physical relaxation and mental comfort, nor can they find any scientific arguments to describe it. Especially the warm current, they can feel the changes in their bodies. Director Su is the most obvious, because he has liver problems and an enlarged thyroid gland, so he often feels uncomfortable. But under that warm current, he was shocked to find that the discomfort quickly disappeared. He touched the position of his thyroid gland, and his eyes widened even more. The fat thyroid gland seemed to be disappearing slowly. He felt like God was joking with him. He is a person who enters the science column, why should he go through this kind of thing? As the feeling became stronger and stronger, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in his heart. This awe became deeper and deeper, and he couldn't control it at all. President Wu, Qingfeng Guanzhen, can really communicate with Zaiwei, the emperor? Director Su couldn't help but ask this sentence in the end. Even Dr. Lu on the side looked at President Wu subconsciously. He also felt that his worldview was impacted. Seeing the scene in front of him and the feelings in his body, he felt that his worldview was also impacted. His mind was running to the limit, trying to explain everything with the science he knew, but he found that there was no way to explain it clearly. His worldview was shocked. President Wu looked at the two of them with a smile. "You two, how can there be such a great emperor? You must believe in science." "Believe in science?" Director Su, Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu and Director Su became numb when they heard Chairman Wu telling themselves that they should believe in science. They are people who got into science, and now they actually want to listen to others telling them to believe in science? This doesn't feel right. But they really feel that everything they are experiencing now is unscientific. President Wu and Zhang Nan couldn't help but laugh when they saw their expressions. But they held it back and only laughed inwardly, not making it too embarrassing. But think about it, didn't these two people swear to talk frankly about science before, saying that they had cracked King Fengagwen's deceptive tricks? Now they crack it. The two of them couldn't help but want to laugh, but they also felt the changes in their bodies with shock on their faces. They also felt the warmth and the physical discomfort disappeared. Especially Zhang Nan, he felt that the warm current was gathering in one place, and he could obviously feel a very comfortable feeling. It seemed like something had revived. Something immediately appeared in his mind, and then his face lit up with joy. This small problem has troubled him for a long time. He took many medicines but they didn't have any effect. He was always anxious to death. Now his little problem is obviously going to be solved. Taoist priest Guo said that Emperor Zaiwei came down to give blessings, and indeed he did. Likewise, he looked at King Fengagwen with even more awe. At this time, even Director Su and Dr. Lu on the side were like this. Even if they talk about science, they can't explain what they experienced personally, and that feeling can't deceive people. What exactly is going on? Why is this happening in this rain? Or as President Wu and the other two said, in this sweet rain, their physical illnesses improved. Not only them, but also other people. Under the attributes of the sacred scroll, their piety towards Qingfeng Temple is getting higher and higher, and they are more and more in awe. Perhaps not only people have benefited, but chirping sounds can be heard in the sky. I don't know when it started, but many birds have gathered in the sky and are circling, soaking in the rain. This is not a normal picture. After all, birds don't like getting wet in the rain. Even on a tree, a monkey climbed up to a branch and lay down, enjoying the sweet rain. He turned over comfortably and accidentally fell down from the tree, howling miserably. When it got up again, it was already limping, obviously injured and broken. But under that sweet rain, its injuries recovered quickly. Its monkey brain was not enough, and it lifted its broken leg in a daze, and then started jumping around with some joy. Inside the Taoist temple, as Guolin urged it, the runes on the sacred scroll became brighter, until finally, the energy of the scroll seemed to be exhausted and began to dissipate rapidly. This is when the power of the scroll is exhausted. As the energy of the manifestation scroll is exhausted, it can be seen that the aura runes above Qingfeng Temple that ordinary people cannot see also begin to dissipate. The sweet rain soon stopped. This also made everyone feel lost, and then everyone came to their senses, and a series of exclamations sounded. It's really incredible. I'm cured of my cold. What's your cold? My hemorrhoids are all gone. I broke my leg, and it's fine now. Zhang Chenglong was also one of them. He exclaimed in disbelief, It's really incredible. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so rude to King Fengagwen before. The same goes for the people around you. The couple who were still holding umbrellas were very disdainful of this, but gradually, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. They saw that the wet clothes and hair of those who had been caught in the rain were drying quickly. That kind of speed is like a dream. How could this happen? Are you kidding me? The expressions on both lovers' faces were not right. When they saw that all those people were dry, their eyes widened completely. This magical scene made the two people seem to realize that they seemed to have missed something. On the altar, Xia Qingjiang's face was already full of smiles. Under this sweet rain, he felt the deepest feeling, especially the interned Taoist disciples like Huangbin who were standing next to the altar. Because the center point of the rain falling is on the altar, it can be said that the sweet rain completely washed away their bodies and restored their bodies to their best condition. Xia Qingyang did not hesitate and shouted, "Please give me the statue of Emperor Zongji Zaiwei, enjoy the tribute and receive incense." As he finished speaking, Xuanyun immediately shouted, "Please give me the statue of Emperor Zaiwei." Huangbin, Lin Ziyan, Wang Yan and other interned Taoist disciples immediately walked to Qingfeng Temple under the leadership of Xuanyun. In their Dharma assembly, the statue of the great emperor must be erected in the main hall. The great emperor descends and then respectfully carries it out. Therefore, it is generally not carried out first. If it is carried out before the Dharma ceremony, it will be like the statue of the god being held up, which is a kind of disrespect. The believers stood there with pious faces, waiting for the statue of Emperor Zaiwei to come out. This is only true for devout believers. In other words, these people are now exclusive believers of Qingfeng Guan. At this time, Director Su and Dr. Lu were completely stunned. President Wu, please tell the truth truthfully. Is Qingfeng Temple really so magical? Director Su's worldview has been completely subverted. But he is the most scientific person, and it is really difficult to accept it now. Director Su, you must believe in science. It is normal for it to rain. Chairman Wu said with a smile again, the water on the ground, rivers, ponds, oceans, and lakes will turn into water vapor when exposed to sunlight. Rising into the sky, because the sky is very cold, water vapor will turn into the original water droplets when it encounters cold air, and then fall. Director Su simply didn't know how to describe his feelings. Would he not understand the principle of rainfall? The other party explained so seriously. Moreover, this Rain told him that it was normal? Think he is a fool? Seeing that he could not get a response from President Wu, Director Su wanted to ask the Taoist priests at Qingfeng Temple, but he thought that his program might offend these Taoist priests. If Emperor Zaiwei really could grant blessings, how terrifying would this Qingfeng Temple be? If you are unhappy and want to target them, Director Su immediately put out such thoughts and hurriedly took Lu Bo away. If he wants to know whether it is true, he has another way, which is to go to the hospital for a physical examination of his thyroid gland. A physical examination involves a doctor touching the thyroid gland and then using special instruments to examine it, which only takes a few minutes. His thyroid problem is very serious, which is caused by drinking too much at the banquet table. While going down the mountain, he made a phone call. He wanted to use his connections to contact the hospital in Shushan. He didn't want to wait too long and wanted to know the results right away. Soon, the two of them arrived at Shushan County Hospital. There was already a hospital leader waiting at the gate, who personally welcomed them in. A doctor had even been arranged to check Director Su's thyroid. If it were another rich man, Shushan Hospital would not be so licking. However, the person he was greeting was related to the medical system, so he had to take care of him. After the examination at the hospital, Director Su immediately asked, "Doctor, how is my thyroid gland?" The doctor quickly explained, "Mr. Su, there is no problem with your thyroid gland, and you are very healthy." Director Su came to the conclusion and looked at Dr. Lu in panic. In other words, if it is really good, it will be blessed by Emperor Zaiwei at Qingfeng Temple. Is there really such a thing in the world? Dr. Lu seemed to remember something and reminded Director Su, "Did you want to secretly guide a wave of publicity in order to increase the popularity of the program, so as to maximize the popularity and negotiate the price of advertisers?" Ah! Director Su was suddenly shocked. He made this plan because he felt that Qingfeng Guan was deceptive and over-promoted. Now that he has experienced this, how can he dare to do this? He immediately took out the phone and dialed his secretary. As soon as the call came through, he ordered, "The previous guidance plan is cancelled immediately." When the secretary heard this, he immediately said, "Boss, they have already carried out the plan." "Already done?" Director Su's expression changed and his voice became louder. "I'll ask them to stop immediately." The secretary seemed to realize something and said immediately. Director Su hung up the phone and immediately checked online. Sure enough, he found that approaching science and King Fengguan were both hot search topics. Among them, the two most talked about points are approaching science and using scientific means to solve mysterious events. Paying attention to science is advocated by everyone. The other is to insinuate King Fengguan. For example, it is right to promote traditional culture, but it should not be taken the wrong way. This is a topic of positive energy and official political correctness. Those video websites give a lot of it. Therefore, netizens in the evening made a lot of mockery of Qingfeng Guan. For example, after being exposed, they still had the nerve to promote the puja to bless and cure diseases. During this period, you can see sporadic people standing at the Qingfeng Temple. They said that they personally participated in the Qingfeng Temple Dharma ceremony and said it was very magical. Unfortunately, it was quickly flooded with comments from countless netizens, and some even retorted with righteousness, "The official has spoken out, but there are still people who are stupid." Indeed, in this day and age, what could be more trustworthy than official statements? When Director Su and Dr. Lu saw this scene now, they felt inexplicably flustered for some reason, and more panicked. The phone rang again. Director Su answered immediately, and the secretary's voice came immediately, "Leader, I have asked them to stop their plans, but the trend on the internet has already begun, and it is beyond our control at all." "What?" Master Su's expression changed when he heard this. "What should I do? In the face of the general trend, there is no way to resist many things. Therefore, throughout the ages, there have been so many people who wanted to start a trend, but in the end they died under the trend." Thinking of this, Director Su's mood was extremely bad. In a place like King Fengguan, if Emperor Zaiwei can bless you, will there also be a broom star that can give you bad luck? The more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. Director Su immediately made a call. As soon as the call came through, he hurriedly said, "Boss, if you approach the science column, you have to find someone else to take charge. I have a thyroid problem and I am currently being examined in the hospital." The doctor next to him was stunned when he heard this question and looked at this person in surprise. "Isn't there no problem with the thyroid?" Director Su hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He was still very excited when approaching the restart of science. Who knew that he would suddenly encounter such a problem? He was really afraid that he would encounter Qingfeng Guan again while cracking something. When Dr. Lu saw this, he immediately took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. He also wanted to resign. Qingfeng Guan Zhong. Guolin was already sitting in the waiting room, enjoying the prompts given by the game system. "Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower. Congratulations on getting 2 points of willpower." With 2 dense points of wish power, he had increased his wish power by 4,000 points in a short period of time. Qingfeng Guanqian. The statue of Emperor Zongji Zaiwei was also carried out. Under the guidance of Xia Qingyang, everyone lined up, stepped forward to receive the incense from King Guan, and then worshipped Emperor Zongji Zaiwei. Everyone worshipped very seriously and did not dare to neglect at all. After all, they had just enjoyed the blessing of Emperor Zaiwei. After one time, Xia Qingyang will ask people to worship for the second time. Worship twice, this is the request of senior brother. He didn't know the reason, so he just followed the instructions. Because there are too many people, according to the tradition that the Taoist gate is always full, it is impossible for everyone to kneel down and worship at once, unless they are outside the main hall and worshipping in front of the main hall. Therefore, the incense was a little slow, but after experiencing the sweet rain, no one dared to show impatience. Everyone waited devoutly. It's not that people don't believe in magic, they just haven't encountered magic. These people originally came to see Qingfeng to watch the excitement. At that time, they didn't think there was anything magical. But it's different now. They have seen the magic and experienced it firsthand. The awe is even deeper than that of ordinary people. At this time, many people tasted the spiritual spring water and clearly felt that the spiritual spring water had special effects. Huangbin was also arranged aside, and shouted to those who finished offering incense, everyone who has finished offering incense, there is still time to enter the Taoist temple's quiet room to receive baptism in the quiet room, which can also wash the body. These words naturally attracted everyone's attention. After such a magical experience, they did not want to miss the King Fengagwan project. Therefore, those who come here in a few days will also be willing to make King Fengagwan sex residence. Time flies. I don't know how long it took, but a series of game prompts sounded in Guo Lin's mind again. Congratulations, the martial arts station has met the upgrade requirements, and the martial arts station is being upgraded. The sex station was upgraded, the existence of the soul gathering tower was detected, and the soul gathering runes were engraved. The martial arts station has been upgraded. It has been detected that the influence of the martial arts station has increased, and the building is being renovated again. The martial arts station has been upgraded. It has been detected that the scope of the martial arts station has increased significantly. Please develop the martial arts station within the scope of the station. After hearing a series of prompts from the game system, Guo Lin walked out of the room immediately, and then looked at the spectacular scene that had not appeared after several upgrades. The sex station has been upgraded 4 times before. Every time there is an upgrade, there will be movement, but the aura condensed under this movement cannot be seen by others. And this time, it was definitely the most noisy one. Guo Lin walked out of the dressing room and looked at the vast light shield above where the spiritual light condensed. He was shocked at the first sight. Before the sect was upgraded, the area where the sect was stationed was only at the top of the mountain, so the area covered by the light mask was not large. Now, the sect's residence is within the scope of 3 mountains, and the light shield covers the sky and the sun, which is extremely spectacular. Moreover, in the center of the sect's headquarters, there are 3 special light pillars emerging, with runes condensing on the light pillars, and then flowing towards the building below. Those are 3 spirit gathering towers being engraved with spirit gathering runes by the game system. He walked to a viewing booth. This viewing pavilion is built on the edge of a cliff. It is a viewing pavilion with excellent scenery. You can also see the location of the flower garden here, and on the other side at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, you can see the renovated Feng Yuan Temple. At this time, you can see that the buildings in the flower garden are also covered with auras of light. The service center renovated at the foot of the mountain and the location of the mountain gate are also covered with auras of light. These buildings were rebuilt later and have now been transformed by the game system. By the time the transformation is completed, it should have the same properties as the main body of Qingfeng Temple, with attributes of solid +2, simplicity +2, and ornamental +2. However, he is naturally more curious about how much gains he will gain after the sex station is upgraded this time. Qingfeng Guanqian. Those tourists who have become exclusive believers are still queuing up to offer incense. They didn't know what was happening in the sky, but Xia Qingyang and Xuanyan subconsciously looked at the sky. They have cultivated energy, and although they still cannot see the aura, they can feel energy fluctuations appearing in the sky. The fluctuations intertwined the entire sky, like a magnificent wave. The two immediately knew what was going on. Emperor Zaiwei came down to give blessings, and even the believers benefited from it. How could they, Qingfeng Temple, not benefit from it? You know, King Fengagwan is closer to Emperor Zaiwei. Therefore, Emperor Zaiwei is now blessing Qingfeng Temple. They believe that King Fengagwan will get the most benefit this time. This time, several system prompts appeared after the upgrade. However, not every transformation can be completed immediately. It takes time. The fastest one is undoubtedly the transformation of the building. Guo Lin looked at the pavilion next to him and could see that the pavilion had changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I saw that the newly built wood began to look rustic, and the simple pavilion turned out to be very ornamental. It's very magical. Not only Guolin, but many tourists also noticed that a few tourists who had finished offering incense and worship were drinking the water from the spiritual spring, and suddenly noticed changes in the built reservoir. This reservoir is different. One person exclaimed. The reservoir is changing, as if it has been deposited by time and has become quaint. Not only that, it seems that the reservoir has also become more ornamental, even though the appearance has not changed. These people were all shocked. They seemed to understand why Qingfeng Temple had a primitive style that other Taoist temples did not have, and why Qingfeng Temple was so ornamental at first glance. Are they all transformed like this? They seemed to understand that this was a blessing from Emperor Zaiwei. After all, they had just experienced the blessing of Emperor Zaiwei, and only the blessing of gods could produce such a magical thing. This also made them look at Qingfeng Temple with even more awe. Qingfeng Temple is definitely different from other Taoist temples in the Taoist section. The foot of Qingfeng Mountain. In the original Fengyuan Temple, there are still workers finishing the work inside. Suddenly there were exclamations. How is this going? The gods appeared? It's incredible. What else do we need to finish? Shocking. I saw the workers looking around in shock, all dumbfounded. Similarly, King Fengyuan Mountain Gate is also undergoing changes, attracting the same vendors. Seeing the changes in the mountain gate, they are all dumbfounded. Qingfeng Mountain mountainside. Zhao Moxin, Zhao Lin, and Zhao Yun also walked down the mountain with ease, with shock on their faces. This Dharma session at King Fengyuan is so magical. Yeah, that magical rain, no one would believe it if there was no fairy dust. As believers in Qingfeng Temple, they naturally went to Qingfeng Temple today. After experiencing the Dharma meeting, they could not describe the kind of rain and the kind of shock. The three women walked to the flower garden while chatting, and then they all froze and looked in the direction of the flower garden in disbelief. They built a wooden gate outside the flower garden, a wooden fence to make it more appropriate, a wooden display stand, and some wooden building structures. But what did they see at this time? The apparently simple wooden doors, wooden walls, and wooden buildings all have a sense of time that has accumulated, and at a glance, they are very ornamental. Does it look familiar? Zhao Moxin asked. Zhao Yun nodded. Well, it seems like watching Qingfeng Temple. Zhao Lin said with certainty, it doesn't look like it, it's basically the same. It also has the feeling that it's very ornamental at a glance. The flower garden now is exactly the same. The three women all looked at King Fengyuan with shock on their faces. Not only them, but the buildings within the King Fengyuan's influence are also undergoing changes, leaving everyone who sees it stunned. Not long after, the game prompt appeared again in Guo Lin's mind. Congratulations, the renovation of the new building in the sex station has been completed. It is solid +2, ornamental +2, and simple +2, the transformation effect can be recycled, and the construction card of the sex station will be restored. Guo Lin looked at the transformed pavilion in front of him with a look of understanding on his face. Indeed it is. Although the newly built pavilion in front of you originally had a retro style, you can still see through the newly built building, which is completely different from the feeling that has accumulated over time. But now, the entire pavilion has a sense of time settling, and it is obvious that it has an indescribable ornamental quality. This is the power of the system. Guo Lin looked at the condensed light mask in the sky again. Other modifications should not be completed immediately, and it would take time to wait. But in his mind, his willpower kept increasing because there were too many people. Obviously, with the Holy Manifestation Scroll, this time the Zongji Emperor Zaiwei's dust-falling ceremony was very successful. Then, Guo Lin also looked at several system prompts that appeared during the upgrade. After the upgrade, it was expected that the Spirit Gathering Tower would be engraved with spiritual patterns. The system has already prompted you before. In other words, for the Spirit Gathering formation to be effective, it only needs one spiritual vein. In order to gather spiritual veins, we must first collect the 7 sage trees. Now we are still short of 4 ancient trees, so we have to ask the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Another prompt, the sex station has been upgraded. It has been detected that the scope of the sex station has increased significantly. Please develop the sex station within the station's scope. Actually caught his attention. This item didn't seem to be a reward at first glance, and it didn't give him anything, but the content was worth thinking about. Why does the system prompt that development should be done within the resident area? Or are there any rewards after reaching a certain level of development? Or after it is opened, it should be able to be transformed again after upgrading? Or what kind of attribute facilities and functions will appear after the upgrade, and the corresponding facilities and functions will be needed? But no matter which one it is necessary to develop the martial arts station first, that is, to build the martial arts facilities. There are many facilities that can be built in Daemon, including halls, dormitories, halls, pavilions, gates, pavilions, warehouses, halls, buildings, temples, corridors, verandas, as well as bell and drum towers, Ling Palace, Jade Emperor Palace, and 4 imperial palaces. Sanking Hall, Side Hall, Deacon's Room, Guest Hall, Dining Hall, Taoist Housing, etc. If we break it down further, some low-level gods, such as small ones, can have their own sacrificial halls in some Taoist holy places. Like Qingfeng Temple, all the gods and saints of the three purities are crammed into one main hall, which is enough to show how small the Taoist temple is. Even though Qingfeng Temple now covers 3 mountains, the main building of Qingfeng Temple has not increased much. This is probably the reason why the game system prompts the development station. Therefore, I need to have a good talk with the designer Ma Tao later and let him continue to plan for Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, there are 2 empty mountains, which can be developed and some construction done on those 2 mountains. Time flies. One night passed, and the next day came quickly. Guo Lin got up from the dressing room. Early in the morning, Xuanyun shouted outside, "Brother, are you up?" Something happened. Guo Lin had already gotten up and was washing his hands. When he heard Xianyun's words, he frowned and opened the door of the dressing room and asked, "What happened?" When Xianyun saw Guo Lin coming out, he immediately explained, "Brother, hurry up and watch the official news video. The official is criticizing us by name." Guo Lin was confused. Under Xianyun's guidance, he searched and found an official news video. In the video, at first walks into science, praising the program and recognizing science. After that, the news video mentions the popularity of Qingfeng Guan on the internet, especially those comments that criticize Qingfeng Guan. Official news: the video gave recognition and made one point clear: the promotion of traditional Taoist culture should be based on seeking truth from facts and should not be promoted in an excessively mythical way. This sentence did not mention Qingfeng Guan by name, but Qingfeng Guan is everywhere in the words. After all, it entered science again and agreed with the comments on the internet. Guo Lin understood that the popularity of the program about science was so high that the official news had to come out and say something. Realistic propaganda? This is really a very ironic sentence. They are just pragmatic propaganda. Xianyun said angrily, "Brother, this is obviously aimed at us. Should we respond in any way?" Guo Lin shook his head. "Xuanyun, if others don't believe in our Qingfeng Temple and don't come to our Qingfeng Temple because of this, then it means that others have lost their blessings, and is it our Qingfeng Temple that has lost? Of course not." Xianyun shook his head. Guo Lin nodded. "So, those who come to Qingfeng Temple will always have the opportunity to get the blessings of our Qingfeng Temple and be pious." Naturally, the most important thing Guo Lin did not say was that the power was still too weak and there was no way to ignore the power of the world. However, such criticism alone has no impact on King Fengagwen. After all, Qingfeng Temple has gained thousands of exclusive believers from this ritual. After these people go back, they will spread the magic of Qingfeng Temple privately, and these will spread slowly. After all, many people's common diseases are very troublesome, and the neighbors know it. If they suddenly get better, they will always ask for the reason, and the reputation of King Fengagwen will still spread. The reputation spread privately in this way will be more effective than their own publicity. No matter what, King Fengagwen will not be worse than before. It was the related video below the official criticism news that attracted his attention. It seems that King Fengagwen is not the only one being targeted online. A certain place advocates a ban on the sale of ghost coins and ghost paper. Once discovered, the goods will be seized immediately according to law. Please abandon the bad habit and conduct green, civilized, and elegant sacrifices. Guo Lin felt numb after seeing this related video. Can't even use the money or the paper? Moreover, this news has several trending videos. I just clicked on one and it got 350,000 likes and 460,000 key comments. The content is quite interesting. Can you please educate me on what an elegant sacrifice is? This is not a superstitious habit, this is a kind of family affection. Sacrifice is a traditional culture, not a superstition. It is our respect and memory for the deceased. Elegant sacrifices, electronic cigarettes, electronic candles, electronic ingots, electronic paper. Let's see who owns such industries in a certain place, and you will find out the truth. The truth is out. The truth is out. Guo Lin shook his head when he saw this. This is probably reality. Sometimes there are many things that are right or wrong, true or false, and they don't care. Guo Lin no longer cared about this matter, and everything was calm in the next few days. Qingfeng Temple's Dharma conference did not cause much commotion on the internet. Those who experienced the body under the sacred scrolls wanted to go online to prove Qingfeng Temple after they returned, and even posted posts, but there were only a few thousand people. For countless people on the internet, for netizens, this is a very small foundation. Therefore, there was no wave at all. However, this does not affect the tourism in Qingfeng Mountain. Whether it is ancient trees, fireflies, or mist, they are all rare beauty. Naturally, the popularity on the internet has dropped rapidly as time goes by. A few days are enough for everyone to stop paying attention to King Fengagwen. Everyone has focused their attention on the waste emissions of Plaster Country. Now the emissions are sufficient. 1,500 tons. This is a very scary thing. There are densely packed dead fish floating in that sea area. Just a few days later, Guolin woke up early in the morning and finally received another prompt from the game system in his mind. Congratulations to you, the martial arts station has been successfully upgraded, and the special environmental state within the martial arts station has begun to recover. Congratulations, the martial arts station has been upgraded successfully. The Level 2 Kinkan Secret Realm has recalculated the area of the martial arts station and increased the area of the martial arts station by 30%. Observation, exploration, and inspection from the outside world, nothing unusual. Congratulations, the sex station has been upgraded successfully, and you will be rewarded with a special Kinkan Secret Realm facility, a special spiritual garden. Congratulations, the special forest garden is opening. As 4 game prompts sounded one after another, Guolin clearly heard exclamations coming from the main hall. What's going on? The steps have become longer. Huang Bin. Not only that, this door has also become bigger. Lin Ziyan. The yard has also become a bit bigger. King Wan's voice sounded, I put out flower plants last night, and now there are the same number of flower plants, the corners are longer, and there is a main hall. Xia Qinjiang's voice also sounded at this time, what's the fuss about? Emperor Zaiwei has given me a blessing, so there's no need to make a fuss. Guolin looked at the 3 prompts that appeared in the game system and knew what was going on. This time, the scope of the secret realm of Kinkan increased to a large extent, and it was obvious that it could be easily discovered. Because the area of the current martial arts station is much larger, so this time the martial arts station is upgraded, the proportion of the attributes of the Kinkan Secret Realm has also been recalculated. It is also the Level 2 Kinkan Secret Realm. Although the proportion has changed from 60% to 30%, the previous 60% proportion was only 30,000 square meters, but now 30% is all 3 mountains except the Wild Botanical Garden Project and the Flower Garden Project. Range. Because the Flower Garden and Wild Botanical Garden are only merit-based industries, the property rights still belong to the county. In other words, this time the Kinkan Secret Realm increased by 30% of the 83.5 square kilometers, totaling 25.5 square kilometers. This is equivalent to almost increasing the area of a mountain. The key is that in the secret realm of the universe, no abnormalities can be seen at all when viewed, photographed, or even scanned by satellite from outside. Thinking about it, Guolin walked out of the closet, and then looked at the door of the closet, which seemed to have gotten bigger. The small courtyard outside the restaurant has also been increased visibly to the naked eye. When he arrived at the main hall, he also saw that the area of the main hall had also increased significantly. The faces of the outer disciples Huang Bin and Lin Ziyan who were surrounding there were obviously shocked. When they saw Guolin coming out, they also had unspeakable awe in their eyes. After going through the Dharma conference and the situation before them, they had only one thought in their minds, they would devote their entire lives to Qingfeng Temple. If they can officially become the introductory Taoist disciples of Qingfeng Temple, it will definitely be the greatest honor in their lives. So, they have to work hard to perform. Training Taoist Piety +2. In turn Taoist Piety +1. Training Taoist Piety +2. Suddenly, a series of game prompts also appeared in Guolin's mind. This was within his expectation. After all, they have witnessed this incredible situation with their own eyes, and coupled with the previous foreshadowing of the Zongji Zaiwei Great Emperor's Dharma Conference, it would be strange that these people's piety does not increase. However, the game system did not point out who increased their piety by how much. He also ordered Xia Qingyang, let them pray one by one, and then make morning incense. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded immediately. Although he didn't know what senior brother meant, his arrangement always made sense. As Xia Qingyang and the others prayed for blessings one by one, Guolin soon learned the specific situation. Except for King Wan, whose piety is still 8, the piety of intern Taoist disciples Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang has all changed to 5, and the piety of Xia Qingyang, Xuanyun, and Huang Bin, who were originally 6, has also become 7. In other words, those with +2 piety are Taoist trainees like Lin Ziyan, and those with +1 piety are Xia Qingyang and the others. In other words, piety above 6 is already very high and is more difficult to increase. Guolin walked out of the Taoist temple and looked around. If ordinary people glance at it like this, it will be difficult to notice much change. After all, the top of the mountain is huge. But after he succeeded in breaking his pulse, his 5 senses were much stronger than ordinary people, and he could easily see that the area had indeed increased a lot. If this trend continues, the area of the sex residence will increase larger and larger in the future. In theory, the sex residence will continue to be upgraded, and by then it will be no problem to increase the size of a continent. I remember that in the game, there was a rich man who spent millions to upgrade his sex settlement to level 100. It was so terrifying that the game characters took longer to run around inside than on a continent map. Several times. It's just bound to the system. His game has nothing to do with that game company. The system is a separate server and he is the only single player. If in reality, he could do such a thing, it would definitely be a very interesting scene. From the outside, it just looks like an unremarkable mountain, but once inside, it would be impossible to walk without even breaking your legs. Road. However, the county will definitely not give the property rights to Qingfengshan Flower Garden and Wild Plant Garden, which covers more than 30 square kilometers, to Qingfengguan. The county is not stupid. By then, there should be no changes to Qingfeng Mountain except for the top of the mountain. Guolin thought about it and looked at the other two rewards, especially the recovery of the internal environment state. This attribute is a bit confusing and difficult to understand. He hurriedly looked at the sex location information. There might be detailed notes. The sex residence, Qingfengguan. Level 6, sex station. Effects, sturdy +2, simplicity +2, ornamental +2, solemnity +2. Upgrade requirements, 1, 6.4 million merit money, 4.115 million usable merit money. 2, 16,000 wish value, 10,335 available wish value. Special, 1. The effect of the sex station can be recovered and turned into a sex station construction card. The effect level of the sex station when built again is reduced by 1. 2. Damage can be recovered from the system. Visitor, Guo Lin, Xian Lin. Among the monks, Xianyang and Xuanyun. 7 sages, 3/7. Special ginkgo, spring. Special effect. 1. Inspire the trees to sing. Pleasant listening +2, physical and mental relaxation +2. Requirement, the special 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree meets the spirit. 2. Special effect, prayer card warning. Special powers. 1. Breeze comes slowly. 2. Special environment recovery. After the environment recovery, the 4 seasons within the sex residence will be like spring +2, and the ecological harmony will be +2. Qinkan's Secret Realm, Level 2. Qinkan's Secret Space. 1. The first floor of the Sutra Collection Building. 2. Special Spiritual Garden. The Special Spiritual Garden is a necessary facility for a sect. There are medicinal fields where medicinal materials can be grown, and a forest garden where exotic flowers and fruits can be planted. The forest garden is currently being opened. Guo Lin also saw specific information about the special ecological environment in the sex resident information. The 4 seasons are like spring +2, and the ecological harmony is +2. These two properties are not immediately apparent. As the name suggests, it is still summer and autumn has not arrived yet, so the effect of this attribute cannot be seen yet. But when autumn and winter arrive, the effect of this attribute is magical. For example, most flowers and plants will wither and lose their vitality in autumn and winter. With this attribute, it is different. Even in autumn and winter, they can still show their most beautiful posture. Then the ecology will be harmonious. He looked around at the obviously extra birds, which seemed to be jumping on the grass around the Taoist temple. I saw an auspicious treasure rushing towards me to scare me, and the birds flapped their wings and flew up. In the past, few birds came here, and even if there were, the number was very small. After all, this is a place where people move around. CZ. Suddenly, a crisp cry sounded. Guo Lin looked around and saw several squirrels appearing on the tree nearby, looking at him curiously. He may understand what ecological harmony means. Then, he looked at the requirements for the sex station to be upgraded again. Upgrading again already requires 6.4 million merit money, but now the available merit money for Qingfeng Temple has been deducted from the previous payment for the Juling Tower project, plus the upgrade consumption, and there is only more than 4 million left. In other words, this is not enough to upgrade to the next level. The key is the 7-star tower and merit hall projects. Merit money will also be paid for these 2 projects. We are once again in a situation where we don't have enough merit money. After the wish power was upgraded again, the demand also became 16,000. However, due to the ceremony, after the upgrade, there was still a little more than 10,000 wish power. Sure enough, the large-scale Dharma conference increased the willpower enough. It's just that there won't be any large-scale Dharma gatherings to be held in the next month. Thinking about it, Guo Lin could only sigh, go to the kitchen and eat the spiritual energy rice porridge, and then go back to the dressing room. Soon, the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. 3 ladies-style Panameras pulled up early in the morning. The 3 girls Zhao Moxin, Zhao Yun, and Zhao Lin got out of the car with smiles on their faces. Zhao Moxin still held the documents solemnly in her hand. That's about the business situation of the flower garden during this period. The first batch of flower plants has been sold out, and I need to report to Dao Kangguo. Naturally, as shareholders, they also made huge profits. They ordered the car early, and they were all happy with the Panamera. Men love cars, and so do women. Men love Paramela, and women also love Paramela. Moreover, women who buy Paramela will become more coquettish than men. To be honest, they are still shocked by this season's flower planting, because those flower plants bloomed overnight. After the 3 people got off the car, they walked towards the mountain gate and glanced at the mountain gate subconsciously, with even more emotion on their faces. This mountain gate, like the flower garden, has also been blessed. When Emperor Zaiwei came to the ceremony, all the buildings and facilities related to Qingfeng Temple were blessed, which was really shocking. The three girls walked towards the mountain through the mountain gate. When they got to the flower garden, they took a look inside. The dogs they raised started barking when they found their owner coming, and then the three girls walked towards the mountain. Not long after, the three women arrived at the boundary monument. But when they passed the corner, the three women were stunned. Isn't it a little strange? Qingfeng looks farther away. Zhao Moxin said doubtfully. Zhao Yun immediately said, I thought it was an illusion because I was wearing glasses. I also looked farther away. Zhao Lin said, I feel like the road in front of me has become longer. Was it this long before? She also comes up to King Fengagwan every day, so she is very familiar with the road. There is something wrong with the road this year. The three girls looked at each other. Is it possible that this mountain road can become longer inexplicably? The three women immediately walked forward and found that it did take a little longer than usual to reach the top of the mountain. When they were about to enter Qingfeng Temple, they felt that the door had become bigger. They walked in knowing the approximate proportion of the door to their height. Even thinking about the changes in the mountain road, this gate is probably not being renovated, right? After all, from yesterday to today, there was no time to decorate it like this. When they arrived at the main hall, they were completely sure that the area of Qingfeng Temple had become larger. It was not that it had been rebuilt to become larger, but that it had become larger out of thin air. Three benefactors. When Xie Qingyang saw the three women, he stepped forward and greeted the guests with a greeting ceremony. Taoist Master Xian Yang. The three girls also saluted in unison. Zhao Yun couldn't help but ask curiously, Taoist Master Xian Yang, has the Taoist temple gotten bigger? This made the other two women look at it. Xie Qingyang smiled and asked three donors, you have also benefited from the Zaiwei Emperor's dust-falling Dharma conference, so do you think the Taoist temple has not benefited? These words stunned the three women. Yes, their believers can receive blessings because the Taoist temple held this Dharma conference. You know, no matter what kind of event it is in this world, will any organizer lose money? The three girls, Zhao Moxin, did not forget about the business. Zhao Moxin said, Taoist Master Xianyang, I was about to report to you on the situation of the flower garden. Taoist priest Xianyang is now the supervisor of the Taoist temple's merit funds, and they have basically negotiated with him about the flower garden. With that said, Zhao Moxin already handed the documents in his hand to Xie Qingyang. Xie Qingyang took the document and looked at it, and couldn't help but said in surprise, 3 donors, are there so many? Zhao Moxin nodded, well, the flowers in our garden have become popular in the online flower art circle. Many flower lovers are rushing to order our flower plants. They can't order them yet and need to rush to buy them. Many dealers come to our door. There is no supply of flower plants. Thank you to the 3 donors for your hard work. Xie Qingyang said with surprise on his face. Because of the monetary figures above, the amount of merit attributed to Qingfeng Guan alone has reached more than 15 million. He was actually a little surprised. After all, he had been in business and knew that money was not easy to make, but the 3 girls' garden actually made so much for the Taoist temple in the first quarter. But think about it, the senior brother also specially gave the flower garden a spiritual spring tank for this purpose, which seems to be normal again. Taoist master, this is what we should do. Zhao Moxin said, we went to the bank to handle this amount yesterday. Calculating the time, it should be in the account soon. Almost every once in a while, Guo Lin would find his phone vibrating in his room. He took it out and saw a bank payment message. But when he saw the content of the message, he was stunned for a moment, and he received 15 million yuan in merit money. Is this true? He quickly looked at the merit money information on the light screen in his mind, and sure enough, there was 15 million more. How is this going? Guo Lin was surprised. But just ask Xian Yang about the merit money. When he saw the 3 girls Xie Qingyang and Zhao Moxin, he knew the reason. After learning about the situation, he didn't expect that the 3 women's flower garden could be so profitable. But when you think about how many people are rushing to buy 10,000 flower plants, it can only be said that there are so many rich people nowadays. This once again solved the problem of lack of merit funds. He also has some expectations for Apeo's tea. The market for tea industry is definitely bigger than that for Huaji. Just when he was thinking this, the system prompt appeared again. Congratulations, the special spiritual garden has been successfully opened. It is open for the first time and will be rewarded with a special spiritual plant, a rat fruit tree. Rat fruit tree, a fruit tree that can produce rat fruit. There is a probability of rat fruit appearing in a batch of rat fruit. For the first time, a batch of mature rat fruit will be rewarded. Guolin saw the prompt that the game system appeared again, and immediately told Xie Qingyang, Xianyang, you entertain 3 donors. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang nodded immediately. After giving instructions, Guolin left the Taoist temple and went directly to the medicine field. The description of the special spiritual garden is, there are medicinal fields where medicinal materials can be grown, and woodland where exotic flowers and fruits can be grown. Just by looking at the description, you can tell where this special garden will appear. According to the previous rules of the game system, it must be in the medicine field. He had just walked out of Qingfang Temple when he saw Xuan Yun running in a hurry. When he saw him, he reported to Senior Brother, I went to the medicine field just now, and something happened there. Xianyun's words were a little unsound, and he had obviously encountered something very surprising. But the same situation happened in the medicine field as in the scripture library? Seeing this, Guo Lin probably knew the reason and asked. Yeah. Xuan Yun nodded first, and then immediately said, it's even more shocking than the scripture room. As he spoke, the expression on his face still showed shock. Although he and brother Xianyang knew that Emperor Zaiwei's descending dust would definitely benefit King Fengedwen, but the benefits are too great. He originally thought that the Taoist temple's sudden enlargement was the biggest benefit, but he didn't expect that there would be even greater benefits here. Let's go take a look. Guo Lin said and walked quickly towards the medicine field. After a while, he arrived at the medicine field. From the outside, the medicine field was still the same as before, only the medicine fields he had opened up. Xianyun subconsciously pointed inside and said, Taoist master, when you walk into the medicine field, it's completely different inside. Guo Lin nodded and walked into the medicine field. The moment he stepped into the medicine field, he found that the scene in front of him changed. There is still a medicine field in front of him, but in addition to the medicine fields he opened, the area of the medicine field in front of him is several times larger, but no medicinal materials are grown in it yet. In addition to the medicinal fields, there is also a large garden in front. The garden is quite large, but it is definitely not the original land on Qingfang Mountain. This is a space that is not part of reality and will not be displayed outside, just like the one in the scripture library. Xuan Yun was still very shocked when he saw the scene in front of him again. The garden area is very large, almost the same as the original area of Qingfang Temple. Guo Lin was scanning the garden at this time, looking for the rat fruit tree. People who have played the Kixia game should be familiar with the rat fruit. It is definitely one of the must-have props for Xian 1 Xiali. This item can restore MP 36. Although the amount restored is not large, anyone who has studied Immortal 1 Bug knows that it can have unlimited rat fruits. Now the game system rewards him with a rat fruit tree, but I don't know if this rat fruit will be the same as the one in the game. If it restores MP, then with the support of this rat fruit, he will not have to worry about the energy consumption in his body if he makes any talisman or practices sword control in the future. Soon, he discovered the rat fruit tree because it was too obvious. It was just that one tree. It was not small in size and had lush branches and leaves. There were densely packed rat fruits growing on the tree. Guo Lin hurriedly walked towards the rat fruit tree. When he got closer, he found that the rat fruit tree was covered with rat fruits. Moreover, he also saw something special. It seemed to be emitting spiritual light. This should be the rat spirit fruit that the system notes say has a chance of appearing. The rat spirit fruit has never appeared in the game, and I just don't know what properties it has. However, since this thing appears with probability, it is better than the rat spirit fruit. Needless to say, it is definitely a good thing. When Guo Lin stared at a rat spirit fruit, he was suddenly stunned. The rat spirit fruit was gone. The aura disappears? What happened? He looked doubtfully at another rat spirit fruit that was emitting spiritual light, but half of it disappeared. This is very wrong. Guo Lin was surprised. What's going on? Soon, he saw that the third rat spirit fruit was missing. This time he noticed something unusual because he saw a claw. The next moment, a flying knife appeared in his hand. Using his sword control skills, the flying knife instantly flew out and penetrated into the rat fruit tree. The next moment, a figure was seen jumping down from the rat fruit tree in panic. It turned out to be a monkey, with a flying knife attached to it running behind it. Apparently it was stealing the rat spirit fruit just now. It can be seen that it is being chased by flying knives. It is constantly chewing in its mouth, and each of its two paws is holding a rat spirit fruit that is about to be eaten. Is this a thief or a monkey? I don't know how many rat spirit fruits it has eaten. Seeing this, Guo Lin waved his hand, and the flying knife fell into dust in his hand. The monkey was relieved when he found that the flying knife was not chasing him. Monkey, you actually stole. Xuan Yun was angry and immediately rushed towards the monkey. After practicing Qingfang Fist with refined spiritual energy, an energy appeared in his body. His practice not only increased his ability, but also strengthened his physique. He was very fast now. He was in front of the monkey in a blink of an eye and directly reached out to pat it. He didn't try to kill him. After all, killing was not good in this Taoist temple. But this rogue monkey stole something and came here, or is it the fruit of this fruit tree that is obviously left by Emperor Zaiwei? Don't tie this monkey's paws up and teach him a lesson? Something surprising happened. When Xuan Yun's hand was about to touch the monkey suddenly jumped up and avoided Xuan Yun's attack. Moreover, its speed was very fast, which made Xian Yun stunned. He hurriedly turned around and attacked the falling monkey, but the monkey landed and did a backflip, and then evaded Xian Yun's attack. Guo Lin was stunned by this scene. Xuan Yun has been practicing Qingfeng Fist for so long, and he has been eating spiritual energy rice for so long, so he shouldn't be able to defeat a monkey. But this monkey's speed is really too fast, faster than Xian Yun. This is not the speed a monkey should have. Damn it, what a useless monkey. Xuan Yun was a little angry and chased the monkey, but the monkey was faster than him. It even jumped up at one point, stepped out of his back, and then jumped directly to the other side. Obviously, Xuan Yun couldn't do anything about this monkey. Guo Lin saw that the monkey's way of avoiding seemed to be acrobatic, and it was also like playing Xian Yun. He thought of something. It wasn't a wandering circus animal that ran away, but the culprit was a monkey. In the end, the monkey ran into Qingfeng Mountain and has not been found yet. As for the traffic circus, it has long since disappeared. The monkey was never found, and nothing happened after that. I didn't expect to appear here today. Seeing that Xuan Yun was also a little embarrassed, Guo Lin took action without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, floating flying knives appeared around him. After practicing sword control for a normal period of time, the number of flying knives he can control has increased, and at the same time, the consumption has become less and less. Now if this rat fruit can restore MP like in the game, it should also be able to restore energy. Then he can consider changing to a long sword to practice. First a wooden sword, then an iron sword, or even a steel sword, and then a sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. At the moment when he was thinking, he waved his hand, and the flying knives flew out instantly, heading straight for the monkey. Those flying knives were very fast, even faster than the monkey could react to. When the monkey landed on the ground again, a pair of flying knives were already aimed at its head, surrounding it. The monkey was obviously momentarily stunned and had a very human expression of fear. This expression made Guo Lin laugh. Haha, you monkey knows what's good. Xuan Yun said excitedly when he saw this. He really envied his senior brother's skills. But he also knows his own weakness, and now he can't even learn a calming charm. This method is not something he can learn now. Guo Lin walked towards the monkey. Before he could do anything, he was shocked to see the monkey kneeling directly in front of him. Guo Lin was stunned. This monkey is going to cause trouble. But what Guo Lin didn't expect was that a prompt from the game system appeared in his mind at the same time, and then he was stunned when he looked at the remarks about the sex location. There is already a note about a monkey on it. Please name your new pet. The game prompt appears again. Guo Lin was confused. What was going on? Why was another monkey bound? He had seen so many other animals, whether it was birds or squirrels, he had never seen anything like this. Is it because of eating this rat spirit fruit? Guo Lin didn't understand, but it was obvious that this monkey was now a member of Qingfeng Temple. He said angrily, I know how to steal things, just like Bai Mon. I call you empty. As he finished speaking, the monkey's remarks became empty words. And the monkey seemed to understand, and even yelled and nodded like crazy, which was very humane. Xian Yun opened his mouth when he saw this. He obviously saw that the senior brother had subdued this monkey, as expected of a senior brother. And, this monkey is truly extraordinary. At the same time, Guo Lin waved his hand and saw the flying knives flying quickly into the rat fruit tree. Under the flying knives he controlled, the rat spirit fruits were transported one by one in front of him and fell into his hands. He waved his hand again, and those rat spirit fruits were put into the magic bag. After that, he controlled the flying knife to pick off some rat fruits and put them into the magic bag. In this way, you can know the specific effects of this rat fruit after entering the game. Guo Lin waved his hand again, and all the flying knives were put into his magic bag. Kong Kong, the monkey, rushed around him and circled around him, as if wondering where those flying knives had gone. Guo Lin glared at it and immediately scared it to the point of shrinking its head. Guo Lin didn't care about the monkey who suddenly entered the army, and walked straight out of the medicine field, wanting to check the status of the rat fruit and rat spirit fruit. Xuan Yun stared at the monkey. The monkey seemed to notice that he was staring at him and grinned directly at him. It seemed to be smiling at him, and then it followed Guo Lin. Xian Yun was stunned for a moment, then followed after seeing this. As soon as Guo Lin came out of the medicine field, he looked inside and saw that the garden disappeared and the extra medicine field also disappeared. Only the area of the medicine field he had opened before was left. Then, we walked towards the Taoist temple. In the main hall, Huang Bin was about to take 2 tourists to burn incense. Now that the chores were being arranged, Xia Qingyang and Xian Yang did not need to do the work of welcoming guests. CZ, Kong Kong, the monkey, seemed to be attracted by this scene, and suddenly ran into the main hall, curiously watching Huang Bin and the 2 tourists offering incense. He even looked at it very carefully. After Huang Bin and the 2 tourists finished offering incense, they looked at the monkeys who appeared behind them with surprise on their faces. Monkey! Why is it here? The 2 tourists were surprised and subconsciously backed away. Huang Bin also looked at the monkey in front of him warily. But Kong Kong suddenly stepped forward, stared at the incense in Huang Bin's hand, and pointed at the incense in his hand with his paw. You want this? Huang Bin subconsciously handed over the incense. Kong Kong took the incense without hesitation. Huang Bin and the two tourists looked at this scene with confusion. When they didn't understand what it was going to do, it actually knelt down on the futon with the incense. Is this for worship? Everyone was shocked. But after a while, Guo Lin looked at the game prompt that appeared in his mind with a face full of shock. Congratulations on gaining 2 points of willpower. Is this okay? When Guo Lin saw this wish prompt, he realized that the monkey had also been showered with sweet rain under the holy manifestation scroll before, so it had 2 points of exclusive piety. But there must have been other animals that were showered with sweet rain at that time, right? But it seems that this monkey is the only one who behaves like this. Bar. No wonder monkeys are said to be smart. Moreover, the monkey has a close relationship with Taoism. It is the 9th mascot of Taoism. There is also a saying that the gods have no trace, only the stone monkey is left in the view. The two tourists were surprised when they saw this scene and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Guo Lin walked towards the dressing room, closed the door, and then an idea entered the game. Then, he also took out the rat spirit fruit and rat fruit. Under the game features, he also immediately saw the remark information of the two fruits. This is a rat fruit, a spiritual fruit grown from a special spiritual rat fruit tree, which can restore some of the practitioner's true energy. This is a rat spirit fruit, a spiritual fruit grown from a special spiritual strain of rat fruit tree. It is very popular with animals. After animals eat it, as long as the quantity is sufficient, they have the opportunity to enter the transcendent world, and it can also affect their physiques. Improved. Guo Lin saw the note information. As expected, Rat Guo still has the same effect as in the game, it can restore vitality. However, the energy in his body has not yet reached the level of true energy. It is necessary to successfully build the foundation, condense the energy in the body again, and only after the quality is improved can it be called true energy. That's right, this rat fruit should have a very strong effect on him. Thinking about it, Guo Lin waved his hand and took out one flying knife after another from the magic bag. These flying knives immediately surrounded him and flew quickly as he urged them. At the same time, the energy in his body was also consumed rapidly. When the energy was almost consumed, he took the flying knives back into the magic bag. After that, he took out a rat fruit from the magic bag, put it in his mouth and ate it. After eating a rat fruit, he felt that the energy in his body was rapidly recovering. This rat fruit restores true qi, and its current energy quality is lower than true qi. Therefore, this rat fruit restores a lot of energy. Almost one rat fruit was enough to restore his vitality. This made his eyes light up. Somewhat awesome. He thought of the densely packed rat berries growing throughout the rat fruit tree. With this rat fruit and the flying knives in the magic bag, theoretically, does he have unlimited firepower before the rat fruit is used up? Even if there is an army in front of you, you can destroy it. Naturally, in his excitement, he also knew that there were two prerequisites. One must have a defense that can withstand hot weapons, otherwise he will most likely be left cold. The second one is that you can never have enough, otherwise you won't be able to eat any more if you eat some. The rat spirit fruit, on the other hand, is obviously better than the rat fruit, but it doesn't have the property of restoring qi. Seeing the properties of the rat spirit fruit, Guo Lin also knew why the monkey in Kong Kong was so smart and even so skilled. This rat spirit fruit helps animals transcend the world and also helps animals increase their physical fitness. No wonder. You know, the wild boar King Xiao and the 7 auspicious treasures are already so smart when they first emerge from the mortal world. This monkey is also preliminary in the remark, but it is obviously smarter than the wild boar king and a few crows. It must be because of eating those rat spirit fruit has something to do with it. Guo Lin figured it out and quit the game, and left the waiting room again. He just walked to the courtyard of the main hall and heard the noise. Asshole, give me back my clothes. Huang Bin's annoyed voice came. When he arrived at the main hall and looked at the situation in the courtyard, Guo Lin saw Huang Bin running after Kong Kong. As for N.A. Kong Kong, he was running around dragging an ordinary Taoist robe worn by Taoist disciples. This dramatic scene attracted several tourists who came in to stop and couldn't help but take pictures with their mobile phones. After all, there was something comical about the scene. It can be seen that the monkey stole the clothes. The man wanted to get the clothes back, but he couldn't catch up with the monkey. Senior brother. Swan Yun was watching a show. After all, he had experienced the power of this monkey. When he saw Guo Lin coming, he hurriedly saluted. Seemingly seeing Guo Lin arriving, Kong Kong also stopped and looked at him. Seeing this, Huang Bin took the opportunity to step forward and catch it. Unexpectedly, it suddenly ran away, and a monkey body hit Huang Bin. This collision, and then his legs, directly caused Huang Bin to lose his balance and fell to the ground. On the ground. This scene even made the tourists laugh. This monkey is so powerful. It's so flexible. Huang Bin looked embarrassed and completely confused. Are you sure that the moment just now was as strong as a monkey should be? He looked at Kong Kong and suddenly felt that the person he was chasing just now was teasing him? Impossible. Huang Bin shook his head hastily. He is a human and the other party is a monkey. He should be the one playing the monkey. How could it be that he is being played by the monkey? Kong Kong had already run towards Guolin, holding his Taoist robe and shouting at him excitedly. While shouting, he even imitated the way a human being would and put his arms through his sleeves. This is obviously getting dressed. To be crowned by a monkey? Guolin seemed to understand. He smiled and said, Huang Bin, Kong Kong wants a Taoist robe. Please give me this one. As if he understood what Guolin said, the monkey grinned and jumped up. When Huang Bin heard this, he could only say respectfully, yes, Taoist master. Then, he looked at the monkey again and saw that although it had put its sleeves on, it was not easy for a monkey to put on a robe, and the robe was dragging on the ground. After looking at it for a long time, he couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked forward directly, pulled the sleeves, and wanted to help the monkey put it on. But what surprised him was that the monkey raised his hand very naturally and enjoyed his service. Huang Bin gritted his teeth. Did he treat him as a dressing boy? This damn monkey. Guolin called Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun. Brother. They both saluted. After returning the gift, Guolin also ordered the two of them, Shanyang, go and contact us, get some materials tomorrow, and then build a wall over the medicine field to prevent others from entering. As soon as this special spiritual garden was opened, a monkey ran in, which means that as long as you walk in around the medicine field, you can obviously enter the special spiritual garden. Although ordinary tourists will not come to the medicine field, and there are fences around the medicine field, but it is different now. There is a special spiritual garden and a rat fruit tree inside. A fence must be built to prevent anyone from breaking in. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang nodded. He already knew the situation of this special spiritual garden from Xuanyun. After Guolin finished his instructions, he returned to the Taoist temple and soon received a call from President Wu. As soon as the phone call came through, Chairman Wu's voice came, Dao Zhangguo, good news, our Chamber of Commerce has already taken care of 2 of the 4 ancient trees, and we will take care of the remaining 2 trees soon. When the time comes, we will put the 4 ancient trees together. Transported to Qingfeng Temple. Please, Donor Wu. Guolin couldn't help but look happy on his face. He naturally knew that it was not that easy to find the 7 ancient trees. He only hoped that the 4 ancient trees found by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce could all meet the requirements of the game system. After hanging up the phone, Guolin took out his phone again and played the game Casual Shushan. Unfortunately, at night he still had nothing to gain. After eating the Reiki refined rice in the evening, Guolin also returned to the dressing room, made himself a cup of enlightenment tea, and then began to run the 9 Heavens Mysterious Sutra Basic Qi refining method to absorb the energy of the Reiki refined rice. Xie Qingyang also entered the charity hall, looked at Lin Ziyan and the others who were washing dishes, and said, come and have tea, drink, and then practice Bagwazang. As outer sect disciples, these people are not qualified to practice Qingfeng Fist, nor are they qualified to eat spiritual energy refined rice. However, enlightenment tea and body training wine will still be supplied from time to time, allowing them to practice Bagwazang with half the effort and increase their physical fitness. This can be regarded as a benefit for the outer disciples of Qingfeng Temple. People like Lin Ziyan naturally knew the effects of enlightenment tea and bodybuilding wine. After hearing Xie Qingyang's words, they immediately put down the washed bowls, and then thanked Xie Qingyang in unison, thank you, Taoist Master. After that, they picked up the enlightenment tea and the bodybuilding potion, drank them, and then walked outside. They knew the benefits of this tea and medicinal wine and did not dare to waste time. Because everyone is practicing together, the courtyard inside the Taoist temple is somewhat inaccessible, so it is a good idea to find an open space outside the Taoist temple to practice together. Sometimes everyone practices together and it creates a lively atmosphere. This is probably why the disciples of the major sects in the movie gather in the big square, line up, and practice together. Kong Kong, the monkey, appeared at the right time, looked at these people curiously, and hurriedly followed. It is now very curious about everything about King Fengagwen. Similarly, the Taoist robe on it has also been cut and fits it perfectly. All of these are naturally attributed to Huang Bin. He probably knows what his intentions are. Maybe he was convinced at that moment. People like Lin Ziyan are already very proficient in the practice of Bagwazang, so when they perform Bagwazang together, they are also uniform and look really impressive. But while he was practicing, a monkey appeared from behind and looked at their movements very curiously. Then he waved his arms and started practicing with them. At the beginning, the movements of the monkey Kong Kong were very deformed, and he couldn't even keep up with the movements of people like Lin Ziyan. But as time went by, I saw that Kong Kong's movements became more and more sensitive, and he even started practicing in a decent manner. This surprised people like Lin Ziyan. It actually practiced well. It's so surprising. It goes without saying that fellow deist Kong Kong is almost better than me. Huang Bin, it seems that you were almost beaten to the point of being unable to get up. Wang Xiang, I don't accept your slander. If you have the skills, let's practice. A monkey actually followed everyone to practice Bagwazang, which really surprised them. More importantly, it actually practiced bagwajang well. On the mountain road, a couple walked up the mountain path. The man was obviously a bit strong and was carrying something on his back. The girl was a bit petite. As she walked, she said, "We're finally here. It should be very romantic at night surrounded by those fireflies, right? Baby, I'm almost exhausted. I want to be romantic with you, and you have to be romantic with me, too." The word romance is very sentimental for couples, but if the word romance is emphasized and prolonged, the meaning between the lines seems to change. The girl has had more than one boyfriend, so she naturally knows how to be romantic, and can coordinate with any posture. Moreover, she likes strong boyfriends best. The two of them quickly arrived at Qingfeng Temple and were attracted by the scene in the open space not far away. I saw 7 or 8 Taoist priests practicing bagwazang uniformly there. For modern people, the matter of national martial arts is very attractive. Especially for strong men, they are attracted immediately. For some men, martial arts is a romance that lasts until death. It's amazing. The strong man exclaimed with surprise on his face at first glance. The momentum of these Taoist masters practicing martial arts is completely different from those showy ones outside. Even every move gives people a sense of power. The girl added, although some things in King Fengagwan have been proven to be false, Taoist Guo does have real kung fu, and the old Taoist Xian Yang defeated the international boxing champion with one punch. What they practice is real martial arts. Bar. The strong man nodded and subconsciously took out his mobile phone to take pictures of Lin Ziyan and his group. He wants to share that these King Fengagwan Taoist priests practice martial arts, which really feels like a martial arts movie. If the national martial arts is not dead, who said that the national martial arts is all about dance? He had to share the scene before him. "Husband, look what's behind those Taoist priests," the girl suddenly said in surprise. The strong man also noticed it at this time, rubbed his eyes and said, "That's a monkey? A monkey is practicing with those Taoist priests?" This made him pull in and take pictures more carefully. The strong man suddenly envied the monkey, because he knew that Qingfeng Temple really had national martial arts, and now a monkey could actually practice martial arts with him. "I really want to be a monkey." The strong man quickly posted the video on WeChat Moments and on the internet. This must be shared. Although the popularity of King Fengagwan has dropped to the extreme in the past 2 days, everyone's attention is turned to the news about the escape from the XX Museum and the sky-high price sculptures. But regarding martial arts and involving King Fengagwan, it still attracted the attention of many people. This seems to be bagwazang, but they practice it very vigorously. I have to say that Lun martial arts and King Fengagwan will not disappoint. Who will challenge them? I think I can give the female Taoist priest a try. Female Taoist priest, I should only be able to hold on for 5 minutes. Don't stop me, everyone, I'm going to challenge the last one. Taoist monkey. 666, I think the only one I can defeat is that monkey. I also think I can challenge that monkey. Guo Lin naturally didn't know what was happening online. After absorbing the energy of the aura rice, he started playing leisure Shushan again. Unfortunately, he had no luck this night. Guo Lin got up early the next morning, had breakfast, and was feeling normal before absorbing the refined rice. But when he walked out of the closet again, he still found a monkey outside the door. Isn't it just Kong Kong, this hairy-faced and thunderous man? Before he could step out of the closet, he saw the monkey respectfully stretching out his hands, holding a peach and handing it to him. Guo Lin was stunned for a moment. Is this an ape offering peach? There are many classic stories in Taoist legends, among which the ape offering peaches is a popular story. Moreover, this is also an auspicious meaning. This monkey is very good at it. Guo Lin thought that he felt better and took the peach. But as soon as he took the peach, he saw the monkey stretching out a hand towards him. Guo Lin was stunned. Gan! Guo Lin looked at the monkey's paw stretched out in front of him with mixed feelings in his heart. What the hell is this? Bah, the ape offers peaches. This is a complete ripoff. Guo Lin silently handed the peach back to Kong Kong. His meaning was obvious. Unexpectedly, the monkey had retreated shrewdly and refused to take the peach, pretending to be aggrieved and calling him out. Guo Lin was speechless. He knew what the monkey wanted. As soon as the idea came to mind, he took out a rat spirit fruit and handed it to the monkey head to send this guy away. Kong Kong took the rat spirit fruit, grinned immediately, and then took the rat spirit fruit and climbed over the wall out of the yard with very smooth movements. Guo Lin looked at the peach in his hand and felt that it was not a peach, but he was filled with helplessness. He could only think of it and put the peach into the magic bag. Guo Lin went to the main hall, but a figure came out next to him. It was Huang Bin. He looked thoughtfully at the peach in his hand. These were the wild peaches he had just picked with the dead monkey of fellow Taoist Kong Kong. He had been beaten by this monkey before, and he was particularly unwilling to do so. He always wanted to understand why this monkey was so powerful. Now he seems to have discovered the reason. When Guo Lin arrived at the main hall, Xia Qingyang was discussing something with a middle-aged man. When he saw him coming, he immediately bowed respectfully, "Senior brother." The middle-aged man also recognized Guo Lin and knew that he was the owner of Qingfeng Temple. He immediately greeted him respectfully, "I have met Taoist Guo." Xia Qingyang introduced, "Senior brother, this is the one who delivers the materials for the wall." The middle-aged man handed over to Xia Qingyang and left. Guo Lin then asked Xia Qingyang, "Xianyang, can I build the wall of the medicine field by myself?" Xia Qingyang smiled and nodded and said, "Senior brother, don't worry, both I and Xuanyun are very familiar with these things. The Taoist temples we stayed in before did a lot of this work." Guo Lin also smiled at this. Indeed, true practitioners can really master many things within a few decades, especially for those who practice in small Taoist temples. If the Taoist temple facilities are damaged, repairs, construction, you really have to do it yourself. In the past, when the old Taoist priests were here, the old Taoist priests would do the repairs on the Taoist temples themselves. He didn't know how many crafts the old Taoist masters knew, but he felt that the old Taoist masters knew everything about life. In Taoism, to a certain extent, it is true that every elder in the family is like a treasure. Now his King Fengagwan family has 2 elders, which means he has 2 treasures. Guo Lin also said, "Then let the outer disciples like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang help." "Yes, senior brother." Xia Qingyang nodded and also walked into the main hall and walked towards a newly hung bronze bell. Bronze bells have many functions in Taoist gates. In many cases, different bells also represent different meanings. These are also some of the facilities that Taoist temples basically have. Originally, the area of the main hall was relatively small, and it was difficult to hang another bronze bell, so it did not have this function. But it's different now. This time the sect's headquarters has been upgraded, and the area of the main hall has also increased a lot, so this bronze bell was hung. Xia Qingyang also walked to the bronze bell and began to strike different lengths. This was a call for representatives. Hearing the sound of the bell, the Taoist disciples of the Taoist temple must come to gather. As the bell rang, the first person soon arrived. It was Huang Bin. Guo Lin was shocked that this guy knelt down in front of him as soon as he arrived. Guo Lin looked at this guy with a puzzled face, not understanding what he was doing. Who knew that the other party actually stretched his hands above his head, holding a peach, and handed it to him? Guo Lin was stunned for a moment, feeling that the scene in front of him seemed familiar. Isn't it just an ape offering a peach? What is this guy doing? Are you learning about the monkey head? Guo Lin looked at Huang Bin as if he were a fool. After all, the monkey came here for the rat spirit fruit. What is this guy talking about? Rat spirit fruit has no effect on this guy. Guo Lin sighed. Why did King Fengagwan accept this idiot? If it weren't for the fact that the other party now has 7 piety degrees, he would have been expelled from Qingfeng Temple as soon as possible. It would be embarrassing to be an outer disciple. Then, with a sudden thought, he took out a peach from the magic bag. It was not the one that the empty monkey had just brought. He took the peach from Huang Bin's hand, and then put the peach that the monkey had brought into Huang Bin's hand. Huang Bin felt a bigger thing appear in his hand, and his face suddenly showed joy. It is done. But when he took back his hand and looked at the thing in his hand, he was dumbfounded. Peach? It's not right. That's not the process. Guo Lin was already walking towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Huang Bin stood up in confusion holding the peach. At this moment, a squeaking laughter sounded, and he saw a monkey head on the wall looking at him, holding his stomach and laughing happily. Huang Bin just wanted to dig a hole and crawl in. Did he take a script from a monkey, then the script failed and he was ridiculed by the monkey? He directly threw the peach in his hand at the monkey in annoyance. Seeing this, Kong Kong actually stretched out his claws accurately and grabbed the peach in his hand. Looking at the peach in his hand, he was stunned for a moment and seemed familiar. Then, it grinned, obviously very happy, and started to eat the peach. Senior brother Huang, what's wrong? You look downcast. Lin Ziyan came in from the outside and looked at Huang Bin doubtfully. Although they are not the disciples of the Taoist sect, they are still the outer sect disciples on the roster, so they are now treated like brothers. Moreover, they are called according to the morning and evening they enter, so Qingwan is the senior sister of the outer sect, and Huang Bin is the second senior brother of the outer section. This made Lin Ziyan a little annoyed, because he was the first to arrive at Qingfeng Temple. If he had known this, what would he have borrowed? He could just kneel down and become a senior fellow from the outer section. How can I be dejected? Aren't I very happy? Huang Bin immediately showed an ugly smile. He just pretended that the embarrassing thing never happened. Yes, it was just a dream, nothing happened. Xia Qingyang quickly walked out of it. Lin Ziyan and Huang Bin all saluted Taoist Master Xianyang. Xia Qingyang looked at these people and ordered, Qingwan, you will continue to be responsible for the blessing plagues later. Huang Bin, you will work hard. You will receive the tourists alone, and everyone else will work with me. Yes, Taoist priest. These people all responded. Except for Qingwan and Huang Bin, the others also followed Xia Qingyang out, and then came to a pile of red bricks and cement. The factory provides door-to-door delivery, but in order not to expose the condition of the special garden, we only let people from the factory deliver the materials here. So, now they have to carry the materials to the medicine field themselves. Everyone, take action. Xie Qingyang ordered, and at the same time, he also picked up a large pile and turned towards the direction of the medicine field. Lin Ziyan and others hurriedly took action, carrying bricks to follow. Soon we arrived at the medicine field. Xuanyun was already here with tools to measure, and drew a circle around the medicinal field. After that, just build the wall along this boundary line. People like Lin Ziyan understood that they were going to build a wall against the medicine field. They have almost never been to the medicine field, and they don't know what is grown in the medicine field. Judging from their understanding of Taoism, this medicine field must not be simple, right? Lin Ziyan put down the brick in his hand, looked up and saw a shocking scene. He saw Wang Xiang taking 2 steps inside carrying the brick, and the person disappeared in front of his eyes. What's going on? Another Taoist trainee also exclaimed, obviously also aware of Wang Xiang's situation. 2 Taoist priests, Mr. Wang is missing. Lin Ziyan hurriedly asked Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun. Xie Qingyang naturally knew what was going on, and did not hide it. You go into the medicine field. Several people have seen the magic of Qingfeng temple's increasing area. They are already outer disciples and have lived in the Taoist temple for many years. They will discover many things, especially places like the medicine field. Therefore, there is nothing to hide something. Wang Yang was completely dumbfounded at this time. He just took 2 steps forward. Unexpectedly, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. It was no longer the narrow medicine field, but a vast place. Here, the medicinal field area is much larger, and there is also a very large garden. He may now understand why the medicine field built a wall, just to prevent tourists from breaking in. This place is so unusual. Then, he was attracted by Daozang Guo under the tree not far away. From a distance, you can see Dao Kang Guo flying towards the tree with a flying knife, and then picking off the fruits one by one. Miraculously, after the fruit fell, it was accurately caught by the flying knife and then delivered to him. Then, Daoist Guo waved his hand, and the fruit disappeared, and the flying knife continued to fly towards the rat fruit tree. Daozang Guo is so awesome. Lin Ziyan's voice sounded next to Wang Xiang. He and several other interned Taoist disciples were seen walking in. They all looked at Guo Lin with envy and admiration. What a powerful person this is. The magic of Guo Dao Kang is definitely the #1 in the Taoist section. Not only that, the people in the entire Taoist sect are 1/10,000th less than this Taoist master. Of this they were certain. After all, they are the most devout believers in the Taoist sect. They have been to countless Taoist temples, and the abilities of those heavenly masters are no more than this. Even those Taoist priests who know martial arts and are said to be very powerful, after they learn Bagwajang, they feel that they are no weaker than them. So, compare them with Dao Kang Guo? Why bother a bunch of ordinary people? Guo Lin didn't notice these people coming in. He was now experiencing an unspeakable joy. That is to pick the rat fruit. Why is it happy to pick rat berries? A certain gene in the memory has revived. When you first played Xianwan, what was the first great pleasure? Just control the little plum to farm the rat fruit. Now he is just like farming rat fruits in the game, which is very interesting and has endless aftertaste. After using sword control for a long time, his energy is naturally consumed quickly. However, with the rat fruit, the energy he consumes is also quickly restored. The number of rat fruits in his magic bag is also increasing. Naturally, with the energy consumption, recovery, and continuous control of the flying knives, his sword control skills have made great progress, and the number of flying knives he can control at the same time has increased. Too much. Soon, the number of rat berries on the rat fruit tree gradually decreased. He didn't take them all off. As soon as he came, he already had a lot of rat berries in his magic bag. Secondly, in reality, there is no time when he needs to consume too much energy. This rat may not be able to use up all of it. Third, keep some for Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun. After all, Xie Qingyang is now able to draw the calming talisman, but it consumes a lot of money. Now that there are rat fruits, when it rains one day, I can draw more soothing charms on them. When the time comes to use the calming talisman, there is no need for him to carve out such low-level things himself. Guo Lin put away those throwing knives and looked around again. This special forest garden is different from the land in the outer gate. Just like the medicinal field, it has the property of growing quickly and improving the quality of the crops grown. To put it simply, the special forest garden is an expanded version of the original medicinal field. Therefore, some plant crops can also be planted later. Guo Lin turned around and saw the outer disciples Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang. Taoist priest. Taoist priest. These people also saluted in unison, with faces full of respect. Xie Qingyang walked in at this time and ordered, "Why are you lingering? Hurry up and move the materials to build the wall." People like Lin Ziyan didn't waste any more time and took action again. After Guo Lin left the medicine field, he also looked at the two high mountains on the left and right of Qingfeng Mountain. These two high mountains are now also within the scope of Qingfeng Temple. After that, just set up the boundary markers again. This time when setting up boundary monuments, there is no need to carry out the ritual again, just move the previous 5 boundary monuments. Moreover, the area is too large, and it is not suitable to summon believers to perform rituals. Who can follow such a large area? At most, when digging boundary monuments, a ceremony for moving the monuments should be held, and then this matter can be left to Xie Qingyang. However, according to the prompts of the game system, if the King Fengguan area is to be developed, then these 2 mountains can also be developed. At least build a mountain trail linking the 3 mountains first, and then build a resting pavilion to connect the 3 mountains, and then consider continuing development. Since there is a prompt in the system, it means that if the sex station is upgraded again, it will definitely benefit. Thinking about it, Guo Lin made a call to the designer Ma Tao. The other party is responsible for the project of Qingfeng Temple and is a devout believer. It is best to leave this matter to him. After receiving the call, Ma Tao arrived at the Taoist temple as soon as possible, with an unprecedented awe in his eyes. He participated in the Dharma conference before Qingfeng Temple and experienced the magic of that Dharma conference. But what really shocked him were the changes in Qingfeng Temple and Qingfeng Mountain. He is the designer. Whether it is the Mountain Temple, the 7-star pagoda, or the Gonged Hall, he has designed drawings to record the dimensions, as well as the dimensions of the building and surrounding places. But after the Dharma meeting, when he supervised the construction workers, he found that the materials delivered did not match the size. They were either short or too thin. He was still very annoyed at first, thinking that the supplier was cutting corners, and besides, wasn't this ignoring him and treating him as a fool? Too obvious. But when he personally measured the materials and prepared to confront the supplier, he was dumbfounded. The dimensions were the same as what he needed. But why did this happen? He thought he had remembered it wrong, so he took out the design drawing and found that the dimensions were all correct. But what was going on? When he remeasured the parts that had been built, he was completely shocked. Who can believe that the parts that have been built have become larger, and not only these, the surrounding ground area seems to have become larger. If he hadn't been so sure that he had recorded the dimensions before, he would have thought he was dreaming. But he knew that he was not dreaming. It must be the blessing of Emperor Zongji Zaiwei. Only gods have such means. Especially when he arrived at the main hall, he obviously found that the main hall had also become larger. Thinking about it, his eyes became more awed and pious, and he hurriedly went to get the incense, and went to the main hall to offer the incense respectfully. Guo Lin saw Ma Tao coming, and when he walked over to greet him, he got a game prompt. Congratulations to you for gaining 5 points of willpower. Guo Lin looked at Ma Tao in surprise. Does this designer actually have 5 piety? He remembered that he didn't seem to have too many manifestations in front of the other party. However, since the other party has such high piety, it is safe to let the other party continue to be responsible for the development and construction of Qingfeng Temple. He actually thought that among the many facilities in the Taoist sect, there was a work hall, which was specifically responsible for the repair of Taoist temples. In fact, not only Taoist sects, but also the immortal sects in the Shushan world have such departments. Once the sect is attacked and the buildings are damaged, the people in this department are responsible for reconstruction and repairs. It's the same in Immortal Sword. For example, in Immortal 1, the Shushan sect's demon-suppressing tower collapsed, and in Immortal 4, the Kainghua sect was invaded by the demon world, and I don't know how much the battle buildings were damaged. In this case, a department like the factory is responsible. But in reality, only Jinyu, Longhu, those Taoist holy places can still have the strength to retain the factory. Naturally, no one can compare with a certain forest temple, which has an engineering decoration company directly under the name of the certain forest temple group. Qingfeng Temple was originally a small Taoist temple, so it was naturally impossible to have a work hall. Even if we want to build a workshop now, there are no special people in this field who can do the work. He looked at Ma Tao instead. The opponent's piety level of 5 is very suitable. This kind of piety can completely prevent some things in King Fengguan from being exposed. It's just a pity that an accomplished designer on the other side could become a monk and join Qingfeng. While Guo Lin was thinking about it, Ma Tao had already seen Guo Lin. He hurriedly came to him and knelt down in front of him. He asked with a pious face, Master Guo, you are already married and have children. Can you enter Qingfeng Temple without divorce or abandoning your wife and children? Guo Lin immediately looked at Ma Tao. Was this delivered to your door? Therefore, once the workshop can be established, and the game system prompts the development, it can be left to Ma Tao. Thinking of this, Guo Lin said, Donor Ma, our King Fengguan sect can get married and have children. If you are interested, go find Xian Yang. Even if Ma Tao wanted to get started, it would still not be a formal start. He could still only be an outer disciple. But Ma Tao's face was full of excitement, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully to Guo Lin. Thank you, Taoist Master Guo. After that, he hurriedly went to find Xia Qingyang. Guo Lin went back to the dressing room with a smile. With a special talent like Ma Tao, he won't have to worry about the development of King Fengguan in the future, and he can spend more time playing games with peace of mind. I just don't know what the benefits will be from upgrading the sex station after this development. I would like to revamp the system and give it the attributes of solidity +2, simplicity +2, and ornamental +2. Time flies. The next day, when Guolin got up and opened the door of the closet, he saw Kong Kong's monkey head again, and saw it stretched out its hands and handed it to him. You can see that there seemed to be some oval-shaped black things in its hands. It seemed to be some kind of feces, and you could clearly smell the smell. Damn it! What does this dead monkey mean? Want to exchange feces for rat spirit fruit? Is it whimsical? Etc. Guo Lin suddenly stared at the feces. This is impossible, right? Guo Lin was surprised when he took the few pellets of feces on his empty palm and looked at them carefully. A look of surprise appeared on his face. This turned out to be lumming sand. Moreover, this luminous sand seems to be a little different, somewhat similar to what he got from the game. He immediately used the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to sense these grains of luminous sand. Then, he immediately closed the door of the closet, and an idea entered the game. He couldn't be mistaken. The luminous sand he had obtained from the game was still in his magic bag. The luminous sand produced in the game has a special aura and has the properties of improving eyesight +2 and treating eye diseases +2, and can treat most eye diseases. However, as time goes by, the spiritual energy carried in the luminous sand will dissipate and there is no way to preserve it. Therefore, after having the magic bag, he put the luminous sand into the magic bag. Otherwise, even if he made a peach wood tube to store it, he would still end up with it. The spiritual energy has dissipated. Guo Lin also immediately saw the properties of the luminous sand in his hands. These are some special luminous sands, which are produced by mutated bats that have been washed by special spiritual energy. The feces contain these special energies, which have a strong eyesight improving effect and have a strong therapeutic effect on various eye diseases. Restrictions: it needs to be stored in a special place, otherwise the special energy will easily dissipate. These luminous sands indeed have the same properties as the luminous sand produced in the game. The difference is that the luminous sand produced in the game is produced by bat monsters, carries aura, and has +2 attributes. However, these luminous sands only carry energy, which is obviously lower level. Even its attributes are only effective in improving eyesight and treating eye diseases. The description of the attributes is very strong, and it doesn't even reach +1, but it's normal. After all, it can be seen from the description of the remarks that bats can produce this kind of luminous sand only after they mutate after being washed by spiritual energy. In other words, it was not just Jixiang Bao who benefited from the last spiritual energy flush. He took out lumming sand from the game before and heard Xia Qingyang say that there seemed to be bats nearby. But the key was found by Kong Kong, the monkey. Isn't it still a treasure-hunting monkey? Guolin thought about it and quit the game again, reopened the door of the dressing room, and saw the monkey's paw stretched out towards him. The meaning is obvious. It's another exchange. Guolin took out the rat spirit fruit, but did not give it to it immediately. Instead, he took the few grains of luminous sand and asked, "Where did you find this?" He knew the monkey understood what he meant. Kong Kong reacted as expected, waving his paws and calling to him, obviously trying to get him to follow him. Guolin followed Kong Kong and soon came to the edge of a cliff, which was completely shady. Moreover, the surrounding jungle is dense and humid, and there is no sunlight shining down. This kind of place is the environment bats like. Coincidentally, this place happened to be within the 30,000 square meter property rights of King Fengguan, so this place should also have been washed by spiritual energy. Guolin followed Kong Kong into the jungle and saw bats hanging upside down on the trees. The bats seemed to be alerted by his arrival. Normally, if the bats were disturbed by someone, they would fly away, but now these bats did not fly away at all, flapping their wings, but fell to the surroundings, looking at him with pairs of eyes. Guolin understood that this was the reason for the ecological harmony attribute, and it may also be the reason for the exclusive piety +2. Upon closer inspection, we found that there were quite a few of these bats. Kong Kong shouted again at this time and ran towards a part of the cliff. The edge of the cliff is made up of large rocks. Most of them are wet in the jungle and cannot be seen, but in this place, you can get some sunshine. Kong Kong, the monkey, took a picture of a place in the corner, pointed inside and called out. Guolin understood immediately. When he walked over, he smelled a particularly sour smell and saw dense bat guano there. He recalled the characteristics of bats. They are dedicated animals. Their specialization is that they like to poop in the same place. As long as you get used to defecating in one place, you won't change it even if you die. Therefore, this area is actually the bat's toilet this time. They defecate here. The key is that the sun can still reach it for a long time. The luminous sand has already gone through the step of being exposed to the sun. It can be used directly after cleaning it. Guo Lin looked around and could see a lot of luminous sand at random. This is simply an assembly line. Seeing this, Guo Lin called Xia Qingyang directly. With these bats around, this kind of luminous sand can be produced continuously. It can be said that there are a lot of them every day. He can't put all this kind of luminous sand into the magic bag, right? Thinking about it makes me sick of the cold. Who would carry so much feces? The key is that this thing is of little use to him, just put some in the magic bag. Therefore, instead of letting these luminous sands dissipate special energy here, it is better to use them and help some people in need. Presumably this will be good news to many people with eye diseases. He even felt that this thing could become another meritorious property of Qingthang Temple. Xia Qingyang came quickly and was very surprised when he saw these luminous sands. Senior brother, these luminous sands also have the same effect as before? Guo Lin shook his head, and then made up a joke. These bats seem to have undergone some changes. These luminous sands are no longer as effective as before, but the number has increased, and they can have effects without praying. It must have something to do with Emperor Zaiwei's blessing, Xia Qingyang said almost subconsciously. It should be, right. Guo Lin heard this and suddenly remembered the Taoist information about bats. This can really be explained, and it is another coincidence among coincidences. In the Taoist sect, Emperor Zaiwei has a great connection with bats. You must know that bats were also a symbol of auspiciousness in ancient times. Many ancient carvings, window grills, buildings, etc. had sculptures of bats. Even the red bat has the connotation of great fortune and prosperity in the eyes of many powerful people. Over in the capital, there is Prince Gong's mansion and the Wanfu Garden. The fact that bats become auspicious has a lot to do with Emperor Zaiwei. Everyone should be familiar with the blessing from heavenly officials. This heavenly official is Emperor Zaiwei, and there is even the first immortal with a bat by his side. Therefore, in ancient times, bats were with Emperor Zaiwei. Bat is the homophone of blessing. Because the bat is upside down, it also means blessing has arrived. As for the story of Zhu Yuanzhang in the Ming dynasty, it is still later. I don't know if it was a story made up by later generations. Regarding the auspiciousness of bats, there is also a story about an immortal, that is Zhang Guo. The opponent was transformed into a bat, and the prototype of Zhang Guolao among the 8 immortals is this Zhang Guo. There are many auspicious legends about bats, but like the auspicious crows, their reputation in China has become very bad. The reason is very simple, that is the invasion of Western culture. In the West, bats are mostly related to vampire-themed novels, movies, and TV shows. They describe them as monsters with red eyes, fangs at the corners of their mouths, and sucking human blood. There are also many evil wizards and the like, which are basically related to bats. This kind of invasion of Western culture makes people who do not love ancient traditional culture and love foreign industrial culture think bats are evil. The key point is that most of the new generation do not understand traditions and have been influenced by those who love foreign cultures. This has also caused the current situation. This kind of cultural invasion is also terrible, eroding the country's correct beliefs. If there is a god, then all the bats like vampires and wizards can be wiped out as long as the bats carried by the divine attendants around Emperor Zaiwei are released. But this terrible invasion is getting deeper and deeper, becoming more and more uncontrollable. Many times, after many domestic costumes come out, they will be criticized by many righteous netizens, saying that TV dramas worship foreigners and favor foreigners, and they should try to imitate traditional Chinese costumes, or stick Chinese costumes. The real situation is that the costumes this time are actually the costumes of the Tang dynasty. The reason why they are very similar to the costumes of the Plaster and Bangzi countries is because the Bangzi and Plaster countries learned from our country thousands of years ago. These righteous people don't even understand this and have made a huge mistake. But this is also quite sad. After all, what was originally their own, in the eyes of these people, has become something they imitated from others. There are countless such things. Guo Lin stopped thinking about this and told Xia Qingyang, pick up all these luminous sands first. Okay, senior brother. Xia Qingyang nodded immediately, lifted up the corners of his Taoist robe, then squatted down and carefully selected the luminous sand. He had not practiced the basic qi refining method of the 9 heavens mysterious scripture, so he was slow to choose. Guo Lin, on the other hand, moved faster and ran the 9 heavens mysterious basic qi refining method to know which ones were luminous sand and which ones were pure feces. The two of them picked it up carefully, but more and more bats gathered behind them. They gathered on the branches and stared at their movements. Some bats even tilt their heads, as if wondering why anyone would like their droppings. Not long after, the two of them saw that all the luminous sand in that area had been picked up. Xia Qingyang's raised pendulum corner was already filled with luminous sand, and it was bulging. Guo Lin also picked up some, but put them all into the magic bag. Xia Qingyang came to Guo Lin with a face full of surprise. Brother, there is a lot of night sand, and these bats poop every day. If we raise them, their feces should be more, and the night sand will also be, it will produce more. Just feed the bats pollen and fruits. Don't neglect the things blessed by Emperor Zaiwei. The key is that this can become a meritorious industry for our Qingfeng temple. You should know that luminous sand is sold in pharmacies outside. Moreover, because of the small output, luminous sand is still very expensive. A good luminous sand costs more than 50 yuan per gram. The key point is that the effect of these luminous sands is not much at all. In some cases, people are rushing to get them. Their luminous sands, blessed by Emperor Zaiwei, are definitely effective. He didn't think that having the idea of business in this way was against Taoism. After all, Taoism did not prohibit business, not to mention that his senior brother asked him to manage the merit industry, and he also knew the status of the Taoist temple's merit account. Not only does the Taoist temple need to pay for various projects now, but the Taoist temple also transfers a sum of money every once in a while. A few days ago, it transferred 3.2 million in merit money. Seeing the accounts that received these merit funds one by one, he couldn't help but admire his senior brother. Spreading blessings and good deeds, and those who are able to help the common people, this is what a Taoist should do. It's no wonder why their Qingfeng temple is favored by even Emperor Zaiwei. If it were other places in Suanmen, no matter which Taoist temple or Buddhist temple could do this, only the view of Qingfeng. Therefore, he naturally wanted to share his worries with his senior brother in this aspect. Xianyang, you are in charge of the merit industry, so you will be responsible for this matter. However, we still have to figure out the effect of this nightlight sand first. Guo Lin also had to admit that Xia Qingyang was worthy of having done it before. Business people can immediately see the effect of this luminous sand, but the specific effect of this luminous sand needs to be clarified, and then the quantity of one portion can be prepared and the merit amount of each portion can be determined. After returning to the main hall, Xia Qingyang brought a drying basket, put the luminous sand on it, and then suggested, "Brother, ask among the senior believers in Yushan to see if there are any short-sighted people, or for those who have eye diseases, let them experiment with the effect of this luminous sand." After making the suggestion, he took action and sent a message to the group of devout believers. But a moment after the message was sent, he was dumbfounded. Some believers said they were short-sighted before, while others said they had eye diseases before. It just has the two words before it. In other words, there is no more now, because they all participated in Emperor Zaiwei's Dharma assembly before, and they were all healed under the blessed rain. In addition, these believers thanked Xingfeng Guan again. Later, Xia Qingyang also reminded to find tourists, but after the turmoil on the internet, it is unclear whether tourists will believe it and come to eat shit. The key is to give an ungrateful tourist an experience. If the other party still doesn't believe it and has to waste time explaining it, it will be a trap. You would never dare to do such a thing. Find a devout believer who really needs Ye Mingxia's help, Guo Lin said. There are more devout Taoist believers in Yushan than just those in the group. This is also simple. He looked at the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc between his neck. The opportunity for autonomous evolution has long been restored. The result of the deduction will definitely be a devout believer who really needs help. Just treat it as a blessing to devout believers. As soon as he thought about it, the fog of evolution appeared in front of his eyes, and then pictures appeared one after another. The first is a thin man. The other party seems to be having relationship problems, and he cheated on his girlfriend at a class reunion. This is a sad story. Moreover, this man seems to be really unlucky. After being emotionally damaged, he offended his boss at work and was fired again. When he returned home, his parents hated and rejected him and gave all the money they saved to their daughter. Just looking at this scene made Guolin feel a little sympathetic to this man. Is it possible that this guy has a problem with his eyes? That would be really bad luck. But the scene that followed the evolution fog instantly made his sympathy for the man disappear. Because of a silver needle, he began to take revenge on society. This thin man gradually became metamorphosed. But it's also funny. He tried to stab other men, but was beaten viciously. He wanted to stab a woman, but was kicked so hard that his balls were almost broken and he couldn't get up. Obviously, this man is a loser. Because of this, he targeted children. 3 kindergarten children had poisonous hands, pricked their faces, became infected with bacteria, and gradually lost their eyesight. This is not something that will happen in the future, but it has happened for a week and the murderer has not been caught yet. Damn it! Guo Lin cursed angrily. He finally knew what it means to be a waste and deserve to die. Seeing what this loser did, he felt that his girlfriend cheated on him, his company fired him, and his parents rejected him for a reason. Now that the fragments of the evolved Bagua disc have evolved, and there are signs, let's do justice for heaven once. Thinking about it, Guolin ordered Xia Xianyang, take someone down the mountain, go to the county hospital and bring up 3 children with eye problems, and then have someone go to the police station to find officer who and taken there. Room 7 on the 3rd floor of Beifu apartment, they say the murderer of the child attack case is there. Okay, senior brother. When Xia Qingyang heard about the child assault case and the 3 children with eye problems, he probably guessed the reason and nodded, summoned Xian Yun, and walked down the mountain together. When the 2 old Taoist priests arrived in Yushan, they separated, and Xuan Yun went straight to the police station. At this time, in the police station, Hu Chen looked distressed. In the past, because of Dao Kang Guo, he had received great credit from heaven, especially after the salt case. He was directly promoted to captain and was responsible for some cases. The child assault case happened in his jurisdiction exactly a week ago. Currently, the criminal police team could not remove anyone, so he showed his determination and took the case. Who knows that a week has passed and there are still no clues? The main reason is that there was no surveillance at the time of the crime, no witnesses, and the 3 children could not describe it. Somewhat deceptive. He missed Daozang Guo a little. After all, it was Daozang Guo who had the merit from heaven. When Hu Chen was thinking about it, he heard a police officer hurriedly come in and report, "Captain, there is a Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple outside who wants to see you." "King Fengagwen? Go and pick him up quickly." "No, I'll go out and pick him up myself." Hu Chen stood up in a hurry and walked out. He didn't know what the Taoist priest of King Fengagwen wanted to do with him, but since he accepted Taoist priest Guo's kindness, he naturally had to be very polite. "Taoist priest, I am Hu Chen. I wonder what Taoist priest Guo has ordered." Hu Chen introduced himself as soon as he saw Xuan Yun. "Xian Yun." Xuan Yun also nodded. After introducing himself, he added, "I am here to inform Officer Hu on the order of Senior Brother Guo that the murderer of the child attack case is in room 7 on the 3rd floor of Beifu apartment." Ah! Hu Chen was stunned when he heard the news. Daozang Guo gave him another credit from heaven? Hu Chen thought about it and hurriedly shouted inside, "Everyone, gather here." After shouting, he said respectfully to Xuan Yun, "Taoist master, I'm going to arrest people first, and I'll entertain you well when I come back." Hu Chen did not doubt Xuan Yun's words. Although it was incredible that Taoist priest Guo could know who the murderer of the case in the county was in the Taoist temple, he did not doubt Taoist priest Guo's ability. He had personally experienced the magic of Guo Daozang. The police officers quickly assembled. "Follow me to arrest people." Hu Chen took the people directly and got in the car to Beifu's side. "Captain, who are we going to arrest?" a police officer asked. The other police officers also looked at Hu Chen doubtfully. Suddenly they said they were going to arrest people, and they were very curious. "The murderer of the child attack case is in room 7 on the 3rd floor of Beifu." Hu Chen did not hide it. It has been a week since the case occurred, and they are under great pressure to catch the murderer safely. The police officers were even more confused. They had been investigating for a week without any clues. Why did the captain suddenly know who the murderer was? They suddenly thought of the Taoist priest from Qingfeng Temple. After all, they had heard some rumors about Captain Hu's promotion. It seemed that the captain was able to solve major cases because of the Taoist priest of King Fengagwen. Isn't this right? They were all startled by an idea that popped into their heads. "I have worked so hard to check in front of the surveillance cameras, go to the scene to check, and go around the streets to check, but there is no news. The Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple can know who the murderer is in the Taoist temple, and can he also know the location of the murderer accurately? Is this a fairy?" With this in mind, the Beifu building soon arrived. Hu Chen took people out of the car, took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and went straight to room 7 and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A questioning voice came from the room. Hu Chen immediately said inward, "The building management found that there is a problem with the building's water pipes. Let's take a look at the water meter and compare the data." Complaints came from the room. "I just said that because you pay so much water bill every month, there is a problem with your water pipes." Hu Chen was stunned. So easy to believe? After a moment, the door opened, and an angry and thin man appeared. When he saw Hu Chen and his party outside, the thin man's anger suddenly froze, and he was a little dumbfounded. "Police, you've committed a crime." Hu Chen directly took out his ID and shouted. The thin man was startled. He turned around and wanted to escape into the room, but he was too nervous. He slipped and fell to the ground, and then fainted. Hu Chen opened his mouth. Is the murderer so weak? He hurriedly asked someone to handcuff the thin man, and then led others to search for him. "Spotted!" a police officer shouted. Hu Chen hurried over and saw a syringe in the drawer. However, a syringe alone could not be said to be a murder weapon, but there was a thick stack of plans next to the syringe. The plan actually contained photos of the 3 children who were attacked, as well as surveillance photos, location photos, action plans, etc. Surely this is a plan for 3 kindergartners? Rather than a plan to take on the big shot? Hu Chen really didn't know how to describe the shock in his heart, but based on these facts, he was almost certain that the needle was the murder weapon. He immediately sent it for examination. The other police officers also had expressions of disbelief on their faces at this time. The murderer is really here. Is Taoist Master King Fengagwen so powerful? Hu Chen also remembered that the Taoist priest was still there, and hurriedly called back to inquire. What? The Taoist priest has left? Hu Chen hung up the phone with emotion. The Taoist priest of King Fengagwen was indeed different. After telling the news, he hid his merit and fame. This is the true Taoist master. County Hospital. In a ward of the ophthalmology department, 3 young couples looked at the new examination results with dejected faces. The child's condition was dire. They also did not expect that the child was only attacked on the face. How could it affect the eyes? And the child's vision became blurred within a week. The examination concluded that it was a bacterial infection, but there was no solution. You must know that the person doing this examination happened to be a well-known eye expert from a city hospital, and he happened to come to the hospital for some reasons. There is simply no way this expert inspection could go wrong. There is no solution for many bacterial infections in the eyes that cause blindness. Even eye experts have no solution. Experts can only treat treatable diseases. In the ward, a middle-aged man in a white coat said, "Guys, you don't have to be depressed. You guys will send the child to Mingxi. I will conduct research and maybe there will be a chance of treatment." This is Hu Ke, a well-known eye expert. Hu Ke felt that the cases of bacterial eye infections in 3 children were worthy of study, so he also wanted to study them. After explaining to his parents, he left the hospital and returned to Mingxi. He wants to study and go back to make preparations, and then ask the parents to send their children. After expert Hu left, the parents of the 3 children became even more depressed. One of the mothers said, "Husband, how about we go to Qingfeng Temple to burn incense and pray for blessings, and ask Taoist Guo to save our child?" These words made the parents of the other 2 children shake their heads. "Parents Zixi, your child is already like this. We should take him to Mingxi for treatment as soon as possible. Don't believe in any superstition." Yes, as I said before when I approached science, King Fengagwen is a swindler. Lin Huan and Liao Yi heard the 2 parents' words but remained silent. Because their husband and wife are Taoist believers, or remnants of the Taoist family, but the family's Taoism has only been learned by their generation. Just don't say it. They used to practice at home with their elders, and it was precisely because of this that they came together. After the death of the elders on both sides, although they did not study Taoism deeply, they still practiced etiquette in their daily lives. Therefore, they now think of Qingfeng Temple, which has become popular recently. After all, Qingfeng Temple has medical cards and Taoist Master Xuanyun who is said to be very skilled in medicine. While a few people were talking, they saw an old Taoist priest walking in from outside. Lin Huan and Liao Yi were stunned for a moment when they saw the old Taoist priest. Although they did not go to Qingfeng Temple, as survivors of the Taoist family, they naturally paid attention to Qingfeng Temple, and they also knew that the Taoist priest defeated the international boxing champion with 1 move. This is very incredible, considering how old this old Taoist is. As soon as Xie Qingyang entered the ward, he also saw the 3 children on the bed, and introduced himself. "Several donors, our elder King Fengagwen figured out that you need help, so he specially sent me to take the children up the mountain for treatment." He was also very surprised when he spoke. There are actually 3 children. Senior brother Guo's ability is truly astonishing. He can sit inside and watch, but he knows everything outside. Hearing this, Lin Huan was immediately surprised and said, "Taoist priest, Qingfeng Temple really has a way to treat children." Xie Qingyang smiled and said, "There should be, otherwise my senior brother would not let me come down." "That's great, Taoist priest, I'll go with you." Liao Yi also looked happy. He is a remnant of the Taoist family, so he naturally knows about the blessings of the Taoist family. According to the description of Taoist Master Xianyang, this is obviously the blessing given to them by Qingfeng Temple. Xie Qingyang nodded and looked at the parents of the other 2 children. But the parents of the 2 children looked at him warily, even indifferently, full of defensiveness and distrust. The father of one of the children asked, "Taoist priest, do you know what is wrong with our child's eyes?" Xie Qingyang was stunned, shook his head and said, "I don't know." When he came down, he only knew that the child had been attacked and had eye problems. He didn't know the specific symptoms. But it doesn't matter, his senior brother actually ordered him to come down, so that's definitely not wrong. His words made the 2 parents even more indifferent. They didn't even look at Xie Qingyang. His meaning was already very clear. "I'm disturbing the 4 donors." Xie Qingyang naturally understood the meaning and walked out of the ward with a smile. You can't force yourself to have good luck, but if you are rejected by giving good luck, it means that the other party is a person without good luck. Lin Huan and Liao Yi did not dare to hesitate, and quickly followed Xian Yun with their children in their arms. The parents of the other 2 children shook their heads at this. It sounds like these 2 are still top students, so why do they believe in such superstition? If they harm their own children, they will regret it. At King Fengagwen, Guo Lin received a call from Mr. Chen from the county. He immediately pressed the answer button, and Chen Li's voice came, "Taoist priest Guo, the tourist service center renovated by Feng Yuan Temple has been built, but this service center belongs to Qingfeng Temple, and Taoist priest Guo still needs to send someone to move in. After all, this Qingfeng Tourism Service Center is in line with Taoist culture. It is best to have people who understand Taoist knowledge, etiquette, rules, to avoid violating Taoist taboos." Guo Lin suddenly wanted to complain when he heard this. His Qingfeng Temple finally recruited some outer disciples to do odd jobs, freeing him, Xianyang and Xuanyun. Now what's going on? The service center at the foot of the mountain also wants their Taoist temple to be a disciple? This is unreasonable, and it is not appropriate for Taoist people to manage a place like the tourist service center. But what the county said is very reasonable. This tourist service center serves Qingfeng Temple. It's really distressing. Guolin hung up the phone and got the news that Xie Qingyang was back. He soon met Lin Huan and Liao Yi's family. Seeing that only one child was brought up by his parents, Guolin could probably guess what was going on. In other words, this family was a devout Taoist believer. He also asked, "Are you devout believers in Taoism?" Lin Huan and Liao Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Does Taoist Guo even know this? This makes them more confident that Qingfengguan can heal their children's eyes, which is their blessing. Liao Yi hurriedly introduced, "Master Taoist, we are the remnants of the Taoist family. We have revised the meaning of one and have known etiquette since we were young." Guo Lin looked at the couple in surprise when he heard this. A remnant of the Daemon family, that is to say, Fang's ancestor was one of the Daemon families. The Taoist family is a special monastic force in the Taoist sect. It is different from Quanzhen, Tei, Genji, these factions, and it is also different from the traditional view of descendants. They practice as a family. Some of them do not respect the rules of Taoist sects and pay attention to spontaneity. Most of them are people from Taoist sects who have gained enlightenment and have an ordinary mind, so they established a Taoist family. Most of these monastic families come from the Tianxi sect, and there were many from Liudang for a period of time, as well as those from other sects who couldn't help but get married and have children. The more famous ones are the Mao family, the Ma family, the Hu family. The Mao family is the family to which the famous fictional Uncle Zhu belongs. The Ma family has also appeared in movies and TV shows, and the fictional long-legged horse girl comes from this family. It's just that these Taoist families appear in large numbers and disappear quickly, and are basically invisible now. Guolin didn't expect to see one today, but obviously this family has basically been lost. However, Liao Yi immediately bowed his head and said, "Taoist Master Guo, please save our daughter Zixi. Our family is willing to enter the Taoist temple to repay the good fortune." Lin Huan immediately knelt down and echoed, "We are willing to repay the good fortune." Repaying blessings is a special way of saying something, similar to making an oath. Entering a Taoist temple to repay blessings? Guolin was thoughtful, and then ordered Xuanyun, who was on standby, "Xuanyun, treat the innocent child. Although there are good things like luminous sand, it is better to leave the treatment to Xuanyun. After all, he is a Chinese medicine doctor with great medical skills." "Yes, senior brother." Xianyun respectfully accepted the order, immediately led Lin Huan and Liao Yi into a guest room, and then helped the little girl check it out. The Chinese medicine doctor can still tell something by looking, smelling, asking, and observing, so soon after, he took out 5 luminous sand and fed it to the little girl. 5 pills at a time should be the limit for a child of this age. "Stink." The little girl had been silent until now. Feeling the smell, she spoke out. Xianyun smiled. It would be strange if the bat excrement didn't stink after eating it. After that, he also said to Lin Huan and Liao Yi, 2 fellow Taoists, "This course of treatment should be effective immediately. We will continue to take several courses of treatment depending on the situation." These words made Lin Huan and Liao Yi unbelievable. Even if they believe that Qingfengguan can cure their daughter's eye problems, after all, well-known experts in the city have tested such bad results, so it will take some time for Qingfengguan to cure it, right? Now this Taoist master Xuanyun actually told them that they would have immediate results? Almost when the two of them were thinking this, they heard the little girl Zixi say in surprise, "Dad, Mom, your eyes feel warm and comfortable." The couple looked at their daughter together and opened their mouths. Not long after, the two heard their daughter say again, "Dad, Mom, Zixi can see a little more." The couple did not hesitate and immediately tested their daughter's vision. They also learned the test method in the hospital. Afterwards, they were completely shocked. "Although my daughter's vision has not completely recovered, it is indeed much better. Taoist Master King Fengguan's treatment is really effective." Xuanyun naturally also checked the little girl, and then said, "Continue to take the medicine tomorrow, and if you do it 3 times, you will almost recover." Obviously, the little girl's condition requires 20 tablets of these luminous sands to treat. Lin Huan and Liao Yi couldn't stand their excitement anymore after hearing Xianyun's words. Lin Huan even hurriedly took out her cell phone and posted a message in a WeChat group that they and the parents of 2 other children had. She couldn't bear it. The parents of the 2 children didn't believe it before. Now if they came to seek help from Taoist Master King Fengguan, they might still have a chance. In the hospital, the parents of the other 2 children have already completed the discharge procedures. Naturally, they will take their children to Mingxi to receive research and treatment from expert Hu. But when they returned to the ward and saw the message Lin Huan sent in the group, they were all stunned. How can it be? Is this really possible? They couldn't believe it. Didn't they say King Fengguan was a liar and superstitious? Thinking that the child's eyes could be cured in 4 times, they thought of their previous indifference to the Taoist priest at King Fengguan. For a moment, they were all dumbfounded. King Fengedwen. After Xuanyun gave the little girl 5 pills of luminous sand, Guolin also arranged a guest room for the family. After that, he also left the matter completely to Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun. Now King Fengedwen does not require him to keep an eye on everything in person. He went to the medicine field. The wall of the medicine field had been built. In this case, the problem of special forest gardens will be solved. Just as he was about to go back to the restaurant to play games, his cell phone rang again, and it turned out to be the number of President Wu of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. He immediately pressed the answer button, and Chairman Wu's excited voice came over. Master Guo, I'm calling you to report the good news. Deazang Guo, I have good news for you. President Wu came over with an excited voice. All 4 ancient trees have been negotiated. Now that the transaction is basically completed, they should be shipped to Yushan in a few days. In an office in Fujian City, President Wu also breathed a sigh of relief after finishing his report. It really took their Chamber of Commerce a lot of effort to find these 4 ancient trees. After all, they are trees that are hundreds of years old. However, I finally found them all, so that I could make up for the 4 Tao cards that I had used with Taoist Master Guo before. In the past, plaster countries dumped nuclear waste into the sea, and it would arrive in Fujian City in about 300 days. By then, their Fujian Chamber of Commerce would also be greatly affected. They only hope that Deazang Guo can find a way to solve this problem in Feng Shui. President Wu hung up the phone and said to Zhang Nan on the side, go and deal with it quickly. You must send those 4 ancient trees to Yushan safely. Okay, President. Zhang Nan nodded immediately. He also knew the importance of this matter, and even more so, he knew how powerful Dao Kang Guo was. I only hope that Dao Kang Guo's ability can make a breakthrough soon. At that time, Dao Kang Guo should be able to solve it easily, just like the typhoon problem. King Fengedwen. After Guolin hung up the phone, his face also showed joy. After the Fujian Chamber of Commerce brings 4 ancient trees, the 7 sages will be completed, and then the spiritual veins can be gathered. Once the spiritual veins are condensed and the spirit gathering tower is completed, Qingfeng Temple will have spiritual energy and he can try to break through the foundation building again. Previous breakthroughs in foundation building had always failed because the follow-up energy could not keep up. Almost at the same time, Guolin felt something, and when he raised his head, he felt that the beam of light rushing into the sky also disappeared. This shows that the game system has finished depicting the spirit gathering runes of the 3 spirit gathering towers. The spirit gathering tower's spirit gathering runes have been burned, and the level 1 spirit gathering tower has been constructed and activated. It comes with special effects: solidity +3, simple style +3, ornamental value +3, and when gathering spiritual energy, aura +3. Sure enough, Guolin got the prompt from the system. He hurried out of the Taoist temple and arrived at one of the spirit gathering pagodas. He found that Ma Tao was already looking at the spirit gathering pagoda blankly. Seeing him coming, he hurriedly said, Taoist master, I did not build this tower. He just arrived here. What did he see? This tower suddenly became very ornamental, as if it suddenly stood out among the beautiful mountains. The impact was incredible. Even the impact far exceeds Qingfeng Guan, and the simplicity carved by time far exceeds Qingfeng Guan. He couldn't believe that this was the tower he supervised. He naturally knew that Qingfeng Temple was favored by the gods, so he now became the outer disciple of Qingfeng Temple and the deacon of the Gongtang. He knew that this tower must have been blessed by the gods, so it was like this. How could he dare to take credit? What if you offend the gods? No, it was built by you, Guolin said with a smile and walked into the tower. Ma Tao was anxious. Taoist master, it's really not me. Okay, it's you, Guolin said and entered the tower. Ma Tao was speechless. Guolin has entered the spirit gathering tower. It has the attributes of simplicity +3 and ornamental +3. Even the inside of the tower is equally beautiful. The glyphs carved on it are very mysterious and have the style of an immortal. Moreover, probably due to the sturdiness +3, the original wooden tower body also looks dark and metallic. Ma Tao followed in and naturally saw the runes carved in the tower. He was certain that there were no runes when he built it, and the runes proved to be the favor of the gods. Moreover, these talisman patterns make people feel that this is the land of the immortal family at a glance. Guolin walked upstairs and had to admit the mystery of the spirit gathering talisman pattern. It's just that these runes are dim now and have not been activated, because there is currently no spiritual energy in Qingfeng Mountain that the spirit gathering tower can absorb. When the 7 ancient trees of sage are in place and the spiritual veins are condensed, the spirit gathering rune can gather spiritual energy. However, the game system prompts that this is only a level 1 spirit gathering tower, but I don't know how effective this spirit gathering is. Will there be any restrictions on the system by then? With the urinary nature of the system, he would seriously doubt this. However, now there is news about the remaining 4 types of the 7 ancient sage trees, and the talisman writing on the Juling Pagoda has been completed, which can be regarded as a double happiness. After coming out of Juling Pagoda, he also went back to his room and played Leisure Shushan. Maybe there will be another 3 blessings today? Shortly after. But 2 couples hurriedly came up with their children in their arms. As soon as they arrived at King Fengagwan, one of them hurriedly made a phone call, and after a while, Liao Yi walked out. The caller came forward anxiously. Mr. Liao, where is the Taoist priest? Come with me. Liao Yi looked at the 2 children and led them inside. He has already told Taoist priest Xianyang and Taoist Xuanyun about this matter. 2 Taoist priests, the child is here. Liao Yi reported respectfully when he saw Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun. When the parents of the 2 children saw Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun, they immediately knelt down excitedly. 2 Taoist priests, please save the child. The child is so pitiful, Taoist priest, please save him. Xianyun also stepped forward to check the 2 children, and said after a moment, the same situation as Shishi, the same measurement is enough. Xia Qingyang nodded and said to the parents of the 2 children, several believers, our Qingfengguan can treat your children's problems. However, we need to discuss the treatment price first. We need to use special luminous sand for treatment. A grain of luminous sand costs 2,000 yuan, and the first treatment requires 5 times, 10,000 yuan. Since the luminous sand industry is to be developed, it cannot be a good deed. In the future, unless there are special circumstances, tourists will have to spend money when they come here for treatment. This price was also what he thought about. It seems that 2,000 yuan for a pill of bat poop is very expensive, but think about it, 20 pills of this kind of eye infection that will lead to blindness only cost 40,000 yuan. How much would it cost if they were sent to the hospital for treatment? For common eye diseases, such as myopia, 1 or 2 pills may be enough. That's how much money it is. I think many short-sighted people will be happy to pay this money. But after hearing Xia Qinjiang's words, the parents of the 2 children became anxious. One of them hurriedly said, Taoist priest, why do you still need money? Another person also said, yes, isn't it free? Xia Qingyang was stunned and asked, you too, I never said it was free. This made the other party even more anxious. How come it's not free? Don't Mr. Liao and the others count as free? That's right, aren't you monks supposed to accumulate virtue and do good deeds? Why not treat everyone equally? If it doesn't charge, it shouldn't be free for everyone. The parent of 2 children seemed to be even more excited. This made both Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun confused. What the hell is this? Are they supposed to be virtuous and do good deeds? Xia Qingyang frowned and said, several of you, Daiao Liao and the others are devout members of the Taoist sect. Naturally, it is free. Moreover, I have already given you a chance in the hospital. Don't give too many good things. If you give too many blessings, it will look cheap. These words immediately stunned the parents of the 2 children. I felt even more regretful. How did they know that Qingfengguan could really cure children's problems? Otherwise, they would have come up together at that time, and they would not have used an indifferent attitude. It will be free at that time. Who knew that there would be a fee after coming up now? 40,000 yuan. They were very unwilling. Taoist master, we have admitted our mistake, please show mercy. Yes, Taoist priest, our family is also very difficult. Xia Qingyang stopped them from continuing and said coldly, you can choose not to receive treatment. In the past, when he negotiated vertically and horizontally, all he talked about was profit. He had never seen anyone, especially such a selfish person. I took the initiative to give it to them for free, but I didn't like this or that, and looked self-righteous. Now that I see that the thing is effective, I am eager to catch up, and I still think about it for free. It's like the whole world revolves around them. For other people, as soon as you start to do business with the other party will scold Fang Qiu, saying that this project of yours will not work, and that will not work. When you start the project and you are sure that you can make money, you will post it again and want to join. These people are all the same egoists. They are the best at kidnapping people morally, and they are also the most annoying type of people. What they practice is casualness. How can they still let the other side stand up to them? Seeing Xia Qingyang and Xianyang walking inside, the parents of the 2 children suddenly panicked. They want to be cheap, but they don't want their children to be blind. They still want to treat their children. Taoist master, we are willing to pay. Yes, Taoist priest, we are willing to pay. The parents of the 2 children shouted hurriedly. Only then did Xia Qingyang stop and ordered to Xuanyun, junior brother Xuanyun, you go get the nightlight sand, and I will supervise them to settle the merit payment. Okay, senior brother. Xianyun nodded and went inside. Xia Qingyang also said to the parents of the 2 children, come with me and pay the merit money. The parents of the 2 children could only sigh and follow Xia Qingyang to pay the 10,000 yuan of merit for this treatment. Xuanyun also quickly brought 10 luminous sands and fed 5 pills to each of the 2 children. After a while, I heard the joyful voices of 2 children. Like Na Zixi, both children's vision has recovered a lot. This made the parents of the 2 children look happy, but it also made them feel very distressed. Just now, 10,000 yuan was taken out, and then there were 3 more levels of treatment, each time still 10,000 yuan. If I had followed Mr. Liao to the hospital before, I could have saved all this money. But there is no use regretting now. As long as the child can recover, everything will be fine. Time flew by, and the 3 days passed quickly. In the small courtyard of the main hall, you can see 3 children chasing each other in the courtyard. Liao Yi and the parents of the other 2 children also beamed with joy when they saw this scene. It really healed. Who can believe that an eye disease that was difficult to cure after examination by a well-known expert in Ming City was cured by the Taoist priest of Qingfeng Temple in just 3 days? Liao Yi was naturally the happiest. After all, he received free treatment and witnessed the magic of Taoist abilities, and they were also members of the Taoist sect. Although the parents of the other 2 children feel sorry for the 40,000 yuan, they dare not make mistakes now. After all, Taoist priests have such abilities, and they are not something they can offend at all. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun came out. Liao Yi quickly thanked, "Thank you 2 Taoist priests for saving the child." The parents of the other 2 children also thanked them. Xia Qingyang shook his head and said, "It's not our fault, it's our senior brother who figured out that your child has a problem, so he ordered us to go down the mountain. It must be fate." Liao Yi and the parents of the other 2 children were very surprised. After all, what kind of ability can a Taoist priest in this deep mountain be able to predict what happens at the foot of the mountain? At the same time, in a hospital in Ming City, Hu Kei also completed an examination in a medical laboratory. The symptoms of those 3 children are indeed worth studying. If successful, his reputation will be further improved. Now that the laboratory is ready, the 3 children can be sent over. Thinking about it, Hu Kei also called the parent of one of the children. Yes, it's mine. I've already set up a laboratory here. You can send the child over, and I will do my best to research and treat it. Expert Hu, I'm really sorry. Our child's vision has recovered. Please make this call. What, recovered? Yes, you were cured by the Taoist priest of the Taoist temple? How can it be? Hu Kei was stunned after hanging up the phone. This shouldn't be right. Then, he became a little annoyed. He should have made a mistake in his own examination, and the eye problems of the 3 children were not that serious. Therefore, now the Taoist priest got an advantage. Otherwise, how could Taoism possibly treat that kind of disease? Damn it, I almost ruined my reputation for the rest of my life. Hu Kei cursed. He didn't think that his skills were not good, it must be that the equipment of Yushan Hospital was not good. No, we have to consider the patients. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed the hospital inspector's number. He had to give feedback. Guo Lin didn't know this. He was looking at a design drawing handed over by Ma Tao. Looking at the huge chains connecting the peaks in the design, he was surprised and said, "This design looks familiar." Ma Tao hurriedly said, "Diazang Guo, didn't you say that the development and design should be more fairy-like? I borrowed the Shushan map from a fairy sword game. I also thought about building a tower on one of the peaks according to the shape of the demon suppression tower. I didn't expect the Taoist priest to also play with the fairy sword." Guo Lin secretly laughed. He had not only played with it? He went on to say, "But it's all about style, we need to build some sidewalks in the forest." Just as he was talking, the task he had hung up on had been automatically completed, so he picked up his phone to submit the task. But surprises always appear unexpectedly. Congratulations, you have obtained the special Shushan Swordsman's Level 2 Stone Wall Illusion Enhancement Secret Stone. Guo Lin was surprised when he saw the reward. He already knows the effect of the first level Stone Wall Fantasy, so can this second level Stone Wall Fantasy directly enter the Stone Wall Fantasy just like entering the Stone Wall Fantasy copy in the game? After Guo Lin got the game prompt, he immediately told Ma Tao, "Please try your best to perfect the design. After that, you can hand over the merit payment to Xian Yang." Yes, Taoist priest. Ma Tao nodded and left with his design. There was some unspeakable excitement on his face. When he used to play fairy sword, he was shocked by the spectacular sight of the iron chain peaks in Shu Mountain. This time, Dao Kangguo wanted a shocking design for the Xianjia, so he tried to learn from the iron cable peaks in Shushan Mountain. He didn't hold out much hope for this design, after all, it was too whimsical. Who knew that the Taoist priest would actually come down? What a surprise! After Ma Tao left, Guo Lin also wanted to know the properties of the second-level Stone Wall Illusion Enhancement Secret Stone immediately, so he hurried to the closet, and then entered the game with a thought. On the table in front, I saw a blue stone with special runes shining on it. The stone is semi-transparent, as if there is a spatial vortex rotating in it, and those special runes are obviously fixed on the blue stone, but they are constantly rotating around the vortex, with a very strong feeling. Visual impact. This is the secret stone for improving the second-level Stone Wall Illusion. He stepped forward, and as soon as he touched his palm, he saw the note information of the Level 2 Stone Wall Illusion Enhancement Secret Stone. This is a special secret stone for improving the Stone Wall Illusion. It has special spatial effects and can be used to upgrade the Level 1 Stone Wall Illusion to Level 2. Special effect. 1. Upgrading the stone wall illusion to level 2 will condense an area that can be accommodated in the illusion. 2. Special stone walls can be condensed in the condensed shelter area, and special contents can be carved on the stone walls with thoughts. 3. Shocking view +3, enlightenment +3, physical and mental comfort +3, spiritual cleansing +3. Limitation factor. 1. More than 10 believers with a piety level of 3 need to pray together to trigger the stone wall illusion. 2. Believers or Taoist disciples with a piety level of 5 or above are required to enter the level 2 stone wall illusion. Guo Lin saw the remark information about the secret stone, and it was exactly as he guessed, and he could directly enter the stone wall illusion. The meaning of the first attribute is that you can enter the heaven and earth stone wall illusion after upgrading it, but you can't enter it everywhere, you can only enter a condensed shelter area. I just don't know how big the shelter area is. But the second attribute effect surprised him very much. It could condense special stone walls and then carve special contents on them. Does this look like some kind of inheritance mentioned in novels? It seems that fantasy and fairy novels all have to arrange a powerful inheritance for the protagonist, which is to enter a special secret realm, and then there are powerful skills hidden in that secret realm. Then countless people learned that there were skills in this secret realm and competed to snatch it. Naturally, in the end, it was the protagonist who got the inheritance. Thinking about how many years later he carved a skill into the illusion of the stone wall, Qingfeng Temple was ruined. If others knew about the illusion of the stone wall and the skills he left behind, would it attract countless people to rob it? The premise is that if someone can enter the illusion of the stone wall and discover the skills he burned. As for the third attribute, it is +1 on the basis of the original attributes. This effect is also very good, especially the attribute of spiritual cleansing +3. This attribute can continuously increase the piety of believers and outer disciples. The higher the piety of believers and disciples, the more fanatical their beliefs are. For example, outer disciples such as Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang are basically in the state of fanatic believers now. As long as they continue, they will become fanatic believers sooner or later. It is no joke to dedicate one's life to Taoism and shine. However, with the upgrade, the stone wall illusion limit has also increased by 1. One of the restrictions still requires 10 pious believers to trigger. However, the level 2 stone wall illusion requires 5 piety to enter. In other words, after the stone wall illusion is upgraded, even if it can be entered after condensation, only 5 pious people can enter. Naturally, these restrictions have no impact on him as the master. Guo Lin thought about it, and picked up the level 2 stone wall illusion improvement secret stone, put it in the magic bag, and quit the game. He also went to the front yard immediately. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out the level 2 stone wall illusion enhancement secret stone, and then activated it directly. Do you want to use this secret stone to improve the level of the stone wall illusion? Where did Guo Lin hesitate? He decisively chose yes. The next moment, the runes on the secret ascension stone flashed crazily, lit up with bright spiritual light, and then flew directly into the illusion of the stone wall. Immediately afterwards, the game system prompt sounded again. Stone wall fantasy is being upgraded. Obviously, the upgrade of this stone wall illusion is not that fast, it still takes some time. Seeing this, Guo Lin also went back. The next day, after absorbing the energy of the aura rice, Guo Lin played the game for a while and sighed after getting nothing. I just got a level 2 upgrade secret stone from the stone wall illusion. If it weren't for my incredible luck, it would have been impossible to get another reward on the same day. This is also true. Guo Lin could only accept the task and enter the autocomplete mode. After leaving the waiting room and arriving at the main hall, I heard the noise of several tourists. This monkey plus pig combination is really amazing. Haha, is the senior brother riding the second senior brother? When Guo Lin came out, he saw the monkey Kong Kong riding on the back of the wild boar King Xiao, and then walked leisurely towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Those tourists were already taking pictures with their mobile phones, their faces full of curiosity. But the monkey and the pig didn't care at all. The key point is that the pig is still allowed to ride. It can only be said that the monkey is powerful and naturally suppresses the pig. After the monkey and the pig left, the tourists realized that they wanted to offer incense and walked towards the main hall. Huangbin saw this and stepped forward to guide. Qingfeng Temple welcomes all believers. Guo Lin also left King Fengagwen and went down the mountain to the Qingfeng Mountain Tourist Service Center. Because the Tourist Service Center has opened today, Xia Qingyang has already brought people to do the ceremony. Now such small things no longer require his personal involvement. When Guo Lin arrived at the service center, there were no tourists inside. Xia Qingyang was leading Lin Ziyan and the others to decorate a special shop. I saw a special signboard with the words "Medical Hall" on it. However, there is a stone tablet standing next to it, with a content engraved on it, that is, the medical hall specializes in treating eye diseases, ranging from myopia to bacterial infections. There is a lot of rumblings at the back, which probably means that Qingfeng Guanyaitang has special medicine, and as long as the eyes are not blind, all kinds of diseases can be cured by themselves. The most important thing is the price, 2,000 yuan per pill. These naturally serve as cover for lumming sand. Otherwise, if this industry develops and other people know it is Yamingxia, people might go to Qingfeng Mountain to catch bats in the middle of the night. This is also the luminous sand merit industry that Xia Qingyang wants to develop. This industry is not suitable in Qingfeng Temple, so it would be best in this tourist center. After all, this tourist center now belongs to the merit industry of King Fengyuan. This tourist center is quite large. After all, the entire Fengyuan Temple has been renovated, and there are still a lot of free spaces. These will need to be developed later for things related to the tourist service center. There are many bookshelves in the special hall, all of which are Taoist-related scriptures. There is also a shop that has placed objects with the logo of Taoism or Qingfeng Temple. Travelers can buy these things as a souvenir when they go back. As the senior leader of Yuguan, Guolin no longer needs to take care of this personally. On the other hand, when Xia Qingyang and others saw Guolin coming, they all greeted him respectfully. The couple Liao Yi and Lin Huan also greeted Guolin respectfully from inside. Meet the Taoist priest. Guolin looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, "Have you decided yet?" Liao Yi hurriedly said, "From now on, when we as husband and wife enter Qingfeng Temple, we will definitely contribute our piety sincerely." The couple had sworn an oath before, and after the child was treated, they went to Qingfeng Temple to devote themselves to it. Therefore, now the couple has decided to fulfill their promise. Guolin did not refuse this. It happened that the service center needed people, and the two of them were naturally suitable, so they were left to them. While they were talking, there was movement outside. Some tourists discovered that the tourist service center here was open, and came in curiously to take a look. Lin Huan immediately greeted him, "Welcome to King Fengyuan tourist area." Those tourists were all young and beautiful people. When they came in, they looked at everything in the visitor center very curiously. "Hey, this medical hall is interesting." A young man walked up to the medical hall in surprise. This attracted others, who gathered around him one after another. Specialized in treating eye diseases. One of them saw the content of the stone tablet and couldn't help but read it out. This also made these young people curious. Really or fake? Is there such a magical medicine? Even the most powerful eye hospitals would not dare to boast like this. When I came into science before, I dissed your King Fengyuan. Do you still dare to overpromote it like this? This is a crime committed against the wind. The scenery is so beautiful, but you don't promote the tourism properly. The words of these young people obviously have many doubts, which is also the sequelae of entering the science column before. Liao Yi and his wife are very aware of how miraculous the King Fengyuan medicine is. After all, their daughter is the beneficiary. You must know that eye diseases that are difficult to cure can be cured in only 3 days and 3 nights at King Fengyuan, according to examinations by well-known eye experts. The child has gone to school now. Therefore, in the face of these people's doubts, Liao Yi also calmly walked forward, looked at several young people wearing thick glasses and said, "Our Qingfeng Temple does have a special medicine for treating eye diseases, especially it is especially effective for myopia. Some of you can give it a try." This made the young men with glasses look at each other. After all, who would dare to believe something like this? Myopia is so easy to treat, why do they still wear glasses now? However, there is always the first person to eat crabs in the world. One of the men came out and asked Liao Yi, who was wearing a Taoist robe, "Taoist priest, are you sure this so-called special medicine is still effective?" Liao Yi nodded, "Good believers, don't worry. Then give me 1 pill first. I happen to be more than 1,000 degrees short-sighted and it's uncomfortable to wear contact lenses." The man said immediately, but he also immediately added, "If it doesn't work, I will definitely report you Qing Fengyuan." As he said that, he took pictures of the medical hall and the stone tablets with his mobile phone. While taking pictures, he said, "Everyone has seen that Qingfeng Temple has begun to be over-promoted again. I am going to give theirs a try now. The so-called special medicine." These words obviously made Liao Yi frown. The other party obviously did not sincerely want to try it, but was provocative in it. Otherwise, the other party would not have taken the video and said such things. However, he is not in a hurry, it is the other party who should be anxious later. After the man took the video, he took his mobile phone and scanned the QR code of 2,000 yuan on the merit QR code next to him, and then said, after scanning the money, "Give me the medicine." Liao Yi didn't say much. He went inside and took out a grain of luminous sand and gave it to the man, as well as a glass of water with medicine. The man looked at the Yamingxia, and at first glance he didn't think it looked like a special medicine. He felt that King Fengyuan was just praising and promoting it. Therefore, he also ate the luminous sand, but it had no effect. When the time comes, it will be exposed and it will definitely win a lot of eyeballs. But after eating a piece of luminous sand, he was surprised to find that a warm current surged into his eyes, which actually made him feel very comfortable. This surprised him, but after just a moment of surprise, he found that his vision had become very blurry, and he couldn't help but be shocked. "What's going on? Why has my vision become blurry?" This made several other young people anxious. Is there something wrong with the medicine? Why does this medicine blur people's vision? What happened to your medicine? These young people all stared at Liao Yi eagerly. Liao Yi said calmly, "This believer wears contact lenses. His myopia has recovered. His current contact lens power is definitely not suitable." Hearing this, the man was stunned and hurriedly took off the contact lenses from his eyes. After that, he looked in front of him and was stunned, with a face full of disbelief. It's really much better. How is this possible? He is very aware of his nearsightedness. Before, it was more than 1000 degrees and he could not see clearly the 5 fingers in front of him. Although the surroundings are still blurry, the 5 fingers in front of me can be seen clearly. Now I have probably recovered more than half of it. The special medicine King Fengedwen is really effective. According to this level, one more specific medicine will probably be effective. Thinking of this, the man hurriedly said to Liao Yi, "Taoist priest, give me another special medicine, and I will pay for it immediately." However, Liao Yi blocked the QR code with his hand and said with a smile, "Good faith, I'm sorry, because the special medicine is limited, we only provide one special medicine per person per day for the time being." As he spoke, he was still playful. It can be seen that the young man's face changed. How is this possible? With his current prescription, he still can't see the road ahead clearly, and he doesn't have eyes suitable for this prescription, so what should he do? If you go out in this state, you can't see clearly any pits or holes in the ground. It can't be like this. What a torture this is to a short-sighted person. He hurriedly prayed, "Taoist master, my attitude just now was wrong. Please sell me one more pill. One more pill and I should recover. Taoist priest, please." Guo Lin smiled when he saw this scene. This person was manipulated by Liao Yi, but it didn't matter, he should be taught a lesson for his attitude. Thinking about it, he also smiled and left the tourist service center. Liao Yi's performance just now made him feel relieved when he handed over the tourist service center to him. After going up the mountain again, we reached the entrance to the top of the mountain, and the game prompt sounded again. "Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to level 2 Stone Wall Fantasy." Guo Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and the upgrade of the stone wall illusion was completed at this time. He immediately hurried to the Taoist temple. In the Taoist temple, Huang Bin walked out with a broom in his hand. Taking advantage of the king's responsibility to welcome guests, he went inside to sweep up the fallen leaves in the backyard. When he came out, he saw Taoist Master Guo approaching in a hurry, and he hurriedly went up to say hello. Unexpectedly, Dao Kang Guo's figure disappeared out of thin air before his eyes. Snap! The broom fell directly from his hand to the ground. "It's really missing." Huang Bin hurried forward and walked around, looking at the empty front yard in surprise. This is not the case in the medicine field. When Huang Bin saw Dao Kang Guo disappearing, he hurried to the mural of Heaven and Earth stone wall and even walked around, but nothing changed. In other words, the situation is different from the situation in the medicine field. Did Daozang Guo really disappear out of thin air? Could it be that Daozang Guo entered the mountain in the stone wall illusion? They, the outer disciples, all know that the Heaven and Earth stone wall sculpture in the Taoist temple is a door. You can open the door of the stone wall and see the scene on the other side. He has also seen the huge mountain peak after the stone wall was opened more than once. They would pray together in front of the stone wall every once in a while and watch the scenery of heaven and earth on the other side of the stone wall. Moreover, that kind of viewing makes them feel refreshed, as if their whole body and mind are being cleansed. The feeling is so magical, and it seems that their souls can become purer every time. They also thought about whether there was a way to enter the other side. Now that Dao Kang Guo disappeared out of thin air, it seemed that this was the only possibility. After confirming this, Huang Bin hurried to find Xian Yun. Only by finding enough people to pray can this stone wall illusion be opened. At this time, Guo Lin, who entered the fantasy world of the stone wall, was also surprised. He appeared at the foot of a mountain, but the entire mountain was shrouded in mist. The fog is like the fog that peeks into the illusion of the stone wall at the outer door. But there is only one passage in the middle that leads directly to the top of the mountain. This should be the passage in the stone wall carvings. Guo Lin tried to walk towards the fog-covered location, but when he reached the fog, he seemed to be blocked by something transparent. Cannot move forward in the current area. Is this another air wall created by the game system? It's like a newbie's residence, you can't get out at all. As soon as Guo Lin thought about it, he saw flying knives appearing in his hands. With a wave of his hand, those flying knives flew out quickly and hit the fog hard. But after the flying knife touched the fog, it was bounced back instantly. Seeing this, Guo Lin used his sword control skills and instantly drew the flying knife directly back into the magic bag. Obviously, there is no way to move forward where the fog is covering the place. Guo Lin looked at the mountain road that was not covered by fog again, and walked straight up. This time, there was no obstacle. In other words, in this level 2 stone wall illusion, you can enter any place not covered by fog. But he was puzzled. Don't you mean a place? This is exactly one. Moreover, it is a very long one. At a glance, from the bottom of the mountain to the top of the mountain, the height of the mountain is much higher than Qingfang Mountain. Guo Lin walked up and felt that the speed was too slow, so he took out a bottle of high-altitude wine that had been stored in the magic bag and poured it into his mouth. After he got a little drunk, he used the drunken immortal moon-watching step, turned into phantoms and ran towards the mountain at an extremely fast speed. He was still in the same place at first, but in the blink of an eye, the person appeared 10 meters away. If anyone outside saw it, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. However, this speed consumes energy quickly, and the energy in his danchan is also consumed at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, he had a rat fruit, and his energy was exhausted, so he took out a rat fruit from the magic bag and ate it, and the energy in his body quickly recovered. After repeating this process, Guo Lin reached the top of the mountain not long after, and at the same time, he also burped in his mouth. When he reached the top of the mountain, Guo Lin realized what it meant to condense a shelter area. The most shocking thing about the stone wall of heaven and earth is the platform on the top of the mountain that connects heaven and earth. Now this platform is directly condensed. Looking at the range, the area is almost the size of the area around Qingfang Temple. Moreover, seeing it from within is many times more shocking than looking at carvings on a stone wall, or looking at it through an illusion while praying. The stone wall that stood there, as if it were soaring to the sky, had also been recondensed, as if it was emitting a special brilliance. He walked to the stone wall and got a prompt from the game system. Special stone wall, as long as you are willing, a thought can engrave information including practice techniques on it. Afterwards, as long as the disciples with a piety level of 5 or above watch, the depicted content will be displayed. Recordable information 0/10. Guo Lin got this hint and looked at the stone wall again. The more he realized that it was the secret realm of the sect set up in the novel. This is a lot more interesting. He touched the stone wall with his hand, and in a moment he basically understood how to operate the stone wall, and he was a little eager to try it. It's just that he doesn't know what skills to engrave on the stone wall. He thought about the things he knew: Qingfang Fist, Basic Qi Refining Method of 9 Heaven Xian Jing, Soothing Talisman, Internal Marriage Talisman, Bad Luck Talisman. Qingfang Fist and Jushin Xian Jing Basic Qi Refining Method are first of all impossible. After all, Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun are not qualified to learn Basic Qi Refining Method of 9 Heaven Xian Jing. As for Qingfang Fist, only inner disciples can learn it. However, outer disciples like Lin Ziyan also have 5 piety and can enter this level 2 stone wall illusion, so it is impossible to engrave Qingfang Fist. It's not that he is stingy about this technique, but since he has this rule in his heart, he naturally follows it. In addition, the law should not be passed lightly. It's not that he doesn't care about Qingfang Fist, so he has to pass it on to others. Guo Lin dropped Bad Luck Charm Pass again, because he has no intention of teaching this thing to anyone in the future. There are some bugs in how this thing works in real society. That leaves the Soothing Talisman and Inner Marriage Talisman. He has already taught Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun the Calming Talisman, so there is no need to describe it. After all, drawing talismans requires energy, and now the only ones who can cultivate energy are Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun, who have also learned the Calming Talisman. Xia Qingyang has even been able to draw a calming charm. Now there is only Internal Marriage Talisman. However, if Xia Qingyang and the others could learn this talisman, it would seem quite interesting. Thinking about it, he also had a thought, and the contents of the Internal Marriage Talisman appeared in his mind. The next moment, light began to flash on the stone wall, and then writings began to appear on the stone wall. This is exactly the content of Inner Marriage Talisman. Guo Lin also looked at the words on the stone wall with surprise. It was the power of the game system that engraved certain rules on it. When the engraving is completed, people who can enter here can see the content of the engraving by touching the stone wall with their hands. More and more words appeared on the stone wall. When the number of words reached a certain level, the words actually floated out from the stone wall and appeared in front of them as a virtual shadow. That's even more amazing. At this time, in Qingfang Temple, Xuanyun, Lin Ziyan and several outside disciples had gathered in front of the stone wall illusion, and were observing the stone wall illusion carefully. Naturally, they have all seen the scenes in the stone wall illusion through praying, but they were still very shocked when they heard Huang Bin say that Taoist Guo had entered the illusion of the stone wall. Is this true? They had opened the illusion of the stone wall more than once before. When they looked at the mist-shrouded mountain peak, they thought about whether they could enter the mountain peak. Huang Bin couldn't help but suggest, Taoist Master Xuanyun, let's try to open this stone wall illusion. Xian Yun nodded and looked at the people around him, including himself, Lin Ziyan, Huang Bin, Qing Wan, and 4 outer disciples. There were only 8 people there. There simply weren't enough people. Xian Yun immediately called Xia Qingyang on his mobile phone. Xia Qingyang happened to be taking Wang Yang back to the mountain, and when he received the call, he hurried to the stone wall illusion. Are you telling the truth? Xia Qingyang checked the stone wall illusion and asked Huang Bin. Huang Bin nodded, it's true. Just as I was about to say hello to Deazang Guo suddenly disappeared. Xia Qingyang didn't find it strange. Because Qingfeng Temple was too magical, he immediately said to the others, "Close the door of the Taoist temple. Tourists are not allowed to enter the Taoist temple now. Then pray for blessings to open the stone wall door." Xuanyun and others responded immediately, and Huangbin immediately went to close the door of the Taoist temple. After all, you can enter the illusion of the stone wall. After all, disappearing out of thin air is too shocking. If tourists find out, they might cause some trouble. Huangbin closed the door and came in, and saw Xia Qingyang and the others already sitting cross-legged in front of the stone wall carvings. He also quickly sat down. After that, the sound of blessing began. This seemed to attract the monkey Kong Kong. He looked at it very curiously, and saw that it was also following him, sitting cross-legged and praying. After Huangbin prayed for these blessings, he soon felt the sensation, and saw the fog beginning to appear in front of his eyes. It was the stone wall illusion that was opened. But when the fog appeared, the stone walls of heaven and earth, and the towering mountain peaks appeared, they were all stunned. On the top of the stone wall, they saw a different scene than before. In the past, the stone walls on the top of the mountain were empty, with only spectacular scenes. Now they clearly saw a figure standing on the stone wall of the sky. "It's Taoist Guo," Huangbin exclaimed. He really went inside. "It's senior brother," Xia Qingyang also said. Others also echoed in surprise, which made the monkeys behind scratch their heads anxiously, not knowing what these people were talking about. "Senior brother, there seems to be something wrong with the stone wall in front of me." Xuanyun's voice also sounded. "It seems to be characters, and there are runes," Xia Qingyang said. Huangbin said whimsically at this time, "Could it be some kind of inheritance? Doesn't it say in novels that powerful sects have secret realms of inheritance, and there are things like jade in them that can be used to imprint martial arts?" These words stunned everyone for a moment. Novel? What the hell? This is reality. I don't know why, but this seems to make sense and seems reasonable. In the fantasy world of stone walls, the complete content of Internal Marriage Talisman was already suspended in front of Guolin, but after a moment, the content of Internal Marriage Talisman disappeared instantly. At the same time, the game system prompt also sounded. "Congratulations, you have successfully carved the Inner Marriage Talisman on the rug. Disciples with a piety level of 5 or above can view the carvings on the stone wall. Current number of engravings, 1/10, engraved content can be erased." In other words, this stone wall can depict a total of 10 pieces of content, and if you encounter content that you are not satisfied with, you can delete it at any time. More importantly, there is a restriction, which requires 5 devout disciples to see. In other words, even if there are Taoist believers with a piety level of 5, but they are not Taoist disciples, they will not be able to see the content above even if they enter here. This content is exclusive to Taoist disciples. If it's amazing, it's a bit like the secret realm of sect inheritance mentioned in novels. At this moment, Guo Lin seemed to be aware of something and suddenly looked up at the sky. It seemed that because he was the master in control of everything, he could clearly see someone snooping here. At the same time, Xia Qingyang and others were also stunned, and they also noticed Guo Lin's gaze. For a moment, the two sides seemed to be looking at each other in a special way. "Come in, everyone," Guo Lin said. Miraculously, Xia Qingyang and the others heard this sentence, and they all became excited immediately. It is actually possible to enter behind this stone wall door. Xia Qingyang didn't hesitate at all. He stood up in a hurry and walked towards the stone wall carving. The next moment, he disappeared in front of the stone wall carving. Seeing this, Xuanyun and others hurriedly followed and disappeared one by one in front of the illusion of the stone wall. Especially Huangbin, he almost rushed towards the stone wall, passed through it and disappeared. In front of the stone wall carving, the monkey's cry sounded again. Seeing Xia Qingyang and others disappear in front of the stone wall illusion, it also scratched its head and ears. Then, it also rushed towards the stone wall carving, and then, there was a crash. I saw it hit the stone wall carving hard, and with its solid +2 attribute, I saw it rolled its eyes and slowly fell down. This time it was obviously hit too hard. At this time, Xia Qingyang and the others had all appeared in the illusion of the stone wall, and were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. "It's really coming in." Huangbin looked at the spectacular mountain peak in front of him with shock. Seeing the situation shrouded in fog, he excitedly rushed towards the fog. He had looked through the stone wall door before and was curious about the situation inside the fog. Now finally coming in. Bump! There was an audible collision, and Huangbin was seen covering his head and starting to cry. Xia Qingyang and others all looked at Huangbin's swollen head in astonishment. They were looking at the foggy situation very curiously just now. Fortunately, they had this fool exploring the way. Xia Qingyang and the others soon discovered that there was no way to enter the foggy area, and only the mountain road in the middle could lead directly to the top of the mountain. "Senior brother is on the top of the mountain," Xia Qingyang said, and led the people to start running towards the mountain. As they moved forward, the group was able to determine that this mountain was much higher than Qingfeng Mountain. How shocking is it that such a mountain peak is hidden among the stone wall carvings of King Fengagwan? The key is how powerful it is to open up only such a mountain road for people to pass. All other places are shrouded in fog, making it impossible to get close. All of this is so shocking. I don't know how long it took, but Xia Qingyang led people to the stone wall of heaven and earth at the top of the mountain. The vastness and grandeur around them instantly impacted their vision, making them unable to recover for a long time. Only after entering it in person did I know that this kind of shock cannot be compared with a layer of fog. They also saw Guolin under the soaring stone wall and walked over respectfully. I've met senior brother. I've met the Taoist priest. The group of people bowed in unison. Guolin nodded, returned a salute to several people, and said, Xianyang, put your hand on this stone wall and have a look. Xia Qingyang's eyes lit up. Before he came in, he saw some words floating on the stone wall, and he guessed whether it was some kind of cultivation method. Now that he heard what his senior brother said, he didn't hesitate and put his hand directly on the stone wall, and then his face showed a look of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Immediately afterwards, Xian Yun and others slowly opened their mouths. On the stone wall, words appeared one by one, and shadows condensed. Lists of contents appeared before their eyes. That scene seemed like a 3D projector was suddenly playing. But obviously, this is not a projector, but a real magic. This is a way to make talismans, Xia Qingyang said in surprise. Internal marriage talisman. Lin Ziyan looked at the content on it and opened his mouth slightly, obviously deeply impressed by this talisman. People like Wang Yang and Huang Bin were also surprised. They know that there are many magical things in Qingfeng Temple, such as magical runes. For example, they have seen Taoist master Xian Yang carving the calming runes. I also experienced the magic of the calming charms painted by Taoist priest Xian Yang. They had been looking forward to when they could learn these magical talismans, but they didn't expect to be exposed to them now. I understand the marriage talisman, but what is this marriage talisman? Qingguan asked curiously with a more delicate mind. Lin Ziyan introduced with a strange expression, if your parents quarrel, want to get divorced, etc., you can trick your parents into using this talisman on them. It is very effective. It guarantees that your parents will love each other in the future, and you will also love them. You don't have to worry about this anymore, I can guarantee this with my conscience. Qingguan was stunned for a moment. Quarrel, divorce, lie to parents? This talisman. But no matter what, if you have the chance, you should learn the talismans with mysterious functions. The group of people came closer and began to look at the contents of the inner marriage talisman. Except for Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun, everyone else immediately became depressed again. Energy. There is no energy in their bodies to draw runes. Xian Yang, Xuanyun, you can try practicing this inner marriage talisman. Guolin said, waving his hands at the same time, taking out the paper money with the talisman on it, as well as cinnabar and spiritual spring water from the magic bag. The inner marriage talisman is simpler than the peace talisman, and both Xuanyun and Xia Qingyang should be able to learn it. However, the marriage talisman inside the painting requires spiritual spring water and the blood of a person with true love and heart to prepare the cinnabar before it can be painted. When Lin Ziyan saw Guolin taking out the tools for drawing runes, he subconsciously wanted to retreat, but found that Deist Guo and Deist Xianyang were already looking at him. Okay, I know. Lin Ziyan stepped forward helplessly. After all, he had experience in donating blood. In this world, is there anything wrong with loving your girlfriend sincerely? When he got closer, his face suddenly brightened and he said, Deazang Guo, I don't have a needle or a knife, so I can't bleed. But before he finished speaking, Guolin had already taken out a flying knife from his magic bag and handed it to him. Lin Ziyan was stunned and forgot about Deazang Guo's abilities. He could only take the flying knife nonchalantly, cut a small incision on his finger, and then dropped it into the spiritual spring water. Xia Qingyang also immediately started preparing cinnabar. It was a piece of cake for him. After the cinnabar was prepared, Xia Qingyang took the talisman pen, mobilized energy, and began to draw. He is already able to skillfully draw the peace talisman, and this marriage talisman obviously has no problem for him. Soon, a marriage talisman was completed in Xia Qingyang's hands. Seeing this, Xuanyun hurriedly said, Senior brother Xianyang, let me try. He was very eager. He still has no way to draw a calming talisman, so this simpler internal marriage talisman makes him eager to try. Xia Qingyang nodded and handed the talisman pen to Xuanyun. After Xuanyun took the talisman pen, he started to draw it on the urn. After a moment, he felt that the marriage talisman inside the urn was indeed simpler than the peace talisman on the urn. Seeing this, Guolin also left the stone wall illusion with a thought and appeared in front of the carving of heaven and earth stone wall. Kong Kong, the monkey, was jumping around in front of the stone wall carvings, with a big bulge on his head. What's going on with this monkey? Guolin ignored it and looked at the information about the sex residence on the light screen in his mind, and saw the information about the level 2 stone wall illusion. At the same time, I also saw the engraving information on the solidified stone wall, and the number displayed on it, 1/10. Looking at this information, he suddenly had an idea, and the contents of the calming talisman appeared in his mind. He wanted to give it a try. Would it be possible to remotely control the sex station information through the brain light screen? After all, it was all done through the game system. There was no need to be in front of the stone wall, right? Almost at the next moment, the game system prompt appeared. Should we carve new content on the stone walls of Level 2 Stone Wall Fantasy? Guolin suddenly understood that he could just draw directly in front of the stone wall, but the remote control game system would prompt. Guolin directly chose yes. He also suddenly understood. The calming talisman is just a talisman taught by Pu and Fa Guan when Guan to its outer disciples. Moreover, Pu and Dharma Temple is just a passing sect in the world of immortal cultivation in Shushan, just rubbish among rubbish. Therefore, a calming charm doesn't matter. With the game system, his Qingfeng view will not be inferior to Napu and Dharma view. Even if the spiritual veins of Qingfeng Mountain are successfully condensed, the spiritual energy appears, and he can successfully build the foundation. Qingfeng Fist can also be burned on it. At that time, the basic qi refining method of Jushin Xianjing can also be considered to be taught to the two junior brothers Xianyang and Xuanyun. Almost as Guolin was thinking, in the illusion of the stone wall, writings appeared again on the stone wall where Xia Qingyang and the others were. This immediately attracted the attention of people like Xia Qingyang. As the handwriting increased and special lines appeared, Xia Qingyang also recognized it and said, "This is the calming talisman." Soon, all the contents of the tranquilizing talisman were completed. Huang Bin, Lin Ziyan, and others immediately came forward again, and sure enough they found that energy was needed to carve the calming talisman. This made them regretful and envious, and they didn't know how long it would take for them to cultivate energy and learn these mysterious abilities. This also made them full of fighting spirit. They believe that as long as they devote themselves to Qingfeng Temple devoutly, they will be able to be as successful in cultivation as the two Taoist priests Xianyang and Xuanyun. Before carving on the stone wall, after Guolin burned the Anan talisman on the stone wall, he also saw the information on the sex station in his mind turned into 2/10. This is much more convenient. Guolin smiled and went back to his room, took out his mobile phone and continued to play Leisure Shushan. After logging into the game character this time, Guolin discovered that the main mission on the mission board had been updated. One of the main quests is about Shushan swordsman, and the other is about fairy sword and fairy. Wherever there are people, ambition and desire will break out. After the defeat of the southern demon cult, a period of calm was restored. However, under this peaceful daily life, undercurrents began to surge again, and people began to call themselves the Naked God cult. Appeared, it seems that he is not a righteous person. The Ime sect passed down the news, and you will be rewarded if you find out the relevant information. The city of Suzhou has not been stable recently. There are many monsters attacking in the mountains and forests. It is rumored that a demon king has appeared in the hidden dragon cave in the forest. The leader of the Southern Woolen Alliance is gathering chivalrous people to go to Suzhou City to discuss how to eliminate the demons. Obviously, this first main quest should be about Jupan Po. This old woman has a treasure in her hands. Needless to say, there is another main quest. It was at this time that the eldest daughter of the Lin family became obsessed with Little Plum, and finally followed him through the world without any regrets. As these two main quests are refreshed, many related side quests also appear. Guolin looked at the densely packed tasks and was wondering which one he should take when he suddenly received a call. He answered it immediately when he saw the number. After a moment, he was surprised and said, "Really? That's great. This is obviously great news." Almost at the same time, Sun County and Yushan County also hurriedly found Qianli. "Sun County, what's so urgent?" Qianli asked immediately. Sun Xian explained, "The Fujian Chamber of Commerce has applied with us in Yushan to block the national highway entrance in 2 hours, and to help clear a road from the national highway entrance to Qingfeng Mountain. You and I will go to the traffic police brigade. The entrance to the national highway from Yushan to Fujian City is in Depei town. Now that the expressways are all connected to the town level, few people use the national highway to go to other places. Only rural people who live next to the national highway occasionally pass by the national highway. Even the traffic police are too lazy to catch cars at the entrance of the national highway, but today a video was circulated in Yushan Moments. The traffic police department actually arranged it at the entrance of the national highway with great fanfare. That's a big battle. Even if you catch drunk drivers, it's not that big. Moreover, there are traffic police in other places in Yushan. It seems that they are at Jingjia. With such a formation, what kind of big shot is coming? Naturally, the traffic department's situation also shocked many people. At the entrance of the national highway, Lin Yuan was frightened. He went to his hometown today. In the countryside, some old people always drank without thinking, so he had to drink some. I thought that there would be no traffic police attention on the national highway, and it would be troublesome to hire a driver in the countryside, so I only drank a little and drove here by myself. But there happened to be a curve not far away. As soon as he came around the curve, he bumped into the traffic policeman. After seeing this, he had no choice but to turn around. If the license plate is written down and you are caught running again, the consequences will be even more serious. Lin Yuan knew that he was in trouble, and traffic safety could not be left to chance. He drove towards the traffic policeman with a bitter look on his face, opened the window and was about to blow air, and was then detained and punished. But just as he rolled down the window, he heard a traffic policeman urging, "Sir, please don't block the main road. Street cleaning is starting here. Please leave quickly." What? Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. What's the situation? These traffic policemen didn't care about him? There is even a need to clean the streets. Is this something big happening? But he didn't dare to hesitate and drove the car forward quickly. Zheng Lin also felt a little emotional when he urged Lin Yuanchao to move forward. After he entered the traffic department, he had never experienced such a situation. After all, the road from the national highway entrance to Qingfeng Mountain was completely cleared, and they even had to be guided by their colleagues. Even if Qingfeng Mountain tourism is vigorously promoted now, the momentum is really too big, just to transport trees. However, he had heard from his uncle that the Taoist priest at Qingfeng Temple was somewhat miraculous, and he did not look like a liar approaching science. Otherwise, as a director of the Tourism Bureau, my uncle would not be as concerned about Qingfeng Temple as Sun County. But these things cannot be talked about externally. Lin Yuan was also curious, why was there such a big battle not to arrest drunk driving? So, he also parked the car in the open space on the side of the road to see what was going on. There are many open spaces like this at the intersection of national highways, and no cars pass by, so no one is taking care of them now. Soon, the sound of a traffic police car rang. Judging from the number, it was obviously the traffic police from Fujian City. When the police car stopped, someone got out of the car, found the person in charge of Yushan, and said, "I'll leave the rest of the guidance to you." The person in charge of Yushan was naturally very polite. "Thank you for your hard work. We have made arrangements at the guest house. When we are done, we will discuss the transportation issues together." Zheng Lin and Lin Yuan also quickly looked towards the national highway and saw the front of a very large heavy truck appearing on the national highway. Then, they all widened their eyes and saw that the car actually contained a very huge tree. Even if it was 100 years old, right? At first glance, it seems that it is no smaller than the elm tree that was moved to Qingfeng Mountain in Hungwei Field. Zheng Lin seemed to understand why Yun Shu had to clean the street. I don't know where such a big ancient tree was transplanted from. It is indeed shocking. The spreading branches of the ancient tree have already filled up the national highway. No wonder the street needs to be cleaned. It would be really embarrassing if a car passes by. The traffic policemen who were already prepared mounted their police motorcycles and started clearing the road ahead. Zheng Lin and Lin Yuan watched the ancient tree go by, their eyes attracted. But a moment later, they were surprised to find that another ancient tree was transported by a huge heavy truck. This ancient tree is even bigger than the previous one. There is actually more than one such ancient tree. But just as they were thinking this, they saw the third ancient tree being transported. Before I had time to marvel, the fourth ancient tree appeared again. This one was actually bigger than the previous three. There are actually 4 such ancient trees. At this time, no one thought that Gingja was strange. After all, one such ancient tree was already surprising. It was usually rare to see it, but now there were 4 of them. I don't know who can bring these 4 ancient trees together. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's rare to see a tree like this. I didn't expect to see 4 of them at once today. A voice sounded next to him. "Brother, have you been drinking? There is a taste of alcohol in your mouth. Drink a little." Fortunately, these traffic police are not checking for drunk driving today. Lin Yuan said smoothly, turned around and saw Zheng Lin wearing a traffic police uniform. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on his face. "This, blow it." Zheng Lin took out a pipe. Lin Yuan's face suddenly turned bitter. At the same time, Guo Lin had also left the Taoist temple to prepare for the transplantation of the ancient tree. He went to an area of the Taoist temple. The foundations of a building there have been laid and construction has begun. This building has a large area. After all, it is the Hall of Merit of the human race built by Xie Chong, who donated 10 million yuan. Now the sculptures of the human saints have been sculpted. When the sculptures are finished, they will be invited to the Taoist temple, where they will burn incense every day and be given spiritual energy. After the construction of the Merit Hall is completed, they will be invited to the Merit Hall. These human sages are also completely different from the divine system. Ma Tao was supervising the construction of the Hall of Merit and Virtue at this time. When he saw Guo Lin coming, he immediately stepped forward respectfully and said, "I have met the Taoist master." Guo Lin nodded, got straight to the point and asked, "Have you found locations for the other 2 mountains? There are already 3 ancient trees on Qingfeng Temple. No matter in terms of space or the orientation of the Taoism, the other 4 ancient trees are not suitable for planting in Qingfeng Mountain. Therefore, planting 2 trees on each of the 2 mountains, coupled with the momentum of the 3 mountains, according to Xian Yun, is a good defensive feng shui formation. Ma Tao immediately said, "The location has been found and the tree pit has been dug. When the time comes, whether it is an iron cable bridge or a mountain road built below, it will also be connected to the location where an ancient tree will be transplanted." Guo Lin nodded. He understood Ma Tao's design. Ma Tao's design is a bit whimsical. He builds a passage in the mountains and forests for people to walk, but also builds an iron cable bridge between the peaks. There are only 2 iron chains connected in series, just like the map of Shushan and the fairy sword. It is simply not possible for humans to walk. Normally, no one would fix something like this. But he is different. After all, their Qingfeng temple will become an immortal sect sooner or later. This scene of the iron chain peaks has the style of an immortal section. One of the ancient trees is planted where the iron lock is connected. Such an arrangement will be very shocking. Guo Lin nodded and also ordered, 4 ancient trees will be shipped here soon. Please arrange for people to transplant those 4 ancient trees first. Okay, Taoist. Ma Tao nodded and immediately began to mobilize manpower. Now the construction workers of several projects in Qingfeng are now under his management. After Guo Lin finished giving instructions, he walked towards the original water pool to the west of Qingfeng Temple. There is a spiritual spring tank placed under this pool, which is specially used for the flower garden. Of course he came to get water. The biggest fear when transplanting ancient trees is that the trees will not survive. If there is spiritual spring water to irrigate, it will be completely different. The 4 ancient trees require a lot of spiritual spring water. Before the road is fully opened, you need to jump over manually, which is too troublesome. Therefore, he decided to put the spiritual spring water directly into the magic bag and then water it directly. One advantage of the magic bag is that the space can be isolated through thoughts, that is, all kinds of things can enter without affecting each other, or even become completely stationary. The things he put in before were already in a corner of the space of the magic bag, and the remaining space could collect a lot of water. When you get to the water pool, you can see the spiritual spring water constantly overflowing from the spiritual spring tank, and then gathering in the water pool. Due to special reconstruction, the previous water canal has been rerouted, and now the water in this pool is basically spiritual spring water. Guo Lin put his hand into the pool and saw that the water around his palm began to fluctuate, as if it was being pulled by something. But in his mind perception, he could see more and more spiritual spring water appearing in the magic bag. With traffic police clearing the way and the county arranging street cleaning, the 4 ancient trees were quickly transported into Yushan County. Even if they did not enter the county, they were seen by many people. Especially when the 4 ancient trees were transported to Qingfeng Mountain, almost all the tourists and vendors at the foot of the mountain saw it, and they were all incredible. What is that? They all seem to be big trees. Such a big tree, are they all ancient trees? Many people were attracted and even couldn't help but run to where the heavy truck stopped. As they got closer, everyone could clearly see 4 huge ancient trees. Some knowledgeable people have even recognized these 4 ancient trees. This is Yingluo cypress. Oh my god, how can there be such a big Yingluo cypress? These are maples, hollies, and one is a plum tree. It is difficult for these trees to grow into old trees. Now they have grown into such big trees. It is incredible. I understand, the cypress, maple, holly, plum blossom, plus the ancient ginkgo, elm, and huanshan pine on the Qingfeng temple, these are the 7 virtuous plants. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is going to be collected." All 7 sage plants have been collected, and the 7 sage ancient trees have actually been gathered together. As the man spoke, he frantically took pictures with his cell phone. At this time, those who came closer felt even more shocked. In front of this ancient tree, everyone will feel small. Moreover, these 4 ancient trees should have been transported to Qingfeng Mountain, right? After all, those who can travel to Qingfeng must know that there are 3 ancient trees in Qingfeng Mountain. It is not surprising that 4 more trees have been brought here. But how to transport such a big ancient tree? You can't plant them under the mountain, or fly trees from high altitude like last time, right? After all, there are always a few rich people with such arrogance. Almost when the people around were thinking this, suddenly dense black shadows appeared in the sky, and then there was the sound of propellers. It turned out to be a densely packed transport helicopter. They fell straight towards the location of the ancient tree. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, it was so spectacular. It was really a helicopter again, and this time it was even more exaggerated than the rich man's last time. After all, there was only 1 ancient tree last time, but this time there were 4 ancient trees. The number of transport helicopters has exceeded 4 times, which is simply inhumane. When one person came down to direct the transport convoy, and the helicopters dropped chains one by one, locked the ancient trees, and lifted them into the air for transportation, everyone in Qingfeng Mountain saw it. Whether they were on the mountain trail or at the top of the mountain, all the tourists stopped and looked here in disbelief. In fact, many Yushan people were attracted to the Yushan traffic street cleaning. At this time, looking at the 4 ancient trees rising into the sky, they all started taking photos crazily. This shocking scene may only be seen once in a lifetime. As you can imagine, in the past, the air transportation of one ancient tree attracted attention on the internet, but now 4 ancient trees are transported by air together, which may cause a sensation on the internet. Guo Lin had already stood on the edge of a cliff in King Fengagwen. From his position, he could clearly see the 4 ancient trees transported by air. The ancient tree is getting closer and closer to Qingfeng Mountain, and it is becoming clearer and clearer. It's finally here. Guo Lin couldn't help but be excited. Everything is ready in Qingfeng Mountain, just waiting for these 4 ancient trees of the 7 sages. Once the achievements of the 7 sages are completed, the Qingfeng Mountain area can gather spiritual veins. King Fengagwen can have spiritual energy immediately. Under Guo Lin's gaze, the 4 ancient trees quickly reached the top of Qingfeng Temple, then spread out and flew towards the 2 mountains next to them. On Qingfeng Mountain, all the tourists looked up and stared at this scene, taking pictures of it with their mobile phones. Seeing this scene, Guo Lin also left the cliff and walked towards the waiting room to wait for the news. Naturally, he was waiting for system messages. Not long after, Guo Lin got a prompt from the game system. The holly of the 7 sages plant has been detected at the sect station. Detection is in progress. The holly of the 7 sages plant has not been transplanted yet. Guo Lin frowned slightly when he saw this prompt. Obviously, the ancient holly tree found by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce met the system's certification, but it had just been transplanted and had not yet taken root and survived. Generally, trees may not survive transplantation, let alone this kind of ancient tree, which has a well-developed root system and many of the roots are cut off during transplantation. Even if the Fujian Chamber of Commerce makes adequate preparations for this transplant, there is a risk that the tree will not survive. Not long after, another prompt appeared one after another. The 7 sage plants, Yingluo cypress, has been detected at the sect station. Detection is in progress. The 7 sages plant, Yingluo cypress, has not been transplanted yet. The 7 sage plant, bird plum, has been detected at the sect station. Detection is in progress. The 7 sage plant, bird plum, has not been transplanted yet. The maple tree of the 7 sages plant has been detected at the sect station, and it is under detection. The maple tree of the 7 sages plant has not been transplanted yet. After the 4 ancient trees were transplanted, the game system prompts also sounded one after another. It can be seen that the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is very reliable, and the 4 ancient trees found all meet the system's certification requirements. The next key is to see if these 4 strains can survive transplantation. Guo Lin was not worried about this. With the spiritual spring water, there was no way anything could go wrong with the 4 ancient trees. He also walked out of the Taoist temple and saw Ma Tao coming to report, "Taoist master, the 4 ancient trees have been transplanted. Shall we go over and take a look now?" He had just been on the phone with the commander of the transplant tree. The other party was a transport helicopter in the air. He arranged for human markers to mark 4 seats to cooperate with the other party. Therefore, as soon as the transplantation of the 4 ancient trees was completed, he immediately knew that Guo Lin would come at the same time. "Let's go and have a look." Guo Lin nodded and led Ma Tao down the Qingfeng Mountain Trail from the other side. The trail was opened by Ma Tao and his people, and it leads directly to another mountain peak, where one of the ancient trees is planted. Later, this trail will be opened up for tourists to walk and admire the ancient trees on another mountain peak. The ancient trees between the other 2 peaks alone can allow tourists to walk for a long time, and it is even certain that many people will not be able to complete such a long distance. However, there is no doubt that this will definitely become a challenge and a hot trend on the internet. After all, these are ancient trees. Especially after the theory of the 7 sages tree is widely publicized, many people will want to challenge the 7 sages ancient tree to check in. After all, if it weren't for the special situation of Qingfeng Temple now, it is almost certain that 99% of people would not be able to see all of this ancient tree in their lifetime. The remaining 1% also depends on whether you have time and whether you want to spend that price. Therefore, it is very meaningful to check out the 7 wise plants. Guo Lin and Ma Tao quickly arrived at the first ancient maple tree. They had to admit that this maple tree was very shocking. He had learned about and painted maple trees before when he was studying. It was planted in the school and was a few years old. But compared with the old tree in front of him, it was his grandson. The key is that at this time, the leaves of this maple tree are actually a little red. The dense leaves and spectacular branches seem to create a world of red leaves, which is breathtaking. At this time, there are already some workers here waiting for next instructions. These workers are all workers of several projects in King Fengagwen. They have been working in King Fengagwen for some time and have some understanding of some things in King Fengagwen. Therefore, when they saw Guo Lin coming, they also saluted very respectfully. "I have met Taoist Guo." They don't care about the comments about Qingfeng Guan on the internet, or how they can decipher it when they come to science. At least when they come to science, they can't explain the spiritual spring vat, so they talk about the psychological effects. But they had personal experience, so they naturally didn't believe it at first. But when they saw a worker who was very active and recovered quickly after drinking Lingquan water, they began to believe something. Then the fireflies appeared overnight, and the special smoke shocked them even more. The most important things are naturally the building materials and the buildings they built themselves. The buildings have become larger inexplicably. And those 3 towers, they built them themselves. Who knows their condition? The current changes can be seen by a blind eye, and it seems to have nothing to do with what they built. Now they all feel the effects of drinking the spiritual spring water. Therefore, Qingfeng Guan really has mysterious power, which is completely different from what science says on the internet. In their opinion, there is nothing wrong with entering into science. It is simply entering into unscientific and bullshit stuff. They also published their own comments on the internet, telling the true situation of King Fengguan, but their comments were quickly drowned out, and some people called them trolls, slanderers, fools, idiots, cheaters, ignorant, superstitious. This makes them numb. They finally understood that truth is only in the hands of a few people, and the Taoist master Guo in front of them is the master of this kind of Taoist temple with mysterious power. How can they not respect him? I'm afraid some of Yushan's legends about Daozang Guo are also true. Guo Lin's current ability can naturally see the sincerity of these people. These people were obviously believers in Taoist temples, so they also returned the Taoist ritual. Ma Tao said at this time, Taoist master, the mountain road has just been developed before, and the water diversion project has not been completed in time. Now we can only bring water from the spiritual spring for irrigation. After he joined the Taoist temple and was arranged by the Taoist priest about the work hall, Taoist priest Xianyang also told him about the effects of the spiritual spring water. Know the effect of the spiritual spring water on plants. Whether several ancient trees can be successfully transplanted depends on this spiritual spring water. That would be too troublesome. Guo Lin smiled. He had been prepared for this matter before. Therefore, without hiding it, he waved his hand and took out the spiritual spring water from the magic bag. But Ma Tao and the workers saw a scene that was extremely shocking. They saw Dao Kang Guo wave his hand, and then they saw water appearing out of thin air and watering the maple tree. Moreover, the water was abundant, and soon they saw water all around the maple tree. What did they see? Daozang Guo is definitely an immortal who is hiding in the world and has achieved great success in cultivation. Otherwise, how could he summon water out of thin air with just a wave of his hand? For a moment, Ma Tao and the workers were all stunned. That's right, just stayed. When they saw such a mysterious thing, apart from being shocked, they were just dumbfounded. Their minds were shut down and they had no idea what to do. They didn't react until Guo Lin had left. Ma Tao hurriedly followed. After that, Guo Lin used the same method to water the other 3 ancient trees. Now I just don't know how long it will take for these 4 ancient trees to take root and survive. After all, it took many days for the ancient ginkgo to start to recover. After watering all 4 ancient trees with spiritual spring water, Guo Lin returned to the Taoist temple and saw someone. It was Zheng Nan from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce transported the tree over, so naturally someone wanted to come over. When Zheng Nan saw Guo Lin, he immediately came forward respectfully. Master Guo, these 4 ancient trees have been transplanted. I wonder if they can meet your requirements? If not, our Chamber of Commerce will find a way to make up for it as soon as possible. Guo Lin smiled and said, the 4 ancient trees have met the requirements, so why bother your Chamber of Commerce? That's good. Zheng Nan also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the laws and regulations for this kind of ancient trees are very strict, but everything can always be flexible. Their Chamber of Commerce also used its energy to get these 4 ancient trees. Where the tree was obtained, the local government issued relevant information, explaining development regulations, and many other reasons. The tree affected the project that benefited the people. They are now focused on benefiting the people. A tree cannot compare with the people. The project is real, and it is indeed a project that benefits the people, can make the people applaud, and is the kind that has local reputation and political achievements. The project was naturally invested by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. For the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, these projects are naturally a loss-making business, and no one in their right mind would do it, but for the sake of the ancient tree, they can only act like a lunatic. Now that Dao Kang Guo said that these 4 ancient trees were okay, he was relieved. Of course, he didn't ask what Dao Kang Guo had promised, which was the waste discharged by the plaster country. Since Dao Kang Guo said that he was not strong enough and would take action when he was strong enough, they didn't have to worry. After all, such experts don't need to trick them. Even if it doesn't happen, their Chamber of Commerce will do their best if they have the Qingfeng Guandao card. Zheng Nan later returned to Fujian City with the good news. Night falls. What surprised Guo Lin was that just after finishing his dinner and absorbing the spiritual energy from the refined rice, the game prompt sounded again. Congratulations, the test found that the maple tree of the 7 sages plant has taken root and survived. The 7 sages achievement has increased, and the current 7 sages achievement, 4 sevenths. Immediately afterwards, the system prompts of the other 3 ancient trees also sounded, and all 4 ancient trees survived. This time the speed is obviously faster than the previous ancient ginkgo. But after thinking about it, he understood that the ancient ginkgo trees were almost dead before, so it would take longer to save them. But now these 4 ancient trees were different. They were just transplanted. Under the influence of the spiritual spring water, they could easily be restored, can take root and survive. Just as Guolin was thinking about it, the game system prompted again. Congratulations, you have completed the 7 Sage Plant achievement and will be rewarded with a special wood energy condensation auxiliary bonus, which will speed up the wood energy condensation. Special effects, refreshing clouds and mist. The beautiful mountain of Zhongling is shrouded in clouds and mist, spectacular and beautiful, and you feel refreshed when you are in it. Obviously, there are rewards after achieving the 7 sage plants. But this reward made him a little strange. It turned out to be an auxiliary bonus from the concentration of wood energy. There was wood energy in Qingfeng Mountain before, so there was that abnormal mist. It was all because the immortal incarnation could cause the special wood energy to appear. Now this wood energy condensation auxiliary bonus is equivalent to a buff that can speed up the condensation of wood energy. Moreover, there is a special effect, refreshing clouds and mist. It can also be seen from the remark information in the brackets that after this buff appears, the mist will be more spectacular, and there will be an additional attribute that can make you feel refreshed when you are in it. I believe that this will bring huge changes to Qingfeng Mountain. The next moment, the game system appeared again. Congratulations, you have completed the achievement of 7 sage plants. The area of the sex station has reached the requirements, and you can carry out level 1 spiritual vein condensation. Do you want to carry out level 1 spiritual vein condensation? Guo Lin's eyes lit up when he saw this prompt. This is what he was waiting for. He decisively chose yes. At that moment, the game prompt sounded again. Congratulations, the level 1 spiritual veins of the sex station are being condensed. Almost at that moment, Guo Lin felt a special impact, as if something in the entire Qingfeng Mountain was beating slightly. This feeling is very strange, others seem not to notice it, only he can notice it. But at the same time, other people in Qingfeng Mountain were not feeling nothing. Almost at that moment, everyone felt that the whole mountain was inexplicably windy. Not many people knew about the changes in Qingfeng Mountain, but that night, the internet was very lively. Especially regarding the 2 news items, countless people have been discussing them. One piece of news is an Indian Times reported that extreme weather occurred in the eastern city of Rio Sabin, with a total of 61,000 lightning strikes in 2 hours. This news immediately shocked everyone's jaws. They couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. There was a lot of heated discussion. How did you come to the conclusion that there were 61,000 lightning strikes? Did someone stand by and count them? What evil has been done? 2 hours equals 120 minutes. I want to know the reason. Is there any explanation from science? Either there are experts who can overcome the tribulation, or there are too many scumbag men and scumbag women who swear by it. Which fellow Taoist has passed through the tribulation? I met him in Xiaolio Field. Obviously, this news, which foreign media reported whether it was true or false, suddenly became a hot topic on the internet. Naturally, another news is even more popular than this news, and that is the news about the addition of 4 ancient trees in Qingfeng Temple. The scene of those 4 ancient trees being transported up the mountain through the sky really shocked many people. But this news went viral because of a blogger's video. You have no idea what these ancient trees in Qingfengagwan represent. I have to say that the ancient trees in Qingfeng Temple have become the focus of attention for everyone, but you don't know that those 4 trees, plus the ginkgo, elm, and huanshan pine that originally existed in Qingfeng Mountain, are known as the 7 sages of Taoism. There is a rumor in the Taoist sect that it is only a great virtue to be able to gather the 7 ancient sage trees, because if you gather the 7 sage ancient plants and have an expert cast a spell, you will be able to use the aura of the 7 sage ancient trees to create magical anomalies. If you echo the great virtue, those who meet you in person will be blessed and blessed. And Qingfeng Temple has now collected the 7 ancient trees. More importantly, my investigation found that the person who helped Qingfeng Temple collect the 7 ancient plants was the famous Fujian Chamber of Commerce. This is enough to prove a lot of things. Now that Qingfeng Temple has gathered the 7 ancient trees, there will definitely be some changes on Qingfeng Mountain. Even if I come out to refute it through science, I will stick to my own ideas. This blogger's video instantly became a sensation on the internet. At first, everyone was just curious about the ancient tree and didn't really know about the theory of the 7 wise plants. Now that I see it, this ancient tree is obviously even more surprising. Moreover, everyone accurately grasped 2 points. 1. The 7 sage plants are gathered together. If there is really an expert in Qingfeng Temple, what changes will definitely happen to Qingfeng Mountain? 2. Seeing those 7 virtuous plants will bring good fortune and luck. This seems a bit mysterious and a bit nonsense, but what Qingfeng is looking at is indeed the 7 sage plants. Many people were surprised and it entered science one after another. The internet this night is destined to be lively, because after more and more people get into science, there is actually a real response to getting into science. Believe in science. Enter science. These 4 short words expressed the attitude towards entering the science column. This undoubtedly stimulated the excitement, and countless people began to wait for the next day to see if Qingfeng Mountain would change as promised. In Qingfeng Temple, Guo Lin looked at the light screen in his mind again. The condensation of the first-level spiritual veins was still not completed, and it obviously still needed a lot of time. Therefore, in the night, he could only take out his mobile phone and continue playing leisure Shushan. Maybe he would gain something. Not long after, Xie Qingyang hurried to the office to report, "Brother, something big happened online." Guo Lin put away his phone and opened the waiting room in confusion. "Qianyang, what happened?" Xie Qingyang immediately replied, "Brother, it's about the 4 ancient trees. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce's move of the trees was such a sensation. Now there's been a commotion on the internet, and many people are discussing it. It is said on the internet that when the 7 ancient trees of Taoism are gathered together, special situations will inevitably occur. Now many people are paying attention to this matter." Guo Lin took out his mobile phone and checked it, and sure enough he found that the short video platform was already all about the 7 sage plants. Moreover, everyone is curious whether something magical will really happen if Qingfeng Temple gathers all the 7 sage plants. Regardless of whether the person who first talked about the 7 ancient trees was trying to gain popularity, the other person was really right. When the 7 sage plants achievement is achieved, it is not only a buff that accelerates the concentration of wood energy, but also a special effect of refreshing clouds and mist. Isn't this a magical thing? While Guo Lin was thinking about it, he saw Xuanyun coming to report again. "Brother, there are many people coming down the mountain at night, and they seem to be planning to camp. They probably want to know if there are really any magical changes in our Qingfeng Mountain." "Don't worry about them." Guo Lin shook his head. What he was most concerned about now was the issue of spiritual veins. Nowadays, there are too many idle people in society. If people want to see it, let them see it. Anyway, the rewards for the achievements of the 7 sage plants cannot be hidden at all. However, Qingfeng Mountain now has the attributes of spring like all seasons and ecological harmony. In addition, the clouds and mist are refreshing. Being in the mountain can make you feel refreshed. It can definitely be called a holy land on earth, right? Coupled with the immortal incarnation and the enveloping energy, it's not a problem to say that this mountain is a bit immortal, right? Time flies. Guo Lin continued to work on leisure Shushan and took on the task of the naked cult. Unfortunately, he still didn't gain anything in one night. On the other hand, in the main plot, the tasks related to the naked cult also made him feel that the Ime sect was a bit hypocritical, especially after Yi Jing appeared in a mission. This woman was particularly hypocritical during the mission. She even injured the game character and deliberately refused to reward her even though she had found out the information. How can a person who cultivates immortality do this? Guo Lin was a little helpless when he received this task. It seems that the planner of this main mission is also determined that Yi Jing hates the party. You must know that in Shushan Swordsman, Yi Jing can be ranked in the top 3 among the most hated characters. The night passed. The next day comes quickly. Early in the morning, the foot of Qingfeng Mountain seemed very lively. A lot of people came to the foot of the mountain last night. Most of them came because of the internet about the Qingfeng Temple 7 sage plants. This is what happened to Chen Yong. He took out his camera equipment early in the morning and started taking pictures of Qingfeng Mountain. But as the light became brighter and brighter, he looked at Qingfeng Mountain in surprise. The whole mountain is already shrouded in clouds and mist, and the clouds and mist today seem to be different from before. The clouds and mist before were like a curtain covering the mountain peaks, but now the clouds and mist are swirling and seeming to be floating in the air. The scene was spectacular and beautiful, giving people a completely different feeling than before. There's really been a change. Chen Yong was surprised. After shooting a video, he hurried towards Qingfeng Mountain. He wanted to see if there were any changes in the mountains. But as soon as he entered the Qingfeng Guanshan gate, he stopped in surprise, with a look of disbelief on his face. Entering the mountain gate, there is an obvious feeling of refreshing. You know, he hasn't brushed his teeth or washed his face. How could he feel so refreshed in this situation? In order to verify himself, he exited Qingfeng Guanshan gate, and the refreshing feeling disappeared immediately. When he entered again, the refreshing feeling appeared again. Is this the magic of the 7 ancient trees? Not only Chen Yong, but also many tourists around him felt it when they entered the Qingfeng Mountain gate. I've never felt this way before in Qingfeng Mountain. Embracing nature and being with nature, this is what it feels like, right? Qingfeng Guanzhong. After people like Huang Bin and Lin Ziyan got up, they also felt this sense of transparency that was different from usual. They know the reason, it is the special effect of the 7 xian plants mentioned on the internet. People on the internet may be dubious about this statement, but they absolutely believe it, otherwise Deus Guo would not have specifically asked people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce to look for 4 ancient trees. After breakfast, the door of King Fengagwen was still closed. Now King Fengagwen has changed its opening time in the morning. After Lin Ziyan and Huang Bin finished their breakfast, they all went to the carving of heaven and earth stone wall and prayed under the leadership of Xie Qingyang and Xianyang. After a while, they all walked towards the stone wall and entered in the illusion of the stone wall. They now have a better place to practice. Naturally, the tourists in Qingfeng Mountain at this time did not pay attention to whether the Taoist temple was open or not. They all studied the changes in Qingfeng Mountain. As the sun rises and the temperature rises, all visitors discover something even more incredible. Because the mist surrounding Qingfeng Mountain has no intention of dissipating, and still reflects the special colorful light, you must know that no matter how deep the clouds and fog are, they will dissipate under the sun. Unless it is a virgin forest with a really high altitude, it will be covered with fog that never disperses all year round. But the current Qingfeng temple does not meet this condition at all. It is obviously close to the county seat and human civilization. Under the sun at noon, the clouds and mist are still there, but under the clouds and mist, it will not affect the sight and the appreciation of the beautiful scenery, as if Qingfeng Mountain has truly become a fairy mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. Naturally, this change has been spread to the internet one after another, making the topic of the 7 sage plants sensational once again on the internet, making it even more lively. These 7 ancient trees are gathered together, and they actually have such a change? It's incredible. Is there really an expert in Qingfeng Mountain? Isn't it said in the legend of the preaching sect that if the 7 sage ancient trees gather together and come in contact with these ancient trees, they will gain good luck and blessings? Does anyone want to go together? All of a sudden, there was a lively discussion on the internet, and then people had got into science one after another. Explain, why? What is the scientific reason why 7 sage plants can cause such changes? I didn't expect that Enter Science would respond again. Please look at this matter rationally. Entering science, the changes in Qingfeng Mountain are caused by the overflow of special elements reaching a certain concentration. They have nothing to do with the so-called 7 sage plants. Entering science explained this sentence and ignored the discussion on the internet, because they are already going to solve another mysterious event. This mysterious incident is also related to Taoism. Therefore, their explanation has been given about Qingfeng Mountain. People on the internet believe it or not. If you are a fool, you will always be superstitious and do not believe in science, and nothing you say will be of any use. This kind of person is not worthy of their scientific education and rescue. Time passes and the day passes again. Qingfeng Mountain suddenly attracted an explosion of tourists. These tourists are attracted by the 7 sages ancient tree. Although Enter Science has issued an explanation, the changes in Qingfeng Guan still make many people believe that it is related to the 7 sages ancient tree. Therefore, many people also believed in the legend that meeting the 7 sages ancient tree would bring good luck and blessings, and they came to Qingfeng Mountain one after another. It can be seen that in the 3 mountains within the Qingfeng area, even though the mountain roads have not been fully developed and are only dirt roads, there are already many tourists traveling through them. Obviously, as Guolin guessed, these people were checking in at the 7 sages ancient tree. But in Qingfeng Temple, Guolin stood up from the office with his mobile phone in hand, and looked at the game prompts with surprise on his face. Congratulations, you have completed the gathering of level 1 spiritual veins at the sex station. The spiritual veins of the sex residents are established. Almost at that moment, Guolin clearly felt the ground shaking, which was a sign of the condensation of spiritual veins. Not only him, but the tourists in Qingfeng Mountain also felt that the ground was shaking, and even the stones on the ground were shaking. For a time, the entire Qingfeng Mountain was filled with exclamations. Ah, there's an earthquake. What's going on? Why is there an earthquake? Run quickly, there's an earthquake. It's not just these tourists. At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, a watermelon vendor was facing Qingfeng Mountain. He was cutting a watermelon fruit plate for a customer. When he looked up, he saw that Qingfeng Mountain and the 2 mountains next to it seemed to be trembling. The clouds and mist covering the mountain spread outward for a moment, and then suddenly shrank back, as if the heart was beating. The vendor rubbed his eyes in shock, only to find that everything was back to normal. In Qingfeng Temple, in the waiting room, Guolin immediately looked at the information about the sex location, and sure enough, there was an extra piece of spiritual pulse information. Level 1 spirit vein, it can provide a small amount of thin spiritual energy, which is difficult to practice under normal circumstances. It requires the help of the spirit gathering array to gather the spiritual energy to achieve the effect of normal practice. Upgrade requirements. 1. The secret realm of Qinkan has reached level 3. 2. Heaven and man are one. Tao is the same as trees. Gather all the plants of the 10 directions, and the current progress of the plants of the 10 directions, 1/10. Obviously, in the absence of spiritual energy in reality, even if Qingfeng Mountain condenses spiritual veins, there is no way to become full of spiritual energy all at once. The first level spiritual veins can only provide a small amount of spiritual energy, and they need to assist the spirit gathering array. Fortunately, his 3 spirit gathering towers have been completed. But obviously, the spiritual vein can also be upgraded to level 2, but there are 2 requirements. Needless to say, the Kinkan Secret Realm, the area of the sex station has increased a lot because of the Kinkan Secret Realm. If this Kinkan Secret Realm continues to be upgraded, the small Qingfeng Mountain will have to allow people to go beyond the distance of the Himalayas. Of course, none of this can be seen from the outside. However, Guolin was surprised by the plants and the 10 Directions fate. In Taoism, the fate of the 10 Directions is somewhat similar to the 7 sages. These 10 plants are either wooden materials used by Taoists to make initiations, or wood medicinal materials that can be used as medicine. In the remarks, it is shown that there is already one of the 10 Directions fate plants, and it should be the ancient ginkgo. Yes, the ginkgo tree is not only one of the 7 sages, but also a plant associated with the 10 Directions. As for the other 9 types, they are: 1. The 6-path wood known as the dragon-subduing wood. 2. The jujube tree of the Rhamnaceae family can be used to make various Taoist ritual instruments. 3. Peach trees of the Rosaceae family. 4. It can be used as Taoist door hangings, and the tree sap can be used to dye cloth and make rubbings for Taoist priests' robes. 5. Coral tongue tree. Taoist priests are accustomed to carrying this plant fruit when traveling. It can be used for self-defense and medicinal purposes. 6. Medicinal papaya from the Rosaceae family. 7. Sumo wood that can grow trigram-shaped fruits. 8. The hexagonal glowing wood known as dragon bone wind. 9. Golden fruit wood. Guolin also knew very well that since the system required plants from the 10 Directions, these plants must not be ordinary plants, and they would probably have to be aged. But what he doesn't understand is why does the game system require collecting all plants to condense and upgrade spiritual veins? But then Guolin had no intention of thinking about this anymore, because the game system prompted again. The Spirit Gathering Tower detects the spiritual energy, the Spirit Gathering Array is activated, and the spiritual energy begins to gather. The gathering range is within the range of 3 people of the Spirit Gathering Tower. When Guolin saw this prompt, he felt something moving outside, so he immediately walked out of the Taoist temple and looked in the direction of the 3 Spirit Gathering Towers. The 3 Spirit Gathering Towers were indeed different. The towers began to emit a spiritual light that ordinary people could not see. This spiritual light is emitted precisely because the Spirit Gathering Tower activates and gathers spiritual energy. The Soul Gathering Tower is officially in effect. The era of King Fengagwan Reiki has arrived. Finally, we can build the foundation. Guolin immediately walked towards the closet. It is not difficult to see from the prompt information of the game system that after the Spirit Gathering Tower is activated, the Spirit Gathering Array will take effect, but the range where the spiritual energy will appear is only within the range of the 3 Spirit Gathering Towers and the 3 Talents formation. The 3 Soul Gathering Towers are arranged in a 3 CAI formation, that is to say, the 3 Soul Gathering Towers form a triangular area. Only within this area can spiritual energy come out. Even beyond the area outside this triangle, it is impossible for the spiritual energy to spread out, because it is all absorbed and sealed inside by the formation. Within the scope of the Spirit Gathering Array, the place with the strongest spiritual energy is not the 3 Spirit Gathering Towers, but the central area. This is also the wonderful thing about the Spirit Gathering Array. In this triangular area, Qingfeng Temple is in the center. Therefore, if you want to practice in the future, there is no better place than Qingfeng Temple. Guolin returned to his office, sat down cross-legged, and began to run the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to feel the aura in the air. In the past, I couldn't sense any spiritual energy in the air. This time it was different. As soon as he sensed it, he discovered that there was spiritual energy in the air. In his induction, there were dense dots of starlight. As he practiced the rotation technique, the dots of starlight quickly poured into his body. Guolin also immediately felt the spiritual energy appearing in his body, and quickly mobilized it to rush into his danshin. Moreover, this process was continuous. This is not comparable to eating some Reiki refined rice and absorbing a little bit of its energy. Guolin was overjoyed and hurriedly ran the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing, mobilizing the energy in the body to flow to the spiritual veins, flowing along the spiritual veins, and tried to start building the foundation. At this time, Qingfeng Guanzhong, people like Xia Qingyang, Xuanyun, Lin Ziyan, and Huang Bin also cultivated from the illusion of the stone wall. When they returned to the stone wall illusion, they felt something was different. "Hey, it feels so comfortable," King Guan said in surprise. "Isn't it like this morning?" Huang Bin asked doubtfully, "Is this because of the 7 sages tree?" King Guan shook her head and said, "It's different. Now I feel like my skin is breathing comfortably, as if there is some energy in the air. It seems to be true." Lin Ziyan also felt it. "I don't know how to describe this feeling. It's not simply refreshing, nor is it the comfort of a quiet room baptism. It's so comfortable that it feels like every pore in your body is fighting to breathe. You can even have an inexplicable feeling that living in such a comfortable environment can easily lead to a long life. Obviously, this is another benefit of the emergence of spiritual energy. Moreover, as soon as this spiritual energy appeared, everyone in Qingfeng Temple felt it. Just like a person entering a forest from a desert, the change can be felt immediately. Xie Qingyang and Xianyang naturally felt it too, and since both of them had cultivated energy, they felt it more clearly. The two looked at each other in disbelief and walked towards the backyard together. There was indeed a kind of energy in the air. They went to the backyard and tried to practice Qingfeng Fist to see if they could absorb the spiritual energy in the air. But after using the Qingfeng Fist several times in succession, they were disappointed and could not absorb the energy of the blessing rice. In the closet. 1 day and 1 night passed. The next day, Guo Lin opened his eyes suddenly and sighed. The attempt to build a foundation failed, but his face also showed joy again. Before there was no spiritual energy, it was impossible to build a foundation. But now that there is spiritual energy, it is different. Building a foundation is only a matter of time. After all, it was just his first time building a foundation, so there was no way he could succeed in it all at once. Not only is it a matter of proficiency, but the last step to escape from the world must also be taken slowly, and it must not be stopped. Therefore, it is necessary to retreat for some time. Guo Lin thought about it, and stood up and walked out of the closet. The surroundings were filled with spiritual energy, and it was true that people became more comfortable in it. When he arrived at the main hall, he found Xuanyun. "Senior brother, what are your orders?" Xuanyun approached and asked respectfully. Guo Lin walked to the statue of Sanking in the main hall, opened the drawer under the statue, and took out a bag from it. That bag is exactly the seeds of the spiritual energy polished rice obtained before, but they need to be planted in an environment with spiritual energy to germinate. Previously, I made up a story to tell Xie Qingyang and the others that the spiritual energy rice needed to be prayed for before it could be planted. Now that it has spiritual energy, it can be planted and cultivated naturally. Guo Lin also handed the seeds of the spiritual energy polished rice to Xuanyun and said, "Xuanyun, these are the seeds of the blessing rice. You can take them to the medicine field and plant them. When they mature, you can directly harvest the blessing rice without praying." The medicine field is connected to the secret space of the special forest garden, and the medicine field is within the triangle area of the spirit gathering array. Therefore, spiritual energy will appear here, and if people can enter the special forest garden, so can spiritual energy. In this case, the special forest garden will become an area where spiritual energy refined rice can be seeded. The key is that when the spiritual rice is planted, you can still enjoy the effect of a special forest garden, with faster growth and better fruit quality. After Xianyun took the bag of seeds, his face was full of surprise. "Can you still get blessing rice directly like this? It's so surprising." Guo Lin smiled and made up, "This is also the result of our Qingfeng temple's research from generation to generation. Therefore, it is not appropriate to call them blessing rice. Since it contains spiritual energy, let's call it spiritual energy refined rice." Spiritual energy rice. Xianyun was stunned. It would be better to just call it Lingmai, but even if his senior brother chose such a name, he wouldn't say much. After that, he said again, "Senior brother, don't worry, I will plant the spiritual energy rice right away." Guo Lin then ordered, "By the way, I have to practice in seclusion during these days. If there are any issues at Qingfeng Temple, you and Xianyang can handle it, and don't let anyone disturb me in the waiting room." "Ah, okay, senior brother." Xianyun looked at his senior brother with surprise. The word retreat is not uncommon in Taoist legends, but now, there is no such thing as retreat at all. After all, there are no real ascetics anymore. Moreover, true retreat requires fasting, which requires cleansing oneself and being pure and free of dirt. Let the Taoist celestial master try it? Let them starve for 1 day and then leave the quarantine. Before, a Taoist temple leader said that he would be in retreat for 30 days, and reporters went to interview him. On the 3rd day of the Anidia retreat, there was a complete sensation. Not eating or drinking for 3 days and 3 nights. Is this a truly enlightened person? The final result was that there was a secret passage in the retreat where food could be delivered, but the key was broken. Anyway, it was too lax. Therefore, now that the Taoist temple has been demolished, the Taoist association is too lazy to care about it. It has become famous and no one believes in it. Even the interned Taoist disciples are not willing to go. Now that the senior brother suddenly said that he wanted to retreat, it was obvious that he was about to achieve a breakthrough in strength and that he was going to truly retreat. Guo Lin didn't say much to Xianyun, and couldn't wait to walk towards the reception room. But when he arrived at the main hall, he looked at the tourists praying in surprise. "Congratulations on increasing your willingness by 1 point. Congratulations to you for adding 1 point of willingness." Several tourists actually increased their willingness by 1 point, and they are all devout believers. Although their piety level is only 1 point, the quality of these tourists is very high. Just when Guo Lin was surprised, several more tourists walked in, discussing excitedly. "This Qingfeng temple is so magical. I felt refreshed along the way." Yes, at this time, the whole mountain is still shrouded in fog. This cannot be explained clearly by science. Have you not noticed that when you come into Qingfeng temple, all the cells in your body seem to be breathing? Yes, this is the first time in my life that I have encountered this situation. I feel like I am breathing fairy energy. Tell me, will you? Several tourists looked at each other, obviously understanding this. This Qingfeng concept is definitely not simple. How many people have been misled by science? Several tourists also immediately received incense and went to the main hall to pray. At the same time, Guo Lin also looked at these tourists in surprise. Because as these tourists prayed, he also found that his wish strength had increased again. Although it was still 1 point, it also made him realize something. Is this the effect of tourists being affected by various attributes along the way? It's really possible. Doesn't that mean that future tourists who come to Qingfeng Temple will almost always provide 1 point of willing power? This is really an unexpected surprise. Guo Lin observed 2 more groups of tourists, and after discovering that this was indeed the case, he went to the reception room, closed the doors and windows, and began to retreat. He has been waiting for a long time to practice foundation building. Immortal cultivators will not stay in retreat for a short period of time. In the Shushan world, some may even stay in retreat for several years, and some may stay in retreat for decades. Therefore, retreats often focus on fasting. For ordinary people, it is impossible to go without food. If you don't eat for 1 day, you will feel hungry, and if you don't eat for 3 days, it will be a joke. But for people like Guo Lin who have succeeded in breaking the pulse, it is not a problem at all. As long as there is enough spiritual energy to absorb, part of the spiritual energy will be integrated into the limbs and bones while practicing, providing various elements needed for survival. After a while, Guo Lin sat down cross-legged and started to activate the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens mysterious scripture again, trying to break through the foundation building again. Unfortunately, 1 day later, Guo Lin failed to build the foundation again. Sure enough, every breakthrough is not that simple. Naturally, other people in the Taoist temple also knew the news about Guo Lin's retreat. Everyone was curious and checked in Guo Lin's office from time to time. Especially after 1 day, they all began to be surprised. The 2nd day, the 3rd day. As time passed, everyone was completely unbelievable. Could Dao Kangguo really go without eating or drinking for so many days? The legendary Bigu is nothing more than this. 10 days passed like this, and people like Xianyang and Xuanyun were so worried that they went into the closet to check the situation. Is Taoist master supposed to be okay? How could something happen to senior brother? On the 10th day, Guo Lin suddenly opened his eyes in the dressing room, and there was clearly a flash of light in his eyes. That is the aura that has not yet converged. If someone who has succeeded in breaking the pulse looks at Guo Lin at this time, he can even see the energy aura around him that has not been completely restrained. Almost at that moment, the energy aura around him was completely absorbed into his body. At the same time, the energy in his body also began to undergo a qualitative change. This is a kind of transformation, where energy quickly condenses, then undergoes a qualitative change, and finally transforms into true energy. This is an increase in energy level, which means that with the same energy, the same moves will be much more powerful. However, it may take some time for the Danshan's ability to be fully transformed into qi. But when the energy in Guo Lin's body was completely converted into qi, his brows also frowned. Because the energy in his Danshan has been completely converted into qi, but it has not yet broken through to the level of foundation building. It seems that there is still something missing. But suddenly, he looked up at the sky in astonishment. What he saw was the ceiling of the dressing room, but his expression was obviously not as simple as seeing the ceiling. He understood what was going on. There was information about this situation recorded in the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing. Almost at the moment Guo Lin raised his head, exclamations rang out one after another in Qingfeng Temple. How is this going? Look at the sky, are these dark clouds? King Fengagwen, Xie Qingyang rarely went out in person to welcome someone into the main hall. Now that he is a member of the Qingfeng Temple, he does not need to come in person to welcome tourists. Outer disciples such as Huang Bin and Lin Ziyan will take care of it. But the person who came today was different, it was Mr. Zhang Qian. After all, the free incense candles in Qingfeng Temple are donated by the other party, who is considered a great meritorious owner of the Taoist temple, so he naturally has to come to pick them up in person. It's not about fairness, or whether there's a difference in treatment. After all, it was all donated by the other party in real money. No matter on any occasion or in any matter, as long as the contribution a person makes is large enough and the value is high enough, the other person will be paid more attention to. What's more, they who practice Taoism are just as particular about the equality of all living beings as their counterparts on the other side. Let alone cultivating immortals, there is no fairness on the road to cultivating Taoism. And, to be honest, equality of all beings is the greatest injustice in many things. I've met Taoist Master Xianyang. Zhang Qian was also very respectful when he saw Xie Qingyang. There is a lot of news about King Fengagwen on the internet, and the biggest topic is naturally caused by science. However, he knows the truth, so naturally he won't believe what people say when they get into science. The magic of the ancient talisman proves everything. The sequelae of his car accident caused to his brain, he now relies on King Fengagwen's soothing charm to fall asleep. What's more, Taoist Xuanyang's ability to kill an international boxing champion with one blow is worthy of respect. Donor Zhang, please come in. Xia Qingyang introduced Zhang Qian into the Taoist temple. After the incense was laid in the main hall, Zhang Qian also hurriedly asked Taoist Master Xianyang, I wonder if Taoist Priest Guo is free. Xia Qingyang smiled and explained, Donor Zhang, I'm very sorry. Senior brother Guo is unable to receive you in person due to some reasons, but don't worry, your calming talisman has been prepared for you. While talking, Xia Qingyang had already taken out a calming charm and handed it to Zhang Qian. This calming charm was naturally drawn by him. There was no need for his senior brother to do small things himself. I'm sorry. Zhang Qian immediately took the calming talisman and felt the effect of the calming talisman. He didn't ask much about Taoist Guo. His main purpose of coming to Qingfeng Temple was to calm the gods. At this moment, both of them heard exclamations coming from outside. What's going on? Why did dark clouds suddenly appear? Huang Bin exclaimed while looking at the sky in the front yard. Xia Qingyang and Zhang Qian walked out of the door in confusion, looking up at the sky with a look of disbelief on their faces. I saw cascading dark clouds gathering over Qingfeng Temple. Moreover, these dark clouds were different from normal dark clouds. They were very low in pressure, as if something was about to happen. The key point is that there are flashes of thunder and lightning swimming in the clouds. Guo Lin also opened the door of the closet at that moment. He knew what was going on. It was recorded in the basic qi refining method of the Nine Heavens mysterious scripture. Immortal cultivators are subject to major and minor calamities, and at each critical stage there will be a calamity that strikes them. After surviving this calamity, their strength will be greatly increased. Otherwise, their foundation will be damaged at best, or they will be wiped out in ashes. Naturally, his little shrimp who broke through the foundation building could not be a big disaster. The immortal cultivator succeeds in breaking through the pulse and building the foundation. This process is an extraordinary process. That is to say, those who successfully build the foundation will become true immortal cultivators. In the Shushan world, this type of people are already regarded as gods by ordinary people. So, when you break through the foundation building, there is a catastrophe. Only by surviving the tribulation can you truly build the foundation. All the energy in his body has obviously been converted into true energy. The reason why he has not broken through the foundation building yet is precisely because he has not overcome this disaster yet. However, in the records of basic qi refining method of Nine Heavens Xian Jing, no immortal cultivator failed to overcome this small tribulation. As long as they are trained in the system, whether they are decent, demonic, or side sects, they can easily block it, but it can be done by casting a spell with a stronger attack power. This also shows that this catastrophe is really nothing. It's a pity that he is not a systematic immortal cultivator at all. He doesn't know any magic. The only thing he knows that is offensive is sword control. In addition, the power of transcending mortal tribulation may not be strong for cultivators, but who knows whether chopping it down will destroy the Taoist temple? In the key reality, there is no spiritual energy at all, and there are no practitioners, so why does the tribulation of transcendence still exist? This is a bit unreasonable, or completely unreasonable. Guolin thought about it, and after pouring a few sips of high-strength wine into his mouth, with a hint of drunkenness, he directly used the drunken immortal moon-watching step and rushed towards the outside of the Taoist temple. When passing by the main hall, Xia Qingyang and Zhang Qian could only see his shadow, as if a gust of wind was passing by. Zhang Qian rubbed his eyes in shock, and asked Xia Qingyang in horror, Taoist Master Xianyang, what was that just now? Xia Qingyang was also surprised and said, that should be senior brother Guo. The speed of senior brother just now, he had already cultivated the energy and was unable to react. It can only be said to be too terrifying. Zhang Qian actually had some guesses in his mind, but after getting the confirmation, he was still very emotional. Dao Kang Guo is so awesome. But then, something even more surprising happened to the two of them. They only saw the dark clouds condensed in the sky, following Guolin out of the Taoist temple, and also moving out of the Taoist temple quickly. Is this Yun following Taoist Guo? Zhang Qian was stunned and opened his mouth. Xia Qinjiang's eyes widened as he thought of something. In Taoist practice, there is a saying about overcoming tribulations, which means that if a Taoist cultivator is strong enough, God will send down tribulations. Only when a practitioner withstands this tribulation can his strength greatly increase, and he can even become an immortal. Seeing the scene in front of me, it was obvious that the senior brother was going to survive a catastrophe. Thinking about it, my senior brother had been in seclusion for more than 10 days before. This is completely possible. At this time, on the mountain road, tourists in front of the Taoist temple also saw the condensed dark clouds. It was noon and the sun was in the sky. It was very magical that the fog did not dissipate under the sun. It was even more magical that dark clouds suddenly condensed in the sunlight. The key thing is that something is wrong with this dark cloud. It is only such a small piece, and the pressure is very low. Especially when they saw the lightning that seemed to be falling from the dark clouds, they found it even more incredible. This is a completely wonderful sight. Before the tourists had finished being surprised, everyone discovered that the dark clouds started to move from inside the Taoist temple to outside the Taoist temple, and then moved from outside the Taoist temple towards the forest. This dark cloud is moving so fast, something is wrong. Yes, why are the dark clouds still like this? Are you stupid? There are thunder and lightning flashing in the dark clouds, and they will definitely strike people. Moreover, this is a Taoist temple, and there may be some scumbag who swears randomly in the Taoist temple and deceives the gods, so here comes a scumbag with thunder. The person who said this was a fat man. What he said was right. Everyone around looked at him, making the fat man feel embarrassed. He said hurriedly, "I'm not talking nonsense, I just swore it because of my wife's sister, and I almost didn't get struck by lightning, and the lightning fell in front of me." Visitor 1. Visitor 2. The fat man's speech made the tourists around him look astonished. The man in front of me is fat, but inside he is full of scum. But the other party said it made sense. Immediately, a woman with a good figure took out her mobile phone to take pictures of the moving dark clouds, and said at the same time, "Look, everyone, there is a scumbag who swore in Qingfeng Temple, angered the Taoist gods, and was chased by the thunder clouds he summoned." People around him reacted, and immediately another man took out his mobile phone to take pictures. It is unheard of that a scumbag cheated on her, went to the temple with a third party to burn incense, provoked the gods, and attracted thunderclouds to chase her. Why didn't the thunder strike down? Not just 2 people, many people were filming. Guo Lin didn't know this. He ran frantically towards the forest and soon reached the depths of another mountain. At this time, he also sensed that the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds were almost finished condensing. Moreover, it is impossible for a lunatic to come here in such a deep forest, right? Guo Lin thought about it, stopped and started thinking about countermeasures. There is no magic to resist this catastrophe, so you can't just let it hit you, right? There was obvious movement in a tuft of grass not far away, and the voices of intimate men and women were heard. The man and woman seemed to have just done something and were panting. Suddenly, they felt that the air pressure around them had become very strong, making them somewhat breathless. The two looked up and saw the dark clouds that were almost pressing down on them, as well as the thunder snakes scurrying above. The feeling of oppression made both of their teeth chatter. "What happened?" the leader exclaimed. He would not dare to stay under the tree, let alone a normal thunderstorm, let alone such a strange scene. He grabbed his clothes and ran out with the woman. "Leader, please slow down," the woman exclaimed, and she stumbled onto a branch and rushed forward, pulling the leader down and rolling down. They bumped into something and fainted. Guo Lin heard some noise, but he had no time to care about it now, because at that moment thunder and lightning fell. Guo Lin didn't dare to hesitate. As soon as he had an idea, he took out something from the magic bag. Medicine stoves, throwing knives, wood, carved stone slabs, were thrown towards the thunder and lightning in the sky in an attempt to block it. But he watched helplessly as the lightning shattered the thing he threw, and then struck him straight down. Gan! Guo Lin cursed when he saw this. In the next moment, his whole person disappeared from the place, and he directly chose to hide in the game. The thunder and lightning instantly hit the place where he was standing. The lightning spread along the ground and left a series of lightning pulse patterns on the ground. The surrounding trees were impacted by the thunder and lightning pulse patterns. It broke into pieces and fell down in an instant, and the broken parts were even more charred black. At the moment when the thunder and lightning fell, all the tourists in Qingfeng Temple and Qingfeng Mountain saw that the impact of the thunder and lightning was very big, as if it carried strong pressure. If they were at a close distance, everyone could feel their hearts beating. Moreover, at that moment, it seemed that even the clouds and mists in Qingfeng Mountain were shaking. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun felt it the most because they cultivated energy. But they just thought they felt wrong. After all, it was just a flash of lightning. Snap! Suddenly the sound of something falling to the ground sounded in the auxiliary hall. The two people hurriedly walked towards the auxiliary hall and saw that the old mountain god statue enshrined in the auxiliary hall had fallen to the ground, with some cracks on it. These two people looked at each other. "Didn't you feel wrong before?" The unusual dark clouds and lightning in Qingfeng Mountain naturally quickly spread to the internet, attracting the attention of countless people, and even became a hot search due to the popularity of the 7 sage ancient trees in Qingfeng Temple. In Fujian City, President Wu was watching the weather news. When he saw the condensed typhoons number 12, 13, and 14, as well as the embryo of typhoon number 15, others felt a little numb. He didn't understand why there were so many typhoons this year. At the same time, he took a deep breath. Fortunately, he asked Dao Kangguo to solve the feng shui problem of the town asterisk building. Otherwise, all the streets in Fujian City must be covered with water now, and there are students swimming directly in front of the university, right? Their losses to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce will definitely be even greater. While thanking Dao Kang Guo in his heart, he continued to scroll through the videos, and soon came across news about unusually dark clouds in Qingfeng Temple. This news is a bit funny. The internet is going crazy. Men are swearing by scumbag women, and women are swearing by scumbag men. However, he is aware of Daozang Guo's ability. I'm afraid it has nothing to do with the scumbag man and the scumbag girl, but is caused by Daozang Guo, right? After all, you can deflect the typhoon and attract dark clouds, thunder and lightning, right? At this time, while there was a commotion on the internet, Guo Lin was hiding in the novice's residence in the game world. At that moment, if he had been a little slow to enter the game, lightning would have struck him. In the world of cultivating immortals in Shushan, there is almost no such thing as thunder strengthening the body. However, in this game world, he seems to have discovered a very useful bug. This is exactly the way to avoid disasters in the Shushan world. Guo Lin stayed in the game world for a while, and when he felt almost done, he quit the game with a thought. In an instant, he appeared in the forest again. Almost at that moment, he suddenly felt a huge change in his body. He quickly sat down cross-legged and ran the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing to check. As for overcoming tribulations, there is no such thing as lightning to temper the body in the Shushan world. Chenmei in Shushan does not dare to do this. Moreover, the thunder tribulations in Shushan are just one of them. Each kind of overcoming tribulations is accompanied by all kinds of evil spirits. The body must die, especially when the wind appears, the bones and flesh dissipate, and the body dissolves itself. Moreover, avoiding disasters and tribulations in the Shushan world is only one of the ways to overcome tribulations. There are also ways to break tribulations with force, to prevent disasters, to overcome tribulations with merit, etc. Except for the way of the devil, there is no such thing as thunder tribulation tempering. As soon as the evil spirits from heaven enter the body, they will either die or be defeated. And of course there is a reason why I write this. Among the woods, Guo Lin sat cross-legged and checked the situation inside his body. At that moment, he felt that there was a special mysterious creation surrounding him. Under this mysterious creation, the true energy in his body increased rapidly, allowing his danshan to expand with the increase in true energy. At the same time, his body was also undergoing some kind of change, as if his cells were beating with joy, then strengthening and sublimating, making his physique stronger and stronger, and his life status began to change. He immediately understood what was going on. This is the creation of heaven and earth, the mystery of the sun and moon that is rewarded after overcoming the tribulation. In the Shushan world, everyone is afraid of overcoming the tribulation. Countless immortal cultivators have died under the catastrophe and even had to be reincarnated. However, while they are afraid, everyone is also looking forward to overcoming the tribulation and actively making various preparations for it. Because after overcoming the tribulation, there will be rewards of the creation of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the sun and the moon. Naturally, after those monks successfully overcame the tribulation, they boasted to the younger generations the mystery of seizing the creation of heaven and earth and invading the sun and moon. In this way, the style is indeed full. At this time, Guo Lin received this kind of reward of the creation of heaven and earth, the mystery of the sun and the moon. When everything came to a standstill, his body also completely changed, and from now on he would live for 50 years between heaven and earth. In other words, if under normal circumstances, he can only live to be 100 years old, he can now live to be 150 years old. In other words, according to the average age of 75 years old, 40 years old is considered middle-aged, so Guo Lin will not be considered middle-aged until he is 80 years old now. This is the sublimation of the state of life. In addition to the improvement in strength, this is the biggest benefit of overcoming the tribulation. If it is 4 or 9 heavenly tribulations, you can even increase your lifespan by 500 years after passing through it. However, that is still too far away for Guo Lin now. The next moment, Guo Lin waved his hand and took out the wooden sword that Xiao Litzi had lost from the magic bag. The reason why he used flying knives before was because of strength issues and there was no way to perfectly control the size and weight of the flying swords. But it was different now. The wooden sword was summoned, and as he waved his palm, he could see the wooden sword dancing around him with incredible agility. With another wave of his hand, the wooden sword flew out, flying quickly in the forest, and even flew so far away that only a small shadow could be seen. But the flying sword is still under his control, and there are legends among Taoists about flying swords killing enemies thousands of miles away. I thought it was a bit exaggerated before, but now I suddenly realize that if you have enough strength, it may not be impossible. Then, he controlled the flying sword again, passing between the branches in the distance, and then accurately chopped down each branch. Following the falling branches, Guo Lin understood why secular warriors in the Shushan world were so afraid of killing people with flying swords. Really, if you can accurately and meticulously control the flying sword to chop off branches from such a long distance, then if you want to chop off a person's head, it will be useless for many people. This is really how one person can kill an army. Even if the opponent has hot weapons in their hands, it will be useless. Because you can't see anyone at all, the flying sword has already flown to kill you. The flying sword was flying in the forest, but it frightened a pair of wild mandarin ducks. Just now, the man and woman were facing dark clouds and lightning and wanted to run away, but unexpectedly they fell down and fainted. They said they were unlucky, but they were really unlucky. But when they woke up, what did they see? There was a shadow flying up and down, and branches fell down wherever it flew. They saw the scene and lay on the ground without daring to move. It took a long time to see something clearly. It was a sword. There was a sword flying around in the woods? Entering science does not mean that King Fengagwan is a bluff, or that the changes on this mountain are due to some element. Why is this sword flying around now? Is there probably a sword immortal in Qingfeng Mountain? Go to hell and get into science. Only if you can believe these shows are their ghosts. They are now afraid of being discovered, so they literally cover their mouths while lying down, and dare not move at all. The wooden sword suddenly flew in the direction of Guo Lin and floated next to him again. Guo Lin looked at the branches that had been eliminated around him, and used the sword control technique again. He saw another branch floating up. The length of the branch was about the same as a wooden sword, but with the addition of branches and leaves, it was definitely not light. But it wasn't over yet. After that, it was the second branch, the third branch, it was the 20th branch before it stopped. At this time, the branches and wooden swords were already a little shaky. It really doesn't work. Guo Lin couldn't help but sigh. As we all know, among the immortal swords, the art of 10,000 swords is an advanced step of the art of sword controlling. 10,000 swords technique can even control 10,000 swords at the same time. Even if there is no physical sword, it can still condense the chi sword. But obviously, Guo Lin can only control 20 branches now with all his strength. Naturally, after successfully building the foundation, all his energy has been converted into true energy, and the true energy has also increased a lot. The ability to control 20 swords is not his limit. It's just that he can only go so far without the method. There is no way to continue unless he learns the real 10,000 swords art. Thinking about it, Guo Lin sighed again, and saw that with a wave of his hand, the branches flew out one after another, piercing into the surrounding trees at an extremely fast speed. Guo Linyu looked around at the traces left by lightning before leaving the forest and returning to Qingfeng Temple. As soon as I came out of the forest, I found that there were many tourists walking towards here, and there were excited discussions. The lightning strike is not far ahead, right? If you go and see it, you will know whether the person who was hacked is a man or a woman. The possibility of being a scumbag is higher. Maybe she's a scumbag. Guo Lin was stunned when he heard these words. It was not difficult to tell from the words that these tourists thought that the thunder tribulation just now was to kill some scumbag man and scumbag woman. How do these tourists' brain circuits grow? Can't you just be normal? He didn't want to meet these tourists, so he left directly from another place. With his current foundation building strength, these people didn't even have a chance to see his shadow. But a moment later, several exclamations came from the forest. There's someone ahead. It seems to be a boy and a girl. Really, that man seems to be someone I know. He is a senior executive of a large company we are clearing. The person next to him is not his wife. A man and a woman alone come to this deep mountain and old forest, hee. It turns out it's a scumbag man plus a scumbag girl, no wonder. It's solid. Then, two exclamations sounded. What are you doing, taking random pictures? Don't shoot. Naturally, Guo Lin didn't know all this. He had already returned to Qingfeng Temple. As soon as he arrived at the temple, Xia Qingyang greeted him. Senior brother, I have something to report to you. What's wrong? Guo Lin asked doubtfully. Xia Qingyang explained. Senior brother, the mountain god statue that was previously kept in the side hall suddenly fell to the ground, and some cracks appeared. This is disrespectful to the gods. We picked up the statue as soon as we found it, but who knew that just after we put the statue away, it suddenly cracked and cracked again. This time, it spread all over the body. I don't know if it was that it fell all at once. When he reported, there was still worry on his face. After all, he knew that there were real gods in Qingfeng Temple, and the mountain god was the most likely to exist. Therefore, he was worried that this would offend the mountain god, so when he saw his senior brother coming back, he reported it as soon as possible. After all, senior brother can give orders to the mountain god. If they are disrespectful, they can ask the senior brother to make peace with the mountain goddess. Guo Lin naturally saw Xia Qingyang's thoughts and said, I'm going to see the mountain statue. Excuse me, senior brother. Xia Qingyang immediately saluted. Guo Lin also walked towards the auxiliary hall and soon saw the mountain statue. As expected, the mountain statue was full of cracks. Hey, this crack is a bit strange. Guo Lin couldn't help being surprised. Generally, if something like a statue falls to the ground, the degree of fragmentation will vary due to the material, but it will never appear in a regular state. Now the broken marks of the statue are regular crack marks, as if it was squeezed out of the middle by something. This kind of mark was caused by the fall. The fall was a bit too much. But fortunately, the mountain temple is about to be built, and then the soul can be transferred, using his newly carved sculpture of the mountain goddess. This shabby sculpture can be dispensed with. Thinking about it, Guo Lin walked to the dressing room. On the altar table in the auxiliary hall, the mountain god sculpture trembled as if it had been affected by something again. Return to the closet. Guo Lin sat down cross-legged again and tried to practice the basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xian Jing to see the status of the foundation building alert. After all, only the Qingfeng temple here has spiritual energy. The true energy in his dantian was instantly mobilized by him, flowing through his spiritual veins and flowing along his limbs, but after a moment, he stood up with a frown. I have spiritual energy, but now it seems that my skills are no longer working. The 9 heavens mysterious basic qi refining method allows people to cultivate energy, but basic qi refining is just basic qi refining, which is only enough to practice before transcending the mortal world. Now that we are in the foundation building stage, this basic qi refining method is no longer enough. It's not that you can't continue to practice, it's just that there is always a feeling of impenetrability during practice, and the spiritual energy absorbed into the body cannot be completely transformed in time. This is like a hole in a pond, but the connected water pipe is only half the size. It can obviously receive a lot of water, but now it can only receive half of the water. It was very uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Guo Lin simply took out his mobile phone and continued to play Cultivation of Immortals in Shushan. If you just want to play games without any skills, you can always produce enough skills, right? Continue to accept the mission of the Naked Cult and continue the Liver mission. Unfortunately, one night passed, and most of the Naked Cult's mission was completed, but there was still no gain. Early the next morning, he took out his mobile phone and read the news. The appearance of the catastrophe yesterday should have caused a sensation and attention, right? After checking the news, this matter indeed caused a sensation and attention, but after reading the news content, he felt a little numb. Yesterday, dark clouds and lightning appeared out of thin air under the bright sun in Qingfeng Mountain, and they moved quickly. Tourists were surprised. Later, the tourists found a man and a woman in the mountain, dressed disheveled. According to the information provided by the tourists, the man was a high-level executive of a large company. The woman is an employee of the company. It is reported that both parties have families and have an abnormal relationship on a daily basis, so they are both in a state of divorce. I would like to advise everyone, in this beautiful place of Taoist temples, there are gods 3 feet above the head. Guo Lin was dumbfounded. His journey through the tribulation has turned him into a scumbag and a scumbag? Isn't it a bit too ridiculous? He read the comments, and it seemed that netizens on the internet preferred this topic. Netizens completely described the story of this scumbag man and scumbag woman in many versions. So, no wonder. Whatever topic is hot, capital will be directed in that direction. As long as it doesn't break the law, who cares what the truth is? Guo Lin put down his phone speechlessly, which was fine. At this moment, the wish reminder sounded in his mind. It was Xie Qingyang and the others who started the morning fragrance, right? Suddenly, he looked at the sex location information in his mind. Requirements for upgrading willingness 16,000, already have 15,999. Is it going to be upgraded? So fast this time? Thinking about it, he didn't find it strange. During the Emperor Zaiwei's Dharma assembly, the increased willpower was not only enough to upgrade, but also made him richer by more than 10,000 points. In other words, the upgrade is only 6,000 less willing. He has been in seclusion for 10 days. During this time, Qingfeng Mountain has been very popular due to the 7 ancient trees. Moreover, he had previously discovered that most of the visitors to Qingfeng Mountain, under the influence of many attributes, could provide 1 point of wish when they came to the main hall to offer incense. In other words, these people will be very pious under the influence of many attributes. Even if they leave Qingfeng Mountain, this piety will soon disappear, but it will not affect their ability to provide wishes. Therefore, it is not surprising to upgrade after these 10 days. Almost as Guo Lin was thinking about it, the game system prompt appeared again. Congratulations on gaining 3 points of willpower. Congratulations, the martial arts station's willingness has met the upgrade requirements, and the martial arts station is being upgraded. Almost at the next moment, pillars of light were seen rising again from all over the Qingfeng temple, and then converging in the sky. However, the momentum this time was not as great as before. The 3 mountains were all covered in it before, but this time it only covered the area of King Fengagwen Taoist Temple. This is not to say that this upgrade is not as good as before, but that this upgrade is only for the main building of King Fengagwen. This scene is still invisible to all tourists, and only Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun can feel it. They also walked directly to the front yard of Qingfeng Temple and looked up into the sky. They knew that something mysterious was going to happen again in Qingfeng Temple. Sorry, the sex station is upgraded and the morning bell and evening drum need to be transformed into magic weapons. The current sex station does not find the morning bell and evening drum that meet the transformation standards. This sudden game prompt really stunned Guo Linear. This is the first time he has encountered this situation. Moreover, it has been a long time since he heard the term morning bells and evening drums. Because I don't know when it started, morning bells and evening drums have become synonymous with a functional facility in Buddhism. He also heard this from an old Taoist priest when he was very young. In fact, the morning bell and evening drum also existed in Taoism, and even the word can be traced back to the spring and autumn period. But later on, more and more Taoist factions and Taoist temples abandoned the morning bell and evening drum. But there are many legends about morning bells and evening drums in Taoism, and some legends are even more Taoist magic weapons. According to legend, the sound of the Taoist morning bell can make people feel uplifted and full of energy. The sound of the evening drum can make people feel calm and relieve the fatigue of the day. Of course, this is just a conventional function. As a magical weapon, the morning bell and evening drum also have mysterious functions. Many of them are mentioned in some ghost stories. In ancient times, there were many wars and there were many lonely graves in the wild, so ghosts were everywhere. But these ghosts did not dare to approach the Taoist temple at all, because when the Taoist temple's dusk drum sounded, the ghosts were forbidden to enter within the range of the drum sound, and they all retreated. Otherwise, once the morning bell rings, their souls will be shocked and dissipated. Therefore, in ancient times, the morning bells and evening drums were also indispensable for Taoism. However, in modern society, the so-called Taoism ritual tools are just like that, with beautiful decorations. Many Taoist temples do not have this thing at all. Instead, Buddhism learned a lot of things in the past, and the morning bell and evening drum are one of them. Under the management of the other party, I now search the morning bells and evening drums online, and the symbols are also related to Buddhism. However, learning is also different from learning. The morning bell and evening drum in a Buddhist temple are struck 18 times hard and 18 times slowly. Take your time and knock 18 more times. The Taoist sect is to rise 3 clears, fall 4 imperial, gather all the gods during this period, Titan 7, slow 8, and level 12. Moreover, the Taoist knocking is rhythmic. If you compare the two phases, you can tell at a glance which one is high-end and which one is imitated. Needless to say, if the game system wants to transform this morning bell and evening drum, it will definitely transform it into a magic weapon. In other words, the morning bells and evening drums will have the effects rumored by Taoists. Think about it, what will happen if someone hears the sound of bells and drums this morning and evening? You will definitely be stunned. Guo Lin did not expect that this kind of magic weapon would be needed to upgrade the sex station this time. But think about it, in the game, after the martial arts station is upgraded, some special building functions can indeed be opened. Now he just changed the order here, and the functions that should be opened have become upgrade requirements, right? However, there is no such thing as morning bells and evening drums in Qingfeng Temple. So, he immediately left the closet and found Ma Tao. Ma Tao is currently in charge of several projects on Qingfeng Mountain. When he came in front of Guo Lin, he was covered in dust. It was obvious that he was very attentive. Taoist. Ma Tao came to Guo Lin and saluted respectfully. Guo Lin nodded and went straight to the point. We at Qingfeng Temple need to build a platform for morning bells and evening drums. You can arrange the manpower here to build this platform first. Ma Tao immediately agreed and asked, Taoist Master, where will the bell and drum platform be built? Follow me. Guo Lin greeted Ma Tao and walked towards the outside of the Taoist temple. Naturally, the positions of bells and drums cannot be placed arbitrarily. Generally, the bell is made of vibrating wood and the force is thunder, and its location is on the east side of the Taoist temple, while the drum is on the opposite side, located on the other side. Coincidentally, these two locations are just on the left and right sides of the cliff in front of the Taoist temple. Guo Lin took Ma Tao and marked these two positions. After Ma Tao memorized these two positions, he immediately asked people to start taking measurements. Guo Lin called Xie Qingyang again and ordered, Xianyang, you go and order a pair of bells and drums first. The size must be according to the regular size of the morning bells and evening drums of the daemon. Okay, senior brother. Xie Qingyang naturally knows the morning bell and evening drum, and the dimensions are fixed. For example, the morning bell is 1.5 meters long and 0.6 meters wide. After Xie Qingyang left, Guo Lin planned to go back to the office. Unexpectedly, Lin Ziyan welcomed a person in. It was Chen Li, the tourism director dressed in women's clothing. The other party was wearing the costume of Miss Lin's female escort that he had obtained before, so he didn't care about people's life and death. However, compared to Qingwan when the other party wears this attribute-laden dress, there is really a huge difference. Mr. Chen, you are such a rare visitor. Guo Lin smiled and gave a welcome greeting. Chen Li immediately said, didn't I ask Daozang Guo for something? Guo Lin asked curiously, I wonder what it is that requires Mr. Chen to go there in person. If I were to be the leading actor for you, there should be nothing I can do about it. Chen Li immediately shook his head and said, I will find Taoist Master Xianyang for the male lead. After hanging up the phone, Xie Qingyang, who was walking out of the room, turned around and walked back inside. Chen Li continued, Daozang Guo, you should know how popular the 7 sage plants in King Fengagwan are these days, right? Not to mention that it is rare for ordinary people to see one of these 7 ancient trees in a lifetime. It is shocking in itself. 7 of them together attracted people. Very many tourists. Especially online, check-ins at the 7 ancient trees are now popular. Whether these tourists are here for fun or for the rumored good fortune, there is definitely a line of tourists attracted, not to mention that there are dark clouds and lightning today. Hot search. Guo Lin asked in surprise, Mr. Chen, you came here to see us today, is it about tourists? Chen Li nodded and said, yes, Taoist Guo, this is a bit hard to say. After all, Qingfeng Temple is a place of monasticism, and you don't want to cause some Philistine things, right? But today I came to ask Taoist Guo about the Qingfeng Mountain tourist area. Can you start selling tickets? Tickets. Guo Lin was stunned. Although he had thought about the merit industry, he really had not thought about charging tickets. After all, he felt that places like Taoist temples should not charge tickets. Believers go up the mountain to offer incense and still have to pay the entrance fee. What does this mean? Gentlemen love money and acquire it in a proper way, let alone those who practice Taoism. The key point is that the admission fee will definitely affect your income. You don't have to think about it. Chen Li nodded and said, because many people have mentioned on the internet recently that Qingfeng Temple is very popular now, but it still has free tickets. The tourism charges in some places should be rectified. So, the Tourism Association called us to put pressure on Yushan, and there are also some Suanmen tourist attractions. Chen Li didn't make it too clear, but Guo Lin understood what it meant. Nowadays, there are no large or small scenic spots in China that do not charge entrance fees, especially those well-known Taoist and Buddhist holy places. Like Wudang Mountain, Shaolin Temple, which one doesn't charge admission? Moreover, the ticket price is not low. The key is that this is a national law and tickets can be sold. It is legal, can also increase business in the tourism sector, and will be supported by the local area. It is true that Qingfeng Mountain has been very popular recently, with many tourists coming. Coupled with the popularity on the internet, it has attracted the attention of the Tourism Association. In other words, someone on the internet said that Qingfeng Mountain is free, and criticizing other people's travel charges has stepped on the pain point of the Tourism Association. That's why we found Yushan. Maybe the Suanmen Tourist Resort is also involved in the promotion. After all, they are all Suanmen. They charge a fee, but you are free. Doesn't it make sense? If so, it's really shocking. When the whole world is black, it is a mistake for you to be white. However, Qingfeng is not one of those Suanmen tourist attractions, nor is it under the control of their tourism association, nor can it control them. Therefore, he said, Mr. Chen, for our Taoist temple, it is very wrong to charge tickets for entering the mountain. Thinking that the quality of tourists varied, he added, however, we need to ask the county to arrange some defense workers to work in Qingfeng Mountain. After all, the quality of some tourists is indeed worrying, and Qingfeng Mountain pays them. I understand, I'll go back and make arrangements. Chen Li nodded and said no more. After all, this matter was originally up to Taoist Guo, and they had no right to interfere. Moreover, whether Qingfeng Temple charges admission fees or not will not have any impact on Yushan. However, he admired Guo Lin's decision very much. After all, no matter which Suanmen tourist destination they were, they did not charge entrance fees. This ticket is also their main income. Nowadays Zhang Guo obviously doesn't care about this kind of income at all, and he only cares about the believers. This is probably the real master, right? Afterwards, Chen Li also said goodbye and left the Taoist temple. Guo Lin went to the office. The sex station was in no hurry to be upgraded, not to mention that the morning bell and evening drum had not been built yet. If this magic weapon is not modified, the sex station cannot be upgraded. Therefore, he continued to play leisure Shushan. Of the 2 new main missions of the Naked Sect and Linjia Bao, he actually prefers the tasks related to the Naked Sect. After all, there are forces from the Shushan world involved. Whether it is the Qi Shen sect itself, Yi Jing's family, or the Yimei sect, they all practice the exercises systematically. On the other hand, looking at the main mission of Linjia Bao, it is basically impossible for either the martial arts people or the monsters in the hidden dragon cave to give him skills. For this plot point, unless you can get the skills from the Lin family fort, however, the main characters in the Lin family fort are Miss Lin and Lin Tianese, so the probability of this is even lower. But he took most of the missions from the naked cult and still didn't get anything. He felt that his luck was so bad that he should do some Linjia Bao missions as a backup. It's like playing a game. If one person fails many times, another person may succeed in one go because someone has stepped in for him. The same is true for doing tasks now. He also looked at the tasks related to Linjia Bao. When talking about Linjia Bao, he had to talk about Lin Tianese. He is the master of the Lin family fort and the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance. He is not only powerful, but also wealthy and has close friends all over the place, including the head of the Shushan sect and the minister of the dynasty. He has his own standards for fame, status, identity, good and evil, right and wrong, and black and white. Moreover, overall, Lin Tianyi's strength is at a relatively high level in Fairy Sword 1, and he can basically be ranked in the top 10. Because Lin Jiabao's secret skill is to enter the Tao through martial arts, the power of his skills is even stronger than that of ordinary immortal cultivators. This is also the reason why Miss Lin can keep up with the genius of Xiao Litsi. Guo Lin just randomly accepted a mission and then automatically hung up to complete it. After all, it is used to pad the knife, so feel free to use it. After accepting the task, Guo Lin continued to sit cross-legged and practice. Although the practice of basic qi refining method of 9 heavens Xianjing is now somewhat behind the level of foundation building, we still need to practice harder when it is time to practice. The next realm of pill formation is countless times more difficult than foundation building. This is why he is eager to have a technique that can satisfy the cultivation level of foundation building. However, with the game system, I believe it is not too difficult to master a skill. Soon, Guo Lin fell into concentration and began to practice. But he hadn't practiced for long before the game system remembered a prompt that shocked him. Congratulations on completing the Lin Jiabao exploration mission. You have been appreciated by the leader of the Southern Woolen Alliance and obtained the Shushan special skill Tianqi Talisman. Guo Lin was stunned when he got this game prompt. Is this a pad knife? Is it because most of the previous naked cult missions failed, but the preparation for Lin Jiabao's mission was successful? But what he wants is to use Lin Jiabao's mission to bolster the naked sex mission. This is the opposite. He seriously doubted whether the game system knew his thoughts and was playing games with him. This is definitely a possibility, and it's not the first time. The key point is, why should Lin Jiabao's mission be given to a Shushan sex kung fu? Moreover, why was he given the Tianqi Talisman technique? Looking at the Tianqi Talisman, Guo Lin was completely helpless. This is really a mistake. What he didn't expect was that Lin Jinyi's mission did not give Lin Jiabao's secret knowledge, but instead gave him the Tianqi Talismans of the Shushan section. This can definitely be regarded as an unexpected surprise. But if you think about it carefully, Lin Jinyi's and Shushan Swordmaster are good friends, and they went through the world together when they were young. In this kind of relationship, it is normal for both parties to confirm what they have learned. After all, Celestial Master's Talisman is not a Shushan core secret skill like Sword God. Moreover, the Shushan sex status in the Immortal Sword and the Imei sex status in the Swordsman are somewhat similar, as they are both spokespersons for the upper world. But from a perspective, the Imei sect is far inferior to the Shushan sect. After all, the Shushan sect was built directly on the heart of Pangu. The well of gods and demons, the entrance to the demon world, was able to suppress it and was itself one of the immortal worlds. The immortal world that the Imei sect's immortal cultivators want to ascend to is one of such immortal worlds. There are 180 mortal realms in the Immortal Sword. The Western Buddhist realm is one, the heaven where the 3 pure ones are located is one, and the Shu mountain is also one. The only difference is that the Shushan sect is a bit like a lackey of the Emperor of Heaven, and does not have a complete system like the Buddhist world and the heavenly court. Therefore, he also has some expectations for this Tianqi Talisman. After all, it is Xiao Litzi's early powerful skill, and it should be enough for him to practice in the foundation building stage. However, that is just a manifestation in the game, and it is definitely not that simple in reality. Thinking about it, he also controlled the game character to go back to the novice's residence, and then an idea entered the game. As expected, there was a dark blue jade slip on the table in the novice's residence. Needless to say, it must be Tianqi Talisman. Guo Lin stepped forward and picked up the jade slip, and immediately saw the remark information of Tianqi Talismans. This is an orthodox Shushan Kung Fu, which prefers the method of runes. It was created by the sword master of Shushan when he met a Taoist from Tianqi Dao during his travels in the world and observed his runes. Therefore, it was named Tianqi Fufa. Although this method lacks the power of the Shushan sword, it is more suitable for people with mediocre qualifications to learn. Guo Lin saw this note and knew the origin of the Tianqi Talisman. It can also be seen from the last sentence of the note that this Tianqi Talisman technique is simpler than the cultivation method of Shushan Sword Immortal. Otherwise, there would be no description more suitable for mediocre people to learn from. Have you obtained the Tianqi Talisman in the jade slip? Yes? No? It's still a multiple choice question only for fools to answer. Of course it is. The next moment, a huge flow of information quickly poured into his mind. It was about the related talismans of Tianqi Talisman. Tianqi Talisman is different from what is shown in the game in terms of skills. This is a systematic method of cultivating talismans. Among them was the main method of cultivating the mind, which just met his problem of insufficient cultivation methods. Naturally, the most important aspect of Celestial Master's Talisman is the Talisman technique, which includes 4 stages of cultivation: Fighting Talisman, Talisman, Curse Talisman, and Spiritual Talisman. Among them, Fighting Talismans and Talismans are the simplest talismans. As can be seen from the name, it is used for combat and defense. When it reaches the spell stage, it becomes a magic spell, which can control winds and summon thunder. Spirit Talisman is the highest level of Tianqi Talisman technique and cannot be learned at the foundation building stage. Moreover, the Tianqi Talisman technique can be used in two ways. One is to use energy to create talismans out of thin air, and then activate the talisman patterns to attack. This form has appeared in many TV movies. It is a battle between two parties. One party can obviously shoot the other party to death with a bow and arrow, but they have to wait for the other party to wave their fingers, draw a talisman out of thin air, condense the talisman pattern, and then shoot the arrow. The opponent's runes were blocked. Afterwards, the audience cheered and praised the opponent for his great runes. This is either acting or nonsense, and those who applaud are all stupid. Who gives you time to draw symbols out of thin air during a battle? This is why after the Sword Master created the Celestial Master's talisman, he specifically warned him not to be arrogant and use this method to fight the enemy before he could create a talisman with just one thought. The next day's method is to make the Tianqi talisman. Just draw the talisman, draw the talent fighting talisman on the talisman first, and then activate the Tianqi talisman to fight during the battle. Thinking about it, Guolin also immediately sorted out the relevant information of Tianqi talismans, especially the information about fighting talismans and talismans. After all, in addition to the main mental method, he can only practice these two talismans. He is not strong enough to practice the other two talismans. After sorting out all the information about the fighting talismans and talismans of the Celestial Master Talisman, Guolin immediately sat down cross-legged and tried to activate the main mental training of the Celestial Master Talisman technique. In an instant, he felt the spiritual energy around him being quickly absorbed into his body, and then refined into his true energy. Soon, he stood up with a beaming face. The training effect of Tianqi Talisman method is indeed much stronger than basic Qi refining method of Nine Heaven Xianjing. After practicing for a while, Guolin got up again and wanted to try to use the fighting talisman. As the Celestial Master's talisman was activated, he raised his two fingers, and a stream of true energy quickly surged to his fingertips. Then, I saw his fingers dancing and started to draw. He saw energy talismans beginning to appear in front of him, drawn out with strokes of strokes. However, without making two strokes, the rune pattern dissipated. After all, he was just practicing the Tianqi talisman technique, so it was impossible to create the talisman in one go. In the following time, Guolin closed his eyes again and practiced the Tianqi talismans wholeheartedly. It took him 3 full days to master the Tianqi talisman fighting talisman. In the closet, Guolin activated the Tianqi talisman again, stretched out his fingers, and outlined the fighting talisman. Runes of condensed energy emerged, and a rune could be drawn almost every second. Finally, a shocking scene appeared, and a fully condensed fighting talisman floated in front of him. The fighting talisman still exudes spiritual light and surges with energy fluctuations, obviously containing very strong energy. It can be seen that the power of this Tianqi talisman fighting talisman is definitely not weak. But he sighed deeply and waved his hand, and the fighting talisman quickly dissipated. Just now, he basically took 1 second to draw a fighting talisman. There were 24 drawings of the entire fighting talisman. In other words, it took him 24 seconds to draw a fighting talisman. Even if he becomes proficient later, it will still take more than 10 seconds, right? Even if it counts for 5 seconds, when it comes time to fight, who will give you 5 seconds to draw the runes? In 5 seconds, if it were him, he would wipe the opponent's neck with a sword handling technique. Especially when you encounter someone with a hot weapon, how can you expect the other person to die from talking too much and give him time to draw runes? That's bullshit. Therefore, before you can form a talisman with your thoughts, there is another way that is safer. First, make the fighting talisman on the talisman, and then activate it to attack when you need to use it. Thinking about it, Guolin had another thought and took out the tool for drawing runes directly from the magic bag. There are no special requirements for making the talisman. Unlike the calming talisman, which requires rootless water, the bad luck talisman requires those bugs. It relies entirely on its own infuriating energy to make the talisman, which can be spent on the urn painting or sealing the ring. Guolin made a move, and a talisman pen appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, he activated the mental method of Tianqi talisman technique, mobilized the true energy on the talisman pen, and began to write on the talisman paper. Start painting. It was not the first time to draw a talisman on it, and it was not too difficult for him. The only difficulty was to master the order of drawing the talisman. Therefore, it didn't take long for Guolin to draw a Tianqi talisman fighting talisman. Then continue to draw the second and third pictures. After drawing 5 pictures, he stopped. Then, he entered the game with another thought, and then saw the remark information of the fighting talisman he had drawn. This is a fighting talisman. After activation, you can cast the Tianqi talisman. Obviously, this talisman is completed by painting. He also read several other pictures and basically succeeded. Now, he wanted to see the power of this Tianqi talisman fighting talisman. Thinking about it, he hurried out of the Taoist temple and went straight to the forest. When he reached a deserted mountain, he took out a fighting talisman pattern. Running the Tianqi talisman, he input the true energy into the fighting talisman's pattern, and saw that the fighting talisman was activated instantly, condensed in front of him, and exuded a smart spiritual light. This is so fast. It's almost just a thought. The key is that he can not only activate one fighting talisman, but with a flick of his palm, the second fighting talisman, and the third fighting talisman, appeared in his hand one after another, and then were activated, and 2 more fighting talismans were condensed. Runes. All of a sudden, 3 Tianqi talisman fighting talismans emitting spiritual light floated in front of him. However, 3 fighting talismans are already the limit. The number of control talismans is also linked to his strength. With his current strength, this is the first time he has used it. As his strength increases in the future and he becomes more and more proficient in the Celestial Master's talisman, the number of Jedi he can control will increase. Thinking about it, Guo Lin waved his hand, and in an instant he saw the 3 fighting talismans flying in 3 directions, targeting 2 big trees and a huge rock in the distance. Moreover, the 3 fighting talismans were extremely fast and hit the target with 3 rumbling sounds in an instant. At that moment, you could clearly see that the 2 trees were shattered and broken directly from the middle, and the location hit by the fighting talisman was simply shattered into slag. The boulder was also shattered into pieces by the bombardment at that moment, and the debris flew out. Guo Lin looked at this scene with a face full of surprise. If this bombardment hit a person, it would be directly divided into pieces, right? This power is very powerful. Even a grenade cannot have such power. After all, the power of a grenade cannot directly cut people into pieces. This is still the simplest fighting talisman. So what kind of power would it have if it were a spell talisman or a spiritual talisman? It can be said that this Celestial Master's talisman technique was beyond his expectation, and it was definitely a real immortality cultivation technique. Compared with this, Qingfeng Fist and Jushin Xian Jing basic qi refining method are nothing at all. Thinking about it, he thought of Xia Qingyang and the others. Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun have been practicing for a while, and they are now practicing Qingfeng Fist. They have been working diligently for such a long time, and now they can teach them the basic qi refining method of 9 Heaven Xian Jing. There are also outer sect apprentices such as Huang Bin and Qingguan, who are also devout believers. Qingguan has a piety level of 8 and Huang Bin has a piety level of 7. He might consider joining the inner sect and teach Qingfeng Fist to them. Some spiritual energy is refined. After all, the spiritual energy rice has been planted now, has a special garden effect, and can be harvested soon. Moreover, the entire beginner's residence is almost filled with the amount of spiritual energy rice harvested from daily tasks. With 1 bag per day, it can be fully supported even if people like Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang enter the inner gate, let alone just 2 of them first. What's more, after practicing the basic qi refining method of 9 Heaven Xian Jing, Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun no longer need to rely on refined spiritual energy to increase their spiritual energy. In the future, people like Lin Ziyan can also consider this. As long as their piety reaches 7, they can be admitted. This was not something he suddenly thought of, and there was a reason for it. After all, the game system prompts to develop the sect's residence. There are countless Taoist facilities and 3 mountains. In the future, each hall will be divided into different halls. People like Lin Ziyan alone are completely insufficient. They will definitely continue to recruit external disciples. It is impossible for him to manage these trivial matters by himself. For the sake of his willpower, he will definitely need someone to take care of all aspects in the future, and people like Lin Ziyan are suitable. Moreover, with a piety level of 7, you can definitely trust him completely. Thinking about it, he turned around and went back to Qingfeng Temple and then found Xia Qingyang. "Senior brother, what are your orders?" Xia Qingyang hurriedly bowed. "Go and call Xuan Yun, and then go to the backyard to find me." Guo Lin also gave the order and walked towards the backyard. Xia Qingyang was a little confused. It could be seen that his senior brother was so solemn and it was obviously something very important. He immediately went to look for Xuan Yun, and then took Xuan Yun to the backyard with him. Along the way, Xuan Yun asked curiously, "Senior brother Xianyang, didn't senior brother Guo tell you anything?" Xia Qingyang shook his head and said, "Senior brother looks very solemn, I think there is something very important." The 2 of them entered the backyard with doubts, and saw senior brother Guo facing away from them. "Brother!" The 2 of them saluted Guo Lin in unison. Guo Lin also turned around at this time and asked, "Xianyang, Xuan Yun, you have been practicing for a long time. How have you been practicing recently?" When they heard this, they both replied, "Xia Qingyang, senior brother, I practice Qingfeng Fist and have tried to break the pulse, but unfortunately, it has been completely useless." "Xuan Yun, senior brother, I have been able to draw the inner marriage talisman, but I cannot easily draw the inner peace talisman yet." Guo Lin nodded and asked the 2 of them, "Then you should know that our Qingfeng temple is completely different from other Taoist temples in the Taoist sect, and what we practice is completely different from them." Xian Yun was stunned when he heard this question. Xia Qingyang replied subconsciously, "Senior brother, we at Qingfeng Temple can cultivate immortals, and we can also communicate with gods. As he spoke, his face showed excitement, an unspeakable pride, and even expectation. He had known about this from his senior brother for a long time, and now that senior brother Guo is telling it directly, there must be some reason. Guo Lin nodded, and saw him wave his hand, and the sex-resident power breeze Su Lai was used, and he saw the fallen leaves all over the courtyard were blown up, and then floated in the mid-air, turning the entire courtyard into a fantasy world. At this time, Guo Lin also asked again, Qian Yang, Xuan Yun, do you want to truly step into the cultivation of immortality? Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun knelt down simply, decisively, and without any hesitation before he could finish his words. Senior brother, please do it. Xia Qingyang and Xian Yang shouted in unison, their faces full of excitement and piety. It was incredible that they had practiced Qingfang Fist before. After all, they had truly cultivated energy. Moreover, they can now draw real talismans. In their eyes, this is obviously a very powerful method of cultivating immortals. But it is not difficult to tell from the senior brother's words that this is obviously not a method of cultivating immortals, but the senior brother said this because he wanted to teach them the real method of cultivating immortals. Get up! Guo Lin nodded and said again. When Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun heard this, they immediately got up and stood respectfully in front of Guo Lin. At this moment, Guo Lin also stopped blowing the breeze, letting the floating leaves fall back to the ground. The atmosphere has been heightened to the end. Guo Lin also continued to say to the two of them, you have been practicing Qingfang Fist during this period, and you can make the basic talismans. Now that you have laid the foundation, you can really start practicing. Now I will teach you Qingfang Guan's real immortal cultivation technique, 9 Heavens Mysterious Sutra Qi Refining Method. By practicing this technique, you can truly absorb the spiritual energy in the air for your own use, strengthen your own energy, and also help you break your pulse in the future. He removed the word basic from Basic Qi Refining Method of Jushin Xian Jing. After all, the word basic was missing, and the style was much higher, but these words made Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun even more excited. It turns out that I was just laying the foundation before. Moreover, they had practiced Qingfang Fist before, and they could cultivate energy by eating spiritual energy rice. They also thought about whether there was such energy in the air that could be cultivated and absorbed. Now the senior brother has clearly told them that there is indeed such energy in the air, but it requires real immortal cultivation techniques. Almost at that moment, the two of them knelt down to Guo Lin and said respectfully, Senior brother, please teach me the Dharma. Seeing this, Guo Lin let the two of them kneel. Taoist teachings also look more solemn in this way. After that, Guo Lin also began to dictate the contents of Basic Qi Refining Method of 9 Heavens Mysterious Scripture to the two of them. Taking into account the memory problems of the two of them at their age, he took out the paper and pen from the magic bag with a casual move, used the sword control technique, and waved it in front of the two of them. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. The two of them thanked each other again. Guo Lin then explained the 9 Heavens Mysterious Sutra word by word, while Xia Qingyang and Xianyang recorded it carefully. When Guo Lin finished explaining the content, the two of them had already recorded several pieces of paper, and each piece of paper was full. He also said, recite the contents of the exercises, and then destroy the contents. Without my approval, the exercises are not allowed to be passed on to others. Yes, senior brother. Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun responded together again. After that, the two of them also recited it seriously. They spent a lot of time reciting the 9 Heavens Mysterious Sutra Qi Refining Method, and then completely tore up the several sheets of paper recorded in front of Guo Lin. Try practicing. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Guo Lin also asked the two of them. In the world of Shushan, masters usually store their skills on jade slips when they teach their apprentices, making it very easy for apprentices to learn. Although the skills he obtained were stored in jade slips, the jade slips also turned into dots of stars while he was learning. Therefore, now he can only use the most primitive and stupid method to teach the two of them. Just let the two people try to practice, and then he will guide them out of the mistakes until they are completely proficient. Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun have both cultivated energy before, so they can practice the basic qi refining method of 9 Heavens Xian Jing faster than those who have no energy at all. Soon, excitement and surprise appeared on both Xia Qingyang and Xian Yun's faces. They practiced induction through the method of sensing spiritual energy, and miraculously found that they could sense dense stars all over their body and their thoughts. They reacted and it was Reiki. There are records about spiritual energy in Taoist sects, and they all say that this is a kind of energy of heaven and earth that is indispensable for ascetics to practice. And this kind of spiritual energy is also called Qi in Taoism. It's just that no one in the Taoist sect has ever practiced Qi, let alone the introducing Qi into the body taught in the first lesson of the Taoist Academy. That's all bullshit. No one in Dao sect can do it now. No, one person can. That is their senior brother Guo. Now they can too. They had already felt the spiritual energy. The next moment, when the two of them were running their skills, they felt the starlight quickly drilling into their bodies. With the refining, the energy that entered the body turned into their own energy and gathered in the danshan. Moreover, they can clearly sense that this practice increases energy much more than eating refined spiritual energy rice. They greedily absorbed the spiritual energy in the air. This is true cultivation. They also respect Guolin more in their hearts, because this is the technique taught by Senior Brother Guo. If it weren't for Senior Brother Guo's teaching, they would not be able to truly enter the practice. Congratulations to you, the disciples piety +2. Congratulations, your disciples piety +2. Guolin got 2 game prompts and subconsciously looked at Xia Qingyang and Xian Yun. Apparently, once the technique was passed on, both of them had some fanatical expressions on their faces. Now the two people's piety has reached the level of 9. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun also knew etiquette and respect, so they stopped practicing after a short period of time. They got up and respectfully thanked Guolin. Thank you, Senior Brother, for teaching the Dharma. Guolin nodded and also ordered, Xianyang, you two have officially entered cultivation now. There is still one thing you need to deal with, and that is the issue of the outer disciples. Those outer disciples have also been initiated for a while. Now Qingguan and Huang Bin have reached the entry standards. You can make some preparations and hold an initiation ceremony for them in the next 2 days. Hirong Shengguan Tong Xian sect, the principles are enlightened and all methods are fulfilled. The two of them are descendants of the sect, and they were also taught Qingfeng Fist, and they went to the inner dining hall to eat blessing rice. Xia Qingyang and Xian Yun nodded in unison and responded. However, Xia Qingyang asked again, Senior Brother, what are the standards for an outer disciple to be promoted to an inner disciple? Xian Yun also looked at Guo Linear. This is indeed very important for a section. Guolin thought for a while and made up a random answer. Everything depends on piety and sincerity. As long as you practice well, the gods in the temple will be affected. When they heard this, the two of them were stunned and immediately thought of the quiet room. Their Qingfeng temple really has gods. Even how many quiet room baptisms they can enjoy vary from person to person. Is there really a god enshrined in the Taoist temple who is paying attention to all of this, so that he can control it so accurately? Then, the two of them responded respectfully, Brother, we understand. After that, the two of them also said goodbye and left the backyard. For the two of them, it was difficult to calm down. After all, everything was different when they came out of this backyard. Cultivating Taoism and cultivating immortals has always been a legend, and now they have set foot in it. In the entire Taoist sect, I'm afraid they and their senior brother are the only ones who have stepped into this Taoism. The entire Taoist sect cannot compare with their Qingfeng temple. They did not forget their senior brother's instructions and summoned Huang Bin and Qingguan when they arrived at the main hall. Xia Qingyang ordered, Qingguan, Huang Bin, please make some preparations in the past 2 days and arrange the scene for the initiation ceremony. Okay, Taoist priest. Huang Bin and Qingguan responded simultaneously. Both of them understood that the Taoist temple should be recruiting outside disciples again. After all, with the recent increase in tourists, these people are already too busy, and sometimes they are even too busy. Under this situation, they have no time to practice Taoism carefully, nor do they have time to practice Baguazhang. Qingfeng Temple is a true place of Taoism. They are not the situation that Taoists should have. Therefore, they have long guessed that the Taoist temple will definitely recruit more outside disciples. Now that the two Taoist priests asked them to arrange the initiation ceremony, doesn't it prove that they were right? The two also quickly told the outer disciples Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang the news, which also made these outer disciples excited. Great, these days have exhausted us. Yes, it would be better to have more outer disciples to share the burden. There are too many tourists these days. We have recruited new outer disciples, and we have time to practice Baguazhang. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun did not explain too much to Huang Bin and Qingguan, because they were now fully focused on the 9 heaven Xian Jing Qi refining method and thinking about cultivation. After almost giving instructions to Huang Bin and the other two, they entered their room and started practicing their exercises again. Most people have this kind of eagerness. It's like finding a new girlfriend. In the first period of time, you will definitely focus on your girlfriend. It's night time soon. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun both left the Taoist temple after dinner, and then bumped into each other at the door of the Taoist gate. Junior brother also plans to go to Taoism? Xia Qingyang asked with a smile. Xian Yun nodded and said, I plan to go to the forest. After all, don't some Taoist stories say that the spiritual energy in the forest will be more abundant? Yes, let's go together. Xia Qingyang nodded. He also had this purpose. When they came into contact with cultivation for the first time, the increased energy in their bodies made them excited and fascinated. Naturally, they hoped to practice faster. The stronger the spiritual energy, the corresponding cultivation speed will be somewhat faster. So, the two of them came up with this idea and walked towards the forest together. Because the dense fireflies in Qingfeng Mountain have also spread among the mountains and forests, they can see the road in the forest even at night. Soon, the two of them reached the depths of the forest, and then sat down cross-legged together and began to practice the exercises. But after just a moment, they both stood up and exclaimed, "Why can't I practice anymore? I can't sense the spiritual energy at all." Senior brother, is this the same? The two of them were a little dumbfounded. After all, they had just learned this technique from their senior brother. How could it not work? They can practice in Taoist temples. Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun seemed to have thought of something, and looked at each other subconsciously. Go back to Qingfeng Temple. Xia Qingyang. Yeah. Xuanyun. The two of them walked towards the forest together, and soon they left the forest and returned to the Taoist temple. The two couldn't wait to start running the technique again. This time, they sensed the existence of spiritual energy again. As the skills were absorbed, the spiritual energy also entered their bodies one after another and was refined into their own energy. This situation shocked both of them, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Then, they realized that this was definitely a gift from the gods enshrined in Qingfeng Temple. Otherwise, why can there be spiritual energy that can be absorbed and practiced only within the Qingfeng Temple, but not outside the Qingfeng Temple? For a time, the two of them were even more proud, because they were disciples of the intersect Xian generation of Qingfeng Temple, so they were also people blessed by the gods. Therefore, as a report, they must also devote themselves to Qingfeng Guan and carry forward Qingfeng Guan. Congratulations, your disciples' piety +1, and your piety has reached 10, and you have become a fanatical believer. Congratulations, your disciples' piety +1, and your piety has reached 10, and you have become a fanatical believer. Guo Lin was playing a game in his room when he suddenly got this prompt from the game system and was surprised. Needless to say, it must be Xia Qingyang and Xuanyun. The two people's piety has increased again, and they don't know why. If it is to teach skills, then the piety level has been increased before, and there must be other reasons. However, the title of fanatical believer attracted his attention. Fanatic believers should have appeared in some film and television works, and there have even been fanatic believers in China for a period of time. However, those fanatic believers are ignorant people who have been deceived, and there is still a difference between them and true believers. However, true fanatics are absolutely not afraid of life and death and can fight for their beliefs, even in the face of any obstacles and hardships. Just like what is shown in movies and TV shows, living and dying with the sect and being willing to die for the sect, fanatic believers can also do these things. What an unexpected bonus. Guo Lin no longer thought about this problem and looked at the sect's location information on the light screen in his mind. Although there is spiritual energy in Qingfeng Temple now, one thing is certain: the richer the spiritual energy is, the better it is for cultivation. Think about the future. He was useless in the game system and couldn't do much, but there were some things he could do. For example, the Fate of 10 Directions plant, which is a necessary condition for upgrading the spiritual veins, can be collected first. I had a pleasant cooperation with the Fujian Chamber of Commerce before, but I can continue to cooperate with them. Just find an opportunity to talk to the other party. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking about it, a phone call came in. The number turned out to be Zhang Nan from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. The next day comes quickly. As the sun rose higher and higher, when the sun shone down, a car stopped at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, and 3 people were seen getting out of the car. One of them was Zhang Nan from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Behind him, there was a young man. Zhang Nan smiled and said to the young man, "Second young Master Zhang, let's go up to Qingfeng Mountain. I believe it will be helpful to you in this encounter." "Mr. Zhang, can this Qingfeng temple really help me?" Second young Master Zhang was a little worried. After all, his status is not suitable for coming to such a place, but his eldest brother Zhang Jin recommended it and asked Mr. Zhang to take him here. Moreover, he also wanted to know what happened during the time he was unconscious. He always felt that there was some conspiracy about to unfold on him, targeting the Zhang family or the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, and his eldest brother must have also realized it. A young man next to him frowned and said, "Master Zhang, let's go back. I really thought there was some way, but I came to the Taoist temple." Zhang Nan looked at the young man and explained, "Zhuang Ping, Qingfeng Temple is still magical, and they have a special blessing card. Didn't Mr. Zhang have some guesses about this matter?" Through blessing, Qingfeng Temple's special blessings, the cards can help Mr. Zhang judge whether his guess is correct or not. The young man named Zhuang Ping joked, "Mr. Zhang, your business methods are not honest. You have some ghost in your heart and believe in Taoist superstition. We young people believe in the creation of value through technology, so we don't believe in these. Furthermore, it has been decrypted long ago when it comes to science. Qingfeng Temple is just over-promoted. If this kind of place can help Mr. Zhang, I will stand on my head and eat flying." Obviously, this is the new generation's disdain for the old generation businessmen like Zhang Nan. What's more, the other party and their AI generals are powerful. This kind of superstition is simply ridiculous. Okay. Zhang Nan nodded with a smile and suddenly walked in a direction. Zhuang Ping was stunned for a moment. What can he do? What does the other party mean? Then, he was shocked to see Zhang Nan walking to a stall. There was a dog next to the stall, and it seemed that it was being scolded by its owner for pooping. Who knew that Zhang Nan actually took a plastic bag from the stall owner and put the dog daddy in it? Zhuang Ping felt like his head was filled with dark threads. What is this guy doing? Zhang Nan brought the cake to Zhuang Ping and said coldly, "Keep this for you. If you don't eat it then, your company will not open in Fujian City." He had long been unhappy with this self-righteous young man along the way. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhang's face, he would have gone mad. Zhuang Ping was immediately confused. Is there something wrong with this person? He just said something casually. Does he need to be so serious? How superstitious is the other party to be like this? Moreover, the other party should not forget that Mr. Zhang is his backer. Second young Master Zhang was also shocked when he saw what Zhang Nan did. Although Zhang Nan is not very strong in the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, he can still be regarded as the spokesperson of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce Committee. Who knew he would do such a ridiculous thing? He also knew that it was caused by Zhuang Ping's disrespectful words along the way. There is no way. The post-00s generation is known as the vanguard of rectifying the workplace. Such people also don't have much respect for their business ancestors. However, what he was more curious about was the Qingfeng view. He is actually the deputy bureau of the Fujian City Commerce Bureau. With his status, he should not go to a place like King Fengguan for help, but should go to the hospital. He should believe in science. Just like he appreciates Zhuang Ping's AI intelligent technology. If someone supports it, he believes that this technology can definitely take off and bring some changes to Fujian City. Naturally, this also requires someone to support it. Otherwise, there are so many people working on AI intelligent technology, why would you get up? But he still came to King Fengguan because his eldest brother Zhang Jin told him something that only the big guys on the Fujian Chamber of Commerce Committee members knew. Therefore, after several treatments in the hospital with no results, he decided to visit Qingfeng Temple. It is impossible for people to lose some memories smoothly. What's more, he already had some guesses in his mind. The three of them walked to the mountain gate. Second young Master Zhang subconsciously glanced at it. The mountain gate in front of him seemed to have experienced the baptism of ancient history, giving people a strong sense of appreciation. This mountain gate has a sense of age. It should have been around for nearly 100 years, right? The Qingfeng Temple has a long history. Zhang Ershao couldn't help but sigh. He is still very confident in his vision. Zhuang Ping immediately echoed, Master Zhang is absolutely right. This kind of primitive feeling cannot be produced by a modern engineering team. Zhang Nan said jokingly, this mountain gate was built in Yushan County. It should have taken less than a month to build. Anyone who has been to King Fengguan several times will know that. However, Yushan County should have used some new ones. Technology and online experts all need to be discerning. Second young Master Zhang, Zhuang Ping. Second young Master Zhang is a little embarrassed. It only took less than a month to build? But this doesn't really look like it. However, experts have noticed it, so it's no surprise that he was wrong. Naturally, Zhuang Ping was even more embarrassed, because he was flattering the horse on the leg. Let's go up the mountain. Second young Master Zhang hurriedly walked towards the mountain gate to cover up his embarrassment. Zhuang Ping also hurriedly followed. But when the two of them entered the mountain gate, they miraculously found an indescribable feeling coming over them, as if all the cells in their body were jumping and relaxing, and they felt very comfortable. This made both of them stunned. No way? Zhang Nan noticed the abnormality between the two of them, smiled and said, Young Master Zhang, you feel it? Some things cannot be explained by science. For example, if you exit this mountain gate again, the special feeling will be gone. Zhang Ershao and Zhuang Ping subconsciously retreated outside the mountain gate after hearing this. The expressions on their faces became even more shocked. It's really gone. Zhuang Ping suddenly realized that it was not what science said. If it is really that kind of element, there is no reason why it won't spread outside. It just happens to be bounded by this mountain gate, and it has such a magical effect? Is it possible that King Fengguan can also control the range of elements? But if this is true, doesn't it prove the magic of Qing Fengguan, and then won't all scientific explanations become nonsense? He subconsciously looked at Zhang Nan, or the dog daddy in his hand. What if King Fengguan could really help Mr. Zhang? Thinking of this, Zhuang Ping hurriedly said, Mr. Zhang, it seems not good for you to bring dog poop to a place like the Taoist temple. 2. Zhang Nan nodded, then turned and walked towards the mountain gate. Zhuang Ping subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, just throw it away, but the next moment, his whole face became distressed again. Zhang Nan walked to the nearest vendor, handed the dog daddy to him and said, Boss, save it for me and come down the mountain to get it. The stall owner was immediately confused. Is there something wrong with this person, or is he looking for trouble? Just as he was about to have a seizure, he heard the sound of receiving 2,000 yuan on WeChat. Zhang Nan asked, Boss, the storage fee should be enough, right? The boss immediately showed his brightest smile and said, "Sir, don't worry, I will keep it all intact, even the smell will not be lost. Long-term storage is more welcome." Zhuang Ping opened his mouth wide when he saw this, dumbfounded. Can it still be like this? Is there any mistake? The key is that this Qingfeng view seems to be a bit extraordinary. Just in case, the other party won't really force him to eat, right? Thinking of this, he hurriedly covered his stomach and said to the second young Master Zhang with a mournful face, "Young Master Zhang, my stomach suddenly hurts. I can't go up with you." In this case, for the sake of safety, he chose this escape technique. It's just that he will take revenge sooner or later. And, I believe it won't be far away. Second young Master Zhang watched Zhuang Ping leave and couldn't help but remind Zhang Nan, "Mr. Zhang, this young man Xiao Zhuang is quite good, especially his company's AI intelligent technology, which may become mainstream in the future." Zhang Nan immediately said with a smile, "Indeed, AI smart technology will become mainstream in the future, so I also acquired an AI smart company some time ago. I heard that Mr. Zhang, your department also plans to support technology companies in this area." Ha ha ha. Zhang Ershao suddenly laughed when he heard this. "Zhang is still old and hot, Mr. Zhang, now I know why Big Brother and the Fujian Chamber of Commerce Committee members let you be a spokesperson outside. It's all President Wu and Mr. Zhang who are supporting me." Zhang Nan immediately said with humility, not looking at Zhuang Ping just now. After all, his goal has been achieved. Then, he did not forget about the business, and immediately said solemnly, "Second Master Zhang, let's go up the mountain quickly. The hospital has no solution for your problem, so we can only ask Director Guo." "Yes." Second young Master Zhang nodded subconsciously, feeling extremely curious. Naturally, he could tell that Mr. Zhang's tone became obviously awe-inspiring when he talked about Taoist Guo. The same was true for his eldest brother Zhang Jin before. The eldest brother is obviously a member of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce and a big shot in the entire Fujian city. Why does his tone become so awe-inspiring when he talks about Dao Kang Guo? Because of his status, the eldest brother usually avoids suspicion and rarely contacts him. Therefore, he doesn't know what Taoist Guo has done to make his eldest brother behave like this. But when the two of them were going up the mountain, Zhuang Ping had already reached a place and took out his mobile phone to make a call. As soon as the phone call came through, he hurriedly reported to the police. The second young Master Zhang came to Qingfeng Temple for help. Moreover, this Qingfeng Temple is really a bit unusual. I'm afraid that the second young Master Zhang will really remember it. It's Qingfeng Guan again. An annoyed voice sounded from the other side of the phone, and at the same time he said coldly, "Don't worry, there is no way the other party will remember this kind of deep hypnosis, unless someone in Qingfeng Guan has hypnotic ability beyond this level. Unfortunately, this is impossible." "Then I'll be relieved." Zhuang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. The voice from the opposite side came, "Continue to monitor the second young Master Zhang. The plan against the Fujian Chamber of Commerce cannot go wrong. Since the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can become the flesh of Qingfeng Guan and help Qingfeng Guan run errands, the superstitious thoughts must be very deep. It just happens to be beneficial to our control, and it also happens to take away King Fengiguan's dogleg, as a reward for the previous one." "Okay." Zhuang Ping also hung up the phone after a moment and looked at the location of Qingfeng Temple. Obviously, no one is stupid. King Fengiguan. A layer of coldness visibly appeared around Guo Lin's closet. This kind of coldness is not cold, but the kind that makes people feel comfortable all over, because it is caused by the gathering of spiritual energy to a certain extent. In one night, because Guo Lin practiced Tianqi talismans, a lot of spiritual energy was absorbed. Not only Xia Qingyang and Xian Yang are now eager to practice, he is also the same. With the skills, the cultivation in the foundation building stage is really not comparable to the pre-ordinary stage. Guo Lin opened his eyes and stood up. The training in the foundation building stage is indeed more difficult than the pre-mundane stage. It takes a long time to open up the danshan to the limit and practice to absorb the true energy to fill it up. Even with the current spiritual energy, it will take a long time. Therefore, spiritual veins still need to be upgraded. In the same range, the spiritual energy is richer, and the amount of spiritual energy that can be absorbed by one operation of the technique is also greater. It's like a fish pond with 100 fish and 10,000 fish in it. If you fish a net from the same position, the fish you can catch will definitely be different. Therefore, when Donor Zheng comes up, he has to talk to him about the plants in Shifang. The business is to collect all the plants in Shifang first. It didn't take long for Guolin to hear Huang Bin coming to report that Donor Zheng had arrived. Guolin left the waiting room and went to the reception room to see Zheng Nan and the young man next to him. Dea Zhang Guo. Zheng Nan stood up quickly, saluted respectfully to Guolin, and then introduced Dea Zhang Guo. "This is President Zhang's younger brother, second young Master Zhang, who works in the government. I've met Taoist Guo." Zhang Er didn't see this and immediately followed suit. Neither Zheng Nan's attitude nor his elder brother's attitude made him dare to neglect. "Yeah." Guo Lin nodded. he still had an impression of Mr. Zhang Jinzang. At that time, the feng shui of the Zhen Asterisk building was in full swing, and the community project that was being pushed through the night was headed by Mr. Zhang. Zhang Nan immediately said again, Deazang Guo, this time it's Mr. Zhang who needs your help. He wants some special blessing cards to help him make judgments. Second young Master Zhang has lost his memory for some time recently. Although it feels strange, second young Master Zhang has a stubborn hobby of remembering time, so he discovered something unusual. But after second young Master Zhang went to the hospital, no problems were found. Some doctors even thought that second young Master Zhang had a mental problem. Guo Lin smiled when he heard this. If he had a mental problem, would he be regarded as a lunatic? However, a few special blessing cards are just a small thing. He also said a few special blessing cards are not a big deal. Seeing that Guo Lin agreed, Zhang Nan hurriedly thanked, "Thank you, Taoist Master Guo." After that, he immediately said to second young Master Zhang, "Second young Master Zhang, now you can know whether it is because of the Taoist priest Chu Yuanguan that caused your amnesia. In addition to those of us in the Fujian Chamber of Commerce who know the power of Qingfeng Temple and Guo Dao Kang, many people have recently gone to Chu Yuanguan Taoist Temple?" Guo Lin suddenly asked curiously. According to the other party, the second young Master Zhang's amnesia was caused by Chu Yuanguan? After all, with this ability, Chu Yuanguan shouldn't be simple, right? I don't know what method was used. Naturally, it is not clear whether this is the reason for the second young Master Zhang. It is possible that the second young Master Zhang is just having random thoughts. But to know whether this is true or not, he has a better method than the blessing card. That is fantasy fragrance. Fantasy fragrance can construct an extremely real memory illusion through people's thoughts. Even if you completely forget this memory and can't remember it at all, as long as it exists in your mind enough, it can be constructed. This is the power of mysterious power. Therefore, giving this phantom incense to young Master Zhang will definitely let the other party know clearly what is going on. Even if the other person loses his memory again, the memory still exists in his mind. Thinking about it, Guo Lin also said to the second young Master Zhang, "Good faith, regarding your situation, we at Qingfeng Temple have something that is more useful than the blessing card." "Taoist Master, I wonder what it is?" Zhang Ershao asked almost subconsciously, but as soon as he finished speaking, he saw that a stick of incense had already appeared in the hand of Taoist Guo. This surprised him. He clearly looked at the other person's hands as empty. Zhang Nan was not surprised by Dao Kang Guo's ability to transform objects with his bare hands. After all, he had seen more shocking scenes, but he was still surprised by the incense stick in Guo Daozhang's hand. After all, he knew the function of the special blessing cards, but what was this incense? Can it be more powerful than that special blessing card? The key point is that he has been here so many times before, and he didn't even know there was such a thing in Qingfeng Temple. Not only Zhang Nan, but no tourists know that there is such a thing as phantom incense. Even if this thing has been included in the merit scan code, sometimes the odds are so uncertain. So far, no one has scanned the code to get it. This thing, Guo Lin also explained at this time, this incense is called fantasy incense. As long as you light it, the person who lights it will know the effect. It can outline your memory. Second young Master Zhang was stunned. Didn't he say it means he didn't say it? Zhang Nan hurriedly urged second young Master Zhang, since Taoist Master Guo said so, you should light this incense quickly and see what's going on. When second young Master Zhang heard Zhang Nan's 100% belief, he nodded and asked Guo Lin, Dao Zhang Guo, can I light it here? Guo Lin nodded, there are no restrictions on using this fantasy incense. Second young Master Zhang nodded, borrowed an incense burner from Qingfeng Temple, and then lit the phantom incense, and a nice smell of smoke spread out. For Zhang Nan, the smell of this fragrance is just good. Regarding Zhang Ershao, he was shocked in his heart and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Is this Chu Yuanguan in front of him? But outside, Zhang Nan only saw that after second young Master Zhang lit the incense, he remained motionless. Even his eyes seemed empty, staring straight at the phantom incense. Guo Lin had experienced phantom incense and knew the magic of phantom incense, but when second young Master Zhang lit the phantom incense, he had a look of surprise on his face. Can it still be like this? I found that someone lit the phantom incense and built a memory illusion in their mind. Through the phantom incense beads, you can watch the other person's memory illusion from a special perspective. Guo Lin received this system prompt after second Master Zhang lit the phantom incense. He didn't expect that the fantasy fragrance pearl could have such an effect. It is indeed a treasure of the evil sect, even if it is incomplete and only has the function of illusory fragrance, it still has this effect. Doesn't this mean that as long as he uses the fantasy incense, he can see the memory illusion used by the other party as long as he wants? Prying into other people's memory illusions is a very bad thing. But Zhang Ershao's amnesia made him very curious, especially what happened to Chu Yuanguan. Therefore, he still had an idea and took out the magic fragrance bead from the magic bag. In an instant, he sensed the memory illusion created by second young Master Zhang through the magic fragrance bead. After activating the magic fragrance pearl, he immediately found that the situation in front of him had changed. It was no longer the reception room of Qingfeng Temple, but a Taoist temple. Every time you make a mistake, it's the top, and the angle of view can be adjusted. It's a strange perspective. The special perspective suggested by the game probably refers to this. If I insist on describing it, this is probably what is often called God's perspective. He also saw the second young Master Zhang from this God's perspective. At this time, second young Master Zhang was really shocked. Before going up to Qingfeng Mountain, even before lighting the incense, he was curious about how magical Qingfeng Temple was. But when he looked at Chu Yuan Guan in front of him, he couldn't hide the shock. He was obviously in the reception room of King Fengiguan, but after lighting the incense, he appeared here in Chu Yuan Guan in the blink of an eye. He wondered if it was a hallucinogen, so he gave himself 2 hard slaps. That kind of clear pain is simply not the effect that hallucinogens can achieve, so it absolutely cannot be hallucinogens. Hallucination? He will definitely wake up from the pain. Dream? It is even more impossible to have such a real feeling. Second young Master Zhang suddenly couldn't tell the reality. At this moment, his eyes widened and he saw an incredible scene. He saw a Taoist priest from Chu Yuan Guan walking towards him. He felt that this scene was very familiar, and it took him a moment to remember in shock that it was the scene when he came up to Chu Yuan Guan before he lost his memory. The posture of the Taoist priest in front of him, the scene of shaking the fly whisk, and the pilgrims walking behind him, the scene was exactly the same. When he lit the cigarette that Dao Kangguo gave him, did he go back to the past? Mr. Zhang, our temple leader is already waiting for you inside. The Taoist priest came to second young Master Zhang, bowed and waved his whisk. Master, please lead the way. Second young Master Zhang couldn't figure out what was happening in front of him, but he knew it must have something to do with the incense. No wonder Dao Kangguo said that the incense would be of greater help to him. The memory he lost was the time he spent in Chu Yuan Guan. Although it was not long, it was still there. Now that we can obviously experience it again, doesn't everything become clear? Mr. Zhang, come with me. The Taoist priest nodded and led Mr. Zhang towards the Taoist temple. Second young Master Zhang nodded and followed the Taoist priest into Chu Yuan Guan. Guo Lin from God's perspective also moved his perspective to keep up. In the Qingfeng guest hall, Zhang Nan looked at Daist Guo and young Master Zhang in front of him with doubts on his face. He found that the two of them suddenly fell into a daze and ignored him at all. Chu Yuan Temple is not small, it is a relatively famous Taoist temple in Fujian City. Because recently, many members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce have come here to offer incense, and even Chu Yuanguan's reputation for being very powerful has spread within a small area of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Ershao didn't know when he met Chu Yuanguan. It seemed that one afternoon by accident, he was invited to Chu Yuanguan by someone from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, and then he met the owner of the temple, Taoist Master Pingyun. The impression given to him was that Taoist Pingyun was very approachable and very knowledgeable about the philosophy of life. He did not promote Taoism or the mysteries of Taoism. He just discussed life with you like a friend, and what he said was very reasonable. Perhaps because of the pleasant chat, he came to Chu Yuanguan several times. But after returning this time, he discovered something was wrong. He has a hobby, or a disease, which is to keep track of time, and record everything he has done in his waiting address book, as if it is his own daily timeline. Very few people know about his disease. Therefore, this time he found that there was no record for a period of time, and he even forgot anything in any memory that happened during that period of time. Ordinary people wouldn't care about this, but he noticed that the recorded timeline was wrong, and he naturally noticed something was wrong. Thinking that many members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce came to Chu Yuanguan, he had to pay more attention. After all, his eldest brother was also one of the committee members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. His interests are largely tied to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, after discovering the abnormality, he discussed it with his elder brother. At first, they cautiously went to several hospitals to check it out, and there was no problem at all. Only then did King Fengiguan and his party come into being. Obviously, this line of work is definitely the most incredible thing he has ever encountered in his life, and now he should know what's going on right away. Guo Lin looked at this scene completely from God's perspective. He watched Ershao Zhang follow the Taoist priest into Chu Yuanguan, and then to the main hall, where there was already another Taoist waiting. It could be seen from his clothes that the other Taoist should be the master of Chu Yuanguan. After that, the master of Chu Yuanguan took the second young Master Zhang to burn incense, and then went to visit Chu Yuanguan. The two seemed to be having a pleasant discussion, and there seemed to be no problem with Chu Yuanguan. Second young Master Zhang followed the Taoist Pingyun in front of him and was really surprised as he walked along. What Taoist Pingyun said was exactly the same as what he said when he came to Chu Yuanguan. According to Dao Kangguo, this was constructed from his memory, and there is nothing strange about it being the same as what he remembered. But he tried to say something different from when he came before, but was surprised to find that Master Pingyun in front of him also started to say something completely different from what he remembered. He was actually able to respond to him as if he were adapting to circumstances. He remembered passing by a Taoist pavilion. He said that the pavilion was very artistic in design. Taoist Master Pingyun explained that the pavilion was built by a certain retro architectural master in Fujian City. Now he deliberately said that the pavilion was defective, but Taoist Master Pingyun explained it is defective. The master builder went back to his home at the end of the project, and his disciples took over the leadership. There are always imperfections. Zhang Ershao was really confused. He couldn't figure out whether this was really a memory or a real world. If it were a memory, would the people in the memory really be able to talk to them so freely and flexibly? Are you sure you're not traveling through time as mentioned in the movie? But if you stick a stick of incense at Qingfeng Point, you won't be transported through time, right? At this moment, Taoist Master Pingyun invited him, Mr. Zhang, how about we go to the Zen room and have a chat? Almost at this moment, second young Master Zhang's body stiffened suddenly, because the time when he lost his memory started after he went to the meditation room. When he felt something was wrong, he tentatively asked Taoist Pingyun, but the other party said that he was too tired and took some rest in the meditation room. Is this normal? If he was really resting, he couldn't have noticed it. Not to mention relying on his special hobby of recording time to discover the anomaly. Otherwise, he might have been kept in the dark and not known about it at all. If the other party really had an intention, how terrible would it be? This time I wanted to see what was going on. Second young Master Zhang followed Taoist Master Pingyun into the Zen room and saw a young Taoist already tinkering with incense in the Zen room. This young Taoist priest seemed to have gone through hardships, with scars on his face and even a hand that was not working properly. Taoist Master. Mr. Zhang. The young Taoist priest saw the two people coming in and greeted them respectfully. Second young Master Zhang couldn't help but glance at the young Taoist priest. The other party's name was Zixuan. I heard that he was unlucky because he was in a car accident and his face was scratched by the glass. One of his hands was also somewhat handicapped due to the injury. When something like this happens, the other party is really unlucky. Just when Mr. Zhang was surprised, he suddenly smelled a special fragrance, which was the sandalwood lit by the young Taoist priest. This special smell suddenly reminded him, as if he had smelled it before, but it had no impression at all in his previous memory. He understood that this was the information about his amnesia. After a while, the young Taoist priest stood up and said, he is already in a daze. The sandalwood has taken effect and the old man can be let in. Taoist priest Pingyun nodded. Well, it really took a lot of time to deal with him. While he was talking, he actually took out a piece of yellow bagua sleeve and wrapped it around his arm, as did the young Taoist priest. This seems to be a special ritual and symbol. Second young Master Zhang just watched this scene. There was obviously something wrong with the sandalwood, but the two of them didn't know it at all. He was not affected at all now. Guo Lin had been watching this scene, but he was in disbelief after seeing the young Taoist priest's appearance. The other party turned out to be that Shushan. At first, the other party wanted to sneak into his Qingfeng Guan, but later he left in despair and was even rewarded with some bad luck charms by him. I didn't expect that the other party would appear in Fujian City and be related to the matter of second young Master Zhang. He was previously curious about who was attacking second young Master Zhang, but he didn't expect it to be the force behind the Dao sect. Yellow scarf? If you specially brought this thing with you, could it be that it is really a remnant of the faction that wanted to invite the dynasty to die? But even so, what time is it now and these people still want to cause trouble? Are their brains broken? Almost at this moment, the door opened and an old man walked in. The old man was a bit older. He was dressed in yellow clothes with a tattered short cape on his back. He also had yellow bagua armbands on his arms. Yi Lao, Taoist priest Pingyun and Chu Xian said in unison respectfully when they saw the old man. Yeah, the old man said, holding a scepter. The scepter was engraved with bagua runes. He took the scepter and shook it at second young Master Zhang. Seeing that second young Master Zhang was in a daze, he smiled. He said with a smile, the magic fragrance is working, well done. Second young Master Zhang was stunned when he heard the word Huanxiang. Dao Kang Guo's name is Huanxiang, and you are also called Huanxiang? Guo Lin was stunned. Where was the other party's face? How does this broken sandalwood qualify to be called a fantasy fragrance? But Chu Yuan Guan and the others didn't know the situation at all. They were just an illusion sketched out in Zhang Ershao's memory, and they just started chatting. For the sake of the second young master of the Zhang family, I also spent a lot of effort to catch him. His status is indeed very good. He is not only an official, but also a member of the Zhang family of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce is running errands for Qingfeng Temple. Don't blame us. Since they are so superstitious, it is just right for us to use a knife. As long as the second young master of the Zhang family is hypnotized, we can use him to attract people from the Zhang family and even other big guys from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Yes, he still has an official status. When the time comes, he can also attract bigger official figures in Fujian City through the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. As long as Yi Lao can control it unknowingly, then we will have the final say in Fujian City. The more they talked, the more energetic they became. If it hadn't been for Yi Lao's recent study of hypnosis, which had a breakthrough effect with the combination of this kind of sandalwood, their current situation might not be what it is now. Shushan said fiercely, "Don't forget, this Fujian Chamber of Commerce is the bastard of King Fengagwen. As long as we control the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, we can lure Taoist Guo to Fujian City, and then we can take revenge." After hearing this, the old man said coldly, "If you attract him, you must give him a fatal blow without giving him any chance to retaliate. After all, he is too evil." As the old man said this, he took out a slightly fashionable pocket watch that was obviously specially made, hung it on the scepter, and then waved the scepter in front of second young Master Zhang. Almost at this moment, second young Master Zhang directly raised his fist and hit the old man hard on the eye socket. Second young Master Zhang's punch was hard, fierce and accurate, hitting the old man's eye socket directly, causing his eyes to turn black, red and swollen. The old man was stunned by this punch. What's going on? Wasn't he affected by the fantasy fragrance? Taoist priest Ping Yun and Chu Xian were both shocked. They don't know why this is happening. This phantom incense is something that has been passed down from the Han dynasty. There are only a few of them, and it has been used without any disadvantages before. Conquer him. The old man had no time to dwell on this and shouted hurriedly. Taoist priest Ping Yun and Chu Xian immediately nodded and surrounded second young Master Zhang. They even showed off their martial arts moves, as if they were practicing martial arts. "Mr. Zhang, this poor Taoist has been practicing martial arts for many years. You, a business person, shouldn't ask for trouble." Taoist priest Ping Yun stared at second young Master Zhang with a pleasant voice. But while he was speaking, he was shocked to find that second young Master Zhang had already rushed in front of him, and then punched him. Moreover, the punch was so fast that he had no time to use his martial arts moves and was directly punched in the face. Taoist priest Ping Yun was suddenly confused. The other party does not respect martial ethics. Then, he felt himself flying up in the air, and was thrown over his shoulder by second Master Zhang and hit hard to the ground. "I'm sorry, I used to be a special soldier, and I have always insisted on training," Zhang Ershao said and looked at Chu Xian, who was so frightened that he staggered back 2 steps. "Are you kidding?" He also learned martial arts from Taoist priest Heping Yun during this period. Who knew this martial arts was so useless? However, second young Master Zhang had already stepped forward. After executing a set of military fists, Chu Xian also fell to the ground. "Why did I fall for you 3 guys? It's such a shame." Second young Master Zhang felt a little ashamed when he beat the 2 of them down. The old man obviously didn't understand what this meant. He only knew that the matter was exposed and now he was in trouble. So, without hesitation, he picked up the whistle around his neck and blew it. Almost the next moment, messy footsteps sounded, and a group of strong men rushed in. Many of them had ferocious tattoos on their bodies, and they all had kitchen knives in their hands. Second young Master Zhang suddenly looked embarrassed. "It's so superficial. Catch him." The old man had already given the order viciously. Second young Master Zhang did not hesitate, and without saying a word, he rushed towards the window on the side, opened the window with a standard diving leap, and jumped outside. But at the same time, a fishing net was waiting outside. He just happened to fall into the fishing net and was caught directly in it. Second young Master Zhang just felt so embarrassed. He should have known that he should not have acted in such a hurry. A moment later, second young Master Zhang was trapped in the net and pulled directly into the meditation room. "Old Yi, what should we do now?" Taoist priest Ping Yun asked with a frown. "Deal with him directly, and then destroy the body and eliminate all traces." The old man gave the order directly and viciously. Something that had been planned for so long would go wrong, which completely messed him up. This made second young Master Zhang's expression completely change. But at this moment, 2 people had already grabbed his neck and used force suddenly. Second young Master Zhang's eyes widened in horror, a feeling of suffocation suddenly came over him, and there was also a threat of death. He only felt more and more out of breath, and death was getting closer and closer. Fortunately, at this moment, the picture in front of him began to distort and dissipate. After a while, his vision returned to normal, and he had returned to the Qingfeng guest hall. Guo Lin's vision returned to normal, and he looked at the phantom incense that young Master Zhang had just lit, with half of it still left. It seems that it is not possible to exit the illusion only when the illusory incense burns out. Just like second young Master Zhang died in the illusion, he was able to forcefully exit with half of the cigarette the other party lit still left. In this case, if you bring a knife and stab yourself, you can exit the fantasy world at any time. Then, his brows furrowed tightly. Although he was watching, he also felt the cruelty of those people. The key is that the other party is still staring at King Fengagwen. He is not afraid, but there are other people in King Fengagwen, and it is possible that it could even involve people who are related to him. Given the other party's behavior, it's entirely possible. Although the other party did not affect Xingfeng Guan this time, it is not difficult to know through Zhang Erxiao's memory illusion that the other party also came for him and Xingfeng Guan. However, the other party is targeting the Fujian Chamber of Commerce this time. It would be great if the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can deal with these people. The energy of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is absolutely terrifying. If Chairman Wu is willing and the other party stamps his foot, the economy of Fujian province may be shaken. At this time, second young Master John was already breathing heavily. He just walked through the gate of hell. If it weren't for the illusion of memory just now, he would have disappeared. This also made him feel lucky that he had suffered amnesia before, so he had the opportunity to learn the truth from Qingfeng Temple and have this experience in the illusion of memory. Otherwise, he should have died before, and now he is buried in the ground. However, now that he knows everything, he will definitely make Taoist priest Pingyun and the others pay the price. It was not difficult for him to tell that the goal of those people was not him, but to control the entire Fujian Chamber of Commerce, and the other party's hypnosis method might be the key. Perhaps this method can influence and control him. Otherwise, how could the other party be so sure that he can influence his elder brother through him? It would be unimaginable if even people like his eldest brother and President Wu were controlled. Although he now knows the truth, he is still in a state of being tricked. After all, he still has not recalled the situation at that time. What he knows now is only what he saw through the memory illusion, without the reality of memory. Moreover, because he suddenly took action, the scene in the memory illusion must be different from what he remembers. Therefore, he is still under attack. Without breaking the hypnosis, he knew how bad the situation would be. Thinking of this, he hurriedly bowed to Director Guo and said, "Director Guo, our Fujian Chamber of Commerce may be in trouble, and I may have been hypnotized. Please ask Director Guo to help me. Those people are obviously the enemies of King Fengagwen. The enemy of the enemy is a friend, not to mention that the other party seems to be very afraid of Dao Kang Guo. Good believer, get up." Guo Lin said and also activated the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc around his neck. After recovering from an autonomous evolution consumption, strands of evolution fog began to spread around him. This time, he wanted to figure out 3 things before the fog of evolution was exhausted. The first thing is naturally how to break the hypnotic control of those people. The other party has obviously hypnotized many members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. The second thing is naturally to see how many people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce are controlled. Only when these people are released from control will the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce use all their strength to deal with those people. When people like President Wu find out, those people will be in trouble. In today's society, in this country at their feet, as long as you are still an ordinary person and are not involved in the opposition of the country, then money is power, and the energy displayed will be very terrifying. Moreover, using the method of hypnosis, it is impossible to deduce the solution to the fragments of the 8 diagrams disc. The third thing was that he wanted to deduce all the people from this Taoist force. This time the other party came out with an old man who seemed to be a big boss. As he thought, information began to appear in the fragments of the evolution Bagua disc. The first is the way to break the hypnosis of those people. Tap the bamboo hairpin points on both sides 3 times at the same time to release it. Then, lists began to evolve one by one, including lists of hypnotized members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, including Mr. Zhang Er. Immediately afterwards, the evolution scene changed again, and names appeared one after another. They were all members of the secret forces in the Taoist sect. They actually controlled many of the hypnotized Fujian Chamber of Commerce members and arranged people into their companies. If these people are given time, over time, the companies of these members of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce may become a secret force. What made him even more unexpected was that the other party also arranged for a young man with no academic qualifications at all, and even the company was an empty shell, to become the person of Zhang Erxiao's fancy under the guise of AI intelligent technology. The key is, because of Zhang Erxiao's relationship, this shell company actually raised a lot of money, and even acquired an unknown company with real AI intelligence technology. Mr. Zhang even brought this young man named Zhuang Ping to Yushan. All this is caused by the other party's hypnosis. Second young Master John knew nothing. Guo Lin was really surprised. The hypnotic ability of these people seems really incredible to ordinary people, and he immediately controlled the fog of evolution to evolve. Soon, he also knew the effect. It turned out to be a combination of something passed down from ancient times and advanced hypnosis techniques. It seems that Dao sect really had something in ancient times, but it is a pity that it has been lost. Guo Lin saw that the fog of evolution had almost dissipated, and he immediately deduced who was behind Taoist Pingyun and the old man. Soon, he found out the identity of this old man. He was indeed a powerful figure in the secret power of Dao sect. In this force, there were only a few such old men. Moreover, these people usually hide in secret and do not even know the identity of the other party. They can only be identified by using a special code. This time, this person's name is Gang, a 1-character code name, which is the one who came up with the idea of Qingfeng Guan. But at this point in the deduction, Guo Lin's brows furrowed. As before, there was no way to continue. The scope of the deduction was limited, and his ability to evolve the fragments of the Bagua disc was not strong enough. In this case, let's ask this old man named Gang to die first. After having no chance to do something secretly, he didn't believe that the other party could escape the attack of the money empire of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Taoist Master. Zhang Yar hurriedly shouted respectfully when Guolin didn't respond for a long time. It's not difficult to break this hypnosis, Guolin said, and took out 2 small mallets from the side, walked up to second young Master Zhang, and used the small wooden mallets to tap on his 2 bamboo hairpin points. 3 times. At that moment, Zhang Erxiao's eyes widened in shock, and a stream of forgotten memories came out, which was the scene where he was hypnotized. Sure enough, in this memory, he was affected and hypnotized by the other party. Thank you, Taoist Master Guo. Second young Master Zhang hurriedly thanked Guolin again. Guolin also said at this time, as long as the person is controlled by the opponent in this way, just tap the 2 bamboo hairpin points 3 times in unison to break it. In addition, I will hand over the list of people who were hypnotized by the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Give it to you. Thank you, Taoist Master. Second young Master Zhang thanked him again. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Guolin shook his head and continued, in addition to these hypnotized people, the other party has already let many people infiltrate the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. The good believer should have brought someone with him this time. The other party is at the foot of the mountain. Yes, Taoist Master. Second young Master Zhang nodded numbly. Isn't Zhuang Ping at the bottom of the mountain? Then he reacted, Taoist Master, Zhuang Ping is also a traitor? Guolin nodded, not only him, I will also give you all the other places. After saying that, Guolin took out 2 pieces of paper, wrote each name on them, and then handed them to Mr. Zhang. This time, second young Master Zhang kowtowed directly to Guolin, with respect on his face, Diazang Guo's kindness will be remembered by me and the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Now he finally knows how powerful this Taoist priest is. No wonder his elder brother is so awe-inspiring when talking about this Taoist priest Guo. The other party is in Qingfeng Temple, but he can know all this. This ability is really terrifying, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a god. Second young Master Zhang quickly left in a hurry with Zhang Nan. After leaving the Taoist temple, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his elder brother Zhang Jin's number. Zhang Nan did the same thing. He took out his mobile phone and dialed President Wu's number and reported it. After a moment, he heard President Wu's angry voice after hearing the report. Guo Lin was not in a hurry to mention the Shifang Zaiwan plant. He believed that after this incident was over, the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would contact him again. Soon. Second young Master Zhang returned to the foot of the mountain again and saw Zhuang Ping standing by the car. He and Zhang Nan looked at each other and immediately walked over as if nothing had happened. Zhuang Ping waited for a long time. When he saw the 2 people coming down, he immediately looked at Zhang Nan and found that he had forgotten about the dog daddy. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. Then, he hurriedly looked at second young Master Zhang and asked with concern, Young Master Zhang, how is the situation? Can Qingfeng Guan help you? But second young Master Zhang sighed and said, Hey, the hospital can't do anything. I was looking forward to it too much, so we went back. I just said you can't be superstitious, you must believe in science. Zhuang Ping immediately said with a smile, and turned around and opened the door with confidence. Seeing this, Zhang Yar stepped forward and hit Zhuang Ping on the back of the head with his elbow. Zhuang Ping's body went limp and he fainted on the ground. Without saying a word, Zhang Nan directly found a rope and tied Zhuang Ping tightly. At the same time, the entire Fujian Chamber of Commerce was shaken, and a force of personal connections took action in secret. Soon after, Fujian City announced a massacre. As soon as this announcement came out, the entire Fujian City was shocked. Shu Yuan Guanli, Taoist priest Pingyun, Shushan, and the old man Gang were already sitting inside, with several men beside them. Naturally, they were discussing their next actions. They didn't believe that anyone could help Mr. Zhang break the hypnosis. After all, they were able to do this with the phantom fragrance they had inherited. Therefore, in the end, Zhang Erxiao's doubts were just his random thoughts. But at this moment, a man suddenly said, The latest news, there is a new official action, it seems there is a operation. As long as it has nothing to do with us. Taoist priest Pingyun said. Yi Lao Gang also said coldly, These gangs are just low-class people, but we are going to do big things. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the door was opened, and a Taoist priest hurriedly ran in and said in a panic, Oh no, our Taoist temple is surrounded. They say that our place is the home of a gang that uses the Taoist temple as a cover. It's already been invaded. What? Yi Lao Gang stood up almost instantly, How can we be an inferior gangster gang? Taoist priest Pingyun and Shu Xian also had dreamy expressions on their faces. Are you kidding them? Yi Lao Gang, Taoist priest Pingyun, and Shu Xian were all shocked. They didn't know what was going on. They would never have thought that they had been exposed, let alone knew that their details, the person who hypnotized them, and the person who arranged the arrangements had been handed over to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce in detail. After all, this is impossible in their eyes. No one can do this. But things have come to this, no matter how stupid they are, they still know that they are being targeted. Therefore, Yi Lao Gang hurriedly ordered Ping Yun and Chu Xian's unexpected others, you should escape from here quickly. Remember, if you are caught, it will not be involved in our internal affairs. Those people nodded one after another, hurried out, and fled one after another. It was up to them to see their luck whether they could escape. Yu Lao, where are we? Chu Xian asked anxiously. The old man Gang said with a smile, we are just Taoist monks, what does fraud have to do with us? Ping Yun is still the master of the Taoist temple, we just go out calmly. Taoist master Chu Xian and Ping Yun nodded, thinking so. The three of them really walked out of the Zen room and walked outside. But just after passing through a courtyard, he heard a shout outside, everyone, remember, the bandit leaders Ping Yun, Chu Xian, and a guy nicknamed Yi Lao beat people to violent resistance, and they have heavy weapons in their hands. They are very dangerous. If a character is encountered, he will be killed on the spot. I reiterate, he will be killed on the spot. In an instant, Yi Lao Gang, Taoist priest Ping Yun, and Chu Xian felt that the air around them had become a lot colder. They looked around themselves. Where to organize people to resist? They looked at their empty palms again. Where are the heavy weapons in hand? However, Taoist priest Ping Yun had a whisk in his hand. Then he was so frightened that he threw the whisk directly to the ground. Killed today. Then, where is the calmness on the faces of the three people? He quickly turned around and ran back in panic. Not long after, the three people exclaimed, Don't, we were wronged. We surrender. I'm not lying. Then, time passed and the night passed quickly. The clouds and mist are rising and surrounding, and the rising sun is imprinted in it. The rainbow-like brilliance refracted by the mist makes the breeze look like a dream. The fog shrouding Qingfeng Temple is getting thicker and more shocking, and this beautiful scenery attracts more and more tourists to enjoy the early morning scenery. Because there is no accommodation service in Qingfeng Mountain, some tourists directly bring tents to camp. This also led to the birth of some homestay services in several villages around Qingfengguan. As long as you can see Qingfeng Mountain, B/U0026BS will attract people to come. Some villagers' houses that were originally worthless are now sold for less than RMB 30,000 per square meter. I rented a B/U0026B for 350 yuan a night, which is more expensive than a hotel in the county. The hotel was fully booked every day just to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Qingfeng Mountain in the morning. Only the villagers can experience this kind of overwhelming wealth delivered to their doorsteps. King Fengguan. Guolin got up early in the morning and picked up his phone to check the news. After Mr. Zhang returns, the Fujian Chamber of Commerce will definitely know the situation, and President Wu and others will definitely take action. Once the Fujian Chamber of Commerce takes action, there will definitely be a lot of noise, and there will definitely be news on the internet. This is probably the benefit of the internet, which allows you to know major events happening in the outside world at home. What he didn't expect was that when he searched for the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, he found that there was no news about the Fujian Chamber of Commerce at all on the internet. This isn't right. He immediately read a few more hot news. When he saw the news about thunder attack in Fujian City to eradicate the fraud group, he was stunned for a moment. Scam news is not surprising. Especially this year, overseas fraud has been a big issue, and many people have been deceived and lost their lives. Many things even make people think about it with horror, because the people who tricked them out were all trusted friends around them. There was a famous female internet celebrity who was deceived by her best friend and eventually lost her life. Moreover, it is said on the internet that Chinese people do not deceive Chinese people, but those who engage in these scams outside are basically domestic homeless people and people from society. Therefore, the domestic internet pays great attention to this kind of news. Especially after the release of an anti-fraud movie, it pushed the popularity to the highest peak. Therefore, news like this about cracking down on fraud groups is something everyone loves to hear, and countless netizens will like and support it. But Guo Lin saw that Fujian city officials cracked down on the fraud gang using Chu Yuanguan as a cover. After reading this kind of content, I have to lament the energy of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. This is definitely the method of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. He knew that after those people had no way to do things secretly, in the conditions of modern society, they would definitely not be able to stop a money empire like the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. But he never expected that the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would not show up at all in this matter and hid directly behind the scenes. He did not expect to make a big fuss. There is a lot of commotion online, but it has nothing to do with the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Even the words Fujian Chamber of Commerce have not appeared in the news. Now everyone is praising the Fujian city officials for their beautiful move, and lamenting that fraud is so pervasive that Taoist temples can become the home of fraudsters. Then I saw the content that the fraudsters resisted violently and even used prohibited weapons, and several leaders were shot to death, and I was even more moved by the fierce revenge of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. However, it is normal. After all, it is the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. This is a chamber of commerce that is as famous as the Chamber of Commerce created by Boss Ma. We don't even look at how many of the country's 100 richest people are from Fujian province, and how many are from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Just as Guo Lin was thinking about it, he received a WeChat message from Chairman Wu of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. He had gone to Fujian City to join before. Inside the message were several photos. The photos are a bit tragic, showing some dead bodies. Guo Lin recognized them at a glance. Among them were Taoist priest Ping Yun, Shushan, and the old man gang. In other words, they are now the leader of the fraud group. Seeing Shushan's misery, he also shook his head and could only say that he was seeking death. However, this further shows that it was the Fujian Chamber of Commerce that did it, but people outside did not know it at all. They only knew that Fujian City had cracked down on a fraud group, and everyone clapped their hands and applauded and liked it like crazy. The truth, sometimes only a few people know. It just so happened that he was one of the few people who knew the truth in this matter. After having breakfast, Guo Lin's phone rang. It's Chairman Wu's phone number. After pressing the button to answer the call, President Wu's voice rang out, "Master Guo, our Fujian Chamber of Commerce owes you another favor this time. Therefore, I want to go to Qingfeng Temple to visit you. I hope I won't disturb you." Obviously, his tone was more respectful than before, and he addressed everyone with the honorific title of you. "I'm waiting for President Wu." Guo Lin was in a good mood after seeing the photo and agreed. Neither of them talked about Chu Yuanguan, but he knew that President Wu came here for this reason. Guo Lin looked at the miserable conditions of Taoist Ping Yun and Chu Xian, who were directly killed by firearms. This also gave him a sense of urgency. Firearms are really a huge threat in modern society. If faced head-on, his many methods are not afraid of people with firearms, but what if the other party hides in secret and attacks? What if the force behind the door is still taught a lesson? What if the other party uses firearms at some point? And there are other possibilities that could expose him to firearms. It's all possible. Thinking of this, he returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice the Tianqi talismans. In addition to fighting talismans, he can now also practice talismans. As the name suggests, the talisman is a means of protection in the Tianqi talisman technique. After learning this talisman, I don't know if it can block bullets. However, cultivating a talisman is not easier than a fighting talisman, nor can it be completed in one day. When he was about to try to make a talisman, Xia Qingyang went to the office and reported, "Senior brother, today we will admit Huang Bin and Qingguan." Only then did Guo Lin remember this, opened the waiting room and walked out, saying, "Just in time, we have done the initiation ceremony before the tourists come." In the past, he would definitely publicize the initiation ceremony to attract tourists to watch it. Because there is an entry-level wonder, it is definitely shocking and can make tourists pious, and 1 point of willpower is also 1 point. But now under the superimposed influence of several attributes, there is a high probability that ordinary tourists will have 1 piety when they come up. Even after they leave Qingfeng Temple, as time goes by, 1 piety will soon become 0 again, so they can still stay. Next, 1 point of willingness. Therefore, there is no need to attract tourists to this initiation ceremony, otherwise with the current popularity, it will definitely be a mess. Huang Bin and Qingguan had received the order before and had already arranged the ceremonial stage in the side courtyard of the main hall. It would be good for them to personally make their own ceremonial altar. It's just that we haven't notified the two of them yet. It's the first time to give them some surprises. The procedure will be set in the future. They should be notified 3 days in advance so that they can prepare by chanting Taoist scriptures and praying for blessings. Outside, Xia Qingyang also rang the bell in the main hall. Lin Ziyan, Huang Bin and other outer disciples heard the summons and immediately rushed to the main hall. "I've seen 2 Taoist priests." These outer disciples all saluted Guo Lingxin. "I've met 2 senior brothers." Xuan Yun came over and saluted Guo Lin and Xia Qingyang. Guo Lin nodded to everyone, and also ordered Lin Ziyan and others, "Bring out the altar for the initiation ceremony that you have arranged." Hearing this, Huang Bin, Qingguan, Lin Ziyan, Wang Yang and others were all stunned, and then their faces became full of anticipation. Are new disciples finally coming? Finally there was someone to share their workload with. Lin Ziyan and the others did not hesitate and hurriedly entered the side courtyard to carry the ceremony altar. "Xian Yang, Xuan Yun, you preside over the initiation ceremony, and I will observe the ceremony." Guo Lin gave another instruction to the 2 of them. Now Qingfeng Temple has been divided into an inner sect and an outer sect, and he is not the only one in the inner sect who has the name Xian. Then there is no need for the disciples of this generation to host the ceremony in person, and they can just watch the ceremony from the side. Even in the future, if the righteous person can be accepted, then he will not have to watch the ceremony, and it will be completely left to the family to handle it. This is also a Taoist rule. In a short while, Huang Bin and others carried out the decorated ritual altar and the props needed, and then placed them in the main hall. Huang Bin and King Wan were also a little strange at this time, because except for the 3 Taoist priests and their outer disciples, there was no one else at all. How could anyone get started? Huang Bin couldn't help but ask, Taoist Master Guo, are you a newbie? Guo Lin smiled and asked, why do we need newcomers to get started? Can't you and King Wan join the inner sect? Ah! Huang Bin's eyes widened when he heard this, showing incredible excitement. King Wandu looked at Guo Lin in disbelief. She obviously didn't expect to hear such good news suddenly. Since she entered Qingfeng Temple, she has seen more and more of the magic of Qingfeng Temple, especially after knowing that Qingfeng Temple can cultivate things like energy. She has become more and more looking forward to when she can enter the intersection. After all, that is something that only beginner disciples can cultivate. I didn't expect to hear such good news all of a sudden. People like Lin Ziyan and Huang Bin were also stunned for a moment. They weren't just recruiting newcomers? Lin Ziyan, in particular, felt like he was beating his chest. I didn't choose to join King Fengagwan right away at the beginning. It was really a slow process. He was the first to come. This is not the first time for the Qingfeng Temple initiation ceremony, so it is already considered experienced. This time it was Xie Qingyang and Xian Yun who took the lead, and they were also on separate sides. King Wan and Huang Bin knelt down early and were writing documents. As the first batch of Taoist disciples from the outer sect to advance to the inner sect, the two of them were obviously very excited. After that, the first step of the ceremony is to present the documents and use the wealth. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun also received their submissions and read them out separately. Xie Qingyang, today Qingguan's writings are presented in the Qinghuai area, and Taoism is called Zongguan. I would like to enter the Qingfeng Diu and present a set of Bao Dian scriptures. Xian Yang, Huang Bin from Guangjing now submits a document, and Taoism calls him Zongbin. I would like to enter Qingfeng Temple and dedicate a temple to Emperor Zaiwei. Xie Qingyang and Xuanyun read out the documents and Hua Ke certificates submitted by the two men respectively. The Qingguan ones are not bad. They offer Taoist scriptures and fill the Taoist scripture collection room. It is also a very rare treasure to enter the Taoist temple. But Huang Bin's tribute made Lin Ziyan, Wang Yang, and other outer disciples look at each other. This is simply, especially Lin Ziyan and Wang Yang, they are also the second generation of rich people. They both became Taoist believers for various reasons. Now they are even more convinced by Qingfengguan and want to join Qingfengguan. They are not short of money, but Huang Bin's behavior really makes them speechless. They remembered that this man had sworn in the main hall that he would donate to the Sanking Temple when he entered the Taoist temple. Xian Yun read out Huang Bin's Hua wealth usage, frowned slightly, and asked, Huang Bin, Hua wealth usage, do what you can. People who practice Taoism naturally respect sincerity, and it is not appropriate to be flashy. The meaning is obvious, that is, to get started with Hua Ke, all you need to do is be sincere and have your heart set on it. Just like him, it's okay to toast a glass of water, but you can't brag in vain. After all, he still remembered that the Sanking Temple that Huang Bin swore to Sanking was not in place now. Now the Zaiwei Palace was promised to Emperor Zaiwei. Failure to do so is the greatest blasphemy. The key point is that Qingfeng Temple enshrines gods. Everyone is sure that there are gods who really pay attention to it. Emperor Zaiwei's Dharma conference has explained everything, and Qingfeng Temple's many divine gifts also explain everything. Therefore, if Huang Bin was blasphemous, he would also be worried about affecting Qingfeng Temple. Huang Bin hurriedly assured, Taoist Master, I am not lying. The funds for Sanking Temple and Zaiwei Temple will arrive soon. He knows how to be sincere. But he didn't know how to express his sincerity. Therefore, donating buildings is the best way for him to express his piety. Xian Yun didn't say anything when he saw him saying this. After that comes the step of worshipping the ancestors and gods. As for the master, Guo Lin still did not arrange for them to become apprentices. The matter of accepting disciples is currently not suitable for him, Xie Qingyang, or Xuanyun. After a series of processes ended, the most critical moment came. After Xie Qingyang kneaded 3 sticks of incense and knelt before bowing, he announced, Today, there are Taoist disciples Zongguan from the province city of Country and Zongbin, the Taoist disciple from the province city of Country. They are in compliance with the 8 rules and 10 steps. They have been reviewed and tested, and they are in line with the country, the party, and the teachings. I have gone through the formalities required by the request, and now I am entering Qingfeng Guantu, and I promise to practice seriously. Finally, bow down. The ceremony was completely over here, and a surprising scene appeared on the table. It's the Gateway Wonder. The smoke condensed into 2 Dao numbers, Zongwan and Zongbin. As the roster flipped, the 2 names in the smoke flew towards the Dao numbers written in advance on the roster, as if they were accommodated in it. This scene surprised Wang Yang and Lin Ziyan, the outer disciples this time, and made them even more envious. After the ceremony, Xie Qingyang also said to Qingguan and Huang Bin, Zongwan, Zongbin, follow me into the backyard to learn the introductory skills, and start eating in the inner shrine at noon. Yes, Taoist priest. Huang Bin and Qingguan responded simultaneously, their faces full of excitement. It is an introductory skill. It can definitely cultivate energy, and then you can make the talismans engraved on the stone wall illusion like Taoist Master Xianyang and Taoist Xuanyun, right? Thinking about it, the two of them hurriedly followed Xie Qingyang towards the inner courtyard. This makes Lin Ziyan and Wang Xiang even more envious. Sure enough, there are introductory techniques after getting started. Lin Ziyan was even more regretful. If he had known better that he would bow down to Qingfeng Temple as soon as he arrived. Wang Yang hurriedly asked Xuanyun, who was still in the main hall, Taoist Master, since senior sister Zongguan and senior brother Zong Bin have entered the inner sect, what are the conditions for us outer sect disciples to become inner sect disciples? Just practice with piety. When your piety is enough, you can enter the inner section. Xuanyun didn't hide anything. After all, they had asked their senior brother before. But Wang Yang obviously still didn't understand, and asked flatteringly, Taoist Master Xuanyun, please make it more clear. Xianyun smiled and said, how many times can Zong Bin enjoy baptism in the quiet room now? As an old guy who has been here for decades, although the senior brother has not really talked about the issue of piety, his own eyesight is still good, and he can make some associations. Some quiet room baptisms had more people, some people. He himself had increased the number of baptisms, so he could guess some of them. I understand. Wang Xiang immediately knew this. He himself could only enjoy 3 quiet room baptisms at the beginning, but now he can enjoy 5. His piety is definitely higher now than before. After all, I had never thought about entering the Qingfeng Temple after living here for so long. Now I think about it, every day, even if I am busy doing chores all the time, I still want to enter the Qingfeng Temple. Soon after, Wang Yang and other outer disciples saw Zong Bin and Zongguan coming out of the inner courtyard with excited faces. Zong Bin left the Taoist temple directly. When he reached the outer gate, he took out his mobile phone to order a ticket and then sent the information. Taoist priest Xuanyun has reminded him. Now that he has learned Qingfeng Fist, if he doesn't settle the matter of Sanking Temple and Zaiwei Hall, he is afraid that not only Taoist Xuanyun will remind him, but then the great god Sanking and Emperor Zaiwei will be a little bit different. Thinking about it, this is bad for him. After a while, he made another call. Dear brother, because your speed is too slow, I have already booked a flight and plan to go back to fight for the company. An angry voice came from the other side. What are you in a hurry for? I told you it would take some time for the company's turnaround. Zong Bin said disdainfully, that's none of my business. Check the flight time clearly. Either you come first or I go back. By the way, now we have to add a crepe myrtle temple. The next 3 days. Xie Qingyang completely taught Zongguan and Zongbin Qingfeng Fist, and the two of them also entered the inner dining hall to eat spiritual energy rice and successfully sense the existence of energy. Naturally, the two of them were also ordered to keep everything secret, and only the inner disciples could know. While the two promised, they also practiced harder, and their food intake increased significantly, hoping to guide energy into the Danshan quickly. In the past 3 days, Guo Lin has also been working hard to practice the Tianqi talisman. In the Qingfeng viewing room, Guo Lin held a talisman pen and wrote on a piece of talisman paper, outlining a series of talisman patterns, and finally sealed the ring to outline a talisman. This celestial master's talisman is finally completed. After that, he picked up his pen and started drawing again, and then the second and third talismans were drawn by him one after another. Then, he also entered the game for the first time and wanted to check the notes information of these talismans. This is a talisman. After activation, you can cast the Tianqi talisman. After checking a few pictures, the amulets were all made. After quitting the game with a thought, he opened the closet, hurriedly left the Taoist temple, and headed to the mountains for experiments. Naturally, he now wanted to know the defensive effect of this amulet quickly. Taoist priest. Taoist priest. A series of chirping sounds sounded, and several auspicious treasures came to Guo Lin's side and greeted him. Yes, it's just a greeting. The intelligence of animals that have initially transcended the world is already very high, not to mention that the 7 auspicious animals have already been in the initial stage of transcendence for so long, and they all live among humans. The wild boar king's voice sounded, and it also ran to Guo Lin, saying hello as well. Sitting on her back was Kong Kong, the monkey, grinning when she saw him, and she carried a stick on her shoulder. It was a golden cudgel, made of wood. This originated from an unlucky doll internet celebrity. Doll internet celebrities are people who wear various doll clothes and then live broadcast or take photos with people. There was an internet celebrity wearing a Gaku costume. He had to smile crookedly and show off his plastic golden cudgel with a monkey, and he was very playful. Now, the monkey became interested. He beat him up, took away the golden cudgel, and even smashed the screen of his mobile phone. Then the monkey became interested in sticks, and couldn't help but smash the plastic golden hoop. After it broke, it found a big enemy in Qingfeng Temple and chipped a wooden one with his own hands. That big culprit is Huang Bin. Guo Lin sometimes finds it funny. Why does the monkey always get entangled with Huang Bin? Don't look for Qingfeng to watch other people. Guo Lin didn't pay much attention to the animals and continued towards the mountains. It was more important to verify the talisman. Goodbye. Goodbye. The 7 auspicious treasures started jumping and screaming again under the guidance of Slow One Beat. This scene really made the monkey look at the 7 auspicious treasures thoughtfully. He must be wondering why they are the only ones who can talk. Why can't he and the pigs do the same? It's obviously smarter. Thinking about it, it hit the wild boar king on the head with a wooden stick, and the wild boar king Xiao also walked towards the Taoist temple as if he understood. The appearance of several animals obviously attracted the attention of tourists around. Many people took pictures of them with their mobile phones. After all, several animals are also famous animal celebrities on the internet, especially the monkey, wearing a Taoist robe, carrying a stick, and riding a pig. Those who didn't know it thought it came from Huiguo Mountain. The monkey was suddenly attracted to a girl, because the girl was holding a special tablet. As it operated on the tablet could make various sounds. What a cute animal! Quickly take a photo, is the monkey Wukong. The sound produced by the tablet in the girl's hand was electronic, because it was a mute tablet for mutes. It could operate pronunciation and had many buttons. The monkey's eyes suddenly lit up and he was eager to try, but he seemed to think of the previous incident of grabbing other people's sticks and being lectured by the Taoist priest, which made him anxious and annoyed. Then, it looked in one direction and saw a man in Taoist robes running towards the entrance of the mountain road. Isn't it Zhong Bin? Zhong Bin hurried to the entrance of the mountain road and saw a man there who looked a bit like him. He was looking at Zhong Bin with a gloomy face. Hey, big brother, you're finally here. Zhong Bin looked at the man with enthusiasm, and even stepped forward and grabbed the man's hand to express his longing for him. The man withdrew his hand in disgust, then took out a card and handed it to Zhong Bin. I thought you were fooling around before, but I didn't expect you to be more foolhardy now. Do you really think I would worry about you going back and fighting for the company? When Zhong Bin heard this, he suddenly asked seriously, brother, why are you coming if you are not afraid? The man's face became more gloomy. You can feel proud now. The money in this card is transferred to the company in your name and donated to the Taoist temple. In the future, you will have no chance to compete for the company. The devils are fighting for that crappy company. Zhong Bin took the card with disdain and walked inside without looking back. After witnessing the power of cultivation, he felt that any fight for fame and fortune after his birth was the work of a fool. That look made the man even more contemptuous. This self-righteous guy was fooled around by a Taoist temple. He really thought that he had any real abilities. He just had a better life, a family background, and was born at an end point that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. Now I don't know how to cherish it, which is ridiculous. The man snorted coldly, turned around and left. From now on, there will be no more trouble. Zhong Bin had already taken the card to check the balance on the card. He also smiled when he saw the balance. The elder brother was not playing tricks. Very good, the money is just right to buy out his relationship with his family. He can also donate to a few more palaces in the future, and he doesn't have to worry about his family coming to him for any trouble in the future. He will soon be Zhong Bin, the Taoist master of Qingfeng Temple. Zhong Bin was feeling proud when he suddenly saw a monkey face appearing in front of him. If there was anyone he disliked seeing the most in Qingfeng Temple, it was undoubtedly this monkey. This guy always bullied him. The key is, why is a monkey so powerful? However, thinking that I have now learned Qingfeng Fist and sense the energy, although I cannot introduce it to my Danshan, I still have energy to strengthen my body. Therefore, he also put on the posture of Qingfeng Fist and threatened the monkey, fellow deist Kong Kong, I am now an inner disciple and have learned more powerful Kung Fu. Don't go too far. But when the monkey saw his movements, he suddenly struck with the stick at a very fast speed. A moment later, Zhong Bin's miserable howl could be heard. The tourists around him stared at the young Taoist priest jumping with his legs crossed in confusion, and took out their mobile phones to take pictures. A tourist who just happened to take a photo of that scene couldn't help laughing. The monkey's stick was so accurate. Stop, stop. Zhong Bin took a long time to catch his breath. Seeing the monkey swinging the stick again, he hurriedly shouted with a breath of air. After a while, Zhong Bin had to follow the monkey and kept saying, fellow Taoist Kong Kong, think about it, I entered the Taoist temple before you. People will respect the old and love the young, you monkeys should learn from it too. On the other side, Guo Lin has also reached the deep mountains, where almost no one has come up, just in time to experiment with the talisman. So, he also found a place, and as soon as he thought about it, he saw 3 fighting talismans and 3 talismans floating around him, neatly, as if they were lined up in a team. In front of Guo Lin, 3 fighting talismans and 3 talismans were arranged and floating. As he thought, he saw 3 talismans flying out instantly, and the talismans were condensed in front of the 3 boulders, forming a light shield that enveloped the boulders. Seeing this, Guo Lin thought again, and the fighting talisman was instantly activated. The fighting talisman condensed and shot towards the 3 huge rocks in an instant. He had already tested the power of this fighting talisman. A fighting talisman can break even a boulder into pieces, and its power is greater than a grenade. Therefore, he now wants to use this fighting talisman to test the power of this talisman. In an instant, 3 energy collisions sounded loudly. Almost at that moment, the energy burst out from the 3 fighting talismans, crazily impacted on the condensed shield of the 3 talismans. The energy impact and collision between the talismans aroused a series of impact ripples, rolling the surrounding leaves in all directions, spreading, stirring up dust in the forest. This scene is very powerful. After a while, everything returned to calm, and Guo Lin looked at the 3 huge rocks. At this time, the 3 boulders were intact, but the 3 talismans emitting spiritual light were blocked, apparently cancelling each other out with the power of the fighting talisman. The next moment, Guo Lin had a thought, and there was a stack of fighting talismans in his hand, which he had been drawing every day these days. This fighting talisman is equivalent to a high-power grenade. This stack is 100 pieces. The talisman can block this fighting talisman, but the power of things like bullets is not calculated in this way. He doesn't know whether a talisman can block bullets. But it doesn't matter, you can also draw the talisman every day. 1 talisman is not enough, 2, 3, 10, 100. At that point, he was afraid that the opponent's gun would not have enough bullets. Moreover, he felt that he should do more research on fighting talismans and develop some new uses. After all, grenades also have press-triggered, timed, and remote-control types. He thought of a Chinese anime about plaster. Wasn't there a detonating talisman that could be detonated remotely? Thinking about it, Guo Lin put the stack of fighting talismans into the magic bag again, then turned and walked out of the forest. After the talisman is mastered, in this modern civilized society, there will probably be no one who can threaten him unless he specially mobilizes the army to use high-power weapons to deal with him. This can be considered slightly aloof. He also took a look at the scenery in the forest. As the energy of the wood spread towards the other 2 mountains, he felt more and more like a fairyland in the forest. The popularity of Qingfang Mountain has dropped recently, mainly because netizens' attention span on one thing is really limited, and new hotspots appear every day, diverting people's attention. For example, with the popularity of Taoism today, isn't it because the master is so compassionate and leads his followers to release mineral water and gain trillions of merits? That's right, the master has found a new way to obtain merit. The master said that there are billions of bacteria in the mineral water. If you recite the Buddha's name 21 times to release them, believers will have great merit. However, even though the popularity of Qingfang Temple has been replaced by new hotspots on the internet, it has already gained a great reputation in the tourism industry, and there is still an endless stream of tourists. This is not the first time President Wu has come to Qingfang Mountain, but this time he still felt shocked. The lingering mist under the sun is even more shocking. Only Qingfang Temple can have such a shocking landscape. But he was not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery. What happened to the Fujian Chamber of Commerce this time really frightened him. If Zhang Jin's younger brother hadn't come to King Fengguan and been mentored by Taoist Guo, it would be scary to think about what would have happened to them after the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, they were so angry that they also worked behind the scenes, directly inflicting damage on the other party. It was directly considered as colluding with overseas fraud organizations, resisting violently, and carrying heavy weapons. This standard means that it is no problem to kill all the people on the other side. In the end, all 3 leading people were killed. If you want to attack their Fujian Chamber of Commerce's doctrine, you will have to pay a price. Moreover, his shock this time was no less than when Guo Daozang made the typhoon turn around. The magic of the phantom fragrance alone is enough to shock people. Who could believe that lighting an incense stick would have such a magical effect? Can people's memories be constructed into an illusion? There are also those 2 lists. Whether it is the people who were hypnotized or the people who were arranged to join the Fujian Chamber of Commerce, Dao Kang Guo has obviously been at Qingfang Temple, but the names he wrote down are pretty good. You know, no one inside those people can know all the names, and there are so many people who are afraid that the person who arranged it will not be able to tell them all at once. This shows how powerful Dao Kang Guo is. But think about it, this is normal for a fairy. Otherwise, if you change someone else and bring out 2 lists like this, they will all think that the person is the person arranged by the other party. He came to Qingfang Temple again, this time to thank Taoist Guo. The Taoist priest's kindness is really too great. Although Dao Kang Guo did not mention anything about repayment to Zhang Nan, their Fujian Chamber of Commerce cannot be ignorant. Faced with such an immortal figure, he naturally wanted to come to the door in exchange for the favor. Otherwise, would he let Taoist Guo speak on his own? They're not out of their minds. When Guo Lin returned to the Taoist temple, Xia Qingyang was entertaining some middle-aged men and women in the front yard. These people were still wearing overalls with sanitation logo. These are sanitation workers. There are indeed too many tourists in Qingfang Temple now, and there are indeed many unqualified tourists. Especially when some tourists walked halfway up the mountain, there was really no trash can, so they just threw it to the side of the mountain. No one saw it anyway. There are naturally many people with this kind of mentality. Moreover, even if all tourists are qualified, the trash cans on Qingfeng Mountain are quickly filled up. Now Qingfeng Temple has limited manpower and there is no way to deal with them in time. Therefore, Qingfeng Temple is in great need of sanitation workers. In fact, many well-known diamond scenic spots also have sanitation workers. These sanitation workers were transferred from the county, and during the dispatch, the workers came rushing over. After all, here in Qingfengshan there is no need to get up at 3 or 4 o'clock to clean the streets, and the salary is 1,000 yuan higher. Naturally, wages are paid by Qingfengguan. Now these people naturally need to be trained when they arrive, and then register data such as height, and then customize work clothes that suit the section. In addition to these sanitation workers, there are also some people, such as Chen Hong, Lu Feng, and Lu Fang, who are all highly devout believers in Qingfeng Temple. Naturally, they have to come to Qingfengguan to work voluntarily for a period of time. They mainly help Qingfengguan lead sanitation workers and supervise them by the way. It is also normal for believers to help Taoist temples with voluntary labor. Moreover, this time the Taoist temple plans to help several devout believers apply for lay Buddhist qualifications and issue lay Buddhist certificates. In other places, this may require the Taoist Association to go through the process, but in Yushan, the president of the Taoist Association is Guo Linear. Devout believers like Lu Fang are still very concerned about lay certificates. When Guo Lin came in, people like Lu Fang and Lu Feng also saw him and immediately greeted him respectfully. "I've met Deazang Guo. I've met Deazang Guo." On the other hand, the sanitation workers looked at Guo Lin curiously. These people don't know much about Qingfengguan. Who else, doing the most tiring work like them, with a meager salary, has the time to believe in this? In their eyes, only rich and idle people would believe this. If you have this time, you might as well work part-time to earn more money for your family. In fact, this is indeed the case for most devout believers in Taoism. Without some spare money, who would have time to recite Taoist scriptures and Buddhist scriptures every day? It is even less likely that they would have free time to live in Taoist temples, help with chores, and do their own work. "I'm so busy that I can't stop." Guo Lin also bowed to those people and then returned to the dressing room. After he drew a few more talismans, he picked up his phone and logged into the casual Shushan game. Continue to take over Lin Jiabao's mission. Most of the Lin Jiabao mission has been completed so far. Opening the mission board to check, Lin Jiabao's branch lines have been added to 2 more. One is to explore the mansions of the 4 major families in Suzhou. Seeing this mission, Guo Lin had a weird face. The planning of this mission was good, but he actually made this joke. Xian 1 goes to Suzhou City. Old players should know that Suzhou City has a unique row of houses that can be entered. There are 4 buildings, and you can find things in each house. Moreover, there are only 4 residential houses in Suzhou City that have cards to enter, so players jokingly call them the 4 major families. Another mission is interesting, it's called Being Brave in the Righteous Situation. You found that someone was bullied in the inn. As a heroic hero, would you go in to rescue him? Guo Lin felt that this was a small fast food mission that had nothing to do with the plot. It was supposed to be a lesson to the bully and the mission was over. Therefore, it is natural to do this small fast food task. But after teaching the bully a lesson, the bullied scholar said, "Young hero, Xiaosheng Lu Jinyuan is grateful for the rescue. Young hero is very skilled in martial arts. Can I ask you something? Can young hero use my name to participate in the Lin family's martial arts competition to recruit a bride?" Then Miss Lin is Xiaosheng's cousin, and she is engaged to Xiaosheng. However, she likes to wield swords and guns, and wants to find a husband who can impress her with force. So, Xiaosheng wants to ask the young hero to help Xiaosheng compete in martial arts, and help Xiaosheng win the contest to find a bride. Xiaosheng's father is the minister of this court, and I will definitely repay the young hero generously. Guo Lin was speechless when he saw that there was still a follow-up to this heroic mission. What about playing tricks? I thought it was a small fast food task, but who knew it was a series of tasks? The key is that the guy he rescued was the unlucky Lu Jinyuan whose engagement was broken off by his cousin. Remember in Xian 1, it seems that Xiao Litzi saved the other party. In the plot, the 2 parties were still chatting in the room all night long. I don't know what there is to talk about when 2 grown men just met. However, what most Fairy Sword fans will remember is Linger's chin supporting reward, which is simply adorable. However, although this guy was unlucky enough to have his cousin break off the engagement, his future wife is really enviable and makes people want to make friends with him. So, on the other hand, this Lu Jinyuan is a very lucky guy, but naturally the final outcome is still unsatisfactory. For many players, when they used to play Xian 1, Linger and Miss Lin were the ideal types, but only after reaching a certain age did they realize that Lu Jinyuan's wife was the ideal type. Looking at this mission, it seems very exciting. After all, in Fairy Sword, the protagonist Xiao Litzi won the martial arts competition to find a bride. Now he controls the game character and beats Miss Lin. Isn't he ahead of the protagonist? Then given Miss Lin's character, it is still impossible to marry Lu Jinyuan, and she might get entangled with the game character. Then isn't she the woman who plays the game character? This seems good. If this can bring Miss Lin to the novice's residence. It seems that the planner of this mission is also someone who is dissatisfied with Miss Lin's ending. This is a different kind of marriage grabbing. Guo Lin hesitated and immediately clicked OK. But just as he accepted the task, he saw Lu Jinyuan falling to the ground with a thump. The character who controlled the game came forward to check, and heard Lu Jinyuan murmur, "Young hero, I have rhinitis, please help me buy medicinal materials and make rhino powder." Guo Lin's face was filled with astonishment. The dog planner of this task is playing tricks again. The agreement to steal Xiao Litzi's wife turned into a series of tasks to buy medicinal materials. Gan. Guo Lin just hung up and automatically completed the task, then sat down cross-legged to study the Tianqi talisman technique. In the technique, the fighting talisman did not describe how to use it like the detonating talisman in the anime. But once the technique is obtained, as long as you keep studying, you can always find a way. After studying for some time, I heard a voice like Wang's report coming from outside the lobby. "Master Guo, Chairman Wu of the Fujian Chamber of Commerce is here. He asked to see you, and he has been taken to the reception room." When Guo Lin heard the report, he immediately stood up. He expected that the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce would come back. After all, he knew something about the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. "I just didn't expect President Wu to come in person." That's just right. If I ask him about the Shifang Fate plant, the people from the Fujian Chamber of Commerce will search for it more wholeheartedly. Guo Lin opened the door of the dressing room and went to the reception room. After entering the reception room, he suddenly looked at the prompt of the game system. "The task of bravery has been completed. Do you want to submit it?" Guo Lin directly made the choice to submit. It was impossible to get the task anyway, but who knew that before he clicked submit, the game system prompt appeared again. "Congratulations on getting the special recipe for making Bishu powder." Guo Lin couldn't help but wonder. When Lu Jinyuan fell to the ground just now, the task became to buy him medicine and make Bishu powder. But he didn't think he would get the task, and he didn't care. Who knew that this hopeless task would be rewarded? What is the key to this rhinoceros? Guo Lin didn't expect that even though he was not optimistic about Lu Jinyuan's task, he would actually give him a reward. The key is what exactly is Baiji powder? I've seen Taoist Guo. When President Wu saw Guo Lin coming in, he stood up and saluted him respectfully. People from Fujian City would definitely be very surprised if they saw this scene. After all, this is President Wu, so he still needs to salute others so respectfully? Guo Lin also came back to his senses, returned a salute to President Wu, and said, "President Wu, we meet again. Let's sit down first and drink a cup of enlightenment tea. Listen to the Taoist master." President Wu followed Guo Lin and sat down on a tea table. "Naturally, you have to drink King Fengagwen's enlightenment tea. This is fairy tea. Only their believers who have drank it know how magical it is. Outsiders are not even qualified to drink it." After drinking a cup of tea, he entered a state where he was completely out of touch and mentally empty. This feeling is really amazing. Originally, there was a tens of billions project in the group, and the mess that I had never seen through seemed to be figured out now. "Thank you, Taoist master, for the tea," President Wu said, and then he hugged Guo Lin and said with a grateful face, "This time when I came to Qingfeng Mountain, I would also like to thank Taoist master on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. If it weren't for Taoist priest chairman, our Chamber of Commerce will definitely undergo huge changes, and the consequences are unimaginable. Those people are from an organization, and our Chamber of Commerce will never let other people go. We have sent people to search for them secretly. It's best not to let us catch them." When Guo Lin heard this, he knew that the Fujian Chamber of Commerce also obviously hated this force. However, he did not say any more. After all, his ability to evolve the fragments of the Bagua disc is still limited, and he cannot calculate other survivors. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce has their own methods of doing things, and he doesn't need to say more. President Wu said respectfully, "Taoist master, our entire Chamber of Commerce owes you a favor. If you ask us to do so one day, our Chamber of Commerce will definitely repay this favor." This is also the main purpose of his coming here. Naturally, the purpose was not to repay the favor, but to let Daozang Guo know the attitude of their Chamber of Commerce, and also to maintain the relationship with King Fengagwen, or even to make the relationship more familiar. After all, there is an immortal-like Taoist Master Guo in Qingfeng Temple. Even if people like Zhong, Ma, Zhang, and Zhang were in his position, they would still make such a choice. Guo Lin also smiled when he heard this and said, "I really have something to trouble you, President Wu." This is why he didn't mention the Shifang Fate plant to Zhang Nan before. It was completely different for him to take the initiative to mention this matter to the other party and for the other party to come to him now and say that he owed Qingfeng Guan a favor. When President Wu heard this, he immediately said, "Taoist master, please give me your instructions." They are now afraid that Daozang Guo will give them orders, and they will have no chance to get close to him. Now that the Taoist leader has given instructions, no matter what happens, they will definitely do it with all their strength and heart. Guo Lin also mentioned the plants that are bound to the 10 directions. President Wu, our Taoist temple still needs to ask you to find some plants, such as Liudeo wood, Ramnaceae jujube tree, Rosaceae peach tree, Tuomo, coraltung tree, Rosaceae medicinal papaya, hematoxylin, hexagonal wood, and golden fruit would also need to be aged, which may be a bit troublesome. President Wu immediately said cautiously, the Taoist master has given instructions. No matter how troublesome we are, we will help the Taoist master find these plants. However, for the sake of caution, I hope that the Taoist master can write me a copy of the information to avoid our Chamber of Commerce finding the wrong ones. Yes. Guo Lin nodded, waved his hand, took out a pen and paper, and started writing on it. President Wu would still be shocked when he saw something appear in Taoist master's hand with one move out of thin air. He was really curious where Daozang Guo put his things and how many things he had with him. This paper and pen are still good, and the large feng shui stones from before can be summoned with just a wave of my hand. Then, he was attracted by Daozang Guo's handwriting, which looked like a master's at first glance. I didn't expect that the Taoist master's painting skills were so high and his calligraphy was so good. The Taoist master with complete 6 arts often mentioned in ancient times should be a template like Taoist master Guo, right? Guo Lin read the information about the fate of the 10 directions plant to President Wu. After President Wu received the information, he got up and went outside to make phone calls to make arrangements. It can be said that his attitude was absolutely impeccable. President Wu hung up the phone before returning to the reception room and sitting down. After Guo Lin arranged the matter, he stopped mentioning it and poured another cup of tea for President Wu. President Wu, drink tea. Things have been arranged for the other party. It is impossible for a person like President Wu to do well. Any more words will appear to be long-winded. Thank you, Taoist priest. Taoist priest Wu picked up the tea and thanked him again, took 2 sips, and continued, Taoist priest, I have one more unkind request, and I hope to get Taoist priest's consent. Guo Lin smiled and said, President Wu, please tell me. Chairman Wu praised, Taoist master, the current environment in Qingfeng Mountain has become so good. I felt refreshed along the way, as if all my cells were relaxed. If I live in this environment, here, I think people's lifespan will be increased and various diseases will be reduced. Taoist priest, have you ever thought about establishing a meritorious industry such as a sanatorium? Many well-known Taoist holy places have sanatoriums, such as Wu Shan Sanatorium, Jinyu Sanatorium, Shaolin Sanatorium, etc. Moreover, Qingfeng Mountain is a unique environment, and can also take a high-end route. I know that Daoist Guo and his wife need to be repaired. It is not good for too many people to live in Qingfeng Mountain. Therefore, we can choose a place in the other 2 mountains. If the Taoist is willing, our Fujian Chamber of Commerce is willing to send people to help the Taoist deal with the meritorious property of the sanatorium. With our current technology, I can guarantee that the sanatorium will be built within 2 months. This was what he thought when he came up the mountain. The Fujian Chamber of Commerce wants to enhance their relationship with King Fengguan, so they naturally have to seize more opportunities. For example, the merit project he proposed in the sanatorium, and this project is really good. Nowadays, the richer people are, the more they take some time to recuperate and relax themselves every year. This is the case with him. If there was a sanatorium in a place like Qingfeng Mountain, he would definitely choose to come here. It was even foreseeable that countless rich people would rush here in the future. After all, just the feeling of being refreshed and comfortable in it is enough. That kind of feeling is something that no sanatorium can provide. The most important thing is that if the Taoist leader agrees, then the Fujian Chamber of Commerce will be responsible for this matter, and they will have some room for maneuver. For example, they can reserve the best position at any time. If you have time, you can come and talk to Daozang Guo about the nursing home. Doesn't this relationship get closer? Of course, all this requires the Taoist priest's consent. Guo Lin was a little surprised when he heard President Wu's proposal. He really hadn't thought about this. After all, the game system prompted to develop a sex residence, and he was always thinking about things related to the section. However, Qingfeng Mountain now has an area of 3 mountains, and the level 3 Qinkan environment will increase the area by 30% as long as it is within the scope of Qingfeng Temple. If the Qinkan environment is upgraded in the future, the area will be even larger. There is no need to use 3 mountains just to build with the facilities of Daemon. Therefore, it is not impossible to develop a merit industry such as a nursing home. After all, this time to upgrade the sex residence, there will be an upgrade requirement of 12.8 million merit funds. According to this rule, if you upgrade to level 3 again, it will exceed 100 million. Although the Garden paid 15 million in merit money before, after upgrading to this level, another 6.4 million will be required. After the merit hall project is completed, the total project cost will also be 10 million. Therefore, if there is a promising merit industry, he does not mind doing it. However, President Wu was very thoughtful and knew that he could not let the sanatorium be placed in Qingfeng Mountain, so he directly said that it should be placed in the other two mountains. This is also a good time to make full use of it. Moreover, he could probably tell what President Wu was thinking. After all, in his capacity, there was no need to care about a sanatorium or anything like that, let alone spend free time to help King Fenghuan build a meritorious business. But he doesn't mind accepting such good intentions. After all, the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can help him. The same is true for the previous 7 sages' ancient tree, and the same is true for the current fate of 10 Directions plant. Having made a decision in his heart, Guo Lin also said to President Wu, "Then I'll leave the matter of the sanatorium to President Wu. Xian Yang will be responsible for King Fenghuan's side. Let him take care of it when the time comes." With that said, Guo Lin also called Xie Qingyang over, then told him about the sanatorium, and asked him to continue talking about related topics with President Wu. "President Wu, sit down and let's talk about specific matters." Xie Qingyang also took Guo Lin's place and invited President Wu. Guo Lin also left the reception room and went to the dressing room. As soon as he arrived at the dressing room, he closed the door, and then an idea entered the game. He had just received a reward of a bishop powder formula. He wanted to know what this bishop powder was, but he just met President Wu over there and couldn't leave. After entering the game, on the desktop of the novice's residence, you can see a piece of paper with dense writing on it. Guo Lin frowned, and his expectations for this Baijinsan dropped to the limit. This doesn't seem to be a thing for cultivating immortals. Otherwise, there should be a jade slip. If it doesn't work, just use an animal skin to record it. He picked up the paper and immediately saw the note information on it. This is a medicinal powder specially formulated to treat rhinosinusitis, which causes symptoms such as nasal itching, sneezing, runny nose, nasal congestion, etc. Baijun powder requires medicinal materials, atractalodes, fangfang, gizi. The special blending ratio is listed as effect, treat rhinoceros +3. Guo Lin showed a hint of surprise when he saw the note information. How come the description of rhinosinus seems to be a symptom of rhinitis? If so, there should be records in reality, right? Thinking about it, he quit the game and searched for rhinitis information, and found that it was indeed rhinitis. This made his eyes froze. I originally thought that this medicinal powder was an ordinary formula, so I didn't pay much attention to it. I didn't expect that it turned out to be a formula for treating rhinitis. That was different. Even if he doesn't use this thing, if it is used as a merit industry, it will definitely be popular. After all, this bishop powder has a +3 level when made from ordinary materials. People who have never had rhinitis probably don't know how painful this symptom is. Once you have it, you have to buy whatever medicine is really effective, no matter how expensive it is. When he and Huang Xian were roommates, he heard Huang Xian talk about the pain of rhinitis. Itchy nose, endless sneezing, nasal congestion, inability to breathe, itchy throat, itchy eyes, all kinds of conditions make people question their life. Even when sitting in front of the computer, I would inadvertently fly down 3,000 feet, and even a sneeze would make my eyes water. I would not feel safe without a roll of paper around me. In that state, a person is extremely weak, without any appetite, and life is worse than death. Even if a person with an iron will is not defeated by the torture of life, he will be tortured by rhinitis and become inhuman. This is rhinitis. The key is that rhinitis is still difficult to treat. Even if there are drugs of one kind or another on the market, the effects are very slow, and many are even ineffective. Our number of rhinitis patients is now close to 250 million. Therefore, this Baijun powder can definitely become a huge merit industry like the Wudao tea leaf transplantation. Moreover, the Wudao tea leaf transplantation takes a long time, but this Baijun powder can definitely be used as long as the money is in place, the materials are in place, and the connections are in place. Products can be produced in a short time. Thinking of this, he entered the game again. Whether to use the Baijun powder formula or not, get the relevant information about the Baijun powder formula. Guo Lin directly chose yes. In a moment, a stream of detailed information quickly poured into his brain, which was the relevant information about Baijun San. After getting the relevant information about the rhizome, Guo Lin also took out a pen and paper and wrote down a sheet of medicinal materials required for the formula, and then left the closet to look for Xuan Yun. The other party and Xie Qingyang were both in the main hall, looking at President Wu, who was kneeling on the futon, burning incense and praying. It can also be seen that President Wu has a pious look on his face. After all, he has personally participated in a series of shocking and mysterious things. It would be strange to be ungrateful. Congratulations on getting 4 points of willpower. As President Wu finished offering incense, Guo Lin also received a reminder of his wish. 4 points of wish power shows how pious President Wu is. At least you don't have to worry about the other party having any ill intentions toward King Fenghuan. Dea Zhang Guo. President Wu saw Guo Lin and greeted him respectfully. Senior brother. Xie Qingyang and Xuan Yun also saluted in unison. Guo Lin nodded and said directly to Xuan Yun, go and prepare medicinal materials for me according to the formula on this paper. I plan to make a special medicinal material. Xian Yun immediately took the paper and hurried towards the pharmacy. Because he is very good at traditional Chinese medicine, he also prepared a lot of medicinal materials in case a tourist needs Tao Pai, medical treatment, and needs his treatment. He found the medicinal materials he needed on the paper one by one. If there were none, he went to the medicine field to search for them, and finally gathered all the medicinal materials on the paper. When Guo Lin got the medicinal materials, he had already prepared the tools to make Baijun powder, and then started making it step by step. Xian Yun and Xia Qingyang both looked at it curiously and expectantly. Every time senior brother is in a situation like this, the things he makes are unusual, and he doesn't know what kind of medicine he wants to make this time. President Wu is also curious. The medicine made by a fairy like Diazang Guo must not be simple, right? After spending some time, Guo Lin made a big bag of Baiji powder, then hurried to the dressing room and entered the game. He now wants to know if he has succeeded in making it. This is a kind of rhinoceros powder, which can be used to treat various symptoms of rhinoceros. The effect, treat rhinoceros +3. In other words, the production was successful. Moreover, what does the degree of +3 mean? I am afraid that people with rhinitis will feel better immediately after taking it, and even the rhinitis will be cured. In this seasonal period when rhinitis is prone to occur, Baijun-san is definitely the savior of countless people, and it will definitely cause a huge sensation when it appears. After all, this is the only drug that can completely cure rhinitis, and the speed of its effect will definitely shock everyone. It's a pity that this medicine with +3 properties is only effective for rhinitis. After leaving the office again, Guo Lin handed the pack of Baijun powder to Xuan Yun and ordered Xuan Yun, take this Baijun powder to the medical hall of the tourist service center and try it on tourists suffering from rhinitis. Effect. After the Qingfeng Mountain Visitor Service Center opened, it still received a lot of tourists every day, but some of them came solely for the medical hall of the service center. The news that the Qingfengshan Service Center's medical hall has medicines that can treat eye diseases has long spread within a very small area. Therefore, people who get the news will naturally come in a hurry. This is the case for Lin Li. One of his friends, like him, had severe myopia. After returning home, his myopia was completely cured. He knew very well how severe myopia was and how uncomfortable it was to wear glasses every day. He only found out the reason after treating the other party to a meal. Therefore, even if he had rhinitis these days, he would come here in a hurry. His friend said that King Fengagwan has limited medicines for treating eye diseases, and he only has one pill for myopia. It must be enough. Lin Li prayed secretly. According to his friends, his myopia only needs 2 or 3 pills. Lin Li waited in line for a long time and blew his nose several times. The key point was that he was waiting in line because he was afraid that the medicine would be gone, so he didn't dare to throw away the paper, so he could only put the paper after blowing his nose into his backpack. He could see the disgusted expressions of the people next to him, but what can he do? Even if he could, he didn't want to do this. What's even worse now is that the paper he bought before is almost used up. By that time, there is a real possibility of falling 3,000 feet. That would be really embarrassing. Finally, it was his turn when he persisted until the last piece of paper. Unexpectedly, Liao Yi in the medical hall said apologetically, "Sir, I'm sorry, today's medicine is no longer available." Liao Yi looked helpless at the long queue behind him. A grain of luminous sand costs 2,000 yuan, and the supply is completely in short supply. Unfortunately, the daily quantity depends entirely on how many bats pull in a day. However, in order to keep it secret, he wrapped it in honey and starch, and let people take it on the spot. No more. Lin Li was stunned. He had been queuing here for so long with rhinitis, and he kept insisting, and when he was about to arrive, he actually said that the medicine was gone? He felt the tingling coming from the tip of his nose again, the feeling that it was about to burst out, which made him dumbfounded. He sneezed suddenly, and tears flowed out of his nostrils. Liao Yi responded with sympathy when he saw this. Naturally, he could see that this person had severe rhinitis, and he persisted in queuing until now, but the luminous sand just happened to be gone. It was a twist of fate. At this time, he saw Taoist priests Xuan Yun and Xianyang coming in, followed by an extraordinary man. Liao Yi hurriedly left the hospital to greet him. "Two Taoist priests, why are you free to come down to the service center today?" Xia Qingyang introduced, "Fellow deist Liao, this is President Wu." President Wu. Liao Yi greeted him with a salute. "I've met deist Liao." President Wu responded politely. Xuan Yun handed a packet of medicinal powder to Liao Yi and said, "Fellow deist Liao, this is the powder that my senior brother has just prepared. Let's find some tourists with rhinitis in the medical hall to test the effect." Xia Qingyang and President Wu both looked at the medicinal powder. They followed because they wanted to know what effect this medicine powder had. Although they do not have rhinitis, they have seen many people suffering from rhinitis and know how uncomfortable it is. They also know that this disease is one of the most difficult to cure and the most recurring disease. Some people have been suffering from rhinitis for more than 10 years, decades, or even their entire lives, and have never breathed smooth air in their entire lives. The key point is that there is really no medicine that can cure rhinitis, even those specific medicines. But the Baiji powder now was not made by ordinary people, and it would definitely be in a different situation. Liao Yi naturally knew that the medicine made by Guo Daozang was definitely not simple. So, I immediately went back to the medical hall, took out a special wooden blackboard, and wrote calligraphy on it. Yaitang traditional Chinese medicine by Jun powder can treat rhinitis. The quantity is limited. It's free today. Liao Yi's calligraphy is still very good. As soon as the sign was hung up, people with eye diseases who were about to disperse gathered around him. The Zun powder treats rhinitis. Hey, it's not about treating eyes. Disappointment suddenly sounded. However, a figure hurriedly ran forward. Can this by Jun powder really cure rhinitis? It was Lin Li. It could be seen that both sides of his nose were completely red, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was abnormal. From this, I can tell that he is a patient with severe rhinitis. Liao Yi was somewhat sympathetic to the other party, nodded and said, "This is the Baiji powder specially prepared by our Taoist priest Guo, specifically for the treatment of rhinitis." As he said that, he also took out the pack of Baijun powder, opened it, and found that there were already separate small packs and small packs inside, which were obviously measured each time. Liao Yi directly took a pack and handed it to Lin Li, and at the same time handed him a glass of water. Lin Li hesitated and quickly took the powder and drank it with water. The medicine was very bitter and the effect was incredible. After Lin Li took the small packet of bishop powder, with the +3 attribute, it didn't take long for him to feel a little hot all over. The fever comes and goes away just as quickly. The key is that as the hot feeling disappeared, his nose felt much more comfortable, and his throat wasn't even that itchy anymore. "Sir, how are you?" Liao Yi asked curiously. Xia Qingyang and the others also looked at Lin Li. "Okay, it seems to have worked. It's much better," Lin Li said blankly, with ups and downs in his heart. His rhinitis is very serious. He has been suffering from rhinitis for more than 10 years. He has to take medicine and nasal spray every time he gets sick. Even though he has rhinitis for more than 10 years, it is still effective medicine. But it's okay when the symptoms are mild, but once they become severe, the medicine is useless. This is true for serious symptoms like this one, but even when the symptoms are mild, taking the medicine prescribed by the doctor will not be effective immediately, so you have to sleep and get up. Although this Baiji powder is taken, it can be effective so quickly? You can really feel the feeling of recovery. This is something I have never experienced when suffering from rhinitis. Lin Li's words naturally surprised Liao Yi. Is the Baiji powder prepared by Daokang Guo so effective? Xia Qingyang, Xuanyun, and President Wu showed expressions that were indeed true. It's strange that this Baiji powder is not very effective, and it doesn't matter who prepared it. Liao Yi also invited Lin Li, "Sir, please sit down for some time and let us see the subsequent effects of this Baiji powder." Lin Li naturally agreed. He is going crazy with this rhinitis, and now that it has this kind of effect, he is naturally willing to cooperate. In this autumn season, there are still many patients with rhinitis. Soon, 2 more tourists suffering from rhinitis came and tried Baijun powder. The 2 tourists, whose symptoms were mild, felt the effects almost immediately and were invited to sit down. Time flies by. Within half an hour, Lin Li said to Liao Yi with a face full of disbelief, "Master Liao, do you still have this medicine?" "Yes, can you sell me some? My old rhinitis usually doesn't recover for 10 days and a half. I just took a pack of rhizome powder, and now I feel like I'm about to fully recover." If you are not an old rhinitis patient, you will not understand his current mood. This is simply a miracle medicine, his lifesaver. Almost at the same time, King Fengedwen went indoors. Guo Lin was already drawing on a piece of talisman paper with a talisman pen, and there were several painted talismans on the table. Just as he was about to draw a new talisman, he was suddenly stunned for a moment. A prompt appeared in the game system. "Congratulations on gaining 1 point of merit." Guo Lin was stunned for a moment. What happened? Isn't it willingness? What is this merit? This moment confused him. The ginkgo tree has had special merit conditions before, but this should be different from that special merit, right? Is this a bug? He immediately looked at the sex location information on the light screen in his mind, and the data of merit points actually appeared. Number of merits, 1, can only be used after the merit hall is established. I thought that this merit was related to the merit hall, but why did such a prompt appear suddenly? Unusual. Is it still a bug? But it is impossible for the system to have a bug. Tourist Service Center. President Wu looked at the bishop powder with piercing eyes. If this medicine powder could be popularized, it would definitely create a big group. When Guo Daokang prepared it, there was no special process and it could be easily promoted. If Daokang Guo is willing, their Fujian Chamber of Commerce would not mind helping King Fengedwen create a merit industry group, and they can even invite this group to join the Fujian Chamber of Commerce. This is definitely an opportunity for their Fujian Chamber of Commerce and Qingfeng to completely deepen their relationship. At this moment, there were many myopic patients around who couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Is the medical clinic at Qingfengshan Service Center so powerful? First there were medicines that could quickly treat eye diseases, and now there are also medicines that could quickly treat rhinitis? Even the best hospitals in the world don't have this kind of medicine, right? They suddenly remembered something. It seemed that there was news about Qingfeng Temple in the past. It was about a man named Master Kinglan who suddenly took off his Buddhist robes and joined Qingfeng Temple. It seems that this Master Kinglan is a super powerful Chinese medicine doctor who is rumored to be miraculous. It is even rumored that one of the Qingfeng Taoist tablets has medical properties, and you can ask the Taoist priest to treat you with traditional Chinese medicine. Someone looked at Xian Yun and suddenly started taking pictures of him with his cell phone. It seems that this Taoist priest is the master. Xian Yun frowned when he saw someone filming him. Why did he take such a good photo of him? Knowing the miraculous effect of bishop powder, Xia Qingyang and Xuan Yun immediately left the service center, intending to go back and report the effects of bishop powder to their senior brother. President Wu naturally followed immediately. The three of them quickly returned to Qingfeng Temple, and then asked to see Guolin outside the lobby. After he opened the door and came out, Xuan Yun also reported, "Brother, Bai Jun-san has been tested on 3 tourists with rhinitis, and the effect is very strong. A patient with severe rhinitis recovered completely in less than half an hour after taking Xia Bai Jun powder. He told the patient that every time he suffers from rhinitis, he will not recover for 10 days and a half." When Guolin heard this report, he didn't feel surprised at all. After all, Bai Jun powder had a +3 attribute. He just wanted a more precise treatment situation. Chairman Wu hurriedly asked, "Deazang Guo, I wonder if you intend to promote this bishop powder? This can completely create a merit industry group. In terms of this merit industry, our Fujian Chamber of Commerce can help." Guolin glanced at President Wu and saw that he was right. If the effect of Baiji powder was promoted, it would be strange if it was not popular. It is indeed a product that can create a meritorious industry, and this bishop powder will be very popular. President Wu is quite positive. If the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can help with this merit industry and let them occupy a small share, there will be no trouble at all. Even if it is the most difficult medical license to obtain, I believe the Fujian Chamber of Commerce can easily solve it. When this bishop powder is popularized, even if it requires nearly 100 million merit money to upgrade to level 3, there is no need to worry for the time being, unless one day the upgrade requires 1 billion or 2 billion merit money. Thinking about it, Guolin also told Xia Qianyang, "Please discuss this matter with Chairman Wu. If possible, you can also give me a plan." "Yes, senior brother." Xia Qianyang responded immediately. "Thank you, Taoist priest." President Wu also thanked him immediately. Although he wanted to use this to bring the Fujian Chamber of Commerce and Qingfeng closer together, it still depends on whether Taoist priest Guo will give him a chance. Now is obviously a good start. "President Wu, shall we go to the reception room again?" Xianyang invited President Wu again. "Taoist master, please." President Wu nodded. Shortly after the two left, Guolin returned to the dressing room and continued to draw talismans and study the Tianqi talismans. Not long after, Ma Tao's voice sounded outside the dressing room again. "Is Taoist master here?" Guolin opened the door of the waiting room again and walked out. Ma Tao reported immediately, "Taoist master, the 2 bell and drum platforms have been built, and the bells and drums are already on the mountain. Can we continue the ceremony?" Guolin's eyes lit up and he immediately ordered, "Go find Xianyang and ask him to perform the bell and drum ceremony." Taoism has a special culture of bells and drums. Small bells and small drums can be hung lightly, but big bells and big drums need to be burned incense and rituals accordingly. It's just that the ceremony is a small ceremony, and now he no longer needs to perform it himself. He looked at the sky above and saw that the upgraded white spiritual light shield still enveloped the Taoist temple. Now that the morning bells and evening drums were ready, it was time for renovation and upgrade. "Yes, Taoist priest." Ma Tao immediately accepted the order and went to look for Xuan Yun. Xuan Yun was now familiar with this kind of small ceremony. It didn't take long before he summoned Zhong Bin, Zhong Wan, and 4 outer disciples to help complete the ceremony. He is in the middle position of stepping on the gang to perform the sacrificial dance, while Zhong Bin and Zhong Wan are in the positions of bells and drums respectively to echo the sacrificial dance. After the ceremony was completed, the 4 outer disciples stepped forward and helped Zhong Bin and Zhong Wan hang the bells and drums on the 2 stands. Almost instantly, Guolin in the waiting room received a prompt from the game system. "Morning bells and evening drums have been detected. Should the magic weapon be modified?" Guolin hesitated and directly chose to transform. When he walked out of the closet, he saw 2 more beams of light shooting down from the light shield covering the Taoist temple, covering the position of the bells and drums. At the same time, the game system prompt sounded again. The morning bell and evening drum are being transformed into magical instruments. In front of the cliff of the Taoist temple, Xianyun saw that after the bells and drums were hung, he also ordered Zhong Bin, Zhong Wan, ring the bells and drums for the first time. Yes, they both responded in unison, picked up the drum hammer, swung the bell spine, and struck the drum and bell. But then, everyone showed a look of astonishment.